50 Fishman Cadre. Cocoa West Village on the shore. The patrol ship slowly stopped, and Coles led 50 Navy soldiers up and down. The inspection mission this time was to find a corrupt Navy of the 16th branch that colluded with pirates. And there is no doubt that the biggest corrupt Navy is Colonel Mouse. But even if he knew, Coles couldn't just go and arrest him. Because without evidence, Colonel Mouse could completely deny it. So Coles didn't take the patrol ship to the 16th Navy branch first, but came to Cocoa West Village to investigate first. To the east of Cocoa West Village is along Paradise.as long as the evidence of the other party's collusion with pirates is confirmed. Then Colonel Mouse can't run away. The sun is high in the sky. The weather is very hot, but the atmosphere in Cocoa West Village is very cold now. There is no other reason, just because a dozen fishermen are standing in the square in the center of the village. The village of Cocoyasi used to be a peaceful village, where the villagers lived an ordinary and happy life every day. But everything changed after the arrival of the Arlong pirates 5 years ago. This group of powerful fishmen charged the villagers a fee on the pretext of building an empire. If they did not comply, the entire village would be destroyed. Sacrifices and bloodshed never stopped from the beginning. The villagers reported to the Navy station nearby, but no Navy came to attack the Arlong pirates. Over time, the villagers also knew that the Navy nearby and the Arlong pirates were birds of a feather, and begging the Navy to come to rescue was simply wishful thinking. Under the rule of the Arlong pirates, the villagers gradually dared not resist, but the high monthly protection fee still made it difficult for the villagers to move forward. Finally, not long ago, someone bypassed this branch and delivered news to the rest of the naval bases. But this matter, now it has also been known by the Arlong pirates. Bang! The huge parasol in the center of the village fell down with a thump. A sturdy blue fishman grabbed a middle-aged man's neck with his right hand and lifted him up easily. The strength of fishmen is naturally 10 times that of humans, so these ordinary villagers have no way to resist. Joe, didn't you hear what Chief Along said before? Whoever dares to report what happened here will die. The middle-aged man caught by the fishman was wearing a brown sheriff's uniform, with knife wounds all over his face, looking very pitiful. He is Kinsaku, the village policeman of Kokoyasi Village. The fishman who grabbed Kinsaku's neck with his hand is a cadre of the Along pirates, named Gio, with very prominent lips, looking like a teppan fish. Kinsaku's neck was getting redder and redder from being pinched by Gio, and he was almost out of breath. Finally, the fishman cadre Gio threw Kinsaku to the ground fiercely. At this time, many villagers had gathered around. After seeing this scene, the villagers couldn't help but look terrified and made various exclamations. "Mr. Giansaku, how are you? Are you okay?" Giansaku waved his hand, signaling everyone not to come over. Because the fishman cadre Gio had already taken out a brown flintlock. "Tell me who reported it. You kill me, I won't answer." Giansaku answered firmly. He is the village police of Kokoyasi, and naturally, he will not betray anyone in the village. "Gio, then you go to hell." The fishman cadre Gio slowly opened the safety of the flintlock in his hand and aimed the black muzzle at Giansaku's head. The atmosphere in the field fell into silence. Although the villagers present were angry, they were helpless because they were all ordinary people and could not help Giansaku at all. Just this one fishman cadre can easily deal with more than a dozen ordinary villagers, not to mention that Gio also led more than a dozen fishermen men to come together. Compared with the fishermen, the villagers were the lambs to be slaughtered. At the critical moment, a 17-year-old girl with blue hair stood in front of Kinsaku with her hands across her body. "I am the one reporting. If you want to kill me, kill me. No, Kigo, get out of the way." Kinsaku saw the daughter of the acquaintance standing in front of him and hurriedly shouted anxiously. No, Kigo turned her head and smiled. "Mr. Kinsaku, you have always protected me before. Now it's my turn to protect you." Kinsaku wanted to get up, but the body injured by Ju made him unable to stand up. The fishman cadre Ju looked at Nokigo standing up, but his brows were furrowed. Because this woman's sister Nami had already joined their Arlong pirates as a cadre. Arlong leader values Nami's navigation skills very much, and obviously cannot kill Nokigo easily. Otherwise Nami will definitely be upset. "Gio, you humans are really troublesome." Murphy cadre Gio was very irritable and directly pointed the flintlock rifle at a villager not far away, pulled the trigger in his hand, and the gunshot rang out. Kinsaku and Nokigo were shocked. He looked over there in horror. A villager was hit in the thigh, blood seeped out of it, and wailed continuously. And the fishman cadre Gio had already pointed the muzzle of the gun at the head of the injured villager and said coldly, "Gio, I don't care who will take responsibility, but since you dare to resist our Arlong pirates, someone must die. Unfortunately, I choose you." "No." The wife of the injured villager begged for mercy, but it was useless. The villager's child wanted to stop him, but was kicked away by other fishmen. "Okay, go to hell." The fishman cadre Jew slowly pulled the trigger. Bang. The sound of gunfire rang out in Cocoa West Village. At the same time, a young voice reached everyone's ears. "Enough is enough, fishmen pirates." The fishman cadre Jew wailed. His wrist was hit, blood stained his arm, and the flintlock fell to the ground powerlessly. The onlookers looked to the side in astonishment. Not far away, a handsome young man in a navy coat was putting away the flintlock in his hand and came with a team of navy soldiers. Navy? The villagers looked puzzled, wondering why the navy, who had originally ignored this place, suddenly saved the villagers at this critical moment. "Who are you?" The fishman cadre Jew keenly discovered the difference between the navy in front of him. These navy soldiers did not seem to be from the 16th branch. Coles led the navy soldiers to the open space in the center of the village. As he looked around, he could see the confusion and fear in the eyes of the villagers. When did the navy also belong to the symbol of bad guys in the public's cognition? Finally, Coles's eyes fell on the fishman cadre, who was injured by him. The long sword in his hand was unsheathed. Silence slash. The fishman cadre Chu and a dozen other fishman pirates were fatally wounded and died directly. "We are the righteous navy of Rogue Town, and we are here to attack the Arlong pirates." The most powerful explanation is the fact. As for the development of the original story, Coles was actually not very willing to change anything. The Cocoa West Village here does not need him to take action. When Luffy goes out to sea a few years later, he will also defeat the Arlong pirates and save the people who are oppressed by pirates here. But when he saw the fishman cadre casually shooting the villagers and not caring about these lives at all, Coles was angry. Although he is not a selfless navy like Major Khan, he is not a cold-blooded person who watches the people being killed by pirates and does nothing. In this world, you can wait for Luffy to go to sea, and Nami can wait for the Straw Hats to save her. But as a navy, Coles can't wait, and the dying villager can't wait either. Solve the Arlong pirates. It's urgent. Because justice needs to be served. 51. Aaron Paradise. Where's Aaron's paradise? A clear voice of inquiry sounded around Nokigo, making her recover from the shock. Over there. Nuwa Chigao pointed the direction subconsciously. Okay. Coles responded, asking a few Navy soldiers to stay to help the injured villagers, and then led the remaining Navy soldiers in the direction of Aaron Paradise. Even at this time, the villagers of Kokoyashi Village still feel a bit dreamy. Because this is so unreal. The vicious Murloc cadres, including more than a dozen Murlocs, were killed by a Marine in an instant. Is this a dream? One villager pinched his face and realized the pain was not a dream. This all actually happened. Are you really the Justice Navy over there in Rogue Town? Kensaku asked expectantly. Hearing the words Justice Navy, the few Marines who were left behind suddenly felt a little embarrassed. We are indeed a Navy from Rogue Town. Who is our direct commander, just now Second Lieutenant Coles? Don't worry, the Aaron pirates and so on will be eliminated by the second lieutenant. Kensaku was very aware of Aaron's power and worried, although I don't know the specific strength of your commander. Aaron is a very vicious fishman leader with only a few dozen naval soldiers, I'm afraid. In this regard, the naval soldier who answered was very confident. Don't worry, our commander is Second Lieutenant Coles. Although he has not been in the Navy for a long time, he single-handedly defeated a 1,000-man pirate group half a year ago, and this time the Arlong pirate group will be no exception. Aaron Paradise, interior. Sitting on the square of the building was a tall, muscular fishman with muscles. He was the former leader of the Sun Pirates, and now the controller of the Arlong Pirates. Title, Jag Aaron. The bounty is 20 million Baileys. At this time, Aaron was sitting on a chair basking in the sun, with a leisurely look on his face. Sitting opposite him was a naval officer with a strange face. He was wearing a light gray navy suit, with a black belt around his waist and a hood on his head, showing extremely obscene face. Coupled with a special 3 strands of beard on his face, the appearance of this naval officer is not much different from that of a mouse. commander of the 16th Naval Branch. Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse looked at the leisurely Aaron in front of him and said angrily, "Do you know where the situation is now? And you are still so unhurried? Someone actually reported the information here to the upper-level Navy. What will happen when the upper-level Navy sends people over managed?" Aaron, who was wearing a felt hat, slowly raised his head and showed a confident smile. "Don't worry, money is the most reliable thing. When the time comes, just win over them directly. If 2 million Baileys doesn't work, then 3 million. If 3 million doesn't work, then 4 million. What if the other party doesn't accept your money?" Facing Aaron, who believed in money first, Colonel Mouse did not dare to refute, so he could only ask weakly. Aaron burst out laughing. "Scared, huh? Then I will tear him to pieces myself." Faced with Aaron's terrifying smile, Colonel Mouse felt a sense of fear in his heart, but he had to show approval on his face. At this time, a fishman anxiously came over to report. "Chief, a team of 50 Marines just appeared in the center of Kokoyasi village. Cadre Joe and a dozen of his companions were killed by them. They are now heading towards us." "What?" Aaron's eyes instantly became fierce, and then he smashed the wooden chair in the middle into pieces. "How dare you kill my cadre? He is dead," Colonel Mouse said anxiously. "Could it be the Navy coming to monitor?" Aaron said with murderous intent. "No matter what, they all have to die. Then I'll go first." Colonel Mouse couldn't sit still. "You can't leave until I kill them." Aaron turned his head, his eyes extremely gloomy. Okay. Colonel Mouse couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Had never seen Aaron so angry. If many people didn't die today, it would be difficult to end it. Cole soon discovered a huge building, according to the direction Nuo Chigao pointed. "This building is built on the coast. You can go to sea at any time." At the highest point of the building, there is a huge flagpole. On the flagpole is a black pirate flag with a red shark pattern. That is the base camp of the Aaron Pirates, also known as Aaron Paradise. Coles ordered his subordinates to the Navy, stand guard all around to prevent the fishmen of the Aaron Pirates from escaping. Dasky suggested, "Second Lieutenant, please let us also participate in the battle." "Yes, we also want to fight." Other Navy soldiers also responded. Coles understood the current emotions of these people very well, because everything that happened in Cocoa West Village before had aroused the anger in the hearts of these soldiers. But he wouldn't agree. "Aren't you aware of your own strength? You are about to face a being that is not a human, but a fishman whose strength is naturally 10 times greater than that of a human being. You have absolutely no way to intervene in this battle." Hearing this, the Navy soldiers present suddenly showed a sense of frustration. Although the second lieutenant is right, there is no need to be so blunt. Coors was too lazy to care about the emotions of these people and walked towards Along Paradise alone. There were large paddy fields on both sides of the road leading to Along Paradise, and some scattered coconut trees could be seen from time to time, with green coconuts already growing on the tops of the trees. At the end of this road, there was a gate leading to Along Paradise. At the gate, 30 fishmen pirates were guarding outside in full battle array. After seeing Coles coming, all the fishmen pirates showed a fierce look on their faces. "Stand up and deal with them." As Cole's voice fell, 9 black shadows appeared around him, and Lunros led Shadow Knights to appear. Then, these 9 shadow soldiers began to fight the fishmen pirates in front. Swords crossed. The battle started instantly. Although the strength of these fishmen is 10 times that of humans, they are facing Lonros and Shadow Knights at this time. The shadow soldiers were overwhelmingly powerful, and the fishmen pirates became the weaker party, like shrimps in the sea, and were easily crushed. Coles continued to move forward as usual, and no fishman could stop him. Lonros slashed out a sword light, directly cutting the fishman in front of him into 2 pieces, and at the same time, easily cut open the blocking door. Boom. The door was broken. The huge sound made Aaron in the building turn his head in confusion, and he was amazed. Why was the opponent so fast? There were obviously 30 fishmen guarding outside. In a burst of smoke and dust, a figure slowly appeared in the sight of Aaron and others. It was a young man wearing a navy coat with a handsome face, but an extremely cold expression. "Who is Aaron among you?" This was the first sentence the young Navy said when he entered this place. In the field, the Aaron pirates had already gathered, and in addition to the 30 people outside, there were more than 50 fishmen in the field. Aaron, who was sitting on a chair, stood up slowly, without any fear on his face. "I am Aaron. Who are you?" "Charlotte Coles, a lieutenant of the Navy headquarters." 52. Kill Aaron, updated on January 20th. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Lieutenant of the Navy Headquarters. This rank almost terrified the fishmen just because of the 4 words Navy Headquarters Google search reading. Being able to obtain this rank shows that the strength of the young man in front of him is definitely not simple. Aaron's eyes were very gloomy. No matter who you are, if you dare to kill our fisherman companions, you must die here today. In this regard, Coles did not comment. Then are you ready to accept the sanctions? Sanctions? Scary, ha. Hearing this word, Aaron immediately sneered. You have to understand that in this Aaron Empire, I am the Emperor. Sanctions are just a joke. Coles pulled out the standard katana at his waist and said coldly, then you are ready to die. In an instant, Cole's figure disappeared directly on the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Aaron, and he chopped him off with a knife. Boom. Aaron's body flew backwards, directly knocking down the hard wall behind him, and was buried by a burst of rubble. Big brother! All the fishmen present exclaimed, not expecting the speed of this navy to be so fast. This move! The pupils of Cadre Shaba suddenly shrank. This is one of the 6 moves of the Navy, the shaving. Is he really from the Navy Headquarters? Thousand Tiles punch. Beside him, the extremely strong Cadre Kruby roared and directly sent out the special move, the Thousand Tiles punch. This special move is extremely powerful and can even break 1,000 tiles in the water. Such a close distance. As long as the attack hits the opponent, it will definitely cause serious injuries to him. This is what Kruby thought in his mind. However, what responded to him was a palm that easily blocked the Thousand Tiles punch. You are too weak. After Coles easily blocked Kruby's special move, he kicked him away. On the road, Kruby's figure even knocked many fishmen away and finally fell into the sea. During the training in the past 6 months, Coles' power has changed dramatically. Fisherman pirates like Kruby can no longer affect him. Then, he used precise swordsmanship and severely injured Xiaoba, a cadre who was about to perform the 6 swords flow. In a short moment, the cadres of the Arlong pirates were wiped out, and the remaining fisherman pirates stood there, not knowing what to do. Arlong slowly stood up from the rubble, and anger had already filled his heart. Because of Coles's extremely fast speed, it reminded him of the vice admiral who captured him that year. You lowly humans deserve to die, come on. With Arlong's order, the fisherman pirates who were originally hesitant raised their weapons and charged at Coles. Bang! The lead bullet came. Coles turned his head sharply to avoid it, and then rushed into the fisherman pirates, using precise swordsmanship to kill. After half a year of sparring with Lonrose and a Shadow Knight, his swordsmanship foundation has been completely solid. Although he has not yet reached the level of cutting iron, his precision swordsmanship has reached perfection. For him, these fisherman pirates are not much different from some ordinary fish and shrimp. Each of his sword moves can easily deal with a fishman, and behind the sword moves are the results of these long-term persistent training. Swish! In midair, Aaron's figure suddenly jumped down, holding a 2-meter-long steel sawtooth in his hand. With the strength of the fishman, the slashing power of this blow is extremely large, directly slashing a crack of several meters in the ground. However, there is no figure of Coles in the center of the ground. Coles used the shave. He learned to appear behind Aaron silently and slashed with a knife. Aaron also sensed the danger, and the steel mouth comparable to shark teeth made a strong bite. Crack! The standard long sword broke directly. Then, Aaron raised the sawtooth weapon again and swung it in the direction of Coles. However, under the extreme speed of shaving, this could not cause any effective attack at all. Coles' figure appeared not far away, and he lowered his head and forgot to look at the katana in his hand that was bitten to pieces with a helpless look. As a saw shark, Aaron's sharp bite force was enough to easily bite the stone pillar. After all, the standard katana in his hand was not a famous sword, and there was nothing he could do if it was bitten to pieces. In this case, it's time to end it. A shadow emerged around Coles, and he directly took out the demon's sword Hongwa from it. Of course, there was a shadow power isolation at the handle of the knife he held. Otherwise, he would inevitably be affected by distracting thoughts. Cole's figure jumped high, and the demon's sword Hongwa launched a fierce attack. Wild wind slash. In the empty surroundings, it seemed that a huge gust of wind appeared out of thin air, sweeping in all directions. The momentum of this knife became more and more intense. When the sword reached Arlong, he had no way to avoid it. The scarlet blade slashed across Arlong's body, leaving a huge and hideous blade wound. The strong wind brought by the blade spread in all directions, repelling the surrounding fishmen pirates one after another. The angry expression on Arlong's face gradually stiffened and finally fell to the ground powerlessly. The leader of the Arlong pirates. Death. The surrounding fishmen pirates were terrified. They couldn't believe that the powerful leader Arlong was killed by a single blow. They stood there stupidly. Coles asked the shadow soldiers to knock out the remaining fishmen pirates one after another. After all, this mission still required some living pirates to testify. Behind the building, Colonel Mouse trembled after seeing the powerful Arlong being killed by Coles. Suddenly, he felt a figure with a cold breath appear behind him. Turned his head and looked. It was Coles who killed Arlong. Colonel Mouse was terrified and sweated. He begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. My uncle is in the Navy headquarters." Before he finished speaking, Coles's punch had already hit him hard. "Let's talk about it on Judicial Island. I'm only responsible for arresting you." The huge force directly deformed Colonel Mouse's face, causing him to faint, and his body rolled 10 times on the ground before stopping. After solving the problem of Colonel Mouse, the troubles in Arlong Paradise were basically solved. Coles came to the center of the battlefield. The long-lost summoning voice sounded again. "Stand up." In the silent Arlong Paradise, the bodies of the fishmen pirates who were originally killed changed. The black shadow powers surged, and one after another shadow fishmen formed. Among them, the most conspicuous was Arlong's body. The shadow power condensed to form a shadow soldier Aaron with a spike-shaped nose. In the 6 months of mastering the power of the shadow fruit, Coles strengthened the exploration of summoning shadows. Now, the number of summoned shadow soldiers has increased from the original 20 to 100. Therefore, all the dead fishmen pirates present were summoned by him. Retreat. As Cole's voice fell, the newly summoned Aaron and many shadow fishmen turned into shadows and disappeared again. But as long as he gave a new order, these shadow soldiers could appear at any time. Not far away, after receiving Coles's order, the Navy soldiers began to enter Arlong Paradise. What came into view? Just as these Navy soldiers thought, the entire Arlong pirates had been completely eliminated, and the bodies of the fishman pirates were scattered on the ground. As expected of Lieutenant Coles, too strong, faced with the praise of his subordinates. Coles remained cold, letting the Navy soldiers clean up the mess in Arlong Paradise while sending people to notify the villagers of Cocoa West Village. The Arlong pirates were eliminated. They can be completely liberated. 53. Click Pirate Fleet. The Arlong pirates were defeated. As the news spread among the Navy soldiers, the villagers of Cocoa West Village were a little overwhelmed. Google's search reading. It has only been such a short time, and the powerful Arlong pirates have been destroyed? Are you kidding? But with the assurances of the Navy soldiers, a glimmer of hope gradually rose in the hearts of the villagers. Finally, the whole village came to Arlong Paradise. After witnessing the destruction of the fishmen of the entire Arlong pirates, these villagers who had been suppressed for 5 years could not help but burst into various emotions. Some were overjoyed, some were moved to tears, and some remembered that their relatives were killed by Arlong before, and now they cried bitterly. But no matter what, the righteous Navy arrived today. The Arlong pirates have been destroyed, and Cocoa West Village will be completely liberated from today. Coles climbed up the huge building of Arlong Paradise, and in some pavilions on the upper floors, he saw a mountain of sea chart drafts. These should all be drawn by Nami. At this time, Nami was not seen in Arlong Paradise. She should be stealing at sea, trying to collect 100 million Baileys to exchange for the village. It's a pity that Nami didn't know that even if she was about to collect the agreed money in 3 years, Arlong and Colonel Mouse would snatch the money away. Promises or something. Arlong never chose to abide by them. But the story doesn't need to be repeated. The sea breeze blew in from the window, blowing Coles's black hair slightly. He also put down the sea chart in his hand and turned to walk down. The Arlong pirates were destroyed by him. Nami, who was outside, might not know it yet, but when she comes back, she should be able to see the Cocoa West Village she expected in her heart. Although the Arlong pirates were defeated, they occupied 20 villages in recent years, and the subsequent affairs were complicated. Until the afternoon of the next day, Coles and others who completed the follow-up work left the port of Cocoa West Village. In the warm farewell of the villagers, The patrol ship returned to Road Town with the captured fisherman pirates and Colonel Mouse. The waves washed over the sea from time to time. The patrol ship returned steadily along the original route. On the deck, the Navy soldiers performed their work in an orderly manner. Facing the sea full of dangers, these Navy soldiers had no fear at all. Nothing else, just because they followed the powerful commander, Lieutenant Coles. Since the recruit period, they have witnessed Coles's strength and hard work, and later defeated powerful pirates one after another. The bounty of 10 million for Giant Fist Yulo. The bounty of 24 million for Redbeard. To the bounty of 20 million for Along. In the hearts of these Navy soldiers, Lieutenant Coles is almost invincible in the East China Sea. Even if they encounter a powerful pirate group, they will not encounter any great danger. That is, with this mood. When a patrol ship approached the waters near Road Town, they encountered a pirate ship. Time was just when night fell. Because it was dark, the sight of the Navy observing the sea was blocked, and they did not find the trace of the other pirate ship in time. When the other party was discovered, the patrol ship had already been discovered by the opposite pirate ship. Lieutenant, something bad has happened. It's the usse Overlord, Click Pirates. As the report came out, the atmosphere on the entire patrol ship instantly became tense. Although the bounty for the leader of the Click Pirates was only 18 million, he was able to get the title of usse Overlord entirely because of the large fleet under his command. Coles walked out of the cabin, took the telescope, and began to observe the sea. Sweeping his eyes, the entire sea surface was covered with pirate ships with various flags. After a rough count, there were as many as 36 pirate ships. Although the Click Pirates are not as powerful as the 50 fleets 3 years later, the 36 pirate fleets in front of them are still very powerful. According to the latest information obtained, there are more than 3,000 people in the Click Pirates. Such a powerful force of more than 3,000 people is enough to rival a naval branch. At this time, there were only 50 naval soldiers on the patrol ship. 3,000 to 50. The difference in combat power between the enemy and us is extremely large. Can we evacuate? Coles asked Dashiki next to him. Dashiki shook her head with a gloomy look. Lieutenant Coles, we can't evacuate anymore. Several pirate ships of the other side have discovered us. Coles put down the telescope. Then let's fight. Ah. Dashiki looked surprised and seemed to have not heard clearly. Coles was speechless about this female idiot who was always a beat slower in reaction and repeated, then fight. After hearing it clearly, Dashiki and the surrounding naval soldiers dissuaded. The number of pirates on the other side is too large. It is impossible to win. Yes, Lieutenant, that's 3,000 people. Our ship will be easily sunk. Sure. A sharp sound of breaking through the air came. A black cannonball was flying out of the main gun on a pirate ship. Coles drew out the brand new katana from his waist and slashed it. Boom. The high-speed cannonball was cut in half and exploded in a nearby empty area, causing a huge noise and sound waves. The enemy has already launched an attack. What else do you think we can do? Coles asked coldly while standing on the deck. The sudden artillery attack. For a moment, the Navy soldiers on the ship were stunned. After coming to their senses, the Navy soldiers on the ship also knew that there was no way out, and now they could only follow Lieutenant Coles to fight the enemy. Coles blocked the artillery attack from the front while giving orders. Helmsman turned the rudder, quickly approached the pirate ship on the far right, and engaged in a string battle. Yes. Although actively approaching the Click Pirates is almost a suicidal act, now we can only believe in Lieutenant Coles's combat effectiveness. The patrol ship changed its trajectory on the sea and then accelerated towards the pirate fleet on the far right. The artillery shells fired from the opposite pirate ship. The crosshairs were not very good. Most of the shells sank into the sea, causing a wave of waves. Coles only needed to resist 1 or 2 shells that might destroy the hull from time to time. At the edge of the Click pirate fleet, several pirate ships found a small patrol ship of the Navy, and they started firing shells for fun. However, perhaps because the pirate gunners were drunk, the shells could not hit the training ship on the opposite side. This made the pirates on the ship very angry. When they were angry, they suddenly saw that the patrol ship was getting closer and closer. What's going on? Don't want to die. That small patrol ship wants to come up and die. Can't see that the 36 pirate ships of the Click Pirates are here? No matter what the pirates are confused about. The Navy patrol ship gradually closed the distance and finally connected with a pirate ship at the edge. Coles, wearing a Navy coat, boarded the pirate ship in front. Facing the group of vicious pirates on the ship, he didn't say a word and directly launched an attack. The swords danced wildly, intertwined continuously. Under Coles's powerful strength, the pirates on this ship were easily slaughtered. As the bodies of the pirates fell to the ground, wailing came out, and the battle here also attracted the attention of other pirate ships. More pirate ships approached. In a short moment, the patrol ship was surrounded by 7 or 8 pirate ships, with no way to retreat. Looking up, on the decks of these pirate ships, vicious pirates walked out one by one, sneering continuously, and the swords in their hands all emitted a cold light, facing hundreds of enemies in front of them. There was only 1 lieutenant and 50 Navy soldiers on the Navy side. Anyone who looked, they knew that the Navy was bound to lose. But there was no fear on Cole's face, but the will to fight continued to surge. "My shadow soldiers, stand up!" As Cole's voice fell, soldiers composed of black shadows began to appear around him, occupying the originally empty pirate ship tightly. In the night, a flash of lightning illuminated the pirate ship below, which was occupied by many shadow soldiers. 54. The power of shadow soldiers. In the night, a flash of lightning illuminated the pirate ship occupied by many shadow soldiers below. Standing on Cole's right was the great knight commander Lonros, in black armor and a red cloak on his back. On the left was Barbarossa, wearing iron armor, tall, with the ability of the strong wine fruit and a red beard on his chin. Then there were 8 shadow knights, wearing uniform armor and lined up in a row. Long, who was once known as the most evil in the East China Sea, with his muscular body and spiky nose. Crow, who was thin but wore black round-framed glasses, and Ren, who was over 4 meters tall and looked like a little giant. These were all powerful shadow soldiers with a bounty of more than 10 million. In addition, there were more than 50 shadow fishmen and many ordinary shadow soldiers standing around. The pirates who were originally sure of victory were suddenly surprised. They didn't know why the opponent suddenly had so many strange soldiers. "Go!" Coles gave an order. All the shadow soldiers launched an attack. Bang, bang, bang. A sound of falling into the water was heard. Coles looked over with some surprise and found that it was Along and more than 50 shadow fishmen who jumped into the seabed. After becoming shadow soldiers, these fishmen did not lose their talent for water, nor were they afraid of sea water. Want to completely defeat the shadow soldiers? There is only one way to defeat Coles, the devil fruit ability user. A sword light dozens of meters long was cut out by Lonros. Swish. A pirate ship in front. It was directly split into 2 neatly. Amid the exclamations of the pirates, the cut pirate ship slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Sizzle. A high-speed moving shadow appeared on a pirate ship, and white-hot steam was coming out of its shadow body. It was Barbarossa. At this time, Barbarossa had already used the 2nd-level distillation form, and his fighting power was fully unleashed. A heavy punch from top to bottom was thrown. The hard hull deck was hit and collapsed. Although the hull was not penetrated, the huge damage also made the ship unable to sail. In addition to Lonros and Barbarossa, other shadow soldiers have also started their own battles with the Click Pirates. Crow used his ultimate move Spoon, causing the pirates on a pirate ship to panic. 8 Shadow Knights jointly attacked and easily killed all the pirates who blocked them. What kind of monster is this? It's so powerful. How can there be such a powerful enemy? Help, save me. After the shadow soldiers launched a battle, various shouts came from the mouths of these pirates who usually commit crimes. Not far away, the pirates who had not yet been involved in the battle all felt a chill in their backs, wondering why the battle on the scene turned out like this. Their number was obviously more than 10 times that of the other side, but why were they slaughtered one-sidedly? Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. These pirates who had not yet been involved in the battle suddenly found that the bottom of the hull was broken and exclaimed, "It's those black fishmen. They broke the wooden boards in the bottom of the ship. Damn it! Escape from this ship." For the fishmen, underwater battles are undoubtedly the most powerful. The shadow fishmen used their powerful strength to directly punch holes in the bottom hulls of these pirate ships. Seawater poured into the hulls frantically, and the pirate ships began to lose balance. The hulls gradually tilted and sank into the sea, and there was a risk of destruction at any time. After destroying the hulls, Along and a shadow fisherman jumped onto the pirate ship and began to launch a new round of battle with the pirates with the powerful strength of the fishermen. Swords crossed. Guns roared. Some shadow soldiers were inevitably shattered. But the next scene shattered the glimmer of hope in the hearts of the pirates of the Click Pirates. The shattered shadow soldiers recovered again and continued to kill them again. On the patrol ship, the Navy soldiers were already familiar with the lieutenant summoning shadows to fight. But today's battle was too intense. They were also a little overwhelmed. This is a powerful pirate fleet of more than 3,000 people in Click, not an ordinary pirate group. The shadow soldiers summoned by Lieutenant Coles could actually quickly defeat these pirates. It's too powerful. The main ship of the Click Pirates is the Delibnod Subaru, with a Black Panther-shaped bow and 3 decks. At this time, Leader Crick, who was offered a bounty of 18 million berries, was still having a banquet on the ship, feasting with his pirates. Hearing the sound of fighting outside, Adjin walked out of the cabin drunkenly and looked towards the place where the battle took place. In Adjin's impression, there were more than a dozen pirate ships over there, and the combat power was very strong. But with this glance, more than half of the original dozen pirate ships had sunk, and the dense companions were asking for help on the sea. The planned time has not arrived yet, right? The drunkenness on Adjin's face has dissipated. He was very confused. Could it be that Captain William launched the attack in advance? A white sword light appeared in sight, and the pirate ship struck by the sword light split into 2 halves and sank suddenly. Adjin quickly identified the battlefield, and after confirming that the attack was not initiated by Captain William but by the Navy, he quickly walked into the main ship to report. Admiral, the Navy is under attack. The left-wing fleet is close to destruction. Sitting on the main seat at the top of the cabin was a purple-haired man over 2 meters tall, wearing a golden armor on his upper body, which was particularly eye-catching. Hearing the naval attack, Crick raised his ape-like face, and his original drinking movements became stiff. When Akin said that the left wing was almost completely wiped out, Click immediately said angrily, "What a joke. You know, his left-wing fleet consisted of 12 pirate ships and more than 1,000 pirates. How could they be defeated in such a short period of time?" Ajin spoke with great solemnity. "Admiral Creek, I'm not kidding. This is a real naval attack." Click's expression became gloomy, and he quickly stood up and walked towards the outside world. He knew that Adjin would not joke, and if he was not joking. As Crick walked out of the cabin, he saw a shocking scene. The fleet on the left wing has been destroyed, and there are few ships that can fight normally at this time. And the attacking Navy. There is only one small patrol ship. How could there be only one patrol ship? Immediately afterwards, under Creek's shocked eyes, a pirate ship began to sail towards the main ship at high speed. And on this pirate ship, there is a young officer wearing a Navy coat standing. Is this man the culprit who destroyed 12 pirate ships? Sink that ship quickly. Crick sensed a great crisis and immediately ordered the gunners on the ship to launch a bombardment. He didn't care at all that there were no surviving companions on the pirate ship. He only needed to kill the enemy who was in danger for him. More than a dozen cannonballs rushed out. There was a piercing sound in the air. Lonlos slashed with the black long sword in his hand, and with a flying slash, these shells detonated in mid-air in advance. A violent explosion sounded in the air, and the flames rose and exploded, lighting up several breaths of time even in the dark night. The pirate ship at the feet of Coles, driven by the Shadow Murloc, approached Crick's 3-decker main ship at extremely high speed. When the two ships are about to collide, using the self-taught shave, Coles appeared directly on the bow of the huge sailboat. The pirates on the deck were all shocked and didn't understand why this marine was so fast. And being able to break into the main ship without incident shows how powerful the Navy in front of him is. Click's pupils immediately shrank, and he said with a stern look, "What exactly do you want to do?" Cole's cold voice came out, and from behind, shadow soldiers landed on the deck one after another. "I can only say that you are unlucky to have blocked my way back. Therefore, you and your pirate fleet will be destroyed today." 55. Shadow a Shenglong Fist. Destroy the Crick pirates. If it were any other time, hearing other people talking nonsense like this, Crick and these pirates would have laughed and ridiculed. But after seeing the destruction of the 12 pirate fleets, they felt cold in their hearts. The black shadow soldiers exuding a strong aura made the pirates' present eyelids twitch and tremble with fear. This young naval officer. It seems that he really has the power to destroy them. However, as a pirate admiral commanding thousands of people, Crick would not be easily frightened. Even if he would die today, he would not sit and wait for death. Moreover, based on the special characteristics of the shadow soldiers around him, Crick also guessed the identity of Coles's devil fruit ability at this time. Don't be afraid, little ones. As long as you kill this navy, all crises can be solved. Click. The armor on Crick's body turned, and the sophisticated firearms hidden behind the armor were exposed, and the black muzzle was directly aimed at Coles. Da-da-da. Fire flashed from the muzzle. A large number of bullets were fired one after another. Whoosh. Coles used shaving. He quickly disappeared from the spot. Those bullets only hit the wooden mast, making a lot of bullet holes and sawdust. The shadow soldiers did not dodge, so the bullets actually swept the bodies of the shadow soldiers, making many dent holes. Unfortunately, under a surge of shadows, the bullet holes in the shadow soldiers were restored. This strange scene made the pirates on the main ship feel cold. Immortal body. Ajin's deep-set eyes condensed, and he spoke in disbelief. After Click launched the attack, the shadow soldiers also began to attack the pirates on the ship. Lonros slashed at the captain of the second unit of Click's pirate fleet. He was a fat man wrapped in a shield and believed that his defense was invincible. But as the knife flashed, the steel shield was cut like tofu, and Batai died immediately. On the other side, Barbarossa also faced Akin, the captain of the first unit of the Crick pirates. Relying on the overall strength enhanced by the second gear steam form, Barbarossa easily suppressed Akin, who was extremely good at fighting. Nearly 100 shadow soldiers instantly rushed together with the pirates on the main ship. Under the powerful strength of the shadow soldiers, the battle was almost crushing. However, none of the shadow soldiers attacked Crick, because that was the prey of the king. On the mast of the main ship, Coles stood at the highest point, quietly watching everything below. Then dived down. Caught. With a high-speed fall of more than 10 meters, the power of this knife was very strong. Crick immediately used the huge shield on his shoulder to block Coles's slash. The crisp sound of metal collision rang out. Sparks flew at the collision. Although Cole's swordsmanship is already the top of precision swordsmanship, he has not yet broken through to the realm of cutting iron. Facing armor that is harder than steel, he can't cut it. Crick raised his arm shield, and a huge hole appeared on it. Seeing this, the pirates present were more terrified than seeing the shadow soldiers. Because it contained a poison gas bomb specially made by Crick, once fired, as long as it is inhaled into the body, it will inevitably be fatally poisoned. It is a large-scale, killing weapon. Admiral, you can't use MH5 here. Ajin, who was suppressed by Barbarossa on the side, reminded anxiously. Yes, leader. We can't use it, we will die too. Similarly, the other pirates on the ship also nodded in response. Without a gas mask, they would definitely be poisoned. Crick behind the shield didn't care so much. He had deeply sensed the strength of the Navy in front of him. Now he could only win by launching poison gas bombs unexpectedly. Although this would cause other unprepared pirates to be attacked by the poison gas as well. But it had nothing to do with him. As long as he could win, it didn't matter if he sacrificed others. Go to hell. Facing Crick's sneer, Coles had already guessed that the other party was going to launch a poison gas bomb, and he didn't hold back. Sweep his right leg. The powerful force directly swept Crick up, causing him to lose his center of gravity. The poison gas bomb that Crick originally launched at Coles also lost its center of gravity and direction, and finally shot at a pirate ship next to it. Boom. Purple poison gas burst out. The pirates on that ship did not expect this sudden appearance of the poison gas bomb at all. In a short moment, the pirates on the ship turned purple eggplant-colored and lost their mobility because of the poison gas entering their bodies. And on the main ship, Crick, who was swept up, was kicked higher by Coles again. At the same time, Coles put down the long sword in his hand, put the 5 fingers of his right hand together, and a huge shadow power gathered in his hand. In addition to his own huge power, the shadow power is even more surging. Shadow Rising Dragon Fist. Click's figure fell from above, and Coles's punch was ready to hit him head-on. Under Coles's punch, the shadow power turned into a mighty and unstoppable dragon shape and hit the hard armor fiercely. Crack. This straight hook collided with the hard armor, and the armor was directly shattered. And the huge and powerful force suddenly fell on Click's body. the extremely strong impact force. It caused Click's body to suffer great pain. Blood gushed out from the corners of his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he was beaten unconscious. Click's body flew into the sky for dozens of meters, and after the remaining power disappeared, it fell at a high speed like a kite with a broken line, making a loud bang. Bang. Because of the gravity of the fall, Click's body smashed through several layers of building decks, but it finally ended at the bottom deck, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. On the deck, the pirates of the Click Pirates were knocked down one after another, and no one could stand up again. It was just after the battle of the main ship ended. The other 20 or so pirate ships were also flooded with seawater and sank under the attack of Along and 50 Shadow Fishmen, the overlord of the East China Sea. The Click Pirates, a large fleet of more than 3,000 people. In just one night, it was quickly defeated by Coles and his shadow soldiers. If you want to calculate the time, it has not even been half an hour since the battle started. Coles asked the Navy on the patrol ship to contact the Rogue Town Naval Base. After all, it is a large fleet of pirates with 3,000 people. There are still some follow-up matters that need to be handled, such as cleaning the battlefield and capturing pirate prisoners. The 50 Navy troops on the small patrol ship are not enough. It was night. In the communication room of the Rogue Town Naval Base, the voice of the Den Den Mushy kept ringing. The on-duty Navy took the receiver on the Den Den Mushy. "Hello, this is Rogue Town." However, when the on-duty Navy heard the message from the Navy on the other side of the Den Den Mushy, his expression became extremely shocked. He ran out and shouted frantically. Important information: the East Sea Overlord Crick Pirates were defeated by Lieutenant Coles. The fleet of 3,000 people was defeated. Admiral Crick was captured alive. In a flash, the lights in the Rogue Town Naval Base, which had been turned off, were brightly lit, and it was as bright as day. The sea area on the edge of Rogue Town. It has been several hours since the battle with the Crick Pirates. On the main ship of the Crick Pirates, Crick, whose eyes rolled back and lost consciousness, was lifted to the deck by the shadow soldiers. Crick still had some life at this time and was captured alive by Coles. He looked away from Crick. Crick's eyes fell on a middle-aged man who was a little skinny, suffered many attacks, but was still alive. Before, he faintly heard other pirates call this man Mr. Akin. Crick Pirates. Mysterious Akin. This is a person that Coles had a deep impression of in his previous life. There is a huge story behind him, and there are all kinds of speculations about his identity. Unexpectedly, he actually captured Ajin. So does Ajin really have a special identity? At this moment, a familiar ship came from afar. However, it was not a Navy ship, but the William Pirates that he had seen before. 56. Arkin, William, Jeff. William Pirates. Looking at the pirate ship approaching in the distance, Coles murmured softly, "For this pirate group." Coles is no stranger. Likewise, the rest of the Navy soldiers present were no strangers, because they encountered the William Pirates on their first day as recruits, which was even the fear and nightmare in these people's hearts. With his hands tied, Ajin turned his body lying on his back and looked hard at the pirate ship in the distance. In his blurred vision, Ajin seemed to see Captain William and Vice Captain Jeff. A flood of long-ago memories emerged. About 10 years ago. Crunch, crunch. The wooden board made a clear, buzzing sound. In the darkness of the cabin, a dozen children were shackled and imprisoned in this dark environment. These children were all in their teens and were in a very weak condition because the people on the boat would only throw in a few cold black bread from time to time. This kind of food can only barely keep the children's bellies filled, and while hanging on to their lives, there won't be much resistance. As for the reason, it is naturally because these children are kidnapped slaves. The guards outside are human traffickers. Human traffickers are responsible for transporting kidnapped slaves to special places for sale in exchange for more valuable benefits. This is how they make money. This cabin room dedicated to holding slaves was dark, damp, and smelled extremely bad. The thin Ajin sat in a corner in the dark with his arms curled up, waiting quietly. Being kidnapped by human traffickers, he still couldn't clearly understand his fate. As a clear and harsh door opened, the light was almost blinding. Some food had been thrown in by traffickers and scattered on the stained planks of the cabin. As slave children, they had no right to be picky. Driven by hunger in their bellies, they immediately burst out with strength to snatch the food. Maybe it's out of good intentions. Today, the food traffickers throw to them is no longer brown bread, but steamed corn. When the slightly hot corn was held in his hands, Ajin felt completely fulfilled. The door was closed again. The room fell into darkness again. Ajin grasped the corn tightly as if it were a treasure, and then slowly returned to his previous seat. There was a gurgling sound in his stomach, and the severe pain in his stomach meant that he was very hungry. Ajin was about to eat this rare corn, but his eyes suddenly fell on a young man next to him. This young man is about the same age as Ajin, 12 or 13 years old. He has blonde hair and slightly whiter skin, like a child from a noble family. I don't know why the blonde boy didn't grab the food, maybe because he was physically weak. After all, the blonde boy's lips were extremely chapped, and he was severely dehydrated. Maybe it's because kindness remains in my heart. Ajin suddenly chose to break the corn in his hand in half and gave half of it to the blonde boy, who had not eaten for a long time. Thank you. The blonde boy opened his eyes, looked directly at Ajin for a while, and took the half of the corn without refusing. Ajin didn't say anything more and started to wolf down the remaining half of the corn. The warm corn entered his mouth, and Ajin immediately felt a hint of dry and sweet moisture. Eventually, the energy from this half of the corn began to give Ajin's body some strength again. After eating corn, Ajin continued to sit in the corner. He knew that after eating these foods this time, the next food might not be available until a day or two later. In the silent darkness, the blonde boy asked softly, "My name is William. What's yours?" "Akin." After that, the two stopped talking and continued to wait quietly in the dark room, waiting for an unknown future. From time to time, the sound of crashing waves can be heard by the ears, and the hull of the boat will become bumpy due to the ups and downs of the sea surface. Ajin has long been accustomed to these. In the darkness, Ajin slowly fell asleep. When he woke up again, he was awakened by the quarrels outside. Through the wooden walls of the cabin, Ajin could vaguely hear some conversations and curses. It was probably that the slave ship had encountered a pirate ship. The two parties did not agree on some interests. Then, fighting broke out. The slave boys in the cabin became alert. After about 10 minutes of fighting, the noise outside gradually subsided, and there seemed to be only one survivor. Da-da-da. A burst of heavy footsteps came from outside the door, and the sound of opening the door with a dull sound reached everyone's ears, and the wooden door suddenly opened. Through the blinding light, Ajin found a stout man with a beard standing outside the door. "This is the owner of this slave ship." The hope that arose in Ajin's heart disappeared. The slave ship owner glanced at all the slaves in the room and threatened in a cold voice, "You all should be honest and don't think about escaping. There is still a way to survive if you stay here. Leave this ship. How with your abilities, you can only wait for death." However, the slave ship owner responded with a cold gunshot. Ajin turned his head in confusion, because the person who fired the gun turned out to be the blonde boy named William next to him. Where did he get the flintlock? Ajin could not know these doubts, but with the death of the slave ship owner, no one could stop these teenagers from leaving. William found the key from the dead slave ship owner, unlocked the shackles on his body, and also gave the key to Ajin and other teenagers. A moment later, William found a small boat and food and asked the temporarily liberated teenagers, "I want to survive on my own. Do you want to follow me? It is definitely not possible to stay on this slave ship, because there must be more than this group of these traffickers, and there will definitely be new people to pick them up later. If you continue to stay here, you will still become a slave." But as the slave ship owner said, the vast ocean, relying on only a small boat, the chance of survival is slim. In the end, only Ajin and another teenager chose to board the boat. The three of them paddled into the boundless sea while gradually getting familiar with each other. William asked another boy with messy hair, "What's your name? Why are you tied to the slave ship?" The boy sneered and answered, "My name is Jeff. I was not kidnapped. I was sold by my parents. They had too many children and could not afford to support them, so they sold me to human traffickers at a low price." The boat fell into silence for a while. Afterwards, William asked Ajin, "Ajin, what about you?" Ajin answered without hiding anything, "My father is a fisherman. He encountered a shipwreck while taking me out to sea to fish. I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Although I was lucky enough to survive, I was hit by a slave ship and became a slave waiting to be sold." After hearing Ajin's experience, Jeff couldn't help but look at William, who rescued them. "What about you, William?" I'm just a down-and-out nobleman." William smiled bitterly. The boat drifted on the sea, and the fate of the three teenagers was gradually united. It's a pity that they were not lucky enough to find land and islands at the beginning, but they were unlucky enough to meet a pirate ship. In desperation, the three could only join the pirate group and become trainee pirates. A few years later, the pirate group was hunted by the Navy and eventually disintegrated. William and his two companions escaped the pursuit of the Navy and landed in a place called Shimatsuki Village. After studying at the famous Isshin Dojo, they settled down temporarily. In Isshin Dojo, the three met Master Koshiro, who taught them swordsmanship, and also met senior brother Khan, who was peaceful to others. Later, William's swordsmanship talent unfolded, and he made great progress in the dojo. Akin and Jeff did not have such talent, and the gap in strength was quickly widened. After learning, because of William's ambition, the three returned to their old business and returned to the road of pirates. A few years ago, Akin was assigned by William to secretly sneak into the Clique pirates, step by step to gain the trust of Clique. Not long ago, William sent a message that he was going to attack the Clique pirates tonight and asked Akin to secretly cooperate. But he didn't expect it. The Clique pirates encountered a naval patrol ship in advance and were destroyed by Coles alone. 57. Battle against William, updated on February 20th. The William pirates arrive. Google search reading. Ajin's special news. Coles keenly guessed that Ajin might be related to the William pirates, but he had no way of knowing what the specific relationship was. As the William pirates approached, the originally relaxed atmosphere on the main ship became tense again. Finally, the two ships slowly came into contact. William led his fellow pirates onto the deck of Creek's main ship. His eyes first swept over Ajin's body. After confirming that Ajin was still alive, he gradually let go of his worries. Then, based on the battle situation at the scene, his eyes were fixed on the young naval officer not far away. Charlotte Coles, am I remembering correctly? Facing William's inquiry. Yeah, Coles replied calmly. William glanced at the defeated Creek pirates again and spoke out. It seems that you have made great progress during this period. You were able to defeat the 3,000-man fleet of the Creek pirate ship with just one patrol ship. Coles was noncommittal. What are you, the William pirates, doing here? Hearing this, William's heroic face showed a smile. The next moment, he pulled out the saber from his waist and rushed towards Coles. Coles was well prepared, holding a knife and colliding with the charging William. The two knives rubbed violently, causing sparks. What followed was a constant clash of swordsmanship. William had a smile on his face. I said before that when we meet next time, I hope you can personally take over my sword skills. It seemed that you have not disappointed me. Coles tightened his grip on the knife. Precise swordsmanship was performed, and every sword strike collided with William's swordsmanship attack. During this period, I have been training intensively on swordsmanship every day, just to shorten the distance between me and you. The naval soldiers at the rear were a little at a loss. They did not expect that Ensign Coles would fight with William from the beginning. And their strength is low. Facing a battle of this level, we can only wait for the result on the spot. At that time at the port of Rog Town, Coles faced William's extremely fast knife, and he deeply felt his own powerlessness. After that, under the huge pressure brought by William, he began to train tirelessly at a high level, with the purpose of being able to fight back when he met the opponent. After this period of growth, Coles' strength has also improved rapidly. Today, it's finally time to judge. Clang, clang, clang. After clashing with dozens of swords, Coles jumped up, the muscles in his hands tightened, and the long sword slashed down with great force. Wind Slash. A few days ago, he used this sword move to kill Aaron, who had a bounty of 20 million belly on his head, which shows how powerful this sword move is. After meeting William today, this sword move was struck again. The force of the strong wind became stronger and stronger, and finally fell with a sudden and extreme force. Facing the sword slashed by Coles, William's expression did not change, and he blocked the sword horizontally. Clang! The strong wind spread to all directions, blowing William's robes. But that was all. William knocked Coles back with a backhand knife. The progress of swordsmanship in less than a year is indeed rare and abnormal. However, do you think you can defeat me like this? After exiting for more than 10 meters. Coles charge again. Who knows? Main ship center. The two men, whose swordsmanship has surpassed the average level of Donghai, are constantly fighting. But as time passed, it became clear that Coles was suppressed by William. Although Coles's swordsmanship was already top-notch in precision swordsmanship, William's swordsmanship was far beyond him, and he began to suppress him easily. This is not the iron-cutting realm. It's a swordsman level. Cole's expression instantly became solemn, but he was already prepared for this, and he was not much shocked or confused. Die. William was not prepared to keep his hand, so he accelerated his figure and slashed down with the long knife in his hand like a ghost. Lon Los. Following Cole's order. A Shadow Knight commander wearing bright black armor and a red cape appeared behind him, and the long sword transformed from the shadow blocked William's fatal blow. And Coles also took advantage of this opportunity. The knife in his hand swept across. After all, William is a master of superb swordsmanship, and his reflexes are extremely strong. He quickly retreated, and then his eyes fell on Lon Los. This is your devil fruit ability. The pirate Agilin escaped. The specific way in which Cole's devil fruit ability is demonstrated is naturally known to the other party. Therefore, it was not surprising for William to see it. Coles did not answer William's question and joined forces with Lon Los to attack William together. As a master of swordsmanship at the same level as a swordsman, Lon Los can very effectively contain William. Coles also took this advantage to reverse the situation that was originally suppressed by William. As for the William pirates, the pirates were originally full of confidence in Captain William. But with the appearance of Lon Los, the situation changed, and I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Among them, the pirate Agilin, who had fought against Coles before, was filled with doubts. Clearly, Coles was just a recruit with the same strength as him before. Why did he improve so quickly in less than a year? After Ratan's death, Adulon also trained very hard, and now his bounty has increased to 10 million Baileys. But facing the strength of Captain William, he still can't last more than a sword. But Coles can fight with Captain William for so long, and they are evenly matched. This makes him a little unbelievable. Is it the talent of the evildoer or the devil fruit? In Agilin's opinion, it's both. The Black Shadow Knight is Cole's devil fruit ability. In addition to the devil fruit ability, Cole's own swordsmanship is far superior to him. After all, Adulon has only recently entered the realm of precise swordsmanship. Swords collide. The sound kept ringing on the main ship. The three weapons collided with each other, and the three figures also staggered from time to time. Swish. William separated Lon Los's shadow sword and stabbed Lon Los's arm with one move. The shadow body was penetrated, but Lon Los felt no pain at all and slashed down with the long sword in his hand. Boom. A huge crack was directly cut on the deck of the main ship of Click. William quickly dodged and observed Lon Los, gradually recovering shadow body. Thinking of the situation reported by Adulon at that time, he guessed that the shadow soldier might not die. Coles used Shave to appear behind William and slashed at William's head. The long sword in William's hand inserted into the deck, and his body dodged in a special posture, barely avoiding the attack. A strand of hair was still cut off. In the time when the hair fell to the ground, William counterattacked Coles dozens of times. Although he was about to kill Coles, Lon Los was already close, forcing him to turn around and defend. The battle was deadlocked. 10 minutes later, William forced Coles and Lon Los to retreat with a sword and spoke confidently. A swordsman-level fighter is indeed good, but you must have some restrictions when you summon him to fight. Coles did not answer this. Because the fact is indeed as William said, although summoning the shadow can let Lon Los fight for him, his mental power is constantly consumed, and he can no longer support the summoning for too long. William said again, I can give you a choice now. Take your subordinate soldiers away, and I will not attack you again. Agin is your companion. Coles looked at the middle-aged man among the captives. That's right, William admitted, and then continued. Originally, I was going to attack the Click pirates today, but I didn't expect you to get there first. Release Agin, and you can leave. Coles slowly exhaled. He turned his head and looked at the pirate captives and subordinate Navy soldiers behind him. This scene seemed to take him back to the port of Rogue Town, when William threatened Major Khan with new recruits to exchange for Jeff. Finally, Coles's eyes returned to William and said seriously, Your proposal is good, but I refuse. 58. Determination to risk one's life. Why? William had some doubts in his heart. Google search reading. The proposal he made was obviously a good situation for both parties. Why would Coles refuse? Faced with William's doubts, Coles shook his head slightly, with determination in his eyes. Because I don't want to retreat. The original port of Rogtown. William traded Navy recruits for Jeff and successfully evacuated, which has always been an obstacle in some people's minds. Coles was weak at that time. Nothing can be done about it. But today, he has the right to refuse. William narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous aura spread out around him. Do you think you can beat me? It's difficult, Coles said honestly. Then why did you reject my proposal? Hearing this, William became even more confused. Oh. Coles inserted the standard fighting knife in his hand into the deck. Los returned to the shadow world, and then stared at his hands. Since the end of the recruit period, my strength has improved dramatically, and almost all the enemies I encountered after that were not challenging. In the following days, I remained stable and continued to improve and train steadily. Strength increased again. This time I went out to sea to perform a mission. Whether it was fighting Aaron or having a conflict with Click, I felt very relaxed. Even though everything was in control and expected, I always felt like something was missing. Until you appeared, I finally saw what I was missing. William did not interrupt Cole's words, but listened quietly from a distance. Cole stretched out his fingers. The power of shadow surges in your hands. I'm actually a layman, and I care about a lot of things. Because I'm afraid of dying and unable to protect those I want to protect, I'm always hesitant. On this point, perhaps Major Khan and I have the same thing. William did not refute this. Because in his image, Senior Brother Khan is such a person, always thinking a lot, which is why, at the port of Rogtown, William was able to force Senior Brother Khan to agree to the exchange. After you said that you could avoid fighting by letting me take people away, I was also moved. It seems like a voice is saying, I'm not strong enough, I just need to go back to training and practice again until I can beat you. Don't be afraid of a single failure. But can this really make you stronger? I kept looking at myself and looking for what I was missing to become stronger. As Cole's words came out, William saw a new shadow appearing next to Cole's. It turns out, what I have been lacking is the determination to risk my life. Coles reached into the shadow with his right hand and took out a long knife with a strange red light emitting from the blade. This knife is scarlet. The blade is extremely curved. It seems like a crescent moon. It was on the ghost ship that the demon sword Red Moon was obtained from Ranlos. Ranked in the 21 skills of the Great Knife, Coles did not use the power of shadow to isolate the demon sword, but directly touched it with his hand. There was a cold feeling at the handle of the knife. Weird and cold. Coles straightened his arm and pointed the demon sword blade at William in the distance. The blade evenly divided William into two halves, very symmetrical. This battle, I'll risk my life. As Cole's voice came out, the entire main ship deck fell into silence, and even the wind seemed to have forgotten to breathe. The eyes of Dasky and other Navy soldiers were filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that the ensign would say such decisive words. Is this the essential difference between the second lieutenant and them? We are indeed far worse than that. William is Cole's rival. After hearing these words, a very happy smile appeared on his face. It's really rare. It's been a long time since I met an enemy who risked my life. Charlotte Coles, if you were not a Marine, I think I would definitely invite you to join my pirate group. Faced with William's words of approval, Coles didn't show much other expressions and still held the demon knife steadily. I'm sorry, I don't think I'll be a pirate or anything like that. Coles refused outright, even if this is just William's assumption. And William did not show any embarrassment when he was strongly rejected. After all, he said, what if? It's not like Coles was really invited and rejected, so there wasn't much of an embarrassment. William also pulled out the famous sword from his waist. This famous sword is Jingtao. It is one of the 50 skills of good knives. It has a black lacquered blade and a random edge pattern on the blade. After re-unsheathing, light flashed on the blade. A gust of breeze blew in, causing the navy coat behind Coles to flutter. Similarly, the black cloak on William's back also blew loudly. William held the famous sword Jingtao. His eyes fell on Coles. His domineering expression leaked out. Then, come on. There was silence for a moment. Everyone's attention is drawn. Da-da-da. The next moment, Coles moved his legs, and his thick-soled leather boots made a crisp sound on the deck. Transmission of sound. Always one step ahead. When everyone heard the rapid footsteps, they also saw Coles rushing towards William like a tiger out of a cage. William on the opposite side did not choose to sit and wait for death, and also rushed out. However, William was wearing light-soled boots on his feet, and the sound was slightly lighter than Coles's stepping on the wooden board. Da-da-da, ta-da-da. The distance between the two was instantly shortened, and then the two famous swords collided. A clear sound was heard. Then the two retreated. Coles stepped hard, stopped on a deck, and continued to charge. William did the same. However, after several collisions, William felt that his strength was not as good as Coles. Is the strength strong? William relied on his superb swordsmanship to sweep towards Coles with a knife. The speed of this knife was extremely fast. Coles also relied on the amplified reaction power brought by the shadow fruit in the shadow, so he barely bent down and dodged. Swish! The huge mast next to it was implicated. Under the sharp blade of William's famous sword, Jingtao, the mast was directly cut flat. Then, without the support force, the mast collapsed heavily towards the deck on the side. Coles and William avoided the direction where the mast collapsed and continued to fight with swordsmanship. The clear sound of blade collision rang from time to time. William stared at the demon sword Hongwei in Coles's hand and asked, "The sword in your hand is a bit weird, and the quality is extraordinary. I said a famous sword?" Coles avoided the opponent's straight slash and counterattacked with a diagonal slash. "This is a demon sword." Hearing Coles' answer, William's face showed a clear look, and a powerful slash pushed Coles back. "No wonder, but the demon sword has always been an ominous thing. Use it to fight. Aren't you afraid that you will be harmed by the demon sword in the end?" Coles used shave to flash behind William, without any retreat in his eyes. "A strong swordsman will not be afraid of difficulties, not to mention that the demon sword is now under my control. What's the ominous thing? If you have the ability, let it come." Facing Coles's attack from behind, William didn't even turn around, but directly backhanded a knife and forced Coles back. How arrogant! But without summoning that sword master-level shadow soldier, do you think you can defeat me? Coles retreated to the superstructure of the main ship and said lightly, "How do you know if you don't try?" William stood with a knife. There was a serious look in his eyes. "Then I'm ready to get serious." Looking at William, whose momentum was rising, Coles also slowly raised his head in the night sky. Black clouds moved and moonlight gradually fell. Under the clear moonlight, the demon sword Hongwei suddenly emitted a strange red light. This special power enveloped his whole body, doubling his strength. "In that case, then I will choose to explode too." 59. Coles Offensive. In the night Google search reading, a bright moon emerged from the cover of black clouds, and its clear and translucent light fell gently on the world below. The sea is reflected by the sparkling waves, and under the dark night, it is filled with a sense of loneliness. And the main ship of the Creek Pirates. As the clear moon shrouded down, the demon knife in Coles' hand underwent strange changes. The blade of its blade is scarleter. Just looking from a distance, there is a strong sense of attraction that makes people almost unable to take their eyes away. Coles, shrouded in strange red power, had a dramatic change in momentum. If Coles's momentum before was like a calm eagle, then his current momentum has turned into a violent strange bird. Although William's aura also increased, it was only showing his true power. And the changes in Coles. William's eyes fell solemnly on the scarlet demon knife, and he already had a guess in his mind. It's the weirdness of that demon knife. In this world, there are many incomprehensible powers, devil fruits, legendary curses, mysterious seas, etc. To this, William didn't show much shock. The top of the superstructure. Coles stood on it, and the strong wind blew from the sea, blowing his black hair and the navy coat behind his back. Under the amplification of moonlight, this demon sword Hongwei also showed its true power. But at the same time, countless distracting thoughts also poured into Cole's mind crazily, intending to control him. It must be resolved quickly. Coles did not hesitate. Veins popped up in his right hand, holding the demon sword. The stronger force made him slightly uncomfortable. The surrounding wind became more violent. The power of red floats in the wind. Wind slash. The sword move he had performed before was slashed out again. This time, under the superposition of the power of the demon sword, the rushing wind seemed to be colored scarlet. William raised his head, just in time to see Coles leaping up, holding a scarlet demon knife, intersecting with the moon in the sky, and then falling down at a very fast speed. The power of this slash is different from before. But William still did not escape. because at this time he had already used all his strength and had full confidence in himself. Famous sword, Jingtao horizontal rail, blocked the violent wind slash that Coles slashed with the demon sword from above. Pong. But a huge force came from the blade, causing hard deck under William's feet to collapse and crack, forming extremely fine fibers. At the same time, the violent wind brought by the wind slash spread in all directions. The fierce wind made it impossible for the pirates and naval soldiers watching the battle to see directly. With the increased power of the demon sword, Coles's violent wind slash was very powerful, but it was still impossible to defeat the swordsman-level William. So, after one move failed, Coles jumped up again and attacked. Shadow Knight's Spear. In the sky, a knight's gun composed of black shadow power with an upper tip and a lower circle appeared. Immediately afterwards, the 2-meter-long spear bombarded William at an extremely fast speed. Since it is a life-and-death battle, naturally, Coles will not keep it, and the Devil Fruit ability will be developed at the same time as the sword skills. The attack of the Shadow Spear. William felt a hint of danger in his heart and relied on his body reaction to quickly dodge away. Boom. The jet black Shadow Knight gun was suddenly nailed to the position where William was just now, and the nearly 1-meter tip of the gun did not penetrate into the deck, which shows how powerful it is. And William also began to fight back. Holding a famous sword, he slashed at the broken mast where Coles was standing. A ray of blue sword light was cut out by William, which contains surging power. Flying slash. In other words, the power of sword energy. This is the power of swordsmanship at the swordsman level. Although Cole's strength has nearly doubled due to the strange increase in the demon sword Red Moon's power, he still cannot reach the level of a swordsman. Boom. The blue sword energy slashed through the mast, which was only about 1 meter away, and split it into 2 halves. The remaining sword energy cut an extremely long crack on the deck. Gudo. The naval soldiers watching the battle swallowed a mouthful of saliva after seeing this slash. Such a powerful force. Is this still something humans can send out? William's strength is so strong. Can Second Lieutenant Coles deal with it? While speculation continued in the minds of the naval soldiers, Coles' figure had already launched another attack. Silent slash. Coles appeared silently next to William, slashing the left side of William's abdomen at an angle with the demon knife in his hand. However, William had already discovered Coles' intention and blocked it with a knife in advance. Silent slash has been cracked. All the time. When Coles used the silent slash technique, he almost always killed the enemy quickly and silently. Unexpectedly, he was easily blocked by William today. However, this is quite normal. After all, Cole's silent slash was just a replay of the battle after the battle with Crow, and it was created from Crow's silent step and spoon. That is not an overly powerful sword move. For William, a swordsman-level swordsman, silent slash was indeed a bit unsatisfactory, and Coles expected it to be cracked. After William finished breaking Cole's silent chop, he slashed at Cole's neck with his backhand. Coles immediately used Shave and disappeared on the spot, avoiding the attack. Shave was used again. His figure kept flashing on the deck. Facing the high-speed moving Coles, William's expression remained the same. After a few breaths, William slashed out in advance. In that direction, Coles' figure just appeared. Although he quickly twisted his body after noticing it, his figure was still cut. Coles flew backwards. The white navy uniform was cut open, and scars appeared on the shoulder, and blood seeped out of it. Coles lowered his head slightly and looked at the wound on his shoulder, and his thoughts quickly turned in his mind. He was finally injured. After the end of the recruit period, he was rarely injured by others. This is the feeling of danger. A nameless anger suddenly appeared in his thoughts, making him want to kill and want to injure William, and his killing intent increased sharply. This is the influence of the demon's sword. Coles noticed it keenly. After temporarily suppressing these distracting thoughts and influences, his eyes suddenly contracted because William's flying slash was already in front of him. Second Lieutenant, be careful. The Navy soldiers immediately shouted anxiously. They had just seen how powerful William's sword energy slash was. If he was hit head-on, boom. The sword energy slash fell in front of Coles, and he could no longer dodge. He could only resist it. Coles used the demon sword Red Moon as the center and used the blade to fight against the slash. A powerful force broke out from the front, and he could only resist it with all his strength. During the resistance, his figure retreated more than 10 meters, and the sword energy slash gradually disappeared under the collision, but his strength was consumed greatly. His arm seemed to be hit by a huge rock, and a faint pain came out. Blocked. Coles actually blocked it. Dashiki's face was full of shock, and the other Navy soldiers were the same. I didn't expect that Lieutenant Coles could actually block such a powerful blow. On the side of the William pirates who were watching the battle, the pirates gradually showed puzzlement on their faces. Captain William is now fully powerful, but why can Charlotte Coles fight with a captain for such a long time? And the situation is evenly matched? You must know that in their minds, Captain William's strength is almost invincible in the East China Sea. How could that young Navy be able to be evenly matched with the captain? This is too rare. Battle Center. Although Coles can continue to fight with William with the amplified power brought by the Demon Sword, the influence of the Demon Sword in his mind is constantly increasing. If this continues, he must be controlled by the Demon Sword. No, he must fight hard. Coles showed determination in his eyes and backhanded the Demon Sword Hongyue as if to put the sword away. His mind became peaceful. Everything around him seemed to fall into silence. Then Coles rushed out quickly and attacked William, who was not far away. Aye Knight's Elegy. 60. Fight aborted. Aye Knight's Elegy. This is the first move Coles meditated on. In the past 10 months, he has been strengthening his practice. It can be said that this Aye move is Coles' strongest sword move at this stage. The body is slightly bent forward. It is like a bow and crossbow. The posture of the waist and thighs is coordinated, and the explosive combination of power is formed. In this move, the power and spirit are gathered together. Swish. Facing Coles's move, William's face also showed a solemn expression, and he also used Aye to counterattack. In an instant, 2 sword lights, one blue and one red, appeared on the deck and finally collided and crossed each other. Coles and William each turned their backs. The spectators watched and waited nervously, and the atmosphere in the field fell into silence for a while. Swish. A bright red knife wound appeared on Coles' chest, and the blood quickly dyed the white military uniform red and red. This blow was a slash. He was seriously injured. On the other side, on William's abdomen, the white shirt tore open, and a 10-centimeter wound appeared. Blood seeped out from it. Although it was slow, he was indeed injured. There was some disbelief in William's eyes. His strength had already broken through to the level of a swordsman. In this East China Sea, there was actually someone who could hurt him? It was really rare. I am very happy to meet an opponent like you, but unfortunately, it's over. William took a step, turned slowly, and there was no more contempt in his eyes. A violent sword move slashed at Coles. Waveless slash. A surging blue sword light surged out. Like the raging waves on the sea, it rushed towards Coles unstoppably. This is not the difference in sword moves. This is the essential difference in sword power. Facing William's extremely powerful sword energy slash, Coles did not turn around because the demon sword was violently affecting his mind. Want to control him completely. His handsome face was wrinkled under the influence and control of this distracting thought. The body was unable to move for a while. At the critical moment, Coles's clear voice suddenly sounded on the ship. Lanlos. Behind Coles. Shadow power surged. A black knight wearing black armor and a red cloak quickly appeared. It was the Lanlos who disappeared before. It is my duty to protect the king. As the strongest knight in the Silver Moon Kingdom, Lanlos raised the black sword in his hand high and fought for protection again. Silver Moon slash. The black sword fell. A dazzling sword light was slashed out. Under the illumination of the clear moonlight, this sword energy attack was like a white crescent moon. Boom. The 2 sword energy slashes collided with each other. The violent energy fluctuations spread out, and the strong white light forced the spectators around to cover their eyes with their hands. Avoid eyes being hurt by strong light. Slashing the center of the collision, the wooden deck was tattered by the energy impact. Before the light faded, William rushed forward and attacked again. And Lanros also followed his duty and guarded the king closely. Swish. William cut Lanros' arm with a knife, but his thigh was also cut by Lanros' shadow sword. The next moment, Lanros' shadow body recovered and continued to fight William without any impact. Clang, clang, clang. The swords continued to collide. After fighting Alonros, who was not afraid of injuries, William's injuries gradually increased. We can't fight like this anymore. William felt a sense of urgency. Because Lonros still maintained his peak combat power with the immortal recovery characteristics of the Shadow Soldiers, while William's injuries gradually became serious under the superposition. Suddenly, William's offensive changed, and he unexpectedly killed Coles, who was not prepared at all. Your Devil Fruit ability is indeed powerful, and the Shadow Soldier has a nearly immortal characteristic, which is extremely difficult to deal with. But you seem to have forgotten. As long as the Devil Fruit ability user dies, any powerful ability will become ineffective. When William's attack was about to come, Coles suddenly opened his eyes, and the remaining struggle on his face disappeared. Shadow power emerged next to him. A sturdy, red-bearded Barbarossa appeared. Barbarossa blocked the fatal knife for Coles, and his body was chopped into pieces. But this did not have much impact on Barbarossa, because the Shadow Soldier is immortal. You also seem to have forgotten that I have never fought you alone. Coles abandoned the Demon Sword and turned to fight William with the Shadow Fruit ability. Shadow Soldier alone appeared behind William, and his sharp teeth suddenly bit William's shoulder. If bitten by the terrifying bite force, William's knife arm would inevitably suffer severe damage, and he could only fight back with his elbow. Bang! The powerful force smashed a jaw into a shadow. But this also exposed William's flaw. In front, Coles seized the opportunity and raised his right leg, like a powerful crossbow ready to be fired, with the shadow power surging violently. Then the right leg kicked out suddenly. Shadow Meteor Kick. During this period, in addition to honing his precise swordsmanship, Coles spent most of his time developing and mastering the power of the Shadow Fruit. Shadow Rising Dragon Fist and Shadow Meteor Kick are the powerful attacking moves he developed. This extremely fast kicking technique, carrying the power of Shadow, made it impossible for William to dodge. The kicking technique hit William's chest fiercely, and the powerful force directly kicked him dozens of meters away. On the way of flying backwards at high speed, William could no longer suppress his injuries and spit out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, floating in the air. Boom. In the end, William's figure smashed the wooden wall of the cabin building and flew into it. Captain, are you okay? Seeing this, the crew members of William's pirate group couldn't help but exclaimed and rushed there. After a few breaths, William walked out of the broken cabin, with blood hanging from the corners of his mouth and his chest heaving violently. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. Captain, let's go together. Yes, let's deal with this group of Navy together. The crew members of William Pirates spoke one after another, obviously feeling strongly indignant about Coles summoning multiple Shadow Soldiers to fight. In response to this, Coles was not afraid at all. Because he had nearly 100 immortal Shadow Soldiers, he was not afraid of group battles at all. Just as the pirates of William Pirates were excited and ready to fight the captain together, a young pirate who was observing the sea suddenly spoke. It's bad, Captain. Several warships are coming on the sea in the distance. On the Navy side, someone also discovered the ships in the distance. After confirming the situation, he reported to Coles with great joy. Lieutenant Coles, it's Colonel Smoker who brought people to support. Great. We have hope of survival. The appearance of several warships. The Navy present immediately got rid of the gloom in their hearts, not to mention that these warships were led by Colonel Smoker himself. Don't worry about me, you go first. The captured agent also knew the change of the situation and immediately shouted to William. William remained silent. The atmosphere on the scene was tense for a while. Vice Captain Jeff turned his head and looked at the warships in the distance. After judging the combat power of both sides, he said anxiously, Captain, the situation is not good. Let's retreat first and rescue Agin later. William was seriously injured at this time. If he was surrounded by Smoker and the warships, this time William's pirate group would definitely fall here. William sighed in his heart. In the end, he could only choose to evacuate temporarily. Charlotte Coles, today's battle ends here. Next time, I will rescue Agin again. Let's go. The people of William's pirate group quickly returned to their pirate ship and left before Smoker and several warships arrived. As William's pirate group disappeared, Coles finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he didn't want to stop them. It's just that his injuries forced him to stop, and his mental strength was severely depleted. The Shadow Soldiers can't last long. If they continue to fight William, the situation behind is full of unknowns and unpredictable. It's better to temporarily stop the battle. I'll fight William next time. Coles didn't take back the shadow soldiers until Smoker approached with the warship. After reporting to Smoker what just happened, Coles went to receive treatment. After all, he was seriously injured in the battle with William and had to be treated as soon as possible. P.S. According to a reader's question, a bug of the shadow soldiers was modified. The shadow soldiers are still afraid of the sea water, and the fish soldiers cannot go into the sea. The author didn't think it through at the time, and I'm very sorry. If you find any problems, please mention it. The shadow soldiers retain the devil fruit ability, but just maintain normal combat power and will not be modified. 61. William's layout in the East Blue Sea. On the main ship of the Crick Pirates, Google search reading. Smoker stood at the bow, smoking a cigar while watching the Navy clean up the scene. The Crick Pirates is a large fleet of more than 3,000 people, and the remaining weapons, ammunition, and food need to be cleaned up and processed. The destruction of such a large-scale pirate group is also the biggest battle in the East Blue Sea during this period. What is surprising is that this East Blue overlord was defeated by Coles alone. Smoker exhaled a heavy puff of smoke, scanning the many pirate captives who were captured on board, and a rare sense of relief surged in his heart. It's really good. With such a new star of the Navy, the situation in the East Blue Sea can be much more stable. But then, Smoker sighed again. Because after this battle, Coles's brilliance will inevitably be noticed by the headquarters again, and there will not be much time left in the East China Sea. However, why should he care so much? This kind of thing should be left to Coles to worry about himself. Smoker threw away the thoughts in his mind and turned to explore other pirate ships to avoid any fish that slipped through the net. It was not until 4 or 5 in the morning. The battlefield was initially cleaned up. Smoker did not stay and led several warships back to the naval base in Rogue Town. Early morning. On a calm sea, the William pirates were sailing in it. At this time, William's injuries had been treated, but he still needed a few days of recuperation to return to normal. The sun was rising in the sky. The sea surface was set off with golden splendor. William stood at the bow, staring at the calm sea with his eyes silent. In the back, hundreds of crew members were waiting quietly, also without saying a word. A few minutes later, William turned around, his eyes swept over all the crew members, and spoke solemnly. I, George Williams' pirate group, take unity as the guiding principle. I once said that every crew member on the ship is my important companion. No matter who is captured, we will do our best to rescue them. The crew members present smiled and did not refute this. Because it is true. The last time the vice captain was caught by the Navy, they went out to rescue Jeff. The sun was shining on William at this moment, making his figure shrouded in a layer of glory. Adjun is our companion, so we have to rescue him as well. Aduran looked at William with a serious look. Captain, you tell us how to rescue, and we will obey the plan. The other pirates nodded in agreement. William looked at all his companions, and his voice was calm with a sense of dominance. Before rescuing Jeff, we adopted the plan of kidnapping new recruits, and this time, the rescue method is very simple. That is to attack the Rogue Town naval base and rescue Adjun. Instantly, silence fell on the pirate ship. Even the former overlord of the East China Sea, the Click Pirates, would hardly have the courage to attack the naval base in Rogue Town. After all, that would be equivalent to officially breaking off relations with the Navy, which is irreconcilable. In the East China Sea, the naval base symbolizes the face of the Navy headquarters placed here. The defense is strong and ordinary pirate groups can't deal with it at all. Otherwise, there would be no scene of the Navy chasing pirates on the sea. Attacking the Rogue Town naval base is indeed an extremely bold plan. If other pirate groups heard of this plan, they would definitely panic and question it. But the William pirates are different. These crew members, all of them were out of character, showing joy and excitement. Because William's pirate group was different from those ordinary pirate groups in the East China Sea. Everyone on the ship was an experienced and powerful pirate, and they were fully capable of attacking the naval base in Rogue Town. And William was a thoughtful person. If he didn't have strong strength and confidence, he wouldn't have said such a thing. There was no conflict with a naval base in Rogue Town before, because the time was not right. But now the time is ripe. Otherwise, William would not have chosen to attack the Click fleet yesterday. Jeff crossed his arms and asked, Are you ready to gather troops and enter the Grand Line? Yes. William nodded in response. He originally wanted to take advantage of the momentum of the elimination of the Click pirates gather all the troops, take advantage of the situation to enter the Grand Line, and make a splash. But he didn't expect that the clique pirates were eliminated by Coles in advance, and his companion Akin was captured. Now he can only rescue Akin first. Within 10 days, gather all the troops in the East China Sea. The crew heard Captain William's order and immediately took action with excitement. The crew members who were a little further away communicated with each other by Den Den Mushi, while those who were close went to notify each other by separate boats. Over the years, the William pirates have been secretly developing their power in various parts of the East China Sea with a reputation of not harming civilians. Now, with William's order, these forces are finally going to gather. East China Sea, Goa Kingdom. This is a spotless country known as the most beautiful country in the East China Sea. But what is unknown is that behind the royal city, there used to be a waste terminal. That was where the country dumped garbage and waste, and many displaced and hungry refugees survived there. Later, because the celestial dragons visited the kingdom of Goa, the abandoned terminal was burned down. But there are still some displaced lower-class people living in this area. The nobles in the royal city had no sympathy for these untouchables, but only disgust and contempt. And the William pirates. This pirate group, which has a great reputation in the East China Sea, often discards some supplies and food along the coast here to allow these refugees to survive. Slowly, the William pirates occupied a huge position in the minds of these people. If anyone here speaks ill of the William pirates, unfortunately, he will be hated by everyone. And William does it all. Naturally, it's not out of good intentions. He does it to facilitate the development of underlying forces. Inside the Kalbo Mountains, Bru, a crew member of the William pirates, received a gathering order from the captain through a phone book. As the crew walked out of the wooden house, they could see that a huge town had developed here, with a population of thousands, showing a prosperous scene. Among them, most people have fighting power and can go out to hunt for food. This is the result of several years of planning by the William pirate. In order for this town to be formed here, let's not talk about how much price and effort was paid by the king and nobles of the Kingdom of Goa. With a notification from the crew, everyone in the town knew the news. Captain William wants to form a large pirate group. Participation in this matter is entirely voluntary and not forced. I'm participating. Captain William hadn't been kind enough to give me food. I wouldn't have survived. I want to join the great pirates. Add me if you can repay your kindness. So what if you become a pirate? Yes, I'll go too. For a time, the town was excited. Black Reef Town. This is an island in the East Blue Sea. The ports here are covered with black rugged rocks, which are very special. On the island, there are many bathhouses, and ships often stop here to enjoy a bath. But few people know that the person behind the bathhouse is actually the William pirates. This is where the William pirates secretly forged muskets, swords, and weapons. As Jeff led 10 crew members over, the sophisticated weapons accumulated here began to be loaded onto the ship, preparing to officially enter the battle. Victoria Kingdom. This is a powerful country in the East China Sea. On this day, King Norton and I was bored in the palace, listening to the ministers reporting on things. After the end, Norton and I got up, ready to put these troubles behind him and go see his newborn 7th son. At this time, the tall guard who was following Norton suddenly knelt down on one knee. Your Majesty, I am very sorry. Due to some special matters, I can no longer serve as the captain of the guard. Please find another person. Hearing this, the bloated Norton and I fell into a daze and then looked at the armor-wearing guard captain in front of him in disbelief. After reacting, Norton and I said angrily, Harold, what are you talking about? Guard Captain Herod replied, Sorry, Your Majesty, I have to leave the Kingdom of Victoria. Herod was once rescued by William, and he promised him that as long as William was in need, he would resign as a guard and go to help. And now, it's time to fulfill your promise. Norton and I simply couldn't believe what he was hearing now. Coupled with the irritating incident reported by the noble minister just now, he couldn't help but speak angrily. Harold, do you think that after being a guard captain for a few years, your self-confidence has expanded, and you think you can leave if you want? In the blink of an eye, the surrounding guard soldiers gathered around Herod, the former guard captain. I'm very sorry for the trouble caused to your Majesty. Herod stood up with no fear on his face, and the surrounding guard soldiers did not dare to stop Herod from leaving, just because Herod was the strongest warrior in the kingdom. Norton and I cursed at Herod's figure. You can leave if you want. Who do you think gave you the title? If you leave this kingdom, your title of the strongest warrior will not be worth mentioning at all. Anger at the king. Herod did not refute or answer anything. He just left the palace. Because of William's order to assemble, there are still many impacts and movements in the East China Sea. Just the past 2 days, the strength gathered by the William pirates has surpassed the 3,000 members of the Creek pirates, and the overlord of the East Blue Sea has officially changed. And more troops. Still on the way. 62. The calm before the storm. The other side. The Rogue Town Naval Base still knows nothing about William's rescue plan. White Medical Interior. Coles was quietly recuperating. He was seriously injured this time. After all, he was injured in a battle with the swordsman-level William. In order to prevent my father and sister from worrying, he did not return home immediately, but decided to return after his injuries stabilized. Because of the injury, Coles was unable to continue training. He could only lie on the hospital bed and rest while starting to sort out the battle with William. As a strong swordsman, William only had a tentative battle with him at the beginning. After Coles used the demon sword to increase his power, William gradually became serious. Coles was able to tie with him entirely because of the power of the shadow soldiers. Lanlos is the key. After all, his current swordsmanship strength is only at the top of precision swordsmanship, and there are 2 realms between him and William, Zhantai and Swordmaster. Although with the doubling of the demon sword, his swordsmanship is comparable to that of a swordsman in the iron cutting realm. But without Lanlos, a swordsman-level shadow soldier, Coles would not be able to fight William for several rounds. Coles couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His own strength was still a bit weak. After recovering from injury, training must be strengthened. On the 3rd day after defeating the Creek pirates, Coles was able to move normally. He ended his stay in the infirmary. After putting on a brand new white military uniform, he slowly walked out of the Rogue Town Naval Base. After crossing several streets, Coles walked into a repair shop with a sign. In the battle with William, he was hit by the opponent's AI slash from the front, and the silver pocket watch chain he wore on his chest was also cut off. In order not to expose any flaws, he needs to find a repair shop to repair the pocket watch his father gave him. Jingle bell. As Coles pushed open the wooden door, a bell decoration on the wooden door sounded a clear and pleasant sound. This repair shop is not large, but the walls on both sides are covered with all kinds of repair items, clocks, radios, water guns, etc. Dazzling. It's a bit dizzying. Behind the counter, there sat a thin old man with half-bald hair and a pair of reading glasses on his face. This time, he was concentrating on repairing an old-fashioned flintlock gun. Coles approached slowly, but he didn't say anything, but waited for the boss to finish repairing the items in his hands. In the process of watching, Coles found that the bald boss's craftsmanship was very exquisite, and the things he repaired were almost exactly the same as before. About 15 minutes later, the bald boss finished repairing the flintlock gun in his hand. He looked up at Coles and said with some surprise, "Navy officer, it's rare to find a small shop. What do you want to repair?" Coles took out the silver pocket watch that was cut into 2 pieces by William and said, "The chain of this pocket watch is broken. Help me repair it back together. It should be the same as before. There is no breakage problem." The bald boss glanced at the pocket watch and broken chain and said calmly, "Small problem, 5,000 belly." Coles took out the banknotes and placed them next to the counter. "When will it be repaired?" 10 minutes. "Okay." Coles then asked, "Can you still repair weapons?" The bald boss took Bailey away and then began to repair Coles' pocket watch chain on site. "I have been a weapons forger for a period of time, so I can understand these things by analogy." Coles suddenly realized, then thought of his demon sword and asked, "By the way, then can you make a special scabbard?" When the demon sword Hongyue is obtained on the ghost ship, it does not have a scabbard. Coles lacked strength before. He didn't pay too much attention to the demon sword. But after experiencing the battle with William, he understood how much a good sword can improve a swordsman's strength, not to mention that this demon sword also has a special amplifying effect. As long as you can strengthen your mind, the demon sword is also an extremely powerful weapon. The demon sword does not have a scabbard, so it is always a bit awkward when performing Iajutsu. Therefore, Coles would ask this question. If the boss could make a scabbard, he could save himself from going to a weapons store. The bald boss replied, "As long as you give me the drawings or bring out the prototype blade, I can make it." Hearing this, Coles reached behind his hand and quietly took out the demon sword Hongyue from the shadow. This is the prototype of this knife. The bald boss carefully observed the blade of the blade, and then he couldn't help but raise the reading glasses on his face and said in surprise, "It turns out to be the demon sword Hongyue from 21 Skills of the Great Quick Sword." Coles didn't expect that the bald boss in front of him actually knew famous swordsmen. But he didn't deny it. The bald boss kindly reminded, "Sir, although I don't know where you got this demonic sword from, it is very dangerous. Without firm belief, it is impossible to control it." "I know." Coles nodded. Seeing this, the bald boss stopped trying to dissuade him. "Okay, however, the blade of this demon sword is very curved, and the forging process of the scabbard is complicated. If you really want to make it, you need to wait for a month." "Okay, I have time to wait," Coles responded. There is still more than a month left before heading to the Navy headquarters, which is enough time. "Then pay the material fee first, 100,000 belly," the bald boss said with his hand. 100,000 belly is enough to buy a knife of extraordinary quality. But Coles still paid readily because he was not very interested in money. For example, after wiping out the Arlong pirates and the Click pirates this time, excluding government deductions, the reward he could collect had already exceeded 30 million belly. Money to him, it's just a number. 10 minutes later, Coles leaves the repair shop. The repaired silver pocket watch has been hung again on his chest. The chain is exactly the same as before, and there is no sign that it has been cut off. "Second Lieutenant Coles, why haven't I seen you patrolling the streets in the past few days?" "I'm going on a mission at sea." "I see. Then we must have caught a lot of pirates." "Not much, just 7 or 8. After chatting with the fruit stall owner on the roadside for a few words, Coles also bought some fresh fruits and then walked towards his family's villa. "Major, welcome home." As soon as Coles arrived at the door of the villa, the exclusive doorman came to open the door. "Follow the road into the villa." Coles took off his navy coat from his back and asked the servant to hang it on the hanger in the hall. Immediately afterwards, he began to sit leisurely on the sofa and eat the fruit he had just bought. Because of the injury. So Colonel Smoker gave him a few days off so that he wouldn't be on duty recently, and Coles was happy to rest at home. "Where's my sister?" Coles asked the servant next to him. The servant immediately replied respectfully, "Master Coles, Miss Wilsia is doing her homework in the room upstairs. I'll ask her to come down." "No, she's already down." Coles shook his head. On the semicircular staircase, a blonde girl about 12 years old was quickly walking down the stairs and threw herself into Coles' arms with a smile on her face. "Brother, why didn't you come home this week?" Coles picked up his sister and replied with a smile. "I want to see for a few days to perform a mission, so I won't be able to come back for a while." "I guessed it." Volsia raised her head, slightly proud. "Then you have become a lot smarter." Facing his lovely sister, Coles did not hesitate to praise him. At the same time, he skillfully scratched his sister's little nose with his fingers. Father said the same thing. Hey, there are also fruits. That's great." Versia paused at what she originally wanted to say. Her eyes quickly fell on the fresh fruit on the table, and she started eating decisively. There seems to be no change in IQ. Coles rubbed his sister's little head with his hands and sighed helplessly. "I just praised him and pretended he didn't say it." Time passed slowly in the warm process of Coles getting along with his family. The naval base learned to be vigilant this time. In order to prevent the William pirates from landing again, Knight and White each stepped up their patrols. The town of Rog has been peaceful these past few days, and no special incidents have occurred. But Coles knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The William pirates had previously attacked with the entire group in order to rescue Vice Captain Jeff. But this time, as a companion, Ajin was captured and imprisoned at the Rogue Town Naval Base. It is absolutely impossible for the William pirates to ignore him. The other party may be just accumulating strength and planning some actions now. When the time came to the 10th day after the Click pirates were defeated, the appearance in newspaper made the entire East Blue Sea tense. The headline of this Donghai newspaper is, "The Overlord of the East Blue Sea changes hands." The William Pirate Group was established, with more than 8,000 pirates under its command. 63. New Overlord of East Blue Sea. Inside the villa, the Coles family was eating breakfast at the dining table. Ronald looked at the latest newspaper headlines and exclaimed, "A super-large pirate group of 8,000 people will appear in the East Blue Sea. This is amazing." And Cole's keen eyes also saw the newspaper headlines. William Pirates, the new overlord of the East Blue Sea. I'm going to report to the naval base first. If you have nothing to do recently, it's best to stay out less. After filling your stomach quickly, Coles got up and walked outside. Okay, be careful. Ronald also guessed that the current situation was unusual and nodded. Brother, remember to buy me a cake when you come back. Versia didn't feel any difference and ate the rich breakfast with great expectation. Coles suddenly remembered that today is his sister's birthday. He just had breakfast and said that he should remember it. His memory was so messed up by the William Pirates incident. Coles turned around with a doting smile on his face. Don't worry, I will buy you your favorite cake. After leaving the villa, Coles repeated several times in his mind to buy a birthday cake for his sister, and then walked quickly towards the naval base. The situation had escalated at this point. The William Pirates have now gathered such a powerful force. If the newspaper can report this, it means that the William Pirates are ready, and the other party is likely to launch a rescue operation soon. When Coles arrived at the naval base, he found that most of the naval soldiers were busy. Obviously, these Navy soldiers knew about today's newspaper headlines, even if you don't know that William's pirate group may launch an attack here. But the emergence of a new overlord of the East China Sea will make them more vigilant. Coles did not go to his office, but turned and walked towards the 6th floor. Inside Smoker's office, Coles reported to the current top commander of Rogue Town, Colonel Smogger, I think we need to enter a state of emergency alert now. Why? Smoker wondered. Coles analyzed, I have studied the William Pirates. This is a pirate group that attaches great importance to unity and has emotions. The Akin we captured before is his companion. Based on the last time the other party came to rescue Jeff, this time the William Pirates group has been formed. I guess the other party may make big moves, including the possibility of storming the Rogue Town naval base. After listening to Cole's analysis, Smoker's eyes also became serious, and the cigar in his mouth temporarily stopped smoking. White smoke rose up, covering his slightly ferocious face. There are only about 4,000 Navy personnel stationed in Rogue Town if the William Pirates attack. After careful consideration, Smoker immediately gave the order. As you said, we will quickly enter a state of emergency alert and deploy additional troops to the port. Once the William Pirates are discovered, we will report to the base as soon as possible. Yes, Coles saluted. Soon after, Coles led 300 naval soldiers to guard and defend the port. In addition to the fresh seawater smell floating here, there is also a fishy sea smell. That's because there are often fishermen fishing and selling fish at the port of Rogue Town. Many special fish can be caught here, including a wide variety of fish, including not only East Sea fish, but also West Sea fish, North Sea fish, South Sea fish. The reason for all this is because Rogue Town is very close to the Grand Line, and fish from other seas follow the current and stray into this place. Of course, some people say it's because of the legendary sea, the ocean that gathers all the ingredients from the 4 seas into one place. The Sea of Dreams that Sanji is looking for. In short, the reason cannot be concretely proven. The time comes in the afternoon. The sun hangs high in the sky, and the strong light makes people a little irritated, and it is also difficult to see clearly the sea in the distance. Coles stood under a shadow and took out the pocket watch from his breast pocket. Clatter. The cover of the watch was opened, and the 12 numbers on it were spread among the small discs. The thinnest minute rotates slowly, and after a circle, the 2 hands form a right angle. The time is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Most of the townspeople in Rogue Town are a little confused and don't know why the Navy has become so martial law at this time. Among them, some people who were keen on the excitement gathered together to discuss. Why did the port suddenly deploy so many more naval forces? Even if a super-large pirate group of 8,000 people appeared in the East Blue Sea, there is no need to be so vigilant. That's right. Aren't the William Pirates good pirates who don't harm civilians? Is the Navy making a fuss out of a molehill? Who knows? If the Navy has arranged such precautions, maybe the newly established overlord of the East China Sea will attack. During the discussion, a man over 2 meters tall, strong, and with a light blue fish hair bun shook his head. It's impossible. The William Pirates are a pirate group that doesn't harm civilians. How could they attack Rogue Town if this is possible, unless it's a ghost? The man with the fish bun hairstyle suddenly stopped talking. His eyes were wide open, as if he saw something incredible in front of him. Another fisherman looks ahead. There was also disbelief in his eyes. After seeing the scene on the sea, the man with the fish bun hairstyle felt his throat dry and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. muttered to himself. Really, I saw a ghost on the sea in the distance. As the waves rolled, many tiny hazy shadows appeared. As these shadows approached, they gradually revealed the appearance of pirate ships. Moreover, there was more than one. There were a full 70 or 80 ships. The flags hoisted by those pirate ships were all familiar to Coles. It was the 8,000-man fleet of the William Pirates, the new overlord of the East China Sea. At this time, this fleet was rushing in aggressively, obviously to attack Rogue Town. Finally, is it here? Coles looked at the William Pirates' fleet in the distance and whispered to himself. The Navy on duty observing the sea surface reported to Colonel Smoker for help through the Den Mushy as soon as they found the traces of the William Pirates. At this time, Smoker was leading almost all the Navy soldiers in the naval base. The atmosphere at the port began to become tense. Facing such a powerful new East China Sea overlord, the Navy soldiers present were a little panicked, wondering whether they could resist the attack after the war started. Soon after, a crisp and powerful sound of footsteps came. In addition to the Navy forces left behind the base, Smoker had led almost all the Navy forces in Rogue Town to come. The people at the port had been dispersed. Only Navy soldiers wearing white uniforms with neat weapons could be seen at the scene. Of course, in the buildings near the port, there were still many people watching from the windows, wanting to know what would happen next. At the port, as more than 3,000 Navy soldiers gathered here, their confidence gradually rose. On the sea, with the main ship of the William Pirates at the center, a large fleet carrying 8,000 troops slowly spread out like a herd of beasts migrating. Among them, most of the ships flying the pirate flags are brand new hulls, and they are obviously not used for too long. Looking from the port, the whole Rogue Town seems to be surrounded by the large fleet of William Pirates. After all, it is a large fleet of 8,000 people. Although the war is not yet started, the scale of dozens of pirate ships coming together has already demonstrated a strong power. As they approached, the Navy can also see many pirates gathered on those pirate ships. The weapons they use are very sophisticated, and they are obviously prepared for this. Under William's plan, there are 2 old pirates in charge of each ship, and the new pirates are mainly these 2 old pirates to execute orders. In these 10 days, the old pirates have also become familiar with the new pirates under their respective subordinates and can mobilize them stably. And these newcomers who join William's pirate group all have certain combat power. Their strength is almost the same as that of the formal Navy, and they will not show a decline when fighting against the Navy. For this reason, William has been laying out in the East China Sea for 8 years, which is the current situation. The new overlord of the East China Sea, a large pirate fleet with 8,000 people. If it weren't for the interference and influence of the Navy, Charlotte Coles, his plan would have been more perfectly realized. However, since the situation has developed to this point, there is no need to regret anything. Boom. The main ship of the William Pirates was stopped by a cannon fire by the Navy soldiers when it was still some distance away from the port of Rogue Town. The black shells bombarded the sea next to it, stirring up a burst of sea water and waves. As the sea water and waves sank into the sea again, Lieutenant Colonel Morgan issued a warning. Warning, warning, William Pirates, please leave quickly. Otherwise, once you enter the attack area, we will go to war with you. William waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. The entire pirate fleet also quickly stopped moving forward, leaving only the hull shaking and swaying slightly under the waves. Vice Captain Jeff changed his decadent trend of alcoholism and stated the conditions to the Navy at the port. You can ask us to stop moving forward and release our companion Agin. Otherwise, we will have to break through the Rogue Town naval base today. Smoker lit up the cigar, took a deep puff, and expressed his attitude. Don't joke. We won't let anyone go. Most of the Navy knew the character and temper of Colonel Smoker. Once the colonel made up his mind, he would hardly change it, even if the Navy headquarters ordered it. William also knew that it was impossible to reach an agreement, so he didn't have any hope at all. He looked around at the many Navy guards at the port in front of him and said solemnly, "In that case, let's fight." 64. Lieutenant General Carp, updated on March 20th. Roger Town Port, Google search reading. The atmosphere immediately fell into an extremely tense state. The warning of the upcoming war made the civilians watching the battle very worried. On one side was the garrison navy of the Roger Town Naval Base, and on the other side was the newly established East China Sea overlord, the William Pirates. Which side will the balance of victory fall to? Is it the more than 3,000 navy of Roger Town or the 8,000-man pirate fleet of the William Pirates? Before the real battle, no one can predict the result. The Navy has always been chasing scattered pirates with its numerical advantage, but today, with the gathering of the William Pirates, it has reversed it. This is a rare battle in which the pirates far outnumber the Navy. More than 3,000 people, about to fight against 8,000 people. Every Navy soldier has been ready for battle. Even when facing a number of pirates far higher than their own, the Navy still has little fear. No other, just because of momentum. The Navy is still synonymous with victory on this sea. Similarly, they also have this confidence. As the highest naval leader of Rogue Town, Colonel Smoker, since taking office, he has cleared many pirates, making the order of Rogue Town stable and quiet for a while. Every time Colonel Smoker takes action, almost no pirates can resist, so they are full of confidence in Colonel Smoker. In addition to Colonel Smoker, there are many powerful naval officers in the Navy, among which Lieutenant Coles is an outstanding representative. He was promoted to the position of lieutenant of the Navy headquarters less than a year after joining the Navy and defeated many pirates with powerful bounties during this period. During the patrol in Rogue Town, almost no pirates can go ashore, making Rogue Town extremely peaceful during this period. This is all the credit of Lieutenant Coles. What's more, these naval soldiers know that just 10 days ago, Lieutenant Coles defeated the previous East China Sea overlord, the Click Pirates, alone. That was a large fleet of pirates with 3,000 people, but Lieutenant Coles was still wiped out by himself, and Click, who had a bounty of 18 million, was captured alive. This shows how powerful Lieutenant Coles is. Although the William Pirates had 8,000 people, Lieutenant Coles could deal with a small half of them alone, and the remaining pirates could be evenly matched by the Navy soldiers. This idea was only circulating in the minds of the Navy, but no one said it out loud. If it was said out loud, everyone would be surprised to find that Lieutenant Coles had become synonymous with the strength of the Navy without knowing it. They would all subconsciously remember it. All this may be due to the influence of Coles' amazing record. On the first day of the recruit period, he solved the pirate Aton with a bounty of 5 million. In the third month of the recruit period, he killed the giant Fist Yulong with a bounty of 10 million. After the recruit period ended, he wiped out the gang in Rogue Town, and then defeated the 1,000-man pirate group alone in the Sea Restaurant, killing Barbarossa with a bounty of 24 million. Recently, he solved Arlong with a bounty of 20 million, and after encountering the East China Sea overlord Click Pirates, he solved 3,000 people alone again. Such a record. How can it not be impressive? The young naval officer standing on the far right in the front row of the port. It is Lieutenant Coles. The naval coat fluttering in the wind of the Navy brought confidence to many naval soldiers. On the sea, the large fleet of the William Pirates has the latest sophisticated artillery and equipment, and the number of people far exceeds the naval power of Rogue Town. The possibility of victory in this battle is very high. Similarly, they are full of confidence in Captain William. Because a few days ago, when selecting the leaders of each ship, William had fought with those newcomers who were not weak. Among them, William showed his superb swordsmanship skills, and even cut through the mountaintop of 100 meters with one sword, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Therefore, in the eyes of these new pirates, Captain William is almost invincible. In order to rescue Ajin, a chaotic battle with a total number of more than 10,000 people on both sides is about to begin. We must win this battle. We must win this battle. A shout rang out from the 8,000-man pirate group, and finally it became a chorus. Taking advantage of this momentum, William suddenly drew out the famous sword at his waist. His eyes were like an eagle in the sky, firm and decisive, and he shouted the order to start the war. Everyone follow me. But his words suddenly stopped, because a new warship appeared on the sea in the distance. Why did a warship suddenly come to support? William was somewhat puzzled that in such a short time, other naval branches should not be able to get the news so quickly. Moreover, even if those naval branches got the news, it would take several days to arrive, which was impossible. Unless the naval base in Rogue Town had already asked for help from the nearest naval base a few days ago. But this was unlikely, because when William gathered all the troops a few days ago, he only told his companions on the ship that he would attack the Rogue Town base. The crew was unlikely to leak the news, so where did this warship come from? At the port of Rogue Town, the Navy was also puzzled. Coles looked at Smoker. As his thoughts turned, he wondered if Smoker had asked for help in advance. And Smoker was actually a little confused in his heart, not knowing where this warship came from. But when his eyes swept over Coles, he suddenly had some guesses. Could it be that someone from the Navy headquarters wanted Coles to go to the Grand Line in advance? The current atmosphere, from the original fierce to the deserted. If you want to describe it, it is when the two countries are at war, the atmosphere reaches its peak, and both sides are eager to fight, and a king's princess suddenly appears on the battlefield. Why describe it like this? Perhaps it is because William recently read a knight's biography. As the warship approached, the people of William's pirate group could also see some differences in the warship. In addition to the huge size of this warship, the decoration on its head is in the shape of a brown-gray dog's head, with a large white bone in its mouth. After seeing this ship, Coles felt vaguely familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Suddenly, the Navy, who was familiar with the bow of the dog's head pattern, immediately exclaimed and screamed, "Vice Admiral Garp! It's Vice Admiral Garp's ship! Vice Admiral Garp!" As this term appeared in the mouths of the Navy, the whole atmosphere became jubilant, and the haze surrounded by the William pirates' fleet quickly dissipated. And Coles also reacted at this time. No wonder he felt that this ship was familiar. It turned out to be the dog-headed ship of the Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp. In the original plot, Vice Admiral Garp first appeared in front of everyone on this warship. And in the newspaper when he was a child, Coles had also seen the heroic report of Vice Admiral Garp, and there seemed to be a picture of the dog-headed ship. Unlike the excitement of the Navy, the William pirates have been completely in tension. Who is Vice Admiral Garp? A legendary figure in the Navy, he has forced the Pirate King Roger into a desperate situation several times, and thus became a Navy hero, known as Hero Garp and Iron Fist Garp. His rank is only Vice Admiral, and it is only because Garp refused to be promoted many times. Otherwise, he would have already taken the position of the Chief Marshal of the headquarters of the Navy. For this legendary hero from the East Blue Sea, both the Navy and the pirates present are familiar with it. They can even feel the strength of Vice Admiral Garp more than others. Because every time Vice Admiral Garp goes back and forth to the East Blue Sea, he will defeat the pirates he meets. Over time, the overall strength of the pirate group in the East Blue Sea has declined rapidly, and the average bounty is far lower than the level of the other four seas. The East Blue Sea once produced a powerful pirate like Roger Rayleigh, and the potential of the character is extremely strong. The strength of the pirates here is weak now that in addition to the world government's focus on suppression, Vice Admiral Garp's frequent travels also occupy a strong factor. Watching the Navy warship belonging to Vice Admiral Garp approaching Rogue Town, William's expression became extremely solemn. Although he had some confidence in his own strength, he did not dare to compare with the legendary Vice Admiral Garp. Although he has a strong force of 8,000 people, they are all ordinary combat forces, and it is even more impossible to fight against Vice Admiral Garp. "Captain," Jeff spoke with a worried face. He was afraid that Captain William would rush to rescue Agin and start a war with the Navy. Facing Jeff's reminder, William waved his hand, indicating that he was calm now. "Retreat for the time being. With Vice Admiral Garp here, there is no way to conflict with a naval base in Rogue Town today, and the plan to rescue Agin is a failure. If they have to fight, then the newly established East Blue Sea Overlord will definitely perish at the fastest speed. There is no other. Vice Admiral Garp is so powerful." 65. Lieutenant Commander, Naval Headquarters. The East China Sea War was about to begin. After the arrival of Lieutenant General Garp, it was destined to end in drama. On the dog-headed warship, dozens of soldiers from the Navy headquarters stood solemnly. Just by looking at their momentum, you can tell the difference between these people and the East China Sea Navy. While everyone is waiting, there was a dull sound of footsteps. From the cabin of the warship, an extremely strong old man walked out. He was wearing a standard Navy coat with a blue tie tied around his neck. Just the appearance of half an outline gives people a powerful feeling. But as Lieutenant General Garp's entire figure was revealed, they found that the powerful feeling suddenly disappeared. The reason is because Lieutenant General Garp wears a brown doghead hat on his head. This was completely different from what they had imagined, causing a huge psychological gap. After the old man with the red honorary epaulet on his righteous cloak appeared, Smoker immediately saluted. "Lieutenant General Garp. Lieutenant General Garp." Similarly, Other navies also saluted to express their respect. Garp, who was wearing a doghead hat, suddenly turned his head and spat aside. Bitter. It's too bitter. After Garp finished spitting, he complained to the Marine Lieutenant Commander who was following him. I came here because I had some good tea from the Warring States period, but I didn't expect it to be so bitter. The Naval Lieutenant Commander who was following him was a little speechless. Lieutenant Admiral Garp, you've been drinking tea for 4 days and 4 nights in a row, a total of 124 cups. Even the best tea will feel bitter. That's it. Garp took out the tea leaves he had brought from the Warring States period from his arms and saw that instead of the full bag, only a small handful was left. Smoker was speechless. In desperation, he could only ask, Lieutenant General Garp, why did you suddenly come to Rog Town? Lieutenant General Garp recalled the previous memories and began to answer Smoker's questions. Oh, let's start talking about this a few days ago. Rewind time to 5 days ago. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. There is a calligraphy and painting of absolute justice hanging on the wall, and Sengoku wearing a seagull hat is processing documents in the office. He has been in a bad mood recently because a very powerful pirate has recently appeared on the Grand Line. His name is Portcast D.Ace. The Navy originally wanted to invite this powerful pirate to take up a position in the Shichibukai to check and balance the situation, but unexpectedly, he was rejected by the other party. D again. Warring States couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead and close his eyes to think, but he couldn't come up with any good solution even after thinking for a while. In desperation, Sengoku could only put the matter of Portcast D.Ace aside and turn to other matters. After all, he is the Marshal-in-Chief of the Navy headquarters. He needs to deal with many matters every day and cannot waste too much time on one issue. But what the Warring States period would not have thought of. I didn't think carefully about how the situation would change in the future. As each document is processed, its stacked thickness gradually exceeds 2 steps, processed until 4 p.m. Warring States asked his subordinates to take his treasured tea leaves and make himself a pot of good tea. Then, while drinking tea, he processed 2 connected documents. As Warring States finished reading the first document, he suddenly became furious. Anger filled his cheeks, and he slapped his arm heavily on the table. Is the investigation department of our headquarters just for the job? Boom. The huge force made a dull sound on the desk, and at the same time, the brewed tea shook and splashed on the table. The Navy on duty outside was shocked and didn't know why Marshal Sengoku was so angry. Warring States gradually suppressed his anger. Re-examine this forensic report. The investigation report records the conclusion that Colonel Mouse of the 16th Branch of the East China Sea accepted bribes and colluded with the Arlong pirates, allowing the pirates to oppress the people for 5 years. For 5 years, the 16th Branch of the East China Sea ignored and did nothing about the civilians who were exploited by the Arlong pirates in the waters under its jurisdiction. This incident made the Warring States furious. Colonel Mouse must be removed from his post, investigated strictly, and dealt with according to military law. The subordinate navies of his branch must also be reviewed individually and punished by all. After signing this processing notice, Warring States gradually returned to calm, and he would not doubt the problems of the entire Navy because of this, because the righteous Navy will always be the majority, while corrupt Navy like Captain Mouse is only a minority. The reason why Colonel Mouse was able to hide it for so long was not only because of some connections in the headquarters, but also because of the East China Sea. Because the Navy headquarters has to deal with pirates in the Grand Line and the New World, its control over remote places like the East China Sea is too relaxed. This resulted in Colonel Mouse ruling the 16th Naval Branch in the East China Sea and dominating everything. But there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, compared to the peace of the world, the Great Channel and the New World are where powerful pirates gather. If the pirate troubles on this side of the Grand Waterway are not dealt with first, the world situation will be greatly turbulent and chaotic. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku looked away from Colonel Mouse's processing report and looked at another document report connected together. This is an application for military rank promotion. Because it was related to Colonel Mouse's matter, the handling agency submitted it to Zhonghua for review together with Colonel Mouse's report after a thorough investigation. Zhonghua had some impression of this young Navy named Charlotte Coles. Previously, because of Cole's outstanding performance after the end of the recruit period, he wanted to transfer him to the Navy headquarters for training. But later, due to some evaluations, Zhonghua temporarily put him aside in the East China Sea, but still booked him for the elite training camp next year. Zhonghua picked up the military rank application and looked at Charlotte Cole's military achievements this time. Military Merit 1. Under the order of the headquarters, he went to the 16th branch of the Navy to monitor corrupt officers and finally successfully found and captured the scum rat colonel of the Navy. Military Merit 2. Destroyed many fishmen of the Arlong pirates, killed the culprit Arlong, who had a bounty of 20 million Baileys, and liberated 20 villages that had been oppressed by pirates for 5 years. Military Merit 3. On the way back, he captured the East China Sea overlord Crick, who had a bounty of 18 million Baileys, and destroyed Crick's 3,000-man pirate fleet alone. Such military merits and achievements surprised Zhonghua a little. He was only 17 years old, but he destroyed a large fleet of 3,000 people alone. Such combat power is very rare even in the Grand Line. If he can maintain such brilliance in the elite training camp, he will definitely become a high-level combat power in the Navy in the future. Zhonghua couldn't help but sigh in his heart that some new forces can still emerge in the Navy. Then, he looked at the latest military rank application given to Coles by the Headquarters Processing Agency. Charlotte Coles, former lieutenant of the Navy Headquarters, has passed the military merit review and is recommended to be promoted to Major of the Navy Headquarters. Perhaps it was because Coles found out the scum of the Navy, Colonel Rat, or perhaps it was because of Coles's dazzling military merit. Zhonghua took the seal and readily stamped a red mark of approval on the rank application. So far, Charlotte Coles will officially become a Major of the Navy Headquarters. Click. The burly Garp pushed open the wooden door and asked with a smile, "Why, I just heard your roar in the corridor. Why did you change to a smile now?" "Just in time." Zhonghua smiled in his heart and handed over the 2 documents in front of him. "Garp, you have been too idle recently. There is a matter here that requires you to return to the East Blue Sea." Garp took the 2 documents and praised them after reading them. Charlotte Coles, a 17-year-old lieutenant commander of the Navy Headquarters, is really good. Then he also realized that was another unlucky job of escorting criminals to Judicial Island. Garp directly snatched the bag of tea that Zhonghua treasured on the table and left with a big laugh. "This is the reward this time." Zhonghua immediately slapped the table angrily. "Damn, Garp, put it down. That is the tea I have treasured for several years. Give it back." Impossible." Garp refused. "Then you should at least leave me some." Zhonghua had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. "No way." Garp quickly left the office and finally closed the door. Time goes back to the present. Garp took off his doghead hat and said with a relaxed look, "This time I came to Rogue Town to escort criminals to Judicial Island. Besides, who is Charlotte Coles?" In a flash, all the Navy present set their eyes on Coles standing on the far right of the port. This is a very simple identification. Garp's figure jumped and suddenly fell in front of Coles. "Are you Charlotte Coles?" "Yes." Coles responded, but he was very confused in his heart, wondering why Vice Admiral Garp was looking for him. The atmosphere became solemn again. The soldiers of the naval base and a large group of people were watching nervously. Garp's serious square face showed a smile, took out the promotion notice with one hand, patted Coles on the shoulder with the other hand, and announced, "Congratulations, Charlotte Coles. Your naval rank has been promoted from the original lieutenant of the Navy Headquarters to the Major of the Navy Headquarters after the accumulation of military merits and the review of the headquarters." 66. Goodbye, Major. Major of the Navy Headquarters. As Garp said these words, the entire Rogue Town port began to boil with discussion. Navy Headquarters, Major. That's right, I upgraded 3 levels in a row. Coles is only 17 this year. Lieutenant General Garp said it himself. This should be correct. It is indeed true. Although the Navy soldiers present were shocked, they were only shocked for a moment. After all, they all knew before that Coles defeated Aaron, who had a bounty of 20 million, and even single-handedly defeated the Click Pirates, the former overlord of the East China Sea. It is not a strange thing to be promoted from the Navy Headquarters Ensign to the Navy Headquarters Major. As for the people in Rogue Town, some of them didn't know anything about it, so they seemed very confused. However, under various discussions, it is also clear why Coles was promoted. All kinds of envious, adoring, and respectful eyes began to fall on Coles, because everyone knows what a 17-year-old Major of the Navy Headquarters represents. He's a rising star in the Navy. Major Coles. I don't know who shouted, and the entire crowd of onlookers began to shout, and then the voices merged together and became one. Major Coles. Major Coles. Similarly, the Navy soldiers present gradually joined in the shouting, completely getting rid of the previous influence of William's pirate group. When Coles received the promotion notice from Garp, he was still in a daze. He became a lieutenant commander at the Navy headquarters. It has only been 10 months since he joined the Navy, and the scene on the day when he started as a new recruit seems like yesterday. He looked down at the notice in his hand. Looking at the bustling port of Rog Town, Coles felt like he was in a dream. "Young man, do your best." Garp patted Coles on the shoulder again, bringing him back to reality. Then Garp yawned and said, "I haven't slept for several days because of drinking tea, huh? I'm so sleepy I have to go to bed first. Remember to escort the criminals and pirates to the ship tomorrow." "Yes, Lieutenant General Garp." Coles stood straight and saluted. With Lieutenant General Garp at his command, the threat from the William pirates is no longer a concern. At the port, the crowd gradually dispersed. At the same time, the scene that happened here today was also passed on by people who saw it with their own eyes. The overlord of the East China Sea is coming. The two sides are about to go to war. At this critical moment, the hero Lieutenant General Garp arrives. Finally, Lieutenant General Garp publicly informed Coles that he was promoted to major at the Navy headquarters. Today's ups and downs made Coles, who was already well known, instantly become a man of the hour in Rog Town. For these, Coles didn't pay too much attention and left the naval base on time after get-off work. As soon as he entered the villa, Coles felt that the atmosphere was different from usual. The servants around him seemed to be more respectful and humble. Was it because the news of his promotion to major at the Navy headquarters came back? On the sofa, Ronald saw his son returning and immediately stepped forward to grab Coles' shoulders, his face full of excitement. "Coles, you have been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel of the Navy headquarters. Is this true?" When the person who brought the news came over to inform him, Ronald thought he was joking. But as the matter spread more and more outside, Ronald gradually began to believe it. Therefore, as soon as Coles came back, Ronald wanted to ask for a real answer. Coles did not hide it. "Well, I was notified only at the port that the military rank was indeed promoted to major of the Navy headquarters." Ronald gradually let go of Coles' shoulders, but his expression became extremely excited, and he kept pacing with the gold-encrusted cane. "Major of the Navy headquarters, this is incredible. It is simply extremely beautiful. Would you like to celebrate with a few tables? Or go to a restaurant outside to eat?" "As for eating outside, the restaurant on the east side is closed now. The Blue Star restaurant in the central square is a bit spicy." Coles couldn't help being speechless. "It's okay to eat at home. Now eating out attracts too much attention." After thinking about it, Ronald felt that it made sense. People should not be too ostentatious. Yes, keep a low profile. The next day, Coles wore a brand new Navy uniform and continued to work at the naval base as a major in the Navy headquarters. Today's mission is to escort the captured pirates to Lieutenant General Garp's warship. From the dungeon of the base, pirates wearing prison uniforms and shackled were sent by the Navy to Lieutenant General Garp's dog-headed warship. Coles was there to watch. There were no problems on the road. After sleeping for a whole day, Lieutenant General Garp stretched and slowly woke up. "Sleep comfortably. How are you? Have all the criminals been escorted onto the ship?" Coles reported aloud. "Report to Lieutenant General Garp. The criminals have been escorted, including the corrupt Navy Captain Rat, the pirate Crick, the pirate Akin, the fishman pirate. Among them, the pirate Ajin is a crew member of the current overlord of the East China Sea, William's pirate group. The other party is likely to intercept him during transportation." Garp put one hand on his waist and touched the uncomfortable back of his head with the other. With an indifferent expression on his face, he slowly boarded the dog-headed warship. "William the Great Pirates, if they have this idea, let them do it." As the sun sets, the dog-headed warship begins to return to the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line. Coles is very relieved about this. Although William has swordsman-level swordsmanship and 8,000 subordinates, it is very unlikely that he can rescue Ajin from Vice Admiral Garp. After all, Vice Admiral Garp is a legendary Marine with terrifying combat power, almost among the top in the world. Even if aging will have some impact and combat power cannot be fully exerted, it is not something that a new East China Sea overlord could shake. On the other hand, William also learned that Ajin was taken away by Vice Admiral Garp's warship and was about to be sent to the underwater prison. After careful consideration, William decided to temporarily delay the rescue of Ajin. He was very clear about his own strength. TO rescue now would undoubtedly be a futile act. He needed to wait for a suitable opportunity. Just like when he was on the slave ship, he endured until the human traffickers and pirates fought, and then used his hidden flintlock to complete the rescue. Afterwards, William, carrying the slogan of rescuing fellow Agin, led the 8,000-man pirate fleet into the Grand Line. The development of the East China Sea has been exhausted, and it is time to show off our skills in the Grand Line. As for what the William pirates will encounter after entering the Grand Line, Coles did not know. He only knew that with the departure of the William pirates, the East China Sea also calmed down for a while. 1 month later, the repair shop. Ding-ling-a-ling. Coles pushed open the wooden door and saw the bald boss repairing a pulley. "Is my scabbard cast?" The bald boss pointed to the wooden box on the counter next to him and said lightly, "Where is it? You didn't tell me the color of the scabbard before, so I chose white for you. If you think it's not okay, you can repaint it." Coles opened the box and saw a white scabbard inside. Unlike ordinary scabbards, it was extremely curved. Yes. In fact, he prefers black scabbards, but white scabbards are not impossible. After taking out the demon sword Hongyue, Coles began to experiment whether the scabbard can hold the sword. A fine sound came out slowly, and the blade easily entered the scabbard, fitting perfectly. Then he drew the sword, and the blade was pulled out without any hindrance with full stability. "How much does it cost to make?" Coles smiled slightly, very satisfied with the scabbard. "It's still 100,000 Baileys." "Okay." After paying the money, Coles left the repair shop. He did not put the demon sword back into the shadow, but hung it directly on his waist. As for the influence of the demon sword, although there was a little, but without touching the handle, the impact was minimal, and Coles used it to train his mental power. A week later, it was finally time for Coles to go to the Navy headquarters. After saying goodbye to his father and sister, Coles left the villa and then boarded the warship to the Navy headquarters with a farewell of the Navy at the naval base. When the warship was about to leave, a burst of white flashes flashed in the crowd. It was a group of reporters taking pictures with cameras. Such a young lieutenant commander of the Navy headquarters is about to go to the Navy headquarters. This is an excellent headline. How can the major newspapers let it go? In this regard, Coles couldn't stop it. As his military rank continued to rise, his popularity became more and more popular. It was no longer possible to conceal information about his family. However, he was not worried that his family would be in danger after he left, because he had asked Colonel Smoker to help take care of them. What's more, he also left Lonros and 12 Shadow Knight with his family. With the secret protection of these shadow soldiers, it was almost impossible for any danger to occur in the East China Sea. The warship began to sail, gradually moving away from Rogue Town. The crowd in the distance became blurred, and then the entire island, and finally disappeared from sight under the influence of the horizon and distance. Coles also retracted his gaze. Next, it was waiting to reach the Navy headquarters of the Grand Line. The warship did not take the intersection of the Grand Line, but chose to go directly through the doldrums. The reason why they dared to go this way was because the scientist Dr. Begabank invented the technology of inlaying sea stone on the bottom of the Navy warship. This technology allows the Navy warships to safely pass through the doldrums. The East China Sea is far away from the Navy headquarters. Even if there are warships passing through the doldrums, it will take nearly 5 or 6 days. During this boring time, Coles did not give up meditation and training. All the way was peaceful. On the afternoon of the 6th day, after setting off from Rogue Town, the warship finally arrived at the Navy headquarters. Marineford. On the crescent-shaped port, Coles, dressed in a Navy uniform with a straight body, a long sword with a white scabbard on his waist, and a Navy coat on his back, walked slowly down from the warship. In the open space of the port, a naval officer was here to welcome Coles' arrival. He was a middle-aged man with a black famous sword hanging on his waist, also wearing a Navy coat, with a hint of heroism between his eyebrows. At this time, a breeze blew from the sea, blowing the coats of justice worn by the middle-aged and young Navy officers. "Major Khan, long time no see." "Charlotte Coles, long time no see. But I'm no longer a major now. You should call me Colonel." "Yes, Colonel Khan, but in my heart, you will always be my respected major." Volume 1, Navy Major, the end. 67, Volume Summary. Let me briefly talk about the changes. The first change, Chapter 3. Before publishing the book, my original Chapter 3 was to be the continuation of Chapter 8, but the day before publishing the book, I felt that such a story seemed a bit bland, so added the conflict with the William pirates. Because it was written temporarily, I wanted to use the Jedi counterattack to create a sense of excitement. But when I looked back a few days ago, I found that there were some contradictions with the first two chapters. Now it has been revised, and the protagonist is the pirate Atan who was easily solved. The second change, Ghost Ship. The Ghost Ship is the first climax of the book, summoning the Grand Knight Commander Lonros. Major Khan blocked the knife for the protagonist, which was the plot I expected, but because I was outside at the time, I didn't write it well. I went back to revise it when I was more than 40 chapters, and I caught a cold because of staying up late to revise it. I also asked myself, is it necessary to revise here? Later, I was determined, because if it helps to shape and connect the protagonist, then it must be revised. The third modification, Fishman Pirates. The shadow soldiers I designed are not afraid of sea water, retain their abilities before death, and Fishman soldiers can go to sea. Because a reader criticized that it should not be so against the will of heaven, I was affected at that time and deleted this setting. But I thought about it yesterday, that I am the author of this book. How to write the book should be based on my own ideas and routes, rather than readers guiding me to write it. Otherwise, what will everyone read? Now I return to my own settings. Shadow soldiers are not afraid of sea water, and Fishman soldiers have their abilities before death and can go to sea. Kazan uses the freezing ability to ride a bicycle on the sea. The protagonist can also move on the sea by stepping on it along. The devil fruit is just that the ability user is afraid of sea water. After the modification, let's make a summary. The first volume, Marine Major, or it can be said that the East China Sea chapter has been written. It took more than a month and a few days to publish the book, with a total of 160,000 words. After writing the first volume of the Navy Major, I felt relaxed. The ending was very good. The scene freezes in line with the scene in my mind and coincides with the title of the volume. The Marine Major in this volume represents two meanings. One is Major Khan, and the other is the protagonist who has grown from a recruit. Looking back on this volume, I have made a lot of changes due to my lack of writing skills and some other reasons, but now it is perfect and basically has no problems. After the protagonist joined the Navy training, in order to avoid boring everyone, I tried to reduce some plots and speed up the pace. The real takeoff was at the end of the recruit period, starting from chapter 26. Later, I began to shape the protagonist's family, and then began to contact the original characters reasonably and smoothly. Although it was a bit slow, it was not abrupt. After all, I am not an old author, and my writing skills are really not that good, and I can't write battles and daily life very well. I can only say that I tried my best to write. Here, I would like to thank the reader nicknamed Leolin6414 on Qidien. He kept helping me pick out typos when he read. Because I used a mobile phone to type, I checked and modified after writing, and sometimes I always missed a few. Please forgive me. By the way, let me talk about the important prototypes of the characters borrowed in the first volume, although there are not many. Protagonist, Coles. The Summoning Shadow Goldfinger ability is borrowed from the Korean comic I Level Up Alone, which I've already said in the author's words in Chapter 2. Sister, Vilshia. The prototype comes from Violet Evergarden, Violet, with the same golden hair and blue eyes. In this book, she is not miserable, she is unrestrained, and has all kinds of love from her family. From the appetite of the pirate world, her talent is very high. But I will not write a plot about the sister fighting. The difficulties and obstacles in the future will be solved by the protagonist alone. Lancelot. The prototype is borrowed from Lancelot, the Knight of the Round Table. I also designed a sad story in the text and arranged the demon sword reasonably. William. The prototype is borrowed from the protagonist of the book Pirate Code, Sauna King. I have designed the development of the protagonist's fruit ability. Donghai only needs to be simple and rough, that I will show them one by one later. Of course, everyone knows that I am not good at naming, that I will go to the comment area to build a collection of fruit abilities and swordsmanship moves. If you have any ideas, you can mention them. After finishing the first volume, I finally waited for the first recommendation from Qidien yesterday. Now the recommendation depends on following the reading, and I really have no choice. Please help to follow the reading these days, comment more, and be more active. This book has 160,000 words, but the current data is still very poor, and I really want to advance in the recommendation and go through a few more rounds of recommendations later to avoid the tragic situation of being put on the shelves, please. The story of the next volume will unfold a more exciting and powerful story with the original characters. At the same time, responding to what everyone wants to know, this book has a single female protagonist, and it will appear in the second volume. This book is guaranteed to be updated twice a day, and I will stay up late to write more in the past few days. I hope everyone can help to follow the latest chapter within 24 hours. I trouble all readers here. Oh. Volume 2, Showing Off. The Navy, Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. The thread of fate continues to intersect in him. Who can know which path Coles will eventually take? The only thing that can be seen clearly now is a rising star in the Navy. Charlotte Coles. 68. Navy Headquarters. What is the Navy? The Navy is an organization directly affiliated with the world government and performs the work of maintaining law and order in the world's oceans in the name of absolute justice. Its headquarters is located on Marinavando, an island in the Great Channel, and is considered a symbol of peace in the great age of pirates. At this time, Great Waterway, Navy Headquarters. Several huge white flags were fluttering in the wind, with seagulls symbolizing peace printed on them, and a wrench across the middle. The crescent-shaped port below. Large warships dock here one after another. These warships usually patrol the waters of the Grand Channel and round up pirates when they encounter them. This happens every day, over and over again. There is no special reason for this. It is just because this is the duty of the Navy headquarters, and evil needs to be driven out in the name of absolute justice. And among these many warships, a warship coming from Rog Town in the East China Sea was parked quietly on the edge. After Coles reunited with Major Khan, a rare smile appeared on his face. When the recruit period ended before, he didn't have time to see off the Major, but today they finally met again. This rarely made him happy. Instructor Khan, long time no see. Have you been promoted to colonel in your headquarters? A slender girl with short hair and red-rimmed glasses stepped off the warship from Rog Town. Khan did not forget the girl's name, and a smile spread across his lips. Desai Chi, long time no see. Later, Khan explained, during this period, your military ranks have been promoted, and I will not be idle here at the headquarters. I captured 2 big pirates during my previous mission, so my military rank has been promoted to colonel at the headquarters. Coles didn't have much surprise. Where did Major Khan's strength lie? As long as there is an opportunity, it is normal for pirates to seize promotion. Major Khan. At this moment, another Navy man wearing a Navy coat stepped off the warship. Khan looked at this former old subordinate and corrected him. Long time no see, Maud. You should call me Colonel now. Yes, Colonel Khan. Maud immediately saluted. No other sailors got off the ship, and only 3 people came from the Rogue Town Naval Base, Coles, Dusky, and Maud. Both Dusky and Maud were recommended by Smoker to participate in the elite training camp. Elite training camp. This is where the Navy headquarters concentrates teaching resources to cultivate the backbone of the Navy. As long as you can enter the elite training camp, you will become a powerful Navy after you come out. For ordinary Navy, its appeal is very huge. Each department of the Navy has quotas for recommendation. However, a recommendation is a recommendation, and whether you can successfully enter the elite training camp is another matter. Because the Navy wants to cultivate elites, the number of people in the training camp is limited. Only the Navy who passed the preliminary assessment can eventually enter the elite training camp. After all, there are very few naval officers like Coles who directly book places in elite training camps. If I want to use the words of my previous life, that's a walk-on. After Khan welcomed the 3 Coles, he began to lead them away from the port. Okay, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with a place to rest and temporarily live. Follow me closely and be careful not to get lost. In Malinvando, the tallest building. That is the tower of the Navy headquarters. It was an extremely tall classical tower. The lower part was a city wall made of gray-black marble, with the 2 characters Navy printed on the surface. The upper part is composed of floors one after another. The eaves are exquisitely shaped and gathered upwards in an orderly proportion, full of simple charm. If someone could look down from the top floor of the Navy tower, they would see that Malinvando actually looks like a crescent moon. In Conless, now led by Colonel Khan, the 3 Marines from Rog Town began to cross the huge square and arrive at the residential area with many buildings. In addition to combat facilities on this island, there are also many residential facilities. The residents on the island are all family members of the Navy. Marines wearing white Navy uniforms walk here from time to time, so the 4 of them don't appear to be anything special here. All the way, Cole's dress and appearance have attracted some people's attention and discussion. Hey, look at that young Marine. He's still wearing a Navy coat at such a young age. It's true. Judging from his age, he should be only 18 or 19 years old. Is he now an officer above the warrant officer level? That's not the Navy of our headquarters. This time period is the time when the elite training camp is held. There are many Navy from all over the world. The positions there are 3 levels worse than those of our headquarters. If it were here, I guess this young man would just be the standard of a corporal in this department. Well, I think it's about the same that at this age. My son's military rank is only a sergeant in the Navy headquarters. However, it's a pity that my son didn't inherit all my handsomeness. Otherwise, he could be compared with this boy's handsome face. Although it has gone far. But with his keen hearing, Cole still heard the conversations of those people. The last person who spoke was an uncle in his 50s. Although his appearance was old, he was still somewhat handsome. He might have been extraordinary in appearance when he was young. After walking through several streets, Khan brought Coles and the other 2 to a row of dormitories, where there were many vacant rooms that had been cleaned up. You will rest in the rooms here. I have already arranged the rooms and procedures for you. Over there is the cafeteria, where all Navy members can eat for free. Well, it's getting late, and I have something else to do. I have to go on duty first. MY residence is in the building not far away. If you need anything, you can come to me and rest early. After a detailed explanation, Khan left the row of dormitories. Watching Khan leave, Coles and the other 2 were puzzled. Why did Major Khan seem reluctant to stay in contact with them for a long time? Is it because this is the headquarters of the Navy? Is the discipline strict? After looking at each other, Maud suggested, "It's only 5 o'clock now. Why don't we go over to eat first?" "Let's go." Coles was in front of him, and it would be a waste not to eat this free meal. At this time, because there were still 5 days before the preliminary assessment of the elite training camp, the recommended Navy officers were somewhat relaxed. After dinner, most people began to rest in their rooms. Kors did not fall asleep. In addition to only needing to sleep 3 hours a day, he also couldn't sleep because of the pressure. This is the legendary Navy headquarters. Although he did not see the 3 most powerful admirals of the Navy headquarters, Cole still felt a huge invisible pressure. His strength in the East China Sea was indeed good before, but this is the Grand Line. As one of the 3 major forces in the Grand Line, the Navy's headquarters is full of masters, and there are even more people who know the Navy's 6 styles in hockey. After leaving Lonros and the 12 Shadow Knights with his family, Cole's overall strength dropped a lot, except for the Shadow Fruit. The strength of Cole's top precision swordsmanship is not worth mentioning in the Navy headquarters. It seems that every moment must be seized to practice and strive to improve. Late at night, the night is dim. There were only a few stars outside. This row of dormitory buildings had many rooms, and all of them were inhabited by candidates recommended by various sea branches to participate in the elite training camp. There were still 5 days before the preliminary assessment, and there was still plenty of time. Therefore, most of the Navy who came to participate in the preliminary assessment of the elite training camp had already relaxed their vigilance and fell asleep. In Cole's room, he was meditating with his eyes closed, hoping that he could break through the current bottleneck of accurate swordsmanship and enter the next stage of cutting iron. It was dark all around. There was no movement at all, but Coles could sense the sound of dust falling. This was because his sensitivity was greatly improved under the amplification in the shadows. Suddenly, Coles came out of meditation and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared outside the window. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, wearing a Navy uniform and a Navy coat on his back. At this time, he was looking at Coles in the room through the window. After seeing Coles's reaction, the middle-aged man wrote down the score on the report board in his hand and then disappeared silently. It was one of the 6 styles of the Navy, the shaving. Cole's eyes narrowed. He had learned this skill before coming here, so he discovered how the middle-aged officer suddenly appeared and disappeared. Didn't the preliminary assessment start in 5 days, or was it a secret assessment? 10 minutes later, the middle-aged officer with an ordinary appearance finished the assessment and turned to leave the dormitory building. On the report board in his hand, he scored everyone's alert reaction, with the lowest being 1 point and the highest being 10 points. Among them, most of them were below 6 points, and those who could reach above 6 points were all Navy officers with very good alertness and reaction. Although Coles directly reserved a place in the elite training camp, the assessment officer still recorded his score on the report board. The score number recorded after Charlotte Coles's name is 1069, elite training camp. Night test. Go to bed early. After the officer who was doing the test left, Coles suddenly thought of Major Khan's last words, Google search reading. After landing in Marineford, Major Khan had always kept a distance from them, but the Major was not like that in his impression. The Major was a very gentle person. This was a bit abnormal. Moreover, it was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the Major asked them to go to bed early. This was the Major's secret hint. However, this hint was not for him, but for Toshigi and Maud. However, judging from the situation in the afternoon, the two did not seem to understand what it meant. The silver pocket watch that his father gave him was hung on the wall of Cole's. When the time reached 3 o'clock in the morning, Coles ended his meditation practice and fell asleep. The tiny second hand kept turning, driving the time to pass. When the second hand went around a circle, the hour hand and the minute hand formed a straight line. Coles woke up on time, because of the influence of the power of the shadow fruit. Even if he slept for 3 hours, he could still be full of energy, which gave him nearly twice the training time than others. After washing up, Coles walked out of the room and headed for the nearest free cafeteria yesterday. There are many people in the Navy headquarters. In order to avoid crowding, there are many areas, and the area where Coles is now is the waiting area. In this building complex, there are 4 cafeteria buildings alone, which shows how many people there are. After entering the cafeteria, Coles found that there were not many people eating inside for the time being, so he went to the window to choose by himself, and then took half of the table of breakfast to eat. In this year, his physical strength has undergone a great transformation, and his appetite has gradually increased. This may be related to the laws of the pirate world. The Navy even has a specially studied skill ability, life return. Want to become stronger? First of all, you need energy, and where does the energy come from? Naturally, it is obtained from the way the human body absorbs the outside world. Eating is the simplest way. In this pirate world, anyone with great strength has a terrifying appetite. While Coles was eating, other people who came to participate in the selection of this elite training camp walked into the cafeteria to eat. The 2 companions who came with Coles also entered the restaurant one after another. Maud and Dashiki went to the window to get breakfast and sat down opposite Cole's table. "Did you find the assessment officer yesterday?" Maud asked. "Yeah," Coles replied lightly. Dashiki's fair face showed confusion, and she didn't understand Maud's question. "What assessment officer? Isn't there still 5 days before the preliminary assessment?" Coles sighed in his heart. No need to think. Dashiki's score in yesterday's assessment must have been very poor. This is also a very normal thing. Dashiki's talent is not that great, and her strength progresses slowly. Her current rank is only a Marine Corporal. If it weren't for Smoker's diligence and hard training every day, he would be seen by her. Smoker would not waste his recommendation quota to let Toshigi, who is only a corporal in the Navy, come. The Navy branch and base have 1 recommendation opportunity every year. And Smoker, who graduated from the elite training camp, also has a quota. But it is not available every year. But there is only 1 chance. This is why Toshigi came to the Navy headquarters to participate in the selection. And Maud, who was promoted to the rank of lieutenant in the Navy by daring to fight and charge, was selected and recommended based on normal standards. Maud explained, although it is said that the formal assessment will be carried out in 5 days, it is an elite training camp after all. It is reasonable for the other party to play cards unconventionally. Didn't you notice it yesterday? After listening to Maud's story, Toshigi pushed his red-framed glasses and frowned. I read the biography of the famous sword very late yesterday. I didn't notice any instructors during the time, but later I found that there was a female officer watching me at the window. I was shocked at the time. She asked me why I was so focused. I talked to her about my dream that I have liked famous swords since I was a child. When my strength improves, I will take back all the famous swords that were stolen by bad guys. Then she said something strange. What? Maud was puzzled. Well, she said that although my reaction is very poor, she is very optimistic about me and will give me some comments. She is not the assessment instructor you were talking about, right? At this time, after repeating these words, Dashiki suddenly understood something. Maud was speechless. So was Coles. In the middle of the night, a female officer suddenly appeared. Dashiki didn't doubt anything and even communicated with the assessment instructor about her dream. This clumsy IQ. However, Dashiki's accidental talk seemed to have won the female examiner's appreciation, and perhaps she could pass yesterday's test. However, this was also an uncertain factor, and Dashiki's face gradually showed frustration. I finally came to the Navy headquarters, so I won't be sent back so soon. Seeing this, Maud couldn't help but pat Dashiki's shoulder and comforted her. Dashiki, don't be discouraged. You are still young. It doesn't matter if you can't enter the elite training camp this year. There will be many opportunities in the future. Then Maud showed a self-deprecating look. But I am different. I'm already 27 years old this year. The selection criteria for the elite training camp are Navy personnel under 30 years old. After failing once, they cannot come again within 3 years. I have no chance to wait, so I must take this opportunity today to enter the elite training camp. Looking at the firm expression on Maud's face, Coles did not comment or encourage him. He just ate breakfast by himself. Between genius and ordinary people, the huge distance between them, how much effort will Maud and Dashiki have to make to reach his level? Maud and Dashiki didn't care about Cole's silence. After all, in their impression, Coles is so cold from the recruit period to now. It has been like this. 30-year-old screening criteria? At this time, Dashiki looked at the candidate at the table next to him in confusion. But that person seems to be over 40 years old, right? Coles looked up. I found that a middle-aged Navy man with unkempt appearance was sitting at the table next to him. He had a strong figure, his muscles exuded a firm feeling like a rock, and his long black hair was extremely sloppy. At a glance, it was known that the Navy man was at least over 40 years old. And Maud knew a lot about the information of the elite training camp, and explained. Of course, what I just said was just the normal way. If the candidate is recommended by the general officer of the headquarters, there will be no age limit. Oh, Dashiki suddenly realized. At this time, the basic conversation had been finished, and the two did not talk anymore and continued to eat breakfast. At the table next to him, the middle-aged uncle with messy black hair had begun to eat frantically, and his speed was terrifying. The food piled on the table was quickly eaten up. This special scene immediately attracted the attention and discussion of some people in the cafeteria. This man's appetite is so scary. How come he is like a monster? Is this the special thing about the Navy headquarters? Is he a special race? Faced with other people's comments, the man with messy hair ignored them, continued to eat food crazily. And some Navy officers who knew the identity of this man with messy hair couldn't help but talk in a low voice. His name is Varric, and he was recommended by the Navy G5 branch base. It is said that he recently got a devil fruit, killed a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries, and directly booked this year's elite training camp. Don't provoke him, his rank is a lieutenant commander, and I heard that he has a bad temper and has injured several Navy officers recently. Although these voices were small, Coles could still hear them. Devil fruit ability user. In the East China Sea, devil fruit ability users are extremely rare. Apart from Smoker, Coles, and Barbarossa, there are only a few people. I didn't expect to see a new devil fruit ability user in this place just after arriving at the Navy headquarters. The Grand Line is indeed a gathering place for the strong. 70, the last session. Come again. Come again. In the cafeteria, Varric quickly finished a pile of food and then shouted to the cafeteria staff in a slightly rough voice Google search reading. Yes, coming right up. A dozen chefs in costumes began to work anxiously and then quickly sent the prepared food up with a cart. Varric's sturdy arms grabbed a piece of barbecue and began to bite it. Under the bite of his sharp teeth and the constant swallowing of his Adam's apple, the food was quickly destroyed. The Navy watching were a little surprised. I didn't expect that such a person with such a big appetite would appear here. Varric ignored the strange looks of others and continued to eat voraciously, as if he was a starving ghost at the bottom, only interested in food. However, when he ate a sandwich, his pupils suddenly shrank. It's too disgusting. How can there be such disgusting food? Varric shouted loudly, and the sound echoed in the restaurant. For a moment, the cafeteria fell silent, and most people's attention was attracted. Then, everyone saw Varric's sturdy arm waved and directly pushed the prepared three-piece sandwich to the ground. Bang! The sound of the plate falling to the ground was particularly loud in the silent cafeteria. Everyone looked at Varric in confusion, wondering why he was so angry. Dashiki looked at the damaged food on the ground and thought of the suffering people who couldn't even hope for ordinary food because of the pirates' looting. A wave of anger instantly surged in her heart. Dashiki stood up and accused Varric. You are too much. Even if you think the sandwich is unpalatable, you can't waste food. Dashiki also ordered a sandwich. She just tasted it, and it tasted good. Varric thought it was unpalatable, perhaps just because of personal taste. The other Navy who were eating couldn't help but be surprised. wondering why Dashiki dared to care about the affairs of the Navy lieutenant colonel. Huh? After hearing Dashiki's accusation, Verika's face sank, and when he saw that Dashiki was just an ordinary Navy soldier, he looked disdainful. 6-9C. Sandwiches are the most unpalatable things in the world. I can't eat them at all, so I threw them away. Did I ask there a problem? Besides, you are just a Marine corporal. Are you qualified to correct me? In the Navy, rebellion is a serious problem. Verika's questioning made Dashiki not know how to answer, and she could only insist. No matter what, wasting food is wrong. Listening to Dashiki's self-righteous words, a suppressed anger rose in Verika's heart, and after seeing Dashiki's damn blue hair, the anger could not be controlled. Varric said angrily, I am a lieutenant colonel of the G5 branch. Eat whatever you want for breakfast. If you don't like it, you can throw it away. You have no right to interfere. If you feel unhappy, you can challenge me, but do you dare? You. Dashiki was speechless. Although she was angry, she knew herself. She was just a corporal in the Navy, and her swordsmanship was not good at all. It was impossible for her to beat the lieutenant colonel in front of her. So, challenging or something, she shouldn't. Lieutenant Colonel Varric, right? If you don't mind, I want to challenge you. At this moment, Cole stood up from his seat and spoke clearly, pulling Dashiki out of her current embarrassing situation. As a Navy who came to the elite training camp from Rogue Town, he naturally couldn't watch Dashiki being bullied by the other party. What's more, Dashiki was still his subordinate Navy, and he didn't protect her. Who would protect her? Swish. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on the young Coles. The Navy watching was a little puzzled. How could this man have the confidence to challenge Varric? This man is a tough guy from the New World Navy G5 branch. The Navy G5 branch is an organization located in the second half of the Grand Line. The Navy in the G5 base is an alien Navy. These people seem to be more like pirates. They basically do not follow the instructions of the Navy headquarters, and they also have very bad behaviors. They will kill pirates with cruel means, etc. Moreover, didn't the young Navy hear their conversation just now? Varric is a devil fruit ability user, and he also killed a pirate with a bounty of 50 million. Why did he dare to stand out? Puzzled, the pirates watching began to discuss with each other in a low voice. Who is that person? It seems to be a Navy from the East China Sea, but I don't know which branch it is. His rank seems to be a major, but since he came from the Four Seas, he is probably only a lieutenant in the headquarters. Why is he so confident? After hearing Cole's words, Varric showed a wicked smile. Then he began to loosen some of his fists and feet, making a gurgling sound. Okay, I just finished eating and want to fight and exercise. Your challenge, I accept it. Navy Headquarters Tower. Superstructure. In a large conference room on one of the floors, a group of vice admirals of the Navy were sitting in it, and the one sitting on guard was Sengoku. Garp, with white hair and a strong body, was sitting next to him. On the wall was printed the slogan Absolute Justice, which was the Navy's program. At this time, Garp was leaning his head on the chair as if no one was there, tilting his head, and his snot bubbles kept rising and falling with his snoring. The vice admirals around him were basically holding their chests and silent. Vice Admiral Garp was an old senior in the Navy after all, so they were not suitable to speak. Hey, Garp, wake up, this is not a place for you to sleep. Sengoku saw that the person he was waiting for had not arrived for a long time, and when he saw Garp's appearance, he couldn't help but growl impatiently. In the roar of Sengoku, the elderly Garp also woke up from a light sleep, with a trace of embarrassment on his face, and touched the back of his head with his hand a little embarrassedly. I accidentally fell asleep. Then, Garp took out a bag of donuts from somewhere and stuffed them into his mouth. Crack. The donuts were bitten and made a subtle sound, which was clearly heard in the quiet conference room. At the same time, Garp's questioning voice also spread. Is Zephyr not here yet? Zhonghua said solemnly. Not yet, after all. He has encountered such a thing before. Although he is recovered now, I am not sure whether he will come. Hearing this, the vice admirals present could not help but fall into silence and said nothing. Today's meeting was held for this year's elite training camp, and the purpose was to determine the chief instructor for this training. Originally, the chief instructor of the elite training camp has always been Admiral Zephyr. But 5 years ago, Zephyr made a mistake in judgment, which led to the attack of the pirate Edward Weeble on the training ship he led. At that time, all the beloved students he taught, except Ein and Binz, were killed, and Zephyr's right arm was also seriously injured, although it has recovered now. But no one can be sure whether he will continue to serve as the chief instructor. In the long wait of everyone, time gradually passed. Finally, at a certain moment, the sliding door of the conference room was opened, and the movement immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. An old Navy with a burly figure, broad chest and purple hair, walked into the conference room with a steady pace. As his whole body was revealed, it can be found that the old man had only one arm. As for the broken arm, it has now been replaced by a cold and hard, huge mechanical arm. Sorry I'm late. Zifa, wearing a Justice Navy coat, slowly came to the position opposite to Zhangguo. Mr. Zifa. Instantly, except for Vice Admiral Garp, almost all the other vice admirals present greeted and expressed their respect. As the chief instructor of the military academy for more than 20 years, Zifa has taught many naval generals in these years. The three highest-powered admirals of the current Navy headquarters were all students he taught before. Therefore, Zephyr has a very high status in the Navy, and it is normal for him to be respected by these vice admirals. As for Sengoku and Garp, they were both Marines who joined the Navy at the same time as Zephyr, as old comrades who had fought bloody battles. They would naturally not be so polite. Zephyr, I thought you would not come. Are you still going to be the chief instructor of the military academy? Sengoku stared at this former old comrade, asking with a hint of emotion in his voice. As Sengoku spoke, the vice admirals present immediately fell silent, quietly waiting for Zephyr's answer. Garp was the same. After his relatives were killed by pirates last time, Zephyr resigned from the position of admiral of the Navy, but was retained by his superiors, retained the rank of general, and became the chief instructor of the Naval Academy. But after his beloved students were also slaughtered by pirates, could he continue to stick to the position of chief instructor? Everyone was quietly waiting for the answer. And Zephyr's hairstyle has changed since the accident 5 years ago. At the same time, he also put on a pair of black sunglasses, making it difficult to see his eyes. Facing Zhangguo's question, Zifa began to answer at this time. Before coming here, I have always been thinking about whether I should continue to serve as the chief instructor. Then Zifa stretched out his left hand and stroked his cold mechanical right arm. I'm already 70 years old. At this age, I should retire, but I'm really unwilling to retire like this. He looked out the window, and the old face gradually revealed pain and determination. I don't want my last thought after leaving the Navy to be so miserable. I don't want to dream of corpses all over the warship every time I wake up. I don't want. The proud students I taught at the end can't even call out, Teacher Zifa. So I'm here. After this year, I will step down as the chief instructor, and this will be the last batch of students I teach. Because I don't want to leave any regrets. 71. Coles versus Varric. Navy Headquarters. There are steep mountain buildings on all 4 sides, with naval flags flying in the wind. In a conference room on the upper floor of the headquarters, a meeting about the elite training camp is taking place. In the waiting area next to the headquarters, something exciting is happening at this time. Naval Duel Challenge. This kind of thing happens frequently in this place, and it would not cause much response. But now is a special period. This is the time when the elite training camp is holding selections. After knowing that the challenger is Lieutenant Colonel Varric from the New World G5 branch, who is the scheduled Navy for this elite training camp. This incident immediately attracted a group of Navy who came to participate in the selection. They walked towards the central open space one after another, wanting to see how strong Varric is. Under the crowd effect, more Navy began to follow and gather together. Who is challenging Varric? I don't know, but I heard it's a young Navy from the East China Sea. The East China Sea, that's the weakest sea. Even if the Navy there is recommended, their strength won't be that great, right? Varric is a lieutenant colonel from the New World. His rank is equivalent to that of the headquarters. The ferocity of the pirates there is not comparable to that of the East China Sea. The challenger will definitely lose. After arriving at the battle site, the Navy began to talk to each other. At this time, in the center of the open space, Varric was crossing his arms and quietly waiting for Coles to challenge him. His brown-black skin was particularly obvious under the sunlight. Take it. Coles took off the navy coat on his back and the silver pocket watch on his chest, and asked Tashiji to hold it for him temporarily. For Varric from the G5 branch. He did not despise him at all. Because he could feel the opponent's strength, that momentum was not comparable to the pirates from the East China Sea. What's more, the opponent came from the New World, so he must be stronger. He may have to use all his strength in this battle, and these items on his body will affect his performance, so he took them off temporarily. As for why the things were given to Dashiki instead of Mode, that's because Mode is a lieutenant in the Navy, and he is not very familiar with him, so it is more appropriate to let Dashiki hold it. Ah yes, Dashiki was stunned, but immediately took Major Coles's coat and pocket watch. As a subordinate, helping to take things is his job. After handing the things to Dashiki, Coles wore a white Navy uniform, a long sword with a white scabbard on his waist, and slowly came to the center of the open space in front. The atmosphere became solemn for a while. The surrounding discussions gradually became smaller, and they all stared at the two people intently, wanting to see what would happen next. At this time, Varric still kept his hands on his chest, with a look of indifference. Tell me your name and rank, although I don't care much about it. Is this being looked down upon? Hearing this, Coles's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a small bend. My name is Charlotte Coles, rank Major of the Navy Headquarters. As Cole's voice spread, the crowd of onlookers, who were originally somewhat calm, suddenly started to talk. Major of the Headquarters, isn't he a Navy officer from the East China Sea? Moreover, he doesn't seem to be more than 20 years old, and this rank level. Charlotte Coles, why is this name familiar? Well, isn't this the Navy officer who also reserved a place in this elite training camp? I didn't expect him to be the rising star of the Navy in the East China SEA. It is said that he is also a devil fruit ability user. This battle will be exciting. During these days, some of the reserved Navy places have already been spread among them. It's just that Coles just arrived yesterday, and most people don't know him yet. Originally, this was a duel without suspense, but it turned out to be so interesting now. Both of them are candidates for the elite training camp, and they are both devil fruit users. Who is stronger? For a moment, the Navy watching were looking forward to it. Major rank of headquarters, devil fruit user. Hearing the discussion of the Navy around him, Varric couldn't help but put down his arms, and his expression became a little solemn. He thought that the other party was just an ordinary sea officer, but he never thought that the other party would have the ability of devil fruit like him. However, this is nothing. Even if Coles is also a devil fruit user, how much growth can he have in an environment without the collision of strong people? Varric is extremely confident about this, because even if they are both devil fruit users, there is a gap in ability. Major of Headquarters promoted from East China Sea, so this is the confidence you dare to challenge me. However, the New World is an extremely chaotic place, and turmoil occurs every day. IT is completely incomparable to the weakest East China Sea, where you are. Pong. The next moment, Varric's legs burst with strength, and he rushed in front of Coles. At the same time, his sturdy arms arched, and his muscles burst out, and the heavy punch with a strong wind had already arrived in front of Coles. Boom. The impact force on the fist exploded, blasting a puff of dust from Coles's position. Perhaps it was because the oxygen in the pirate world was higher, or for some other reason, the powerful force would always raise a puff of white dust when it exploded, just like the scene now. The battle happened too fast. Most of the Navy watching had not reacted yet, and the collision had already occurred. They quickly looked towards the center of the dust, wanting to see the result of the collision. As a breeze blew, the dust that blocked the view gradually dissipated, revealing the scene at the scene. What was surprising was, Varric's powerful punch did not hit Cole's face, but was easily blocked by Cole's left hand. The center of the battle. Cole's eyes gradually became cold, and then he clenched his right hand, and the power hidden in his biceps burst out and suddenly hit Varric's chest. So what if it's the weakest? Isn't that the symbol of peace in the East China Sea? A muffled sound came out. Then a huge force was transmitted, knocking Varric out like a broken sack. Boom. In the end, Varric's body hit the building wall dozens of meters away, and his figure was deeply imprinted in it. This power. The people watching the battle were a little surprised, or perhaps a little unsure. This is the power that a 20-year-old young man can burst out. A year ago, Coles's strength was just good, not very special, which can be seen from his appetite at the beginning. But after eating the shadow fruit and doubling his exercise every day, his strength is increasing more rapidly than before. In the past few months, his body seemed to have broken through some kind of limit, and his strength began to surge. This is why his appetite has now begun to increase sharply. Not far away, in the rubble, Varric stretched out his thick arms, imprinted his fingers into the wall, supported himself to stand up, and the rubble began to scatter. After standing up, Varric's face became gloomy. His messy black hair was full of tiny stone chips, and there was also some bright red blood on the back of his hair. Being injured by a navy from the East China Sea made him feel extremely humiliated, not to mention that it was in public. He could no longer suppress his anger. Varric took a step forward, and the blood flow suddenly accelerated. His originally strong body changed and began to become more majestic in a few seconds. Hiss, hiss. As his body grew bigger, the white shirt on Varric's body was gradually torn. His messy black hair began to grow from the original half a meter. His brown-black skin. At the same time, it became darker. And on top of Varric's head, 2 black goat horns grew, looking like a monster. Among the onlookers, some people recognized Varric's devil fruit ability at this time. It's the ability of the animal-type devil fruit, and it's a rare ancient species in the world. Animal-type, goat fruit, ancient species, black goat form. 72. Ancient species of animals. Animal department. Ancient species. Hearing the conversation of the Navy around him, Cole's eyes became solemn. Google search reading. There are 3 types of devil fruits, namely Superman, animal, and natural. It goes without saying that the natural type is rare. Most of the known devil fruits are superhuman and animal type. Among them, the animal type will also have abilities that are rarer than the natural type. That is the ability of animals such as ancient species and phantom beast species to change that do not exist in the world. These rare species are very powerful, far beyond what ordinary animals can match. Unexpectedly, Varric turned out to be the possessor of the devil fruit ability of an ancient animal species. The animal-type devil fruit allows people to transform into animals. There are 3 levels of transformation abilities: human form, beast form, and human-animal form. Varric's form appeared in front of him. It's obviously a human-animal form. Having displayed such powerful power from the beginning, it seemed that Varric was really angry. At this time, after Varric transformed and merged with the devil fruit ability, his body had grown by nearly 1/3, his height increased to 3 meters, and black hair also grew from his body. That majestic and strong body. It is as if it is made of black steel, hard and indestructible. And those black wools looks unusually soft, but if someone goes up to touch it, they will find that these black hairs are as tough as iron. Varric's back was covered with messy black hair that grew to 1 meter long. There were a few strands of ferocity on his face full of flesh, and he spoke with a sneer. "You've pissed me off so much. Get ready for some violent torture." Finished. Varric's tall body began to bend slightly, and his strong legs exerted force again. But this time it's not a forward charge. Instead, it jumped up high, like a leaping antelope. The strong black body was particularly conspicuous after leaping into the air. Then Varric raised his right foot and fell suddenly in an independent posture. Boom. Violent noises were heard. The hard floor tiles where Cole stood were directly stepped on. The sound of flying gravel spread, and gray smoke rose into the air. But the smoke dissipates. The onlookers were surprised to find that, where Varric fell with great force, Cole's was nowhere to be seen. "Did you go there?" Varric was a little confused, turned his head quickly, and was surprised to find Cole's 10 meters behind him. Without stopping, Varric accelerated suddenly again, and his 3-meter-tall and strong figure rushed in front of Cole's, punching out with a stronger fist than before. Face this punch. Cole's figure disappeared quickly, leaving only a passing image in place. Varric's punch was empty. Cole's, on the other hand, appeared safe and sound in another place without being affected at all. See this scene. The surrounding Navy immediately exclaimed, "It's shaving." Cole's actually knows one of the 6 Navy styles of shaving. Isn't this a skill that needs to be taught in elite training camps? Faced with these doubts of the various branches of the Navy, a naval officer from the Navy headquarters explained, "Elite training camps will indeed teach the 6 postures. Generally speaking, it is difficult for most people to practice them before they know the principles. However, there are always some talented people in the world. They understand combat very quickly, and as long as they have seen the 6 moves or similar moves, they can train them by themselves by drawing inferences. The meaning of this headquarters official's words was already obvious at this time. He is saying, Charlotte Coles is a genius with a very strong understanding of combat, the center of the battlefield. As Varric, who came from the G5 branch of the Navy, he naturally knew that Coles was now using shaver, but he ignored it. Those muscles are knotted. The arms with bulging veins kept punching out. The bricks on the ground everywhere were smashed into pieces by his attack, making the originally flat ground become pitted. After 7 or 8 failed attacks, Varric finally spoke angrily. Young boy from the East China Sea, can you only hide? You have the ability to fight head-on. Not far away. Cole's figure appears. He stretched out his left hand to unbutton a button on his collar and made a fighting stance. Since you want to choose a head-on collision, then I will do as you wish. Coles had not directly confronted Varric before. It was because he wanted to see the opponent's strength increase in human-animal form, but it did not mean that he was afraid of him. Now that the investigation is clear, there is no need to continue to dodge. Next moment, Coles ran out and fist bumped with Varric, who was also rushing towards him. Pong. The forces canceled each other out, but under the countershock force, the two figures retreated separately. Varric watched Coles fist bump with him, showing no sign of weakness. I can't help but have some doubts in my heart. Why is this young man from the East China Sea so physically strong, considering he is an animal-type devil fruit user? After casting the human-animal form, his strength increased greatly. How could Coles catch his attack? This is so inappropriate. Could it be that Coles also has an animal-type devil fruit ability? While these thoughts were swirling, Varric did not stay where he was. Continue to wave your muscular arms. Attack ferociously. And Coles, relying on his strong physical skills, also used punches to fight Varric and was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. Physical skills. This is one of the most important powers in the pirate world. Coles has been very clear since he was born, so he has been maintaining physical exercise in order to lay a good foundation for future growth. After entering the recruit training period, in addition to developing devil fruits, he also chose the 2 development directions of swordsmanship and physical skills. In previous battles, he had mostly displayed swordsmanship and devil fruit abilities. But is his physical skills weak? Of course not. That was just because the physical skills at that time had not yet broken through the boundaries and were overshadowed by the light of swordsmanship and the ability of the shadow fruit. Since training, he never relaxed for a day from physical training. Even though he had not shown any rapid improvement in strength after training in the previous few years, he had no intention of giving up either. There is no other reason than that physical skills are the most indispensable power in the pirate world. Perhaps it was precisely because of these years of accumulated training that his improvement exploded a few months ago, making his physical skills extremely powerful. As for Coles's physical skills, this can be seen from the fact that Kruby, the leader of the Arlong pirates, easily blocked the 1000 watts right fist with one hand. On the main ship of Crick, Coles even withstood the Williams swordsman level AI/head-on, and his body could still keep fighting for the time being. This can also prove that Cole's current body and physical skills are very strong. In order to be able to show the power of physical skills, Coles also specially developed 2 powerful close-quarter moves, Shadow Rise Dragon Fist and Shadow Meteor Kick. As a time traveler, Cole's thinking and development ideas are much stronger than those of the locals here, and it is not impossible for him to develop some wonderful and special skills. But if you don't cooperate with yourself, can just moves developed with various strange ideas steadily enhance combat effectiveness? At least at the current stage, Coles chose to develop the fruit in a way that would steadily increase combat effectiveness in line with his own advantages. Like after the recruit period, the 3 fruit moves he developed for himself are the Shadow Knight Spear for attack and the Shadow Shield for defense to ensure his own safety, and the auxiliary Shadow Confinement. At that time, when this set of skills was combined, Euron, who had a bounty of 10 million Baileys, was directly killed by it. This shows the advantage. Watching Coles fight with Varric using his devil fruit ability using physical skills, Dasky was surprised. Major Coles's physical skills, are they so strong? For a long time in Dusky's image, Coles showed his strength with swordsmanship and shadow fruit so that she never paid attention to how powerful Coles's physical skills were. This is also very normal, because in the minds of most people, The reason why people with devil fruit abilities are so powerful is because of the special devil fruit. Most people who have acquired devil fruit abilities will rely too much on devil fruit abilities because of the power of the fruit. Those who can clearly understand and avoid this shortcoming. After all, they're only a minority. Motor showed no signs of surprise when Cole showed off his powerful physical skills. Because in his impression, Coles is someone who practices hard every day. A machine that only rests for 3 hours a day is still an emotionless fighting machine. What impressed Maud the most was Cole's cold attitude and his phrase, "I'm not interested in money." Although she felt that Coles didn't mean to show off, Maud was always a little unhappy, maybe because she couldn't say such words. If he can also say something like, "I'm not interested in money," maybe he will be happy to tell others. Unfortunately, he can't. At least, not now. 73. Devil Fruit Ability. Bang. Bang. The center of the battle. The dull sound echoed from time to time. Two figures, one black and one white, fought one after another, and the fists and feet were added, and the battle was extremely fierce. This scene made the Navy watching the battle around them boil. What is a real man's fight? Only punch. Spinning punch. Varric shouted, and the dark fist suddenly hit Coles's head. The intense force made Cole's consciousness shake for a while. Blood seeped out from his forehead and slowly flowed down his handsome face with a little determination. However, that's all. Coles's spirit and willpower are extraordinary now, and after often resisting the bewitching power of the demon sword, he is even more stable. Varric wanted to use a powerful attack to knock him down or knock him unconscious, which was simply impossible. While his consciousness quickly stabilized, the black shadow power had already condensed on Cole's right hand. Shadow Rising Dragon Fist. This punch, Varric had no time to defend. Because he had no idea that Coles's head was hit by his punch, why didn't he lose consciousness for a moment? How could such a thing happen to a navy in the East China Sea? Isn't that the weakest sea? These were the thoughts that floated in Varric's mind when he flew backwards. Then, boom, the originally broken wall. It was hit again by Varric's huge body, revealing a broken hole. The onlookers couldn't help but look at the rubble, thinking of what was going on. Coles's blue eyes were also staring forward, waiting for Varric's reaction. Crack. In the rubble, an arm covered with black hair quickly protruded from it. A series of rubble scattered, revealing the figure of Varric who had performed the animal-type human-beast form. As Varric walked out of the broken wall, it was found that Varric had no injuries at all. Varric crossed his hands and loosened his fingers, making a deep voice of a middle-aged man. Your attack didn't hurt at all. After I used the human-beast form, the black goat gave me the most perfect defense. Then my body is comparable to steel. You can't beat me at all. As the words fell, Varric charged towards Coles again. Coles did not step forward. Instead, he let Varric get close. When the opponent's attack was about to hit him, Coles's cold voice spread. Shadow Imprisonment. In an instant, Varric's movement of preparing to attack became stiff and stiff, unable to move at all. All this was because a layer of shadow appeared on his dark body, which Varric had not noticed before and now. Under Coles's ability, the shadow power directly imprisoned his movements, although the shadow imprisonment would weaken the power and imprisonment time due to the opponent's strong strength, but in a battle, even a mistake can cause serious consequences. Coles leaped up. His right leg was like a bow ready to be fired, with shadow power surging on it. Shadow Meteor Kick. The wind whistled. This attack hit Varric's head at an extremely fast speed, making a crisp sound. Varric could not avoid this kick at all, in addition to its fast speed, but also because the power of shadow confinement controlled his movements. Bang! Coles's fierce leg force kicked him out fiercely. Varric flew backwards more than 10 meters away, and then like a ball, he rolled on the ground for several circles before finally stopping. The field fell into silence for a while. The Navy watching was also waiting quietly. After a few breaths, Varric moved his fingers, and the dark body stood up from the ground again. He shook his head, which was slightly painful from the kick, and spoke with ridicule. Boy, it's not very useful. Coles's brows also frowned slightly. Among the animal-type devil fruits, a small part contains the power of awakening, and the ability users have a tenacious vitality and recovery ability to stand up even after being knocked down many times. Is the ancient species of Varric, the black goat form, one of them? Boy, if you have any other devil fruit abilities, just use them. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to defeat me. After standing up this time, Varric rarely launched an attack. Although he has the strong recovery and defense power given by the ancient animal-type black goat form. But after enduring Coles's powerful kick, his head was also shaken, and he needed some time to rest and recover. Breeze blew, blowing Coles's black hair, and combined with the blood on his left forehead, he looked particularly sharp. Then, stand up. Stand up. Hearing Cole's words, the surrounding navy was a little puzzled. Coles didn't fall to the ground. Why did he say stand up? What is that? Suddenly, a Navy man's exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Looking up, in the center of the battlefield, a large dark shadow appeared. And in the shadows, one after another, humans with dark figures walked out. Aren't those fishmen? Why are they dark? As more shadow soldiers appeared, the Navy became confused, wondering why these creatures appeared at the scene. In just a few breaths of time, 87 shadow soldiers appeared in the empty battle center in an instant. The missing ones were naturally Lonros and 12 Shadow Knights. The 86 shadow soldiers now, except for the orange cat at Cole's feet, all have good combat power. With Coles's thought, 85 shadow soldiers began to attack Varric in front. What the hell is this? Varric's originally arrogant expression changed, and he didn't quite understand what this was. However, although he didn't understand, he was still very clear that these shadow soldiers were about to attack him. The finger bones made a cracking sound. Varric threw a punch and smashed the shadow soldier who rushed forward. Isn't this too weak? Varric thought so in his heart, punching continuously, no matter what it was in front of him, as long as it was smashed into pieces. This is your demon ability, but if... Varric smashed more than 20 shadow soldiers and was mocking. But the voice suddenly stopped, because those shattered shadow soldiers were recovering their bodies, and then continued to attack Varric desperately. Along leaped into the air, holding a shadow sawtooth, and chopped it down fiercely. Squeak! The shadow sawtooth collided with Varric's iron-hard black hair. Sparks flew. What Varric said was indeed true. His current body is as hard as steel, and ordinary attacks are difficult to work. On the other side, Barbarossa quickly came behind Varric with the strength of the distilled form and punched out. Bang! A dull sound came out. Unfortunately, Varric's defense is extremely strong under the ancient black goat form. This is not something that Barbarossa and Helong, the pirates with a bounty of 20 million in the East China Sea, can deal with. Boom! Varric turned around and punched the shadow body of Barbarossa with a punch, breaking it. But under the immortal power of the shadow soldiers, Barbarossa's shadow body quickly recovered and continued to attack Varric with other shadow soldiers. For a while, even though Varric has strong defense and recovery ability, he was suppressed by the shadow soldiers. This is the power of the shadow soldiers. Unless Coles dies or loses consciousness, these shadow soldiers will disappear. Otherwise, the shadow soldiers can rely on his spirit and willpower to continuously recover. Of course, this is not unlimited. After all, the recovery of the shadow soldiers depends on Coles's mental power. Summon Shadow summons the shadows of dead creatures into shadow soldiers loyal to him, which will not consume his mental power. Because this is the concept of using the ability of the shadow fruit, not the consumption of ability. Unfortunately, after leaving Lonroth and Rogue Town, the remaining shadow soldiers he had were not very strong. Although they suppressed Varric, it was difficult to cause effective attacks on the opponent. Coles roughly calculated the current mental power consumption. Varric continued to smash all the shadow soldiers present for an hour. Then, he would fall into a coma. At that time, not only would the shadow soldiers present disappear, but Lonrost and Shadow Knight in Rogue Town would also disappear temporarily. However, this is not a big problem, because Coles had the idea of leaving the shadow soldiers with his family as early as the end of the recruit period. Therefore, he has been developing and researching this for the past year. The development of Barsamiro Bear's meatball fruit can locate the places he has been to, and then use the fruit ability to slap them to where they are. Coles marked a specific location at the villa in Rogue Town. Even if Lonros and the 12 Shadow Knights will disappear temporarily because of his loss of consciousness, the 13 shadow soldiers can still reappear at the mark point after he regains consciousness. Rather than saying it is a mark point, it is better to say it is a summoning point. Coles created a shadow summoning site at the villa in Rogue Town, where Lonros and the 12 Shadow Knights will be revived. For this, he spent a lot of time imagining, which is also one of the main reasons why he did not develop other special skills in this year. Before the development, Coles only imagined it, but he did not expect it to be realized later. It can only be said that the ability of the devil fruit is very strange. 74. Cutting Iron Realm. Battle Center. The Black Shadow soldiers kept breaking, then recovering, breaking, and recovering. The surrounding navy couldn't help but stare at the stalemate in front of them. One has amazing defense and recovery, and the other seems to be immortal. Who is stronger between the two? And the situation soon changed, because Vero is obviously not a calm person. After facing these strange soldiers who have been eliminated more than a dozen times but still cannot be defeated, Vero began to feel irritated and furious. Vero shouted loudly, and the sound spread throughout the area and echoed endlessly. Then, Vero's dark figure, which was like steel, changed, and the black horns on his head began to become thicker and sharper. But Vero's 3-meter-tall body gradually shrank, and his muscular arms became shaped like sheep's hoofs. The black hair on his body also began to become thicker, covering his whole body. Finally, Varric turned into a 2-meter-tall, majestic black goat. This is the beast form of his devil fruit ability. The ancient black goat is not the ordinary black goat we are talking about now. It is an extremely powerful creature with great strength and amazing speed. It has devil-like abilities among herbivores. Swish. In an instant, the black goat transformed by Varric disappeared on the spot, and only a residual image could be seen halfway. Coles's expression changed. A black shadow shield appeared in front of him. At this time, the black goat transformed by Varric had already rushed over. Bang! The shadow shield shattered. A strong impact force came from the head of the black goat, and Cole's figure was directly knocked away. Sizzle! His footsteps slid nearly 20 meters on the ground before he could barely release the remaining force. Coles began to breathe violently. Although he deployed the shadow shield defense in time, facing the fast and powerful impact of Varric, his body still suffered some damage. Swish! The ancient black goat transformed by Varric rushed again. Coles quickly used the shave to disappear on the spot, but the black goat was also very fast and directly changed the direction of attack. Then, Cole's landing place was intercepted. Bang! This time, Coles did not have time to deploy defense and was hit by a huge force and flew backwards. Instantly, Coles felt the blood in his body surging, and the 5 internal organs in his chest seemed to be displaced. This feeling of being knocked away by a ferocious beast made him feel powerless to resist. With a wave of his arm, the Black Knight's spear with a sharp top and a round bottom appeared, colliding with the black goat that rushed again. The impact force continued to collide. Then the black goat was repelled, but it did not cause any damage. The beast form of Verica's devil fruit black goat has reached the standard of shaving. Moreover, while having speed, the steel-like defense has not decreased, and it is difficult for the shadow soldiers to effectively block it. The battle is already unsolvable. This is what the onlookers in the Navy thought, and they all thought that Coles would lose. However, even if Coles did not win, they would not show much contempt. After all, Coles was facing the powerful devil fruit ability of the ancient animal species, and being able to fight Varric to this extent has proved his own strength. But why has Coles not shown a look of dejection on his face until now? Everyone was a little puzzled. Could Coles still have a way to defeat Verica's powerful black goat beast form? Battle Center. Coles looked at Varric in front of him and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Varric is worthy of coming from the New World, and his strength is indeed good. The devil fruit ability of the ancient animal species black goat makes Varric fearless of harm. If he hadn't left Lonros in Robe Town, he might have been able to easily deal with the other party, but now the power of the shadow fruit basically can't break Verica's defense. However, he won't lose this battle, because Coles has never relied on the shadow fruit to become stronger. Until now. He hasn't even drawn his sword. It's not that Coles can't draw his sword, he's just waiting for a suitable time to draw his sword. Since the end of the recruit period, Coles has already entered the level of precise swordsmanship, and then in the competition with Lonros and a Shadow Knight, he has continued to stabilize and improve. Now, there is only one bottleneck in front of him. That is cutting iron. After fighting with William on the main ship of Click, Coles deeply knew that his swordsmanship was not enough, and he was not strong enough. But how can he break through the cutting iron? Major Khan did not teach everyone this answer during the recruit period, because the realm of cutting iron was still very far away from everyone at that time. Coles had no experience in this area, so he could only ask Lonros for advice. However, Lonros was a great knight from 100 years ago, and his training was also improved over time, so he didn't quite understand this. At that time, the only option for Coles was to continue meditating and practicing. On the way to the Navy headquarters, Coles was trying to break through, because he knew that he was definitely not the only genius in the elite training camp. However, his swordsmanship strength still could not overcome that bottleneck for a long time. Facing the strong headquarters, he should have felt tremendous pressure. But when he reunited with Major Khan at the port, his mood calmed down. At that moment, when his mood went from anxious to suddenly relaxed, he grasped a glimmer of enlightenment. Last night, after a long period of meditation practice, Coles gradually understood what Zhang Tai was. In this world, there are swordsmen who can cut through anything, and there are also swordsmen who can cut through anything in order to protect. Entering the realm of cutting iron. In addition to having a firm belief, you also need to understand yourself and feel the outside world. And Coles has already done this with the increased sensitivity of the shadow fruit. What he lacks? Just an opportunity. An opportunity that requires cutting iron and drawing a sword. In today's conflict challenge, in addition to standing up for Dusky, Coles also wanted to find opportunities to use his sword in the battle. And fighting till now. The time to draw the sword has come. Thank you very much. Cole's eyes became solemn, his body slightly arched, holding the white scabbard with his left hand and the black handle of the demon knife with his right hand. Knight's elegy. Next moment, Cole's figure disappeared on the spot. Similarly, the black goat transformed by Varric also rushed towards him. Two black shadows passed each other, exchanged standing positions with each other. Bah! The red sword light flashed. On the dark head of the black goat transformed by Varachna, a hideous wound suddenly appeared, and a large amount of blood spurted out from it. Draw out the sword and cut through the iron. Cole stood tall and straight, with extremely calm eyes. He held the handle of the knife with his right hand and slowly put the black and red blade of the demon knife back into the sheath. Kaka. The only sound heard at the scene was the clear sound of the knife being retracted. When the blade of the sword was completely retracted into the scabbard, the ancient black goat transformed by Varric also fell to the ground and could no longer maintain its animal form. Transformed into his original body, seriously injured and comatose. The whole place was silent for a moment. The sudden end of the battle almost caught everyone off guard. Varric had already shown near invincible power, so why was he suddenly killed instantly? That kind of sword power? It's a powerful sword. An officer from the Navy headquarters who practiced Kendo recognized the power Coles had just displayed and explained aloud. Varric's ancient black goat form has a defense as strong as steel, but there are swordsmen in this world who can cut through steel. Gentia, that is the name of the realm of a powerful swordsman, and is also called the essence of a powerful sword. Then the naval officer showed envy in his eyes and spoke out. With Cole's swordsmanship reaching the level of cutting iron, he will be destined to become a swordsman in the future, because this is the most obvious dividing line between swordsmen. As long as you cross the line of cutting iron, the road to becoming a swordsman will not be far away. I heard the name Jianhao. Even though most of the people watching the Navy are not swordsmen, they can't help but look envious. The combat power of those swordsmen is at least comparable to that of a major general. Coles is only 20 years old now, and it is really difficult to foresee that his future achievements will reach that point. Lieutenant General? Or a general? Suddenly, the Navy presence seemed to have seen a rising naval star on top of a building not far away. A plain-looking naval officer was recording the combat ratings of Coles and Varric on a report board. Next to this officer, there was a naval colonel with an upright look on his face. Khan, I heard that he is a recruit you taught before. What do you think of him? Khan considered his words and replied, Cheryl Coles has a very high talent for swordsmanship and a very good understanding. He is a very rare genius. You were his previous instructor, and you don't have any other comments about him? That's my assessment. Are you sure it's gone? No. 75, near the start. On top of a building not far away, Google search reading. A plain-looking naval officer was recording the battle scores of Coles and Varric on a report board. Next to this officer, there was a naval colonel with an upright look on his face. Khan, I heard that he is a recruit you taught before. What do you think of him? Khan considered his words and replied, Cheryl Coles has a very high talent for swordsmanship and a very good understanding. He is a very rare genius. You were his instructor before he was a recruit, D. Do you have any other comments about him? The officer who recorded the score asked instead. The other evaluations have been filled in before. If there is no change in his current personality, this is it. Khan replied coldly. His identity as an undercover Revolutionary Army agent was sensitive. If he showed too close relationship with Coles now and was exposed later, Coles would definitely be implicated. Therefore, the distant attitude of yesterday's landing was not only a reminder to Maud and Dusky, but also a statement to Coles. Are you sure it's gone? The officer recording the score asked again. No. Khan nodded seriously. After Varric was seriously injured and was taken away for treatment, the excitement at the scene gradually subsided. However, the far-reaching impact that Coles stabbed Varric will have is far from over. Major, your things. After the battle, Dusky quickly handed the navy coat and silver pocket watch back to Coles. Coles, do you want to go to the infirmary? Asked Maud, who was following along. No, it's just a small problem. Coles shook his head and refused, taking his things from Dusky's hands. Maud was speechless. One side of his face was covered with blood. I asked, this still a small problem? Thank you, Major. After returning the things to Coles, Dusky bent a 90-degree angle to thank him. No, I just want to test my strength through battle. I'm just helping you, by the way. Coles just glanced at Dusky lightly, then turned and left. No matter what, thank you. Das still bowed to Chi. She knew that Major Coles was a cold-faced and warm-hearted person who didn't like to accept thanks from others, just like the first time he encountered pirates as a recruit. Coles, on the other hand, lazily ignored what Dusky thought and moved forward on his own. He also began to think about what he had gained from this battle. The biggest gain. Naturally, he has entered the realm of cutting iron. In addition, he also saw with his own eyes the combat power of the naval lieutenant colonel in the New World, which was completely unmatched by the lieutenant colonel in the East Blue Sea, and there were also rare ancient species of animals. After walking to the dormitory building, Coles suddenly realized that the injury on his head was serious and needed treatment to stop the bleeding, so he turned around and looked for the infirmary here, in front of the dormitory building. Some of the Navy who didn't know what was going on were a little confused as to why Cole's head was bleeding, and they all talked in low voices. Hey, what's going on with this young man? He was injured, right? He looks a little weak. I seem to have seen him before. It was a Navy man recommended by the East Blue Sea, but now there are elites from all branches of the Navy gather here. It is normal for conflicts to occur and to be injured. Faced with these discussions among the Navy, who came to participate in the elite training camp selection, Coles paid no attention. After confirming the location of the infirmary, he walked towards it without stopping. I heard that there are several Marines who have directly reserved places for the elite training camp this time. They are all Devil Fruit ability users. Among them, the Navy's G5 branch Varric's strength is very terrifying. I know this. Varric has a bad temper. He even injured 3 or 4 Marines who came for selection a few days ago. I heard that his Devil Fruit is a rare ancient species of animal. I estimate that he is the strongest one in this year's elite training camp. In front of the dormitory building, these Marines were talking in low voices, and they also watched Cole's figure disappear away from him. After about a few minutes, the news about Varric's defeat by Donghai Xinqing also slowly spread back to the dormitory building, causing a burst of exclamations and discussions. You know, that Varric from the Navy's G5 branch was defeated. Doesn't Varric possess a rare ancient species of animals? With such powerful strength, how can it be defeated by others? I was watching the scene just now. The one who defeated Varric was the Devil Fruit user from the East Blue SEA.IT, was the handsome young Marine who came from the East Blue Sea yesterday. The battle was extremely fierce. Finally, Coles pulled out the long knife from his waist and killed Varric instantly with one sword move. Instant kill. An ancient species of animal? After hearing this, the Marines from each branch couldn't help but swallow their saliva, a little in disbelief. And at this time, they also recalled the Coles they had just seen, and were a little dazed for a moment. I originally thought that the handsome young Marine was weak, but I didn't expect Coles to be so strong. By the way, does Varric have a younger brother? I heard he is a Vice Admiral. I wonder if he will cause trouble for Coles. You're talking about Vice Admiral Virgo of the G5 branch of the Navy. He is a gentleman-like Navy. He shouldn't cause trouble for Coles because of this. By the way, why is Mr. Virgo already a Vice Admiral? while his brother Varric is still a lieutenant colonel. Note 1. I heard that they were separated since childhood and only met in recent years. Varric was just an ordinary guard of a country in the Grand Line before, and just joined the Navy in recent years. Navy Headquarters Tower. In a conference room on one of the floors, a group of high-ranking Navy officers are discussing this year's elite training camp. Outside the conference room, a colonel of the Navy headquarters knocked on the door. The meeting in the field was temporarily stopped. Jean Gua looked at the adjutant outside the door and asked, "What's the matter?" The adjutant reported, "Report, Varric and Charlotte Coles, who are scheduled for the elite training camp, just had a challenge duel." Hearing the names of these two devil fruit ability users, Jean Gua couldn't help but become interested. "Tell me about it." "Yes." The adjutant who reported the report opened the report and read aloud. At the beginning, the two of them fought each other with physical skills. In the end, the result of the battle was that Charlotte Coles used the sword and defeated Varric with one move. As the adjutant closed the report, the meeting room fell into silence for a while. Kakaka. Interesting. I was very optimistic about the Navy Charlotte Coles before, and his strength has improved well. Garp continued to eat donuts and broke the silence with a laugh. Afterwards, other Navy vice admirals also expressed their opinions. I didn't expect that the rare ancient species animal type ability user was defeated. This Coles sword, it seems that this young man's swordsmanship has entered the iron cutting level. I checked his information and has only learned swordsmanship for 1 year, but he has already touched the threshold of the swordsman level. He is really gifted. After listening to the comments of these vice admirals, Zifa also became interested in this young Navy named Charlotte Coles. He took out the information of this young Navy from the files in front of him. Name, Charlotte Coles. Gender, male. Age, 18. Joined the Navy, 1 year. Rank, Major of the Navy Headquarters. Special, Devil Fruit Ability User. The fruit name is Shadow Fruit. Good at swordsmanship. Zephyr was also a little surprised by Cole's talent and strength. 18-year-old Major of the Navy Headquarters. He is indeed a rising star of the Navy. You should know that he was only 18 years old and had just participated in actual combat. Zephyr sighed slightly about the different times and then looked at the evaluation column. Evaluation, rapid growth in strength, smoker, cold personality, unruly heart, often disobeying orders, observation and polishing is recommended. Con. After seeing Smoker's name, Zephyr couldn't help but sigh in his heart, hoping that this young Navy named Coles would not become the next Lone Ranger who did not listen to his superior's orders. Time passed quickly in the Navy headquarters. The time for the branch Navy to come to the training camp is getting closer and closer. 4 days, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. It's the night before the formal assessment. All the Navy who are going to participate in the elite training camp have already started to rest and prepare for tomorrow's assessment. Among them, Coles is an exception. Because of the benefits brought by the shadow fruit, he basically meditates until 3 o'clock in the morning before going to bed, and tonight will be no exception. This has long become a habit. After meditating until 3 o'clock and consolidating the realm of swordsmanship, Coles began to sleep and wait for tomorrow's assessment. Although it is a reserved place, this preliminary assessment still needs to be recorded. After waking up the next day, the Navy recommended by each branch was uniformly taken to the place where the assessment was to be held by the officers of the headquarters. Along the way, except for the reserve Navy and the Navy who are particularly confident in their own strength, most of the other Navy are a little excited and uneasy, not knowing whether they can pass. Among them, Mod and Tashiji are representatives of extremely uneasy moods. Not long after, the officer of the Navy headquarters led everyone to a huge and extremely empty room, which contains some special testing instruments. The preliminary screening assessment of the elite training camp. It has begun. 76 tests and answer sheets. Navy headquarters. At the bottom of the tower, in the test room. Coles looked around, and the first impression of the room was that it was spacious and huge. The gray marble walls extended to the left, right, and top, like a stadium that could hold thousands of people. On the roof above, there were some white light sources like light bulbs, and the dazzling light made the test room look very bright. Not far ahead, there were mechanical instruments that were obviously incompatible with the pirate world. Coles was only slightly surprised by this. After all, there were many scientists in the Navy. Among them, Vegapunk was also known as a scientist with wisdom that surpassed the current 500 years. It could even create robots like pacifists, so it was normal for these modern instruments to appear in the Navy. Under the arrangement of the headquarters officers, the Navy participating in the assessment moved forward in an orderly manner. The first step was naturally to measure height and weight. The two female Navy officers were responsible for measuring and recording. After seeing Cole's handsome face, they were slightly dazed. With the reminders of other Navy officers, the two female Navy officers quickly recovered. "Major Coles, please stand over here." According to the other party's request, Coles took off his boots and came to the wall where the height was measured. On the wall, there was a precisely engraved ruler with an accuracy of millimeters. As long as he stood close to it, his height could be accurately measured. When Cole's back was against the wall for a few seconds, the voice of the female Navy came out. "Height 190 centimeters. Aside, another female Navy began to record on the information sheet. Hearing this height, while Coles was satisfied, he couldn't help but have some thoughts. When he just joined the Navy last year, his height was only 1.8 meters. After that, he grew to 1.84 meters after the end of the recruit period. Unexpectedly, after a year, his height has reached 1.9 meters. This may be due to changes in his body and a sudden increase in his appetite." After the height test, it was the weight test. Coles stood on a machine that was somewhat similar to the weighing instrument in his previous life, and the number on the top began to increase from 0. Weight 85 kilograms. After recording the most basic physical information, Coles continued to move forward with the team. In addition to the Navy recommended by the various branches of the Navy headquarters also has many Navy participating in the assessment. Gradually estimated, there are nearly 500 people in total. After completing the basic information, the assessment team came to the front of a row of huge machines. The leading headquarters officer stood next to the instrument and announced, "The preliminary screening assessment begins. The first project, Dow Force Value Test. Now there is a row of test instruments in front of you. You use your strength to hit, and the examiner on the side will record your Dow force value." Hearing that the first project is to test strength, most of the Navy who are not usually strong in strength began to show worry on their faces. On the contrary, some Navy with sturdy bodies and strong strength are somewhat confident. Under the narration of the assessment instructor, everyone also knew the rules of the Dow force test. You can only hit once, and the instrument will calculate the number based on the strength. "Examiner, will this instrument make mistakes?" the Navy asked. The officer in charge of the assessment record responded, "These instruments were invented by scientists in our Navy. The accuracy of the instruments has been confirmed, and there will be basically no errors." "Okay, start the test." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The first person standing in Coles's line was a naval lieutenant recommended by the West Sea Branch. After taking a deep breath, he slowly came to the front of the measuring instrument and punched with all his strength at the position where the Dow force value was detected. On the test instrument screen, the original red number 0 quickly increased and finally showed the number 152. The naval lieutenant from the West Sea looked at the assessment officer next to him, wanting to know how his performance was. The assessment officer explained, "The Dow force value of ordinary naval soldiers is basically 10, and the threshold of the Dow force value of supermen is 500. Okay, next one. Following. The second candidate tested the Dow force in front of the instrument, and the number displayed was 52. This number is twice worse than the previous West Sea major." Suddenly, the candidate felt a little depressed and worried, not knowing whether he could pass. Seeing this, the officer in charge of the assessment said to comfort him, "Don't be nervous or anxious. The screening assessment is based on the comprehensive consideration of the results of each project. Don't be discouraged by the current results." Okay, next. As the Navy officers in front left, it was Cole's turn to take the test. Regarding this daily test, Coles had an impression in his memory that the agents in CP9 had tested the daily value. Daily can reflect a person's combat effectiveness, but it cannot completely determine a person's strength. Because fighting is not determined by strength alone, there may be many influencing factors involved, such as devil fruits, swordsmanship power, etc. Thinking process. The testers in front have left, and now it is Cole's turn. And Cole's daily value test immediately attracted the attention of most people. After all, he is the most dazzling new star of the Navy this year. They all want to see how much daily value Coles can hit. Coles was also looking forward to this. In his memory, Rob Lucci, who was praised by the world government as the strongest in CP9 in the past 800 years, seemed to have a Dow power value of 4,000 when he appeared. Of course, that was a test under Lucci's normal state, and he didn't even use his devil fruit ability. However, a Dao power value of 4,000 still shows how strong Lucci's physical skills are. So what is his current Dao power value? Coles raised his right leg and then kicked the instrument test part hard. Bang! A muffled sound came out. The numbers on the test instrument began to jump from 0 and quickly broke through the double digits. Then the Dao power value rose in the hundreds, and the speed did not slow down at all. The superhuman threshold of 500 Dao power values was broken, but the numbers were still rising: 600, 700, 800, 900. The three-digit number was broken. The red number of the Dao power value continued to rise and finally slowly reveal the value. 1,200. Almost everyone present was dumbfounded. A force value of 500 was already considered to have reached the threshold of a Superman, but Coles actually measured a force value of 1,200. The officer who was recording on the side was also very surprised. This powerful number had been achieved by almost no one in the Navy for many years. A force value of 1,200? Coles was slightly disappointed, but he didn't care too much. After all, he had only been training for a total of only 6 years. IT was already very good for his physical skills to reach this level. He left the instrument for testing the force value and began to wait for the next round of tests. While waiting, he also saw the tests of Dashiki and Maud, whose force values were 32 and 74 respectively. The second item was the speed test. That is, a runway as long as 1,000 meters, recording the time taken by each Navy to complete it. Coles had a razor-shaving speed, so he naturally completed this test at the fastest speed. The third item was reaction avoidance. The Navy participating in the assessment entered a specific small room. Rubber bullets will be fired from the opposite wall, and the participating Navy officers will dodge them. The more rubber bullets they dodge, the higher their scores will be. Requirement: you can't block, you can only dodge. It took nearly half a day. The preliminary screening project assessment was over, and there was a written test in the afternoon. Each participating Navy officer had an independent separate compartment, in which, in addition to tables and chairs, there was only a blank test paper and a pen for writing. When Coles walked into the written test room and sat on the chair, he suddenly felt like taking the college entrance examination again. And the test paper in front of him did have a big score, which was enough to affect whether the participating Navy officers could enter the elite training camp after entering the elite training camp. Entering the elite training camp, you can receive better teaching and your strength will improve rapidly. And if you can't enter the elite training camp, you can only accept failure helplessly. For this test paper, each participating Navy officer filled in the answers carefully. Coles was the same. Even though he had already reserved a place, he was very serious about everything he did. He also wrote his answers to the written test paper in front of him with a solemn attitude. After turning over the answer sheet, Coles only saw one question. Why do you want to join the Navy? Facing this question, perhaps writing down all kinds of righteous words would get higher scores, but Coles did not write that. He just wrote down the reasons why he wanted to join the Navy. This has nothing to do with the fact that he has already reserved a place. Even if he did not reserve a place in the elite training camp and came here as a recommendation for the Navy, he would still write this. Because he has only one answer. 77 S-level rating. Why join the Navy? This is actually a very broad question. IT can involve the world situation, life pursuits, and food, clothing, and daily expenses. Google search reading. When Tashiji saw this question, she was stunned at first, and then thought of her dream. She originally joined the Navy because she wanted to take the famous sword back from the bad guys. So she wrote down this answer directly. When Maud saw this question, what emerged in his mind was his poor family, the old lady who raised him but was unfortunately plagued by illness. The high cost of treatment in a hospital once put Maud in an extremely embarrassing situation. In order to let the old lady continue to live and to buy special medicine to treat the disease, he joined the Navy and fought bravely in every battle, just to get more spoils, kill more pirates with bounties, and have more money to repay the treatment expenses. This is a very difficult and protracted war. Maud must keep improving his strength so that he can earn more money. Only in this way can he have a better chance of surviving in a dangerous battle with pirates. Maud wanted to enter this elite training camp, so he did not write what he thought in his heart, but wrote down a righteous answer in the name of destroying pirates. When the written test was over and the answer sheet was handed in, what was left for everyone was waiting for the next evaluation and results. The assessment officers of the Navy headquarters began to review and score the various performances of the candidates for the Navy today and finally gave different levels of evaluation. For the afternoon written test answer sheet, it was revised by several officers of the Navy headquarters. Among them, the examiner who reviewed the last question was Chief Instructor Zifa. In the middle of the night, it rained heavily. The whole of Marineford was shrouded in heavy rain, and violent winds were howling outside. In the office of the Chief Instructor of the Military Academy, on a huge wooden desk, hundreds of answer sheets were neatly placed here. Next to him, an oil lamp protected by a glass cover burned tenaciously. The dark wick was already overwhelmed, but it still emitted a dim light. Zifa sat behind his desk and reviewed the test papers one by one, but he did not score the answers of these people on why they joined the Navy, because there was no difference in the reasons for joining the Navy. As long as you join the Navy, you are an honorable member of the Navy. He reviewed this question just to better understand these Navy members who participated in the elite training camp. Most of the answers reviewed were narrated in the name of justice. Of course, there were some different answers, just like the one in Zifa's hand. The new star of the East China Sea Navy, Charlotte Coles's answer sheet, and a transcript together with the answer sheet. That was the score of each test in the morning, in addition to the score of the previous secret assessment. Name, Charlotte Coles. Age 18. Gender male. Vigilance, 10 points full. Combat power, 10 points full. Reaction, 10 points full. Speed, 10 points full. Written test, 9 points, full 10 points. Taoism value, 1200, rare. Final evaluation, level. With Admiral qualifications. This final evaluation is given by many assessment officers after careful consideration, without bias or devaluation. A nearly perfect transcript is extremely rare in the elite training camps in recent years. Or in other words, Charlotte Coles's brilliance has not been obscured even in this Navy headquarters with many geniuses. Zephyr was not surprised by Coles's transcript. After all, he had seen Coles's file in the meeting before. He swept his eyes over the transcript. Zephyr then looked at the answer to the last question of Cole's written test. To protect my family, there is no other excessive narration, nor any sensational story, but just a simple sentence. In this sentence, Zifa can feel the determination of this rising star of the Navy. Protect your family? That's great. Zafar couldn't help but suddenly think of his family, and a sour feeling rose in his heart. He took off his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes with his only remaining left hand. The wind is blowing my eyes. I can't help but shed tears. Zafar put his sunglasses back on, stood up, and let the rainstorm hit his old face. The cold rainstorm fell. The violent wind blew. The past was missed. Until a long time later. Zafar left the window and returned. The rain had already wet his chest, but he didn't feel it. After recovering, Zifa turned around and took his navy coat, put it on his shoulders, and walked out of his office. Charlotte Coles, I hope you won't be the next me. Outside the window, the heavy rain is still pouring down because the rainy night is still long. In the dormitory building, in the waiting area, some people are looking forward to the results and can't sleep all night. Some people are full of confidence and sleep until dawn. Some people meditate and practice to make the most of their youth. The heavy rain stopped on the second day. The whole of Marineford has also returned to calm, but in the dormitory building in the waiting area, most of the participating Navy candidates are very nervous, because today is the time to notify the results. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, the assessment officer began to distribute report cards to each participating Navy with scores and rankings on them, and only the top 100 can be selected for this elite training camp. Coles received the report card when he was checking the Grand Line map. As the file bag was opened, the report card inside was also revealed. In addition to a paragraph of congratulations, the most conspicuous is the ranking number and evaluation. 1. Level. Coles looked at the report card in front of him, and his thoughts kept emerging in his mind. Expected, and a little unexpected. Before the opening of the Great Pirate Era, the new forces in the Navy were still very strong. Like the current 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu, Kisra, Akiji, including most of the current vice admirals of the Navy, almost all joined the Navy during that period. But before the death of Pirate King Gold. Roger, he left a message about his lifelong wealth, one piece. Since then, many heroes have emerged. Various ambitious people began to compete for the legendary huge wealth. Most talented people who are unwilling to be ordinary are chasing the legendary great treasure. In this case, how many talented people are willing to be Navy? This is one of the reasons for the gap in the new forces of the Navy now. However, in addition to the above factors, Coles can get the ranking of 1 because of his extraordinary talent and unremitting practice. Before joining the Navy, Coles sweated and suffered less than others in order to become stronger. Even after obtaining the devil fruit, he did not slack off at all and seized the opportunity every day to continuously practice and improve himself. His hardships and efforts are obvious to all, and his strengthening and growth can be traced. He deserves the ranking of 1 in the preliminary assessment of this elite training camp. 78. Call the police for the first time. I just want to be serious. I couldn't sleep all night because I was cheated yesterday. Sunday 3. I was walking on the street to relax, and 2 young people came over to promote the store. They said that the store was holding an event and asked me to scan the code and like it to support it. I couldn't refuse after all. A flyer was handed to me. Okay. I clicked it and entered the lottery page. As a result, I won the grand prize, a tablet computer. I was instinctively happy. How could I win such a prize with my constitution except thanking you for patronage and another bottle? The 2 people who handed out flyers immediately performed an actor-level performance for me. Surprised, stunned, unbelievable. Can you believe that such a rare opportunity was drawn? Even if the students who graduated from Beijing Film Academy came here, I guess it would be difficult to recognize whether this was acting or really unbelievable. I was a little skeptical at the time. However, with the 2 people's deception, plus the restlessness of winning the prize in my heart, I still took their 3-seater electric car to the store to take a look. Along the way, the 2 told me that I just needed to support the new store and download an app to support it. When I arrived at the store, a receptionist came to confirm that the lottery was real and then asked me to choose the prizes to take away, including mobile phones, tablets, washing machines, refrigerators. Is this a pie in the sky? I was very entangled and finally chose the refrigerator. Since it was free, I would take the most expensive one. But at this time, the receptionist asked me to download an app. After downloading, he said that he needed a credit limit of 6,000 yuan, which would be deducted from my Huabei and various loans. He said that the 6,000 yuan would be exchanged for coupons in the app, and you can use it to support shopping, but the goods on it are pitifully few, and the prices are more than half of the same products. The receptionist explained that the mall has just been developed and has not been updated yet. The price will be adjusted and the redemption coupons will be supplemented later. I said that I was in financial difficulties for the time being, and I needed to reserve some Huabei urgently, so I couldn't do it. Later, he asked him to get credit limits from various loans. In short, in one sentence, I finally caught a big fool. How could I let you run? In a daze, I was deceived by the other party to borrow 5,000 yuan and took the refrigerator home. When I signed the contract, I figured it out. You asked me to borrow 5,000 yuan to buy a worthless refrigerator, and you gave me a bunch of worthless exchange coupons. I have been deceived many times before that a classmate's account was stolen. He said that his friend broke his leg and needed money urgently, so he was deceived of 1,000 yuan. Afterwards, I regretted and complained about myself, but there was nothing I could do. 1,000 yuan could not be used to file a case, and this kind of thing was too troublesome. A few years ago, at the exit of the train station, it was 5 in the morning, and it was very dark. I got on a black car. It was more than 20 kilometers, and the fare was 200 yuan. My mobile phone was out of power at the time, so I paid in cash and gave 2 100 yuan bills, withdrawn from a bank ATM at 69.C. Because I was sitting in the back row, I didn't see his action. Later, he found a reason to change 2 bills, so I could only give him 2 new bills. He said no again, and returned the 200 yuan bills to me, saying that there was a charger in the car, and asked me to charge my phone and turn it on to pay. After the face-to-face transfer via WeChat, the owner deleted the transfer record. It was still dark at the time, and the parking place was a place with few people. After I got in the car, the other party also used the car lights to help me point the way, saying that there would be a motorcycle taxi here in an hour or 2. When I really found out that I was deceived, it was too late. There were 4 or 5 more counterfeit bills in my wallet, and the WeChat balance lost 200. I was deceived again. After the car drove away, I just thought the driver was black, but I didn't expect that the sky in Dongguan was really dark. Today, come again. At the suggestion of my friend, I returned to the other party's Yupin home furnishing store and negotiated with the other party's manager that I am very tight on money now, and I can't afford this inexplicable loan. I will not participate in this event. After a long negotiation, I returned the refrigerator, but the other party only agreed to refund 70%, and the remaining 30% required me to use the redemption vouchers in the app. I'm actually a somewhat cowardly person. When I was a child, my family was poor. Whether it was clothing or food, I was worse than others, and the inferiority complex always lingered. Under the dominance of the other party, I can only agree temporarily. After all, I am just a person without power and influence, and I have nothing to rely on. After entering the society to work, according to the teachings of the elders, big things become small things, and small things become small things. I have hardly caused any trouble. When I encounter trouble, I always swallow my anger and be humble. I live like a waste. When friends chat and tease, they always say that I am too useless. Dig a hole and wait for death as soon as possible, and eat the feast as soon as possible. I basically said nothing, because I can't deny that I do have these characteristics. Recently, my hometown urgently needs a sum of money because of some things. I lent all the money on me to friends, but the friends who borrowed money have various difficulties and can't pay it back. I checked my balance, and it was only a little bit left. I lost another huge sum of $1,500 yesterday. I am helpless. This world seems to be full of malice toward the unfortunate. Why does everyone want to step on me? They have to bully me, right? Why? Why do I have to live like this for the rest of my life? Why do I have to let you bully me all the time? Am I not a human being? I have no other way to go. I'm going to call the police. For the first time in my life, I don't want to continue living like this. I'm going to finish what happened yesterday, and I'm going to report this store to the police. I'm going to be serious about this matter. I'm not afraid of trouble. I can spare any time. I didn't call the police because this place is so dark. I just called the police for my 1,500 yuan. That's 1,500 yuan in real money, not the exaggerated 1,500 yuan on the exchange voucher. I don't know if the other party has induced consumers to take loans or committed fraud or something like that. Maybe calling the police can handle it successfully. Maybe it won't, but no matter what the result is, I'm going to try to change it. I'm already single. I've got nothing to worry about. Have no worries. This book will be suspended for a day or two so that I can deal with my own affairs. It's about 5:40 in the morning now. Waiting for a few hours. 80. Temporary failure. Waiting area. Dormitory building. At this time, each candidate received a score notification issued by the assessment officer. The same was true for Dashiki and Mod. As the file bag was opened, 2 evaluations with the same letters came into their eyes. D level. It's just that the rankings of the 2 are different. Dashiki's ranking is 397, and Mod's ranking is 103. Dashiki looked at her ranking and evaluation, and her face darkened. Even if she got up early and went to bed late every day to train swordsmanship, is there still such a big gap between her and others? She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Can she really fulfill her dream? Different from the long distance with Dashiki. Mod is only 3 people away, but if his score can be higher, if he works harder, maybe he can get close. But am I really not working hard enough? For his seriously ill family, he also trained like coals, but he couldn't stand it at all. After all, he is just an ordinary person. IT is too difficult to cross the level of genius. The only thing Mod can do, just relying on his fearlessness of life and death and his heroic fighting in the battle, he hoped to get a higher rank promotion and an improvement in strength. But it was still a little short. Even if it was only 3 places behind, it still couldn't change the fact that he failed this time. Waiting area hospital. In a white ward, Lieutenant General Virgo, wearing a plaid coat, sunglasses, and lightning-shaped sideburns on both sides of his face, was quietly standing in front of the window eating a hamburger. As the hamburger was finished, a piece of bread was found on Virgo's face, but Virgo didn't notice it at all. On the bed behind Virgo. At this time, a middle-aged man with messy black hair was lying there. He was about 40 years old, 2 years older than Virgo. He was Vero, who was seriously injured in the battle with Coles. Even though 5 or 6 days have passed, he has not recovered because of the serious injury. This is why Vero did not participate in this preliminary screening assessment. However, as a Navy who has already reserved a place in the elite training camp, it doesn't matter whether Vero participates in this assessment or not. Virgo looked at the fine rain outside the window, his expression silent and calm. It's hard to guess what he's thinking. Virgo doesn't dislike talking, but in order to keep his spy identity from being exposed, he can only stay alert in this way. As the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family, the first generation of Red Heart Corazon, he obeyed Doflamingo's order, abandoned his original pirate identity, and went undercover as a spy in the Navy camp. For 13 years, he didn't reveal many flaws because of his silence. During this period, he even gained the deep trust of the Navy, and his rank was promoted to the height of Vice Admiral. This spy journey can be said to be very successful. However, there were still unexpected things. A few years ago, according to the Navy's intelligence, he actually found his long-lost brother Varric. Before becoming a Navy, even before joining the Don Quixote family, Virgo also had a family. After school, his brother Varric would always buy him hamburgers, which was his favorite food. However, because of a war, he and his family disappeared completely. At that time, the city was affected by the war. Order disappeared and crime was rampant. How could Virgo, who lost his family and was only 8 years old, survive? In order to survive, Virgo learned to endure, learned to fight and use violence, and learned how to continue to ensure his own safety in a harsh environment. Later, he joined the Don Quixote family and had a new family and feelings. For his family, Virgo can give everything, which is why he lurked in the Navy for 13 years just because of Dover's order. After reuniting with Varric, Virgo was extremely happy. In order to make up for the regrets of these years, he tried his best to meet his brother Varric's wishes. Want to join the Navy? Virgo arranged for him to join the G5 branch of the Navy. Now Varric is a lieutenant colonel in the Navy. Want strong strength? Virgo asked Dover to find the devil fruit, and finally the Navy robbed and killed pirates so that Verrocher obtained the ancient animal devil fruit. Originally, Dover wanted to give him this fruit, but Virgo still gave it to Verrocher. Because this is his family affection. He can give everything for his family, and similarly, he will never allow anyone to hurt his family. Even if the other party is the current Navy star, Charlotte Coles. Although it is impossible to attack Coles because of Dover's plan, Virgo has remembered the name Charlotte Coles. As long as there is an opportunity, he will definitely settle this account. The next day, Marineford, a crescent-shaped port. One Navy warship after another came and went, transporting supplies, capturing battle spoils, capturing pirates, etc. Although there were many people, they were still carried out in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the headquarters. At this time, Coles and Conn, wearing Navy coats and famous swords on their waists, were here to see off Dashiki and Maud. The two people failed the preliminary assessment to participate in the elite training camp and were not admitted. Naturally, they had no choice but to return to the naval base in Rogtown. Facing this failure, both Dusky and Maud looked downcast and depressed. After all, they came with excitement and expectation from the beginning, but they did not expect that it would end in failure. Seeing this, Conn comforted him. Don't be afraid of failure, because everyone experiences success and failure. What you need to care about is not the result of failure, but whether you are unwilling to fail. If so, then grasp your unwillingness and turn it into motivation. As long as you don't get discouraged, you will succeed one day. Faced with some teachings from Conn, Dasky seemed to understand, but she didn't seem to understand. She could only keep thinking in her heart. Maud raised her slightly bowed head, with a look of hope on her face, and asked the doubts in her heart. Colonel Conn, can ordinary people like us also achieve success? Hearing this, Conn was silent for a moment. Then he looked at this former subordinate, put his hand on Maud's shoulder, and taught with a very serious expression. Maud, you have to believe in yourself. Even if your growth rate is very slow, as long as you persevere, even if you will fall behind or fail, you will definitely be able to achieve your goals in the future. So never stand still because of failure. Move forward, overcome obstacles, and face difficulties head-on. I believe in you. You can do it, and one day you will achieve the success you want. Under Conn's encouragement, Maud felt a huge surge of gratitude in her heart. He raised his hand in salute. Thank you, Major. Motor did not call Conn Colonel. He called Conn the name he used to call him in Rogtown. Perhaps it came from his heart. At this time, the warship signals that it is about to depart. Major Coles, goodbye. Colonel Conn, goodbye. After saying goodbye to each other, Dasky and Maud turned around and climbed up the stairs, returning to the East China Sea along with other Marines who failed the assessment and did not enter the elite training camp. After a while, the warships began to move away from the port. In the sight, The figures of Dasky and Maud gradually became blurred and finally turned into black spots together with the warship and disappeared on the sea. During the farewell process, Coles remained silent. He didn't say any words of encouragement, not because he didn't think highly of Dusky and Maud, but because of his personality. He didn't want to talk. For effort, Coles has always been in awe because no one has the right to look down on the efforts of others. 81. Mamota Guillaume. At the port, Con and Coles watched the warship leave, and they were speechless for a long time. Success and failure. The contrast is so obvious. Cole's originally calm heart suddenly felt a little confused after seeing the two failed people leave dejectedly. Dashiki and Maud returned to Rogue Town. How should he go next? Major, I got the first level evaluation and was noticed by the Navy headquarters, but I am now confused. How should I move forward? Faced with Cole's sudden voice, Con was silent for a while. As an undercover of the Revolutionary Army, he should not have too much contact with Coles. After all, there were too many eyes on Coles, and he was at great risk of being exposed. The distant attitude of the last time he came to greet him, in addition to reminding Dashiki and Maud, was also to show his attitude to Coles. But Coles didn't know his true identity and didn't think about this aspect. Today, this Navy that Con once thought highly of asked him about his confusion. Should he keep his distance and not answer, or give his opinion? After thinking, Con turned around and looked at Coles and expressed his opinion. Even if the possibility of his exposure would increase, he still had to speak up because Coles needed his answer now. Coles, your talent can be said to be the best I have ever seen. Your efforts have been witnessed by all. This level evaluation is not given to you by others, but you deserve it. You are gifted in swordsmanship. You mastered the basic swordsmanship after only 1 month of practice. After the second month, you entered the precise swordsmanship. Now, after 1 year of swordsmanship, you have already entered the realm of cutting iron. It can be said that in terms of kendo talent, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. I can't even see how far you will grow in the future. Coles listened to Con's words in silence. Con also turned around again, looking in the direction where the warship disappeared, and said, I told you before that my swordsmanship came from Ishin Dojo, which is a small place in Shimatsuki village. And there, I have a junior brother named Zoro. That junior brother's kendo talent is also good, but unlike you, he is on the road of accumulation and development. Although his brilliance is not obvious now, as long as he encounters an opportunity later, his kendo strength will also increase rapidly. You will eventually have the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of kendo, but the timing of your debut is different. So, you asked me how to move forward. In fact, my answer is very simple. The road is under your feet. Just take the path you think is right. On the sea, a breeze blew, blowing the justice cloaks and hairstyles of the two people. Navy headquarters, superstructure. In a meeting room on the first floor. Zeph was sitting in the first seat, quietly waiting for other military school instructors to come. In the corridor outside, military academy instructors wearing Navy coats and with good strength began to rush to the conference room in an orderly manner. Among them, a female was particularly conspicuous. She had a beautiful face, soft eyes, a Japanese hairstyle, a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, and a hint of coldness in her sexiness. The upper body was tightly wrapped in a peach-colored short dress. The lower body was just the opposite, just wearing a pair of black shorts, and a pair of white and slender long legs were exposed, which was very dazzling. What is a little surprising was that there was a spider-shaped black tattoo on her left leg. Although this tattoo was somewhat inconsistent with her Navy identity, it added a touch of mystery to her. There was also a long sword with a red scabbard and a white handle hanging on her waist. Obviously, she also had the identity of a swordsman. Guillaume, I like you. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the aisle next to her. He knelt on one knee, holding a bunch of flowers in his hand, and blocked the way with an excited expression. This is a middle-aged man wearing a brown shirt, brown pants, a brown cowboy hat, and a yellow belt. His face is wide and slightly old, and his eyes are narrowed into a slit, just like ordinary people. But if you look closely, you will be surprised to find that this middle-aged man with poor facial features is wearing a Navy coat with the rank of Lieutenant General. Facing this public confession, Guillaume's pretty face did not move at all. He spoke directly and coldly. Reject. Suddenly, the military academy instructors who stopped watching shook their heads. They had guessed this was the case long ago, because this was the 62nd time that Lieutenant General Cake had been rejected in his pursuit of confession. Unfortunately, in the face of Lieutenant General Guillaume's rejection, Lieutenant General Cake never gave up. In the meeting room, Zifa's roar suddenly came out. "What are you doing outside? Why don't you come in for the meeting?" At the urging of Chief Instructor Zifa, the instructors who were watching the show in the corridor were startled and walked into the meeting room to sit down. The beautiful Gion and the ugly Kaji did not stay where they were. They also walked into the meeting room quickly and finally sat down in a position behind Zifa. The reason why the two of them can sit in such a high position is not only because of their rank of Vice Admiral, but also because of their status as candidates for admirals. Gion's code name is Peach Rabbit. Kaji's code name is T-Pig. The position of Admiral in the Navy has always been 3, and it is also the highest combat power of the headquarters known to the world, using colors and animals as code names. Of course, the position of generals is not static, and in order to maintain a balance in the number of generals, the headquarters has always selected candidate generals. That is, when a general retires or leaves due to special circumstances, he will be replaced by a candidate for general. The fact that Gion and Cake can become general candidates also shows how strong these two people are. This year's elite training camp can be said to have a very large teaching staff. There is Zifa, who retains the rank of admiral and has taught many outstanding naval officers, and 2 admirals-in-waiting at the Navy headquarters, Momoda Gion and Chadan Kasuki. In addition, there are many military academy instructors sitting here. With such teaching resources, the strength of those naval cadets will definitely improve tremendously after this elite training camp ends. Zifa looked around and said in a serious voice, "Today's meeting is for the upcoming elite training camp course. The basic course content has been scheduled. I am responsible for the overall actual combat. Gion, teaching swordsmanship lessons. Jajia, teaches marksmanship lessons. Taijutsu, and the 6th form of the Navy by." Half an hour later, the courses for the elite training camp have also been arranged, and these military academy instructors have left one after another, waiting for the opening of the elite training camp tomorrow. First up, Zifa slightly loosened the mechanical arm on his right arm and asked Jaji, who was about to leave next to him, "Is Kazan back?" Kuzan, this is the original name of Akiji, one of the 3 current generals of the Navy headquarters. The current 3 generals of the Navy headquarters were all students taught by Zifa before. Jaji squinted his eyes and replied, "General Kuzan took a vacation before, but he has come back. Should be resting in the office now." Zifa gave instructions. "Then you go and inform him that he needs to appear at tomorrow's opening ceremony." Yes. Cake originally wanted to continue pursuing Gion, but he didn't expect that Chief Instructor Zifa assigned him this task, so he had to get up and go to Aoji's office to inform him. When Gion walked out of the conference room, he felt relieved when he saw that Cake didn't follow him. She had gone from initial disgust to indifference to Jaji's unyielding confession. After all, Kaji's appearance is too ordinary and a bit wretched, just like a peach prostitute who uses her beauty to seduce her. She had no interest in Jaji at all, so she rejected him coldly every time, even though Jaji had confessed 62 times. Gion likes people who are handsome and have special charm. And in the nearest headquarters, Gion also found a navy that met her inner standards. Although the other person is only a colonel now, she feels that the other person meets her standards very well and is the image of a partner she wants. But how to get in touch? Well, there is a way. Gion suddenly thought that she still needed an assistant teacher in her swordsmanship class, and she could temporarily transfer him from patrolling and fighting. In this way, relationships can be quickly understood and improved through mutual contact. Gion made up his mind and turned around to go to the transfer room of the headquarters to deal with it. And the other person's name. Gion remembers it very clearly. The Navy captain's name was Khan, and he was transferred from the East Blue Sea just last year. 82. Elite Training Camp opens. The next day, Google search reading. The morning sun rises from the sea level, and the bright light sets off the sea surface with exceptional beauty. Marineford, Military Academy. Because the elite training camp opens today, the entire military academy has become lively. On the large square of the military academy, the platform has been covered with a red carpet, ready for today's opening ceremony. In front of the platform, 120 exquisite black chairs were also placed in the square, forming 5 rows for the students to sit. Not far away, a group of newly joined naval freshmen gathered together, wanting to see the opening ceremony of the elite training camp. Ding-ding-ling. The bell of the military academy rang. These freshmen couldn't help but feel disappointed, Because they now need to go back to the classroom for class, the strictest thing in the military academy is discipline, which cannot be violated. Otherwise, they will be punished to practice later. At this time, a freshman suddenly caught a glimpse of the entrance of the military academy and shouted anxiously, "Look, look! Over there, the Navy of the elite training camp is here." Instantly, the freshmen of the military academy couldn't help but look in that direction. The first person that caught their eyes was a young major in a navy coat. He had a handsome face, clear-cut features, blue eyes like the deep sea, a bit of coldness on his fair face, and a sharp and unstoppable aura. The rising star of the East China Sea, Charlotte Coles, the young swordsman who once defeated the ancient animal species with one sword. Preliminary assessment of this elite training camp 1, the 18-year-old major of the Navy headquarters. Instantly, various exclamations and conversations continue to sound from the mouths of these freshmen. The reason for this effect is that Coles has been in the limelight since he entered the Navy headquarters. These glorious deeds have made almost all the military academy students know his name. Among them, some female freshmen of the military academy have developed admiration in their hearts, because such a handsome and shining Navy major is simply the most desired partner in their hearts. For the attention, Coles has long been accustomed to it. After all, he has been patrolling and on duty in Rogue Town for a long time and has seen all kinds of looks. The only difference is that the attention now has changed from the people of Rogue Town to the students of the Navy Headquarters Military Academy. And these freshmen of the Military Academy obviously cannot stay outside for a long time. Under the call of the instructor, they all rushed back to the classroom for class. After entering the square, the Navy who entered the elite training camp this time sat in the rows of seats in an orderly manner, waiting for the opening. Coles turned his head slightly and found some unfamiliar faces that he had never seen before. Obviously, those people had reserved the places in the elite training camp in advance. Among them, he also saw Varric, who had fought with him before. On Varric's face full of flesh, there was now a hideous scar from the forehead to the chin. Obviously, this was the injury caused by Coles's Knight's Elegy at that time. This hideous scar made Varric's whole momentum even more ferocious. At the same time, it also made him more silent. Even though he found Coles looking over here, he remained unmoved and remained silent with his arms folded across his chest. On the high platform, more military academy instructors began to take the stage, but none of them said anything because they were not responsible for the opening. Not long after, while everyone was waiting, a majestic old man with purple hair, a navy coat, and sunglasses came up to the high platform. What was amazing was, the right arm of this old man had disappeared, replaced by a huge mechanical arm. Black-armed Zifa, former admiral of the Navy, the current chief instructor of the military academy. Coles's eyes shrank slightly. These characteristics, plus this elite training camp, he almost guessed the identity of the purple-haired majestic old man at the first time. Behind Zifa, there was a lazy middle-aged man with black curly hair, a tall and thin figure, and a green sleeping mask on his head. This man was not wearing a navy coat, but a white suit, a blue tie on his chest, and a sleepy look on his face. After seeing this person, Cole's mind could not help but move, because he thought of the familiar figure in the pirate world. He possessed the natural freezing fruit, which could freeze objects that he touched, and his strength was almost at the top of the pyramid in the pirate world. Even more terrifying than a monster. Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akiji Kuzan. Admiral. Finally saw him. Cole's mood was slightly excited. This was one of his goals in pursuing the top of the strong. Below, in addition to the Navy from each branch, there were also Navy from the headquarters who passed the elite training camp this time. They also recognized the identities of the two people on the stage at a glance and couldn't help but discuss each other. It's Chief Instructor Zephyr and Admiral Akiji. Black Arm Zephyr. This is my idol since childhood. And Admiral Kazan. Are all admirals this tall? I heard that admirals are close to 3 meters tall. Even if I have the ability in the future, I probably won't be able to become an admiral. I'm so excited. I wonder how the training will be after the elite training camp starts. Amid the whispers of the crowd, Zeph stood at the front of the platform, ready to start the opening speech of the elite training camp. Kazan turned around and sat down on the chair that had been prepared in the back, with a casual look on his face, as if he was just pulled here to make up the number. The crowd below gradually fell into silence, and the atmosphere became solemn and solemn for a while. On the high platform, Zifa stood in front of the loudspeaker, His eyes swept across everyone present, and finally, his deep voice with a hint of oldness spread. I am Zifa, the chief instructor of the military academy and the chief instructor of this elite training camp. Welcome to enter here after successfully passing the assessment. Among you, there are Navy officers directly from the headquarters, and there are also Navy officers recommended by various branches, but I don't care, because as long as you enter the elite training camp, you're all my beloved students. Your class will be the last class I lead, and I have only one goal. That is to train the strongest Navy. After speaking, there was a sudden silence in the audience. Although Zifa's words just now were not long, and there was no impassioned speech, everyone felt a faint sense of excitement. The last class, the strongest Navy. These two words alone are enough to ignite the flames in the hearts of these elite Navy officers. Who doesn't want to be proud? Who doesn't want to be the strongest Navy? On the podium, Zifa finished his opening speech and turned to Akiji behind him and said, Kazan, it's your turn to give the first lesson to this class of students. On his seat, Kazan, wearing a white suit, slowly stood up, holding his forehead with his right hand, and said helplessly, teacher, why is it so fast? I was just about to go to bed. I remember that you had to speak for at least half an hour at the opening ceremony. Zifa walked to the main seat and sat down, sighing, I only can't speak anymore. Zifa is now 70 years old, and his fate is even more unfortunate. First, his family was killed by pirates, and then he was attacked by pirates. Only 2 of the students he taught survived. The high-spirited flame in his heart has long been extinguished and disappeared. Now it is only because of the unwillingness in his heart that he can continue to maintain the last burning. Kazan knew all this, so he didn't say anything else. He turned to the front and looked at everyone below. The atmosphere immediately became depressing. Although all the elite Navy passed the preliminary selection, they still felt great pressure when facing the Admiral of the Navy. Kazan nodded with his finger and said, I am Kazan, the Admiral of the headquarters codenamed Akiji. As a student who has graduated from Teacher Zifa, I will give you the first lesson today. The first lesson of the elite training camp was taught by Admiral Kazan himself. For a moment, the scene was full of expectations. In the expectation of everyone, Kazan stretched out his right hand, and the power of the frozen fruit condensed in his hand. Under the surge of white light, the freezing power froze the loudspeaker and continued downward. In a flash, a layer of white frost appeared on the red carpet, and then quickly condensed and spread rapidly downward. The speed of frost coverage was very fast. Before these elite Navy had reacted, the freezing power had already come under their seats, and then the frost quickly climbed upward. This is... Faced with the sudden situation, the elite Marines present were somewhat puzzled. Freeze! Kazan's voice came from above, and at this time, the freezing power had quickly climbed up the bodies of each elite Marine, freezing everyone. Under Kazan's admiral-level strength, no one in the field had the power to resist. Originally, more than 100 elite Marines, now all turned into ice sculptures. 83. Elimination rules. Alalo. Teacher Zifa. Is this too much? Kazan took his hand back, touched the back of his head with his hand, and asked softly. Zifa looked at the more than 100 elite Navy officers who were frozen into ice sculptures below, and said loudly, The dilemma of the first lesson is very important. These young people are too aggressive now, and they need to be put under some pressure. Kazan did not comment on this, turned around and sat back in his seat, covered his eyes with a blue sleeping mask, and rested his arms behind his head. Then Teacher Zifa, I will sleep first, and then unfreeze them after I wake up. Under the freezing ability, if Kazan does not unfreeze, these people will continue in their current state. Of course, there are many solutions, such as slowly thawing these frozen Navy officers with warm water, etc. But this is a dilemma for these students, and the military academy instructors will naturally not do this. The first day of this elite training camp was spent by the students in a frozen state. Until the afternoon, Kazan woke up from his sleep. As the freezing ability was withdrawn, the originally white ice sculptures melted quickly, revealing the students who had been frozen unconscious. Bang, bang, bang. A series of falling sounds were heard. Under Kazan's freezing ability, these people could not bear the cold at all and had fallen into a coma early. Now that the freezing was lifted, without the control of self-consciousness, these Navy officers naturally fell to the ground one by one. The medical staff on the military academy side immediately carried the unconscious Navy officers for examination and treatment. Kazan was naturally sensible in the use of freezing ability, so the unconscious Navy officers were only slightly frostbitten, and no one was injured or killed. The students of this elite training camp were basically frozen unconscious by Kazan's ability. But there was still an exception. Cole sat upright in his seat, his blue eyes full of bloodshot, obviously exhausted, but still not in a coma. Under Akiji's freezing ability, even the ancient animal species Varric could not resist. Coles was able to stay awake, completely because his spirit and willpower were being trained, and they were already very strong. Although the cold forced him into a coma during the period of being frozen, Cole still relied on his willpower to hold on until he was released. Not bad. Kazan looked at Coles, who was still awake, and praised him. Then he turned and left. Because he had done what he wanted to do, how to teach these students next was what the military academy instructors needed to consider. Coles was silent. He did not move. Because he was frozen for too long, his limbs and muscles had not recovered. As for still keeping consciousness, why didn't he break free from Akiji's freezing in advance? Don't joke. That's the Admiral. In the case of being frozen, Coles was able to stay awake in the freezing, which was extremely special. It was impossible to break Kazan's freezing with his current strength. The gap in strength between the two sides was too huge. After experiencing Kazan's lesson today, Coles deeply understood the horror of the Admiral. He couldn't resist that kind of power at all, and couldn't even dodge in advance. Unless he could learn the domineering power of observation, he would not be qualified to fight against the Admiral with his current strength. After recovering, the other students also felt great pressure to pass the assessment, to enter the elite training camp. These people are undoubtedly Navy with excellent strength and talent, and they naturally have a bit of pride in their hearts. However, under Kazan's freezing, the pride of these people was quickly defeated. It's impossible to resist. Their strength is still too weak. Only by receiving training in the elite training camp can they continue to become stronger. In addition to bringing pressure to these students, the difficulties of the first lesson also arouse vigorous motivation, which is exactly what Zifa wants to see. Late at night, military school dormitory. Each student has a separate single room. When others have fallen asleep, Coles is still practicing. After reaching 3 o'clock in the morning, Coles was about to end his practice and go to bed. Suddenly, a fierce military bell rang in the corridor, like a horn piercing the dawn, and the students in the elite training camp were completely awakened by the sound. In the corridor, there were military school instructors constantly knocking on the door and shouting, "Everyone get up, the training time is up, quickly gather on the playground, and those who don't get to the playground within 3 minutes will bear the consequences." Hearing the instructors shouting outside, Coles realized that this was an elite training camp, and the other party's training was completely unconventional, and it must be adjusted after the break. It is estimated that there will be no rest today. Coles quickly walked out of the dormitory, pressed his left hand on the guardrail, and jumped directly from a height of more than 10 meters to reach the playground as soon as possible. Because during the training, students are not allowed to wear navy coats, so Coles only wears a white shirt and casual clothes. At a glance, except for his extremely extraordinary appearance, he is no different from ordinary naval freshmen. Young and full of vitality. On the playground, Zifa, the main instructor, has been waiting here. He was also not wearing a navy coat. He was only wearing black trousers, exposing his broad chest covered with scars. The silver-gray mechanical right arm is particularly conspicuous even in the dark. Coles immediately raised his hands in salute. "Hello, Chief Instructor." "Yeah, very good." Zifa put his left hand on his waist, smoking a cigar in his mouth, and said happily, "You are very fast. As the first one to arrive, I will temporarily call you No. 1. If you can let me acknowledge you in subsequent training, then I will call you by your name." Cole saluted again. Received on the first. At this time, other naval cadets arrived one after another and formed a line on the playground. Zifa numbered these people in an orderly manner according to the order in which they arrived. When the last person arrived, the time exceeded the predetermined 1 second. Zifa stretched out his robotic arm and spoke extremely seriously. "You, the last number 109, unfortunately, you are 1 second late. Now as punishment, you can leave the elite training camp." The last person who was late was a Navy man recommended from Beihai. He finally passed the assessment and entered the elite training camp. He never expected that he would be eliminated the next day. "Report. I don't accept it. I was frozen yesterday. I was in a bad state and couldn't react. Moreover, it's still late at night. The order to assemble was too sudden. I was only 1 second late. Why should I be eliminated? Zifa came to this Marine, and his tall figure made him feel huge oppression. You want to know why? The Navy man from the North Sea responded under pressure. Yes, I want to know why. Then I'll tell you why. Zifa's rich voice spread in all directions. While telling this Marine, he also told the answer to other Marines present. Could your enemy not attack you at night for special reasons? Will the pirates let you go because of your poor condition and wait until you recover next time to come and kill you? The reason for eliminating you is, it's because of the second you were late. This second may seem insignificant, but on the battlefield, if you can't advance this second, you can change a lot of battle situations and outcomes. In the elite training camp, what I need to cultivate is a strong Navy, and you are far from up to standard, so you, the late number 109, were eliminated. Is this reason enough? The Navy man from the North Sea was silent because he could not refute Zifa's words. A military academy instructor came over and led number 109 out of this place. The other navies present knew that because of being eliminated, this Navy from the North Sea would return to the naval branch that recommended him. At the same time, the rest of the Navy also understood the truth. The rules of the elite training camp are so ruthless and serious. Zifa turned around and returned to the front, scanning everyone with his majestic eyes. You must understand what I just said. If you want to continue to stay in this place, you must complete training within the prescribed requirements. If there is anyone you can't accept, you can tell me now and I'll have someone send you away from here. Did anyone quit? No. A unanimous voice immediately rang out from the neatly lined-up team. Zifa was holding a cigar. A sneer appeared on the old face, and he kept walking back and forth within 2 meters. I'm glad that none of you want to leave, but there are still a lot of people at elite camp. Starting from today, your training and teaching will be graded and summarized every week. The one with the worst grade, unfortunately, will also be eliminated. The atmosphere in the team suddenly became tense. When Coles heard about the last place elimination system in the elite training camp, he couldn't help but think of the Special Forces selection in his previous life. This approach can improve competitiveness and enhance the sense of urgency, crisis, and mission. The other students present also understood one thing at this moment, that is, only those who remain. They are the true elites. 84. High-intensity training. Now, physical training begins. Google search to read. Each person carries a 50-kilogram weight on his back and runs 100 laps around the playground. Following Zifa's order, the students in the elite training camp put on 50 kilograms of weight-bearing backpacks and began running around the playground. Goal: 100 laps. Although this playground is not the main square of the military academy, it is still 500 meters long in one circle. 100 circles is a distance of 50,000 meters. Although this amount of weight-bearing training is terrifying, it is not impossible for the students in these elite training camps. Boom. In the night shrouded in darkness, black clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning appeared from time to time. It's going to rain heavily. Zifa looked up at the weather and already had the answer in his mind. On the playground. In addition to Zifa and the students from the elite training camp, there are also many instructors. If the students in the elite training camp want to be lazy and count, it will not work here at all. Each Navy carried a heavy backpack and began to move forward hard, round and round. After experiencing the previous scene, they all knew that they would be eliminated if they were the last, so everyone stepped up and moved forward. When most of the students were almost out of breath and sweating profusely from exhaustion, at the front of the team, the physically strong students were still running calmly. The gap in between is the gap. Let's compare. Coles was running when a rich voice suddenly came from beside him. Turning around, he saw Varric with dark skin and messy hair, walking at the same speed as him. Obviously, Varric was not reconciled to his previous defeat and wanted to regain his strength physically. Then come on, Coles replied calmly. Although Varric's physical strength is very strong due to the increase in the ancient species of the animal system, his physical strength is not bad at all due to continuous training. Hearing Coles accept the test, Varric pushed his legs hard and rushed out suddenly. This is already the beginning. A smile appeared on Cole's lips, and his body strength also exploded, quickly surpassing Varric at a speed like a strong wind. The other students only felt a buzzing in their ears, and the two after-images disappeared before their eyes, leaving them stunned. This is a monster. How could they keep up with this speed? Zifa watched this scene, held a loudspeaker, and shouted, "Number 1 and number 3 running at the front? What are you doing? Why are you running so fast? Do you think you can run well?" Coles kept moving forward while loudly replying, "Report to the chief instructor, no." Zifa shouted, "No, I think you are very proud of IT, and in view of your physical fitness and increased training volume, your complete goal is 500 laps. 500 laps of training, which is 5 times more than other students." However, Coles and Varick did not refuse, because normal training volume was indeed unable to work on their physical abilities. While training, Coles and Varick also competed in this way. In the sky, the thunder became louder and louder. At the same time, a strong wind roared in, causing some impact on these students. Soon after, it's raining heavily. The cold rain fell from the sky, and combined with the strong wind blowing in front of them, added a huge obstacle to the students. During this period, a student accidentally fell down and splashed a large amount of water on the track. However, the student stood up quickly and continued running with a 50-kilogram weight on his back because the weak would only be eliminated here. Against the backdrop of heavy rain and strong winds, trainees were knocked down one after another, but they still stood up tenaciously and moved forward again. In the middle of the playground, Zifa and a group of military academy instructors also did not leave, and they were also bathed in the heavy rain. From time to time, Zifa will also pick up the loudspeaker and continue to send out old and powerful shouts. "Hurry up, hurry up. Those at the back, stand up quickly. You are already several laps behind. Dio, you want to be eliminated? Quit if you can't stand it. The elite training camp doesn't need waste. It only needs strong people. Why are you being tortured like this here? Wouldn't it be better to go back to your original peaceful place?" Those who can enter the elite training camp are basically the rare elite Navy in the Navy. Naturally, they cannot admit that they are useless, and they will not voluntarily quit. Isn't it true that quitting at this time is what Zifa calls a waste? Strong unwillingness broke out in the hearts of some lagging students. They stood up tenaciously, with sweat and rain on their bodies, gritting their teeth and working hard. In heavy rain. The lit cigar in Zifa's mouth had also been extinguished at this time, but he ignored it. Looking at the students shouting and moving forward in the field, he was actually very happy in his heart. But in order to urge these students to grow, he needed to remain serious and fierce. And only if these students work harder in their daily training can they have more self-protection strength when encountering danger in the future. So, scream in the rain, fight in the rain, and work hard in the rain. The process of growing up may be difficult, but this effort, there will be no regrets. After the weight training, there is also strength training. That a lot of training equipment has been placed on the huge playground. Under Zifa's order, these students began to pick up dumbbells and do strength training for their arm muscles. Unlike other students, Coles and Varick, 2 monster-level physical fitness, use training equipment that is 10 times heavier than others. Therefore, they are particularly conspicuous in the team. Half an hour later, the arm strength training is over. The students all feel sore in their arms, and it is very difficult to even lift them. However, the high-intensity training has just begun. Because it rained, the weather was cloudy, so the sun did not rise today. Everyone only knew that they ended the training in an extremely exhausted state. In the cafeteria of the elite training camp, the students sat neatly in front of the dining seats, quietly waiting for the meal. Not long after, several chefs in white clothes and chef hats came out with several carts and distributed a plate and knife and fork to each student. The chef who followed closely behind held a piece of raw meat with blood on it with tongs and placed it on each student's plate. The raw meat with blood and the pungent smell made the students present frown. After training, they only eat this? Instructor, is the food raw? The student asked the military academy instructor next to him. The instructor replied, "Your food is raw meat with blood. If you can't eat it, you don't have to eat it. But I remind you that there will be high-intensity training next. If you don't replenish your energy, you won't be able to withstand it for long with your physical fitness." There was a moment of silence at the scene. Then, under the pressure of possible elimination, more than 100 students began to eat despite the smell. Because the raw meat was not cooked, it could not be chewed quickly, and the bloody smell was strong and pungent, which was very unpalatable. However, all the people present were Navy soldiers who had passed the preliminary screening. Although the raw meat was hard to swallow, these trainees still ate it despite vomiting. Although eating raw meat made the trainees feel a little uncomfortable, It also trained their endurance and acceptance, preparing them to adapt to extreme situations in advance. At the dining table, Coles and Varick sat opposite each other. Because the weighted running in the morning did not determine the winner, Varick bit the raw meat with a ferocious look, as if he wanted to gain a sense of victory from this new aspect. Coles was too lazy to pay attention to Varick. He just chewed the raw meat in his mouth expressionlessly, as if he was eating meat as usual, but today's food was harder to chew. After finishing this hard-to-swallow breakfast, the trainees of the elite training camp started high-intensity training again. This was a competitive elimination match. The weak will only be left far behind. 85, Navy 6. After the opening of the elite training camp, it rained continuously for 7 days. But these students were not given a holiday because this was an elite training camp. They are the Navy who are here for training, and all they can do is train in the heavy rain. On the playground east of the military academy, the students in the elite training camp lined up in an orderly manner after completing their physical training. The sun rarely rises from the sky, and the soft sunlight shines on these trainees as if to smooth away the fatigue in their hearts. Zifa was still dressed like that, with sunglasses on his face, black trousers on his lower body, a bare broad chest, and a mechanical right arm as he looked at everyone. After walking around and observing for a while, a hearty smile appeared on Zifa's face. Yes, after removing some of the crane tails, the rest can still be seen for the time being. Among the team, at this time there were only 95 Marines. Because during the high-intensity training last week, some students did not persist and were also eliminated. Zifa returned to the front and asked Coles, "Number 1, tell me, why did you come to the elite training camp?" Coles stepped out to answer. "Report to the chief instructor in order to become stronger." Zifa then looked at the other students and asked, "What about you?" "Get stronger." The unanimous reply rang out from the team. "Very good," Zifa praised, but he changed his words. "But do you think that training like this will make you stronger? Can you defeat powerful pirates like this?" "No, this level of training is not enough. That if you want to deal with those ferocious enemies, you also need to learn powerful skills." At this time, 6 military academy instructors wearing black uniforms stood not far from the students. These 6 instructors had their hands behind their backs, and their feet were spread evenly. Although they were just the simplest military personnel, they made Coles feel particularly domineering. Zifa's old and powerful voice rang in everyone's ears. "Now, let them show you what Navy 6 is." Navy 6? Coles's energy immediately gathered. 6 postures are physical techniques that surpass the limits of human physical ability. They are very powerful, and because they are extremely practical, many naval generals know several postures. In the plot, the members of CP9, the World Government Spy Agency, are all powerful agents who were proficient in the 6 styles and later showed great combat effectiveness. Coles is looking forward to this. Before coming to the Navy headquarters, he had learned one of the 6 moves, shaving, based on the moves of Barbarossa and Crow. He knows the practicality of this skill. Now I finally have the opportunity to see and learn the complete 6th form of Navy. The figure of the first military academy instructor suddenly disappeared on the spot, and everyone could only see an afterimage. Wait until the instructor appears again. Zifa explained the principle on the side. This is one of the 6 Navy styles. Shaved, in an instant, you step on the ground at high speed dozens of times to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed. It seems to disappear before your eyes. Number 1 among you has already learned this skill before coming here. Hear the words. While the students were digesting the principles, they couldn't help but look at Coles in the first row. Coles was unmoved by this and quietly waited for the naval drill conducted by the instructor of the military academy. In the expectation of everyone, the first instructor suddenly turned around and punched the second instructor. However, that ferocious fist could not hit at all, and the second instructor's figure was like a feather, constantly drifting away to avoid the attack. Every time it floats just right, it seems to be carefully designed. Cole's eyes narrowed. He was relying on his keen perception to sense the movements of the second instructor. Although the time was short, Cole seemed to have discovered the trick. At this time, Zifa's explanation also came. This is paper painting, a defensive technique in the 6 postures. You release your whole body strength and use the changes in airflow caused by the opponent's movements to make your body as light and thin as paper. You can control your body easily and effectively against attacks directed at you. Dodge at the last moment. Immediately afterwards, the second instructor raised a hammer, and hit the third instructor standing next to him in front of everyone's horrified eyes. A blow in the face of gravity. The third instructor did not hide or evade and still maintained his military posture with his hands behind his back, but he said two cold words in his mouth. Iron. Pong. The hammer collided with the third instructor's chest, and a dull sound came out, as if it had been struck on hard steel. Zifa explained, the iron block makes the defensive parts have an iron-like hardness, which cannot be penetrated even by bullets and swords. The principle is to accelerate the blood flow and speed up the muscle movement. Faced with this skill, the students present showed great interest. If you could learn how to use iron blocks, wouldn't you be able to avoid a lot of damage in battle? Those who have little interest in iron blocks. There were only two people, Coles and Varric. Varric is because he has the devil fruit of the ancient animal species, and the black goat form can completely remind Varric of the hardness of steel. Therefore, he does not need this iron block at all. The reason why Coles is not interested in this is entirely because of the lessons learned from past mistakes in his impression. Although the iron block has good defense, it is not invulnerable. Using the iron block against an enemy stronger than oneself is simply courting death. At the same time, Zifa's voice continued to come. If you learn the skill of the iron block, don't be blindly confident, because the iron block's defense also has its limits. Also, when the iron block is not proficient, it cannot move freely, so you need to be very careful in battle. Next move. Hearing this, the fourth instructor released his military posture and jumped up. Then, the legs in black trousers continued to borrow power in the air, stepping out a wave of air and climbing straight up to more than 10 meters in the air. This is the moon step. Stepping on the air with strong foot power will generate strong air retention. You can walk in the air like stepping on stairs, but you can't stay in the air for too long. As Zifa's words fell, the instructor who climbed to the sky with a moon step returned to the ground again with a moon step. Then, the fifth instructor picked up a stone, then extended his index finger and stabbed it quickly. Bang, bang, bang. The stone was quickly broken by the fingers and turned into smaller pieces of gravel falling on the ground. The finger gun has the power of a gun firing a bullet. The attack method is to gather the whole body's strength on the index finger and use a hardened finger to release a blow in a flash. Its power can easily penetrate the human body. If you want to learn this move and make the fingertips have the attack power of bullets, it takes a long time to temper, and it is not easy to achieve. Under Zifa's explanation and the instructor's drill, the Navy 6 styles have shown 5 styles, and everyone can't help but look at the last instructor. And the last instructor didn't let everyone wait for long, and started to show the last style directly. He kicked out suddenly. Schwa! A sharp sound rang in the air, and the students only felt a flash in front of their eyes. A half-moon-shaped slash was kicked out by the instructor, and the slashing force fell on a boulder not far away. The sharp slash directly cut the boulder in half easily. Swept kick. This move does not cause damage to the enemy through kicking skills, but through super fast and powerful kicking, rolling up a vacuum to produce a slash, and the slashing force can easily split the target in half. Facing Zifa's final explanation, Coles couldn't help but fall into thought. It must be said that swept kick is definitely a very powerful attack skill, and this long-range attack method is also what he lacks the most now. After all, apart from the Shadow Knight gun, he has no long-range attack moves. Although swordsmanship has sword energy and flying slashes, Coles is still only at the iron cutting realm. If he wants to use these moves, he needs to wait until he enters the sword master level to do it. If the swordsmanship strength is converted into a bounty, then the precision swordsmanship is about 10 million to 50 million Baileys, and the iron cutting realm is about 50 million to 90 million Baileys. And the sword master level is a powerful swordsmanship that can completely obtain a bounty of over 100 million Baileys. Cole's current swordsmanship ability is only worth about 60 to 70 million Baileys, and he is still a long way from the swordsman level. 86. Fencing Class. From today on, the 6 Navy styles will be taught by these 6 instructors. I'd also like to tell you in advance that the graduation requirement of the Elite Training Camp is to learn 2 of the 6 styles. If you want to successfully graduate from the Elite Training Camp, you'd better prepare in advance. Okay, now let's disband and eat. Under Zifa's announcement, the team began to disband and headed to the cafeteria. Perhaps because they started practicing the 6 Navy styles, or perhaps because the rigorous first week had passed, the raw meat in the cafeteria had been replaced with cooked meat. The rich meat aroma floated in the air, deeply arousing the gluttony of every student. As soon as the meat came up, the students of the Elite Training Camp snatched it up. After all, They had been eating raw meat for a week, and they had been craving for cooked food for a long time. It's so delicious. Is it because I haven't eaten cooked food for a long time? Why do I feel that this meat is so delicious? Indeed, this meat seems to be more delicious than what I ate in the cafeteria before. As they ate these cooked foods, some students also discovered the difference in meat. The instructor who was supervising explained, "The meat you are eating now is not ordinary meat, but the meat of sea kings. This kind of meat is not only nutritious and delicious, but also contains much more energy than ordinary meat." The meat of sea kings. Hearing this, most of the students were shocked. Sea kings are extremely powerful sea creatures with huge bodies of hundreds of meters at any time. I didn't expect that they would become food on their plates now. But think about it. This is the headquarters of the Navy, where the strongest forces of the Navy gather. It is normal for sea kings to be regarded as food. After eating a satisfying breakfast, the students of the elite training camp did not go to the playground for physical training. Because 2 more courses were added, a physical training class was temporarily scheduled from 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. The morning class is swordsmanship, while the afternoon class is gunmanship. Military Academy Teaching Building. In one of the empty classrooms, all 95 students have already sat down, and they are waiting for the instructor who teaches swordsmanship to come. The furnishings in the classroom are no different from the school in Cole's previous life. White painted walls, neatly arranged tables and chairs, and a blackboard in front and back, but this classroom is larger, enough to seat more than 100 people. Ding-ling-a-ling. Outside the classroom door, a black mechanical device started, and the clear metal bell sound immediately spread all around. Cole sat in the front row of the classroom, listening to the bell, and suddenly felt as if he had returned to the youthful era of his previous life. However, as he felt around, his mood calmed down again. Having lived in the pirate world for 18 years, it is inevitable to miss the previous life. However, Cole just sighed. He clearly knew that he could not go back. The only thing he can do now is to improve his strength in the pirate world and protect his family. And his current strength is still far from enough. In the classroom, the students who heard the bell all became serious and waited quietly for the instructor to come. They wanted to leave a good impression on the instructor who taught swordsmanship. After all, the instructor was the one who controlled their weekly scores. The higher the score given by the instructor, the more stable they could continue to stay in the elite training camp in this week's elimination screening. After knowing that they could learn the powerful Navy 6 styles here, not many people would want to eliminate themselves. They all wanted to stay and become stronger. Therefore, their attitude was very correct. Da-da-da. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of footsteps outside the corridor, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then, a tall woman with a gorgeous face and wearing a Vice Admiral Justice coat walked into the classroom. She stepped on a pair of black high heels and wore black short shorts on her lower body, revealing her white legs and black spider tattoo. The upper body was a peach-colored short dress, and her proud figure was perfectly presented. The delicate face was extremely charming, and her long black hair was half-tied behind her head. Although she was walking, there was no trace of rippling. It turned out to be a female instructor. The students present were excited when Guillaume appeared. They didn't expect that the swordsmanship class would be taught by this charming female instructor. Coles looked at the female instructor who suddenly appeared, and suddenly a guess popped up in his mind. Could it be Vice Admiral Momo Rabbit? In the comic plot, he was watching the decisive battle with Kaido, and was impressed by the female Vice Admiral who appeared in the previous naval meeting. In addition to Guillaume's beauty, it was also because Guillaume was a candidate for Admiral. Although she was only a candidate for Admiral, she was able to get this title, which also showed how powerful Guillaume was. The beautiful instructor who came in front of her had slightly upturned red lips, a delicate nose, and a pair of charming eyes. As soon as she appeared, she left an unforgettable impression in the hearts of the students. However, when Coles saw the middle-aged man who came in, he was startled. He was a middle-aged man with a righteous look. If Coles gave people a cold image, then this middle-aged man gave people a kind of affinity like a spring breeze. Guillaume came to the podium. She folded her arms and looked down at all the students below. However, she didn't know that this action made her plump breasts even more turbulent. My name is Guillaume, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, codenamed Peach Rabbit. From today on, I will be your swordsmanship instructor. Then Guillaume pointed to the middle-aged man next to him with a righteous look and said, "This is my assistant Khan. From now on, he will be responsible for cooperating with me to teach you swordsmanship." The students present couldn't help but prick up their ears and began to listen carefully, fearing that they would miss any words. After hearing that Guillaume was a vice admiral of the headquarters, their expressions immediately became solemn. The vice admiral. This rank is only one level lower than the admiral, and is the most important backbone of the Navy. Facing another assistant Khan, the students also acted very seriously, because they guessed that this assistant might be specifically for them to score. This is related to the elimination score, and it must not be dealt with carelessly. Guillaume picked up the chalk on the podium, turned around and wrote 4 beautiful characters on the blackboard. Heart and spirit. For the first lesson of swordsmanship, I will first tell you about the cultivation of the heart and spirit. Cole suppressed the doubts about why Major Khan became an assistant teacher of the swordsmanship class and began to take the class seriously. About the cultivation of the heart and spirit. Before this, Major Khan also talked about it, but at that time he only explained it in general terms. After all, the recruits in the recruit period could not reach this level. And the students sitting here are basically elite Navy, and swordsmanship can already reach this level, so the lesson of heart and spirit is indispensable. Among them, Cole's swordsmanship has been cultivated to the level of cutting iron, and the demand for this is even greater. Under the narration of the beautiful instructor, Lieutenant General Guillaume, the students present also knew what the cultivation of heart and spirit is. This is a practice method that greatly improves swordsmanship, and it is also an indispensable aspect of reaching the top of swordsmanship. Because the improvement of swordsmanship, in addition to practicing day and night, it is also necessary to constantly polish the heart and spirit, and constantly polish one's own perception and vision. Heart, that is the world. When the swordsman's spirit is spotless, and the clouds of confusion in his heart are swept away, swordsmanship is truly powerful. At that time, facing the enemy, the swordsman will not be blinded by the environment, the opponent's actions, his own feelings, or his own thoughts. Only when the mind and body cooperate in this way can the power of swordsmanship be truly displayed. For this, Coles has a deep understanding. The first time was on the patrol ship. With the help of sensing the breathing of external objects, he stepped into precise swordsmanship and killed Elo with the Iajutsu created by meditation. The second time was not long ago. In the battle with Varric, Coles entered that state again, drew his sword and entered the realm of cutting iron, and defeated Varric, who turned into a black goat beast with one sword. Therefore, for the first lesson of this swordsmanship class, Coles listened very carefully. While remembering the key points, he also grasped some enlightenment and understanding, and constantly filled and improved his current realm of cutting iron. 87. Swordsmanship Assistant. There was another chapter about swordsmanship in the previous chapter. Some people may have read the previous chapter because the explanation chapter about Colonel Mouse was deleted. In the classroom Google search reading, Guillaume was explaining the cultivation of the heart and spirit, while Khan was watching the group of students in front of him, silent. He suddenly received a transfer notice a week ago, and will be transferred to the elite training camp to be an assistant to Lieutenant General Guillaume, who teaches swordsmanship. As an undercover of the Revolutionary Army, Khan immediately considered a lot, whether he had been exposed or tested. After a careful review, he did not find any problems for the time being. Regarding the transfer to Lieutenant General Guillaume as an assistant, this is a long process, and it is easy for the other party to find flaws along the way. But Khan could not refuse. After all, the transfer order has been issued, and refusing with various reasons would be even more inappropriate. It'd only take it one step at a time. In the past few days of contact with Guillaume, Khan has been cautious in his words and deeds, because this will prevent him from revealing any problems inadvertently. Ding-ling-a-ling. Outside the classroom, the black metal device rang the bell again, warning everyone that the get-out-of-class time has come. The first class of the swordsmanship class. The subject of heart and spirit ends here. Guillaume stood up from his seat on the podium and left the classroom with Khan. On the corridor, Guillaume asked Khan next to him, "How about I teach this first lesson?" Khan answered sincerely, "It's very good." Hearing this, Guillaume's originally nervous heart couldn't help but relax at this moment. In fact, Guillaume is not very good at teaching. Before this, she has been traveling between the Grand Line and the New World to capture pirates. This time it is also because Admiral Zifa is going to teach the last class of the elite training camp, so she, a swordsman with superb swordsmanship, was transferred to teach. Marshal Sengoku called this elite training camp the Navy Rising Star Plan. Now there are all kinds of powerful pirate rising stars on the Grand Line, and the Navy has begun to focus on the training and promotion of newcomers. Therefore, considering various comprehensive factors, Guillaume, the candidate admiral, was sent to the elite training camp as a swordsmanship instructor. Similarly, Cake was transferred in the same way. However, Guillaume has been hunting pirates for many years. Although her swordsmanship is superb, she is not very confident in her teaching ability. At this time, Guillaume remembered the Navy who had caught her attention before. 2 months ago, Guillaume was originally on an island, entertaining Peach guests with superb geisha skills to lure all the people of the Bleeding Axe pirates. But suddenly, a lieutenant colonel from the Navy headquarters wearing a coat of justice walked in. This lieutenant colonel had clear eyebrows and eyes, and was handsome and upright. Facing the pirates who were excited by blood, he showed no fear at all. When the Navy and the pirates met, fighting and conflict were inevitable. Facing the captain of the Blood Axe pirates with a bounty of 90 million, this lieutenant colonel named Khan displayed his swordsmanship at the level of a swordsman. The battle was also a bit fierce. After all, the captain of the Blood Axe pirates was not a weak person, not to mention that he had many subordinates. Although he suffered some injuries in order to protect innocent people, Khan still annihilated the Blood Axe pirates with his swordsmanship at the level of a swordsman. Swordsmanship at the level of a swordsman. This is comparable to that of a major general. What made Guillaume curious was that Khan's rank was only a lieutenant colonel in the headquarters of the Navy. Back to the headquarters, Guillaume checked Khan's file and found that he had just been promoted from the East China Sea half a year ago. The East China Sea has now won the title of the so-called weakest sea. It was unexpected that such a swordsman-level master would be born. This was the beginning of Guillaume's interest in Khan later. Khan was promoted to colonel based on military merits. Guillaume saw Khan more often at the headquarters and was more impressed. During this period of time, Guillaume was also irritated by Kaji's constant confession. She also paid more attention to Khan, a naval colonel who was attractive and satisfied her aesthetics. This time, the elite training camp asked her to serve as an instructor for the swordsmanship class. She happened to be short of an assistant teacher. At that time, she thought of the record in Khan's file. He had served as an instructor for recruits for several years and had excellent teaching ability. Under the influence of these two factors, she transferred Khan, a lieutenant colonel in the Navy, to be an assistant teacher. The teaching method of the first lesson today was also completed by Guillaume with the help of Khan. So after coming out, she asked Khan how she taught. After getting the recognition of Khan, who had excellent instructor experience, Guillaume was also more confident. How about I treat you to tea and rice? Okay. Khan did not refuse. Before this, he had found reasonable excuses to avoid too much contact with Guillaume. But he couldn't always refuse because it would be abnormal. Military school cafeteria. To the surprise of some freshmen, they saw Vice Admiral Guillaume and a naval colonel walked in and then sat at the table to eat. It's Vice Admiral Guillaume. I heard that Vice Admiral Guillaume will be an instructor at the military academy in the future, but I didn't expect it to be true. Vice Admiral Guillaume is my dream goddess, but it's a pity that she is not teaching as freshmen, but the students in the elite training camp. Is the person with Lieutenant General Guillaume also an instructor? How come I haven't seen him before? On the table, 2 portions of Chizuki rice were served. The method of making akazuke rice is very simple. You only need to add a small amount of seasonings to make the light akazuke rice more delicious. The tea is made from sencha. Because sencha has a unique aroma and bitterness, it can neutralize the sweetness of rice. Guillaume stretched out his hand and said, "Akazuke rice is one of my favorite foods. Try it and see how you like it." Okay. Khan picked up the akazuke rice in front of him and started to taste the akazuke rice in front of him with a spoon. The food garnished on this akazuke rice is seaweed and dried fish, which are mixed with rice and enter Khan's mouth, bringing out a special taste. How is it? Gim. The rice is soft but not greasy, with the fragrance of tea, and combined with a little seaweed, it is refreshing and delicious, and has the feeling of still being in love. Khan replied, "Well, what I like is the pure taste left in the mouth by Chizuki rice. A tea rises leisurely, pure and calm, graceful and long." Guillaume explained. While Guillaume and Khan were eating in the cafeteria, outside the cafeteria, a middle-aged man wearing a vice admiral's coat was gnashing his teeth. The lieutenant general wore a brown cowboy hat and a light blue shirt. He had poor facial features, as if he were 45 years old, and had a toothpick in the corner of his mouth. He is the tea dolphin. Cake and Guillaume have the same military rank. They are both vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, and they are both candidates for general. He felt that he and Guillaume were a perfect match, so he had confessed to Guillaume 62 times in a row. Although he was rejected every time, he did not give up at all. Because he believes that if he perseveres, he will succeed, and Guillaume will agree to his confession when the time comes. But now, Guillaume was having lunch chatting and laughing with a handsome middle-aged Marine. Who is that person? How do you get there first? He begged Guillaume many times, but he never received this kind of treatment. It's simply too abominable. Cake was extremely angry, but he couldn't teach him a lesson in front of Guillaume. At this time, the direct subordinate Jaji sent to investigate Khan got back a file. He took it over and looked at it. My heart suddenly became more anxious. This naval colonel named Khan is actually an assistant teacher in the swordsmanship class. Although Jaji observed carefully, he didn't notice any intimate movements between the two. But depending on Guillaume's attitude, it's obviously done with good intentions. What should Guillaume and Khan do if they get along like this and fall in love for a long time? Jaji was immediately anxious and worried, but now he had no choice. 88. Lieutenant General, additional update on April 20th. Until the marksmanship class starts in the afternoon. Jaji was still irritated. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots were heard. The target 100 meters away was penetrated. Most of the people had good marksmanship, and there were even a few sharpshooters with 10 rounds and 10 rings. Jaji looked at everyone's test scores, and on a page with average scores, he found the name of Charlotte Coles. Coles mainly focuses on swordsmanship, physical skills, and devil fruits. In comparison, his spearmanship can only be regarded as a basic level. After all, he has not delved into it in depth. Therefore, his marksmanship performance was mediocre, not outstanding. Jaji couldn't help but feel even more irritated, because he remembered that Cole's instructor during his rookie period was that damn guy named Khan. And when I think of Khan, Jaji was very angry. He asked Coles, "Number 1, what do you think of your swordsmanship assistant?" Coles was a little confused. He didn't know what instructor Jaji was asking this question, but he still answered seriously. Reporting to the extra instructor, as far as I know, assistant instructor Khan has a friendly personality and is a person that is easy for others to recognize. After listening to Cole's answer, Jaji felt very uncomfortable. He is so good that he praises him in front of me? How abominable. Dear Charlotte Coles, if you dare to make me uncomfortable, then you will definitely not be comfortable in the marksmanship class taught by me. Number 1, I see that your marksmanship is far lower than your overall strength, but you think that marksmanship cannot threaten enemies who are like monsters. Coles shook his head. Tell the instructor, I don't look down on gun skills. I just don't know how to use gun skills in high-level battles. In the world of pirates, there are many masters who use guns. Although I don't know how Beckman and Jesus used gun skills to threaten those top experts, gun skills definitely have their advantages and places to exert their power. Jaji looked around at everyone. Then I'll tell you why marksmanship can pose a threat to the enemy in high-level battles. Do you know what domineering is? Hearing this, most of the students were confused. Only a few from the headquarters and the New World Navy knew something about it. Coles was moved. The gunmanship class actually involves domineering. Jaji also knew that most students did not know, so he explained aloud. Haki is the potential power possessed by all human beings in the world. This power is an innate ability and exists like instinct. However, most of you have not yet realized this power, or you may not be able to exert it throughout your life. Here, I will first talk to you about one of the 3 types of domineering power, the seeing, hearing, and color domineering power. Seeing and hearing is domineering. Coles couldn't help but think of the plot of the original work. The first time he saw Haki appeared on the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. That kind of power was also called the heart network on the Sky Island. This is a kind of mind reading, which can also be said to be the power of listening. Jaji is spreading it to everyone in the front. Knowing color Haki is the power to strongly feel the surrounding atmosphere. IT can sense enemies outside the line of sight or further predict the opponent's movements. Because as long as a person is alive, the body will make special sounds. These sounds can be used to predict the opponent's next movement and position. As long as the person is trained, the range can be expanded. This is the concept of seeing and hearing color domineering. Immediately afterwards, Jaji looked at Coles and said, in high-level battles, the key to the power of spearmanship is the ability to see, hear, and domineering. Some spear masters rely on this ability to predict the enemy's next move and attack in advance. So what do you think the result will be? Coles was stunned. What Jiaji said is simple. To describe it in simple words, I predicted your prediction. Even if you also have the hockey of knowledge and knowledge, as long as your opponent's hockey of knowledge and information is more powerful than yours, the result will be the same. That is, I predicted your prediction of me. Unless you are fully armed for defense, or your body is not afraid of bullets, it will be difficult to resist the attack of marksmanship. Okay, now the explanation is over. An evil smile appeared on Jiaji's ordinary uncle's face. Now I'm going to give you a quick training on seeing, hearing, color, and domineering. Number 1. You come out and give a demonstration. Coles. It was different from the excitement of other students. He vaguely felt something was wrong because the quick training on seeing, hearing, and sex that instructor Jiaji mentioned sounded a bit unreliable. Although I don't believe it. But Coles still took a step forward. Because he yearns for the domineering power of knowledge, he has felt a sense of urgency to learn the power of knowledge since Kazana's frozen lesson in the opening ceremony. Jiaji looked at Cole's handsome and cold face and sneered in his heart. I'll let you taste what it means to be beaten later. The first step in the quick training of hockey by seeing and hearing dodge attacks. Don't worry, I won't use the power of hockey and will only attack you with physical skills. After the words fell, Jiaji suddenly waved his right hand, and the clenched fist with 5 fingers was punched out with a roaring wind. Cole's eyes moved, and he quickly reacted, turning his head to avoid the punch. Oh, I avoided it. That's a good reaction. Jiaji was not surprised at all. Because he slowed down the first punch, Coles dodged it. Second punch. Kaji continued to punch with his left fist. He did not slow down with this punch, and the surging power was transmitted along his arm. Cole's heart sank. Because Kaji's attack was too fast, he could not avoid it at all. However, if he could not avoid it, he would not avoid it and directly confront it head-on, just to see how big the gap between him and the Vice Admiral was now. Coles also punched back. This punch also brought a whistling wind, and this punch did not bring any moves, but only the power that burst out from the muscles of the body. The students who were watching were all surprised. They didn't know why Coles dared to punch Instructor Kaji, who was a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Bang! The 2 fists collided. A complete collision of physical strength. A dull air wave exploded, accompanied by a strong wind. This strong wind spread from the center to the surroundings, not only blowing Kaji's justice coat constantly fluttering, but also rolling up a gust of dust around. Then, Coles's figure was suddenly knocked away, like an arrow from a bow, and shot dozens of meters away, falling straight on the training ground. Vulnerable. This is the strength of the Vice Admiral. This is the strength of the backbone of the Navy. Just relying on physical strength, he knocked the strongest first in the elite training camp away with 1 punch. For this, the students on the scene had expected it. What really shocked them was Coles's punch just now, facing the Vice Admiral whose strength was far superior to them and even impossible to match. Coles dared to counterattack. What kind of courage is that? Can they have this kind of courage? For a moment, many thoughts arose in the minds of these students in the elite training camp. Dozens of meters away, Coles was slowly standing up from the ground. After a head-on punch with Kaji, his blood was churning in his body, and his fist was in great pain, as if he had hit steel. Even though his body has been trained for several years and his physical skills are very good, he is still far behind the Vice Admiral and even the Admiral candidate Cake. Even without using the power of domineering, Cake can easily suppress him. This is the strength of the Vice Admiral. 89. Quick training on 6 style and domineering. Hey. I've said before that the first item of the quick training of observation hockey is to dodge attacks. If you counterattack, it will be completely ineffective. Swish. Kaji's figure disappeared. Google search reading. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Coles, kicking out with gravity on his left foot. Can't counterattack, can only dodge. Isn't this just pure beating? Coles felt helpless and immediately performed one of the 6 styles of the Navy, shave, and disappeared on the spot. However, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy, Kaji naturally also knows the 6 styles of the Navy, and the speed of his shaving is faster than Coles. Kaji intercepted directly in the middle with a faster speed, and then kicked Coles in the abdomen, kicking him out. Bang! Coles' body fell heavily to the ground, and when he stood up again, Kaji had already approached again. Pay attention to my attack, feel my moves, and do your best to dodge. Bang! Coles used his hands to protect his head and blocked a left hook from Instructor Kaji, but another hook came from the other side, making him unable to resist. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hitting continued on the training ground. However, these were all the sounds of Kaji's unilateral hitting. Coles could only dodge and defend continuously, and he was very confused in his mind. Does this Lieutenant General Kaji have a grudge against him? Why is he hitting so hard? Pay attention. Kaji suddenly kicked Cole's body and kicked it out. In the process of flying backwards, HX down. Cole's back rubbed against the ground, causing a large wound, and blood flowed out from it, seeped out, and dyed the white shirt red. This situation is very normal. Because of the various high-intensity training in the elite training camp, injuries are just the norm. Coles didn't care about this at all, and the other students and instructors didn't care either. Kaji temporarily stopped attacking. A kind expression appeared on his ordinary uncle's face. How is it? Do you feel the power of observation hockey? Not yet, Coles. It seems that we have to continue. After saying that, Kaji didn't give Coles a chance to refuse and attacked quickly. Facing Kaji's attack, Coles could dodge very few blows. Under continuous beatings, his condition became miserable. And Kaji was very comfortable. Because he had completely treated Coles as calm to vent his anger, I know. This was to give Coles a quick training of observation hockey, not to vent his anger. Yes, that's it. Kaji defended himself in his heart, waving his fists and constantly training Coles. The first lesson of the gunmanship class. At this time, it has completely become a demonstration of the quick training of observation hockey. After being beaten continuously, Coles began to concentrate, discovering and looking for the observation hockey hidden in his body. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the sun was still some distance away from setting, and the situation on the training ground suddenly changed. Coles, who could only avoid 1 or 2 moves out of 10, had actually avoided 4 moves in a row. This special situation immediately attracted the attention of other elite training camp students, and their eyes all looked towards the center of the training ground. The 5th move, avoid. The 6th move, avoid. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations and discussions among the students. How can Coles suddenly avoid the attack of Instructor Cake? Instructor Cake's 7th punch was also avoided. Is it observation hockey? No, that's not observation hockey. It's paper painting, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. From everyone's perspective, they can see that every time Instructor Kaji's attack is about to hit Coles, Coles will dodge it in a special posture. The figure that keeps dodging is like a sailboat in a storm, sailing with the waves. A great sense of fear rose in everyone's heart. Paper painting, one of the 6 styles of the Navy, was just demonstrated this morning. Did Coles learn it? And Kaji at this moment was also shocked. It took him 5 days to learn paper painting. And Coles learned it in 1 day. Although he was under pressure, this strong learning talent was comparable to Kazan, Sikorsky, Borsellino, and others. No wonder it was rated S level. Coles closed his eyes, relaxed his muscles, and felt the changes in the air around him. At the same time, he also used paper painting. Make the body as thin as paper. Follow the attack of Kaji to avoid the attack. Suddenly, Coles found that Kaji stopped attacking. He opened his eyes in confusion and asked, "Instructor Kaji, why don't you continue?" Kaji put his hands on his waist and said lightly, "You have completed the first step of the quick training of observation hockey." Coles also understood a little, but still asked uncertainly, "Is it paper painting?" Kaji nodded. That's right, the move of paper painting was originally borrowed from the hockey of observation hockey. After you master paper painting, you're almost at the threshold of observation hockey. Kaji's eyes suddenly caught sight of Guillaume in the distance, and he immediately announced the end of the get out of class and quickly disappeared from the spot. It's almost timed out. Today's demonstration will end here for the time being. Get out class is over. When approaching Guillaume, Kaji's mind was spinning wildly. With the threat of Khan, he couldn't wait any longer, and he had to strike first. Kaji stopped not far from Guillaume and confessed again affectionately, "Guillaume, I like you, be with me." Reject. Guillaume still answered coldly, and then left without caring about Kaji's reaction. After dinner, the students of the elite training camp began to rest, because they had to get up at 3 in the morning for physical training. In Cole's dormitory, he was soaking his feet in hot water while developing the new ability of the shadow fruit. The black shadow power kept surging in his hands, transforming into a box, a bottle, and then a round body. His current strength is obvious. In addition to the iron-cutting swordsmanship, he only has strong physical skills and the ability of the Shadow Fruit. Among them, the most important summoning shadow skill of the Shadow Fruit has limited power without powerful shadow soldiers. So, Coles must develop new skills so that he can deal with various troublesome enemies that may be encountered later. Outside, the night is dark. The white moonlight shines softly and falls on the corridor and fence outside the dormitory. After the water cooled for almost 2 hours, Coles stopped developing the ability of the Shadow Fruit and poured out the water for soaking his feet. Then he began to meditate and practice. The wound on his body caused by Lieutenant General Kaji's training today has been treated with medicine, and there is no effect. It will heal in a few days. In addition to his strong physical recovery ability, it is also because Lieutenant General Kaji has restrained his strength. Otherwise, with the physical strength of the Vice Admiral, Coles would have been knocked down long ago. How could he stay awake after being beaten for half an afternoon? Speaking of which, this method of rapid training of observation hockey is quite effective. It actually allowed him to understand and master the principles of paper painting on the first day. I wonder how long it will take to truly learn observation hockey. When the 3 hands of the silver pocket watch hanging on the wall overlapped at the number 12, Coles stopped meditating and started sleeping on time. 3 o'clock in the morning. The instructor of the physical training class began to blow the whistle and shout outside to wake up the students for class. 2 minutes later, 95 students gathered downstairs, and no one was late. After initially completing 3 hours of physical training, endurance training, and strength training, the teaching of the Navy 6 styles officially began. The instructors of iron block, shave, paper painting, moonstep, storm foot, and finger gun were different, and their training methods were naturally different. Coles has now learned shaving and paper painting, and he only needs to learn 4 styles: moonstep, storm kick, finger gun, iron block. 90. Improvement in practice. To practice the iron block, you need to first develop a strong body. While the practice of the moon step and the storm foot has some similarities, almost all of which are to train the strength of the legs, but with different focuses. Google search reading. As for the finger gun, during the practice, you need to constantly practice high-intensity training on your fingers, such as using your fingers to continuously strike in the props filled with iron sand. Most people choose the index finger and middle finger because these 2 fingers are the most powerful. However, Coles chose the ring finger and the little finger. To practice with such fragile fingers, the time and energy of practice is much more than others. But Coles still did not change his choice. Because his favorite hobby is sketching, the other 3 fingers are the key to holding the pen, and he does not want to use these 3 fingers to practice the finger gun. The second swordsmanship class was not held in the classroom, but on the training ground. In other words, except for the first heart and spirit class, the other swordsmanship classes are all trained outside. In the training ground, Coles and Khan were in the center, ready to start sword fighting training. Because it was just a coaching match, both of them used the same wooden sword. This was also the first time Coles and Khan fought against each other. In the previous recruit period, he didn't even have accurate swordsmanship, so it was impossible for him to fight with a major. Coles clenched the wooden sword in his hand. His expression was very upright and serious. Major Khan was already a master of the swordsman level before, and this level has exceeded his iron-cutting level, so he must be extra careful. Begin. As Guillaume's voice fell, the sword fighting instruction began. Coles exerted force on his feet, rushed forward, and slashed at Khan with a diagonal sword. Khan calmly blocked. The 2 wooden swords collided. Then Khan pulled his feet, separated the wooden swords, and slashed down with a straight slash. Coles quickly avoided it. However, his swordsmanship was taught by Khan after all. When fighting Khan, he always felt powerless and was suppressed one after another. He had also fought with William and Lonros, who were both sword masters, but the pressure brought to him by Major Khan was different from that of the 2. Major Khan's swordsmanship was very exquisite, as if he had been tempered by thousands of hammers. If he encountered stormy waves when facing William, then when facing Major Khan, it was a calm sea. Sometimes, calm waves are more dangerous than stormy waves, just like a calm windless spell. Silent slash. Cole's figure suddenly disappeared, and this silent slash was slashed at an extremely fast speed. Click. The wooden sword was knocked away, thrown high into the sky, and then fell powerlessly. It was cracked. The silent slash was cracked again. Unlike the last time, his swordsmanship has been upgraded to the level of cutting iron, but it is still easily broken in front of Khan. As for the method of breaking, Khan did not perform any moves, but just used the most common basic swordsmanship. Number 1, you pay too much attention to the swordsmanship tricks, but you forget that the basic swordsmanship is also very important. Without the foundation, no matter how strong the tricks are, they are just a mirage. After Khan's words came, Coles couldn't help but be shocked. He has always used powerful swordsmanship tricks to kill the enemy instantly, but he seems to have gradually forgotten the importance of basic swordsmanship. Last time William broke the silent slash, he thought it was because of his poor realm. This time, under the guidance of Major Khan, he suddenly woke up. He seemed to pay too much attention to the tricks. As for the basics of swordsmanship, although he has some training, he didn't care too much. Okay, next. Khan did not show too much closeness to Coles and turned to perform his current duties. In the following time, physical training class to learn the 4 styles of the Navy, sword class to consolidate the basics of swordsmanship, gun class to get beaten, note, and the training with Kaji, constantly digging into the observation hockey. The training is repeated day after day. Among them, every week, the elite training camp will steadily eliminate a student. This fact seems to warn everyone that the weak cannot continue to stay here. Under this pressure, the students are actively training and growing, hoping that the instructors can give them a higher score so that they will not be eliminated at the end. Coles is not under any pressure about this, because except for the gun class, his comprehensive scores in all aspects are almost the highest. A month later, Coles also formally learned the 6 styles of the Navy. The reason why it took a month was entirely because the ring finger and little finger dragged down the time when pointing the gun, otherwise it could be shortened by half. And at this time, Coles and other students also found an interesting thing, that is, Vice Admiral Guion seemed to be interested in Major Khan. Coles remembered that Major Khan was 33 years old this year, and although Instructor Guion looked young, their ages were not much different. The two seemed to be a good match. However, this was based on the impression and memory. In the original story of One Piece, Vice Admiral Guion didn't seem to have a crush on anyone. Was it because the trajectory of the world had changed? When the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, was killed by Coles instead of hypnotizing Monka, the world seemed to have taken a different direction. Coles didn't care much at the time, because no matter how the world changes, he just works hard to become stronger and protect his family. Later, he destroyed the Arlong pirates, captured Colonel Mouse of the 16th Marine Branch of the East China Sea, destroyed the Click Pirates, and so on. These can be said to be chain reactions. And without these pirate groups, 2 years later, where will Luffy's adventure career in the East China Sea windmill village go? Coles was too lazy to think about it. What he needs to do most now is to actively train in the elite training camp and constantly improve himself. After all, his strength is still a little weak. Coles set a goal for himself in his heart. That is, to be able to have the power to protect himself in front of the 7 warlords of the sea when he graduates. Suddenly, some associations appeared in his mind. According to the impression in his memory, he remembered that Vice Admiral Cake seemed to like Vice Admiral Guion, and he confessed 100 times and was rejected. Lieutenant General Guion was interested in Major Khan, and Lieutenant General Cake was jealous, because Major Khan had some relationship with him, he was implicated. Coles kept thinking about his guess, and then he felt it was very reasonable. Even after serious thinking, Coles concluded that this was the truth. He was speechless. It's really like sitting at home and the pot comes from the sky. No wonder Lieutenant General Cake asked him to demonstrate the quick training of observation hockey and beat him so hard. It turned out that he was taking out his anger on him. The training life in the elite training camp did not make Coles feel boring and tasteless. Everything was moving forward steadily. In the 3rd month, Coles finally discovered his own observation hockey. However, this observation hockey was not awakened in Lieutenant General Cake's so-called quick teaching. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. With the Shadow Fruit's enhanced induction power, Coles was feeling the breath of the surrounding objects, but suddenly he noticed the power of observation hockey. The next day, Coles easily avoided all the attacks of Instructor Cake with his awakened observation hockey, and at the same time, he scored 100% in the gunmanship class. So far, his scores from all instructors have reached the top, and he deserves a 1. Of course, Coles is not the only one who has improved his strength. Whether it is Varick or other students in the elite training camp, their strength has been greatly improved after training. Time passed day by day. Surprisingly, there was no relationship between Vice Admiral Guillaume and Assistant Khan, which was puzzling. Vice Admiral Guillaume was obviously interesting. Why was Assistant Khan indifferent? The truth behind this is naturally because of Khan's identity as an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. It's just that others have no way of knowing. After Khan took on the code name of the Revolutionary Army, he knew that his life would be short and he was in danger of death at any time in the Navy headquarters. Although Guillaume had some good feelings for him, Khan was very clear about his position. The Navy and the Revolutionary Army were two completely different camps. Khan was also always vigilant. He knew that the closer he got to Guillaume, the more dangerous it would be, so he kept his distance. This way, he could lurk safely. 91. Boeing Islands. Military Academy, Chief Instructor's Office, Google search reading. The burly Zifa was standing in front of the window, quietly watching the students training below. After nearly half a year of training, the strength of the students in this elite class has been significantly improved. Today's training is also a bit boring, and some new courses need to be developed for these students. Zifa returned to his seat, looked at the chart of the Great Waterway in front of him, and kept thinking. In the end, Zifa selected an island called Boeing Islands on the chart with a pen as the place for this test. The next day, training at elite training camps is suspended. The students were all a little shocked. Today was probably the first day off after the opening of the elite training camp. After spending a leisurely and uneventful vacation, the remaining 70 students were gathered and headed to the half-moon-shaped port. After boarding the warship, only then did Coles learn from some instructors that he was going to an island in the Grand Channel for a survival test. After this survival test is over, if you become a surviving student, you will no longer have to compete in the final elimination round. That is to say, this test is a time to test and select the true elite training camp students. In order to prepare for the tragic incident 5 years ago and the survival test, basically all instructors from the Professor Elite training camp were mobilized. Also going there were Chief Instructor Zifa and 2 alternate generals, Guillaume and Cake. This strength configuration was almost able to walk sideways on the Great Waterway, and the possibility of encountering danger was extremely small. After several days of sailing, the 3 warships departing from Marina Fando sailed into a blue sea. The sky is clear and blue. The waves on the sea are rolling. Not far ahead, the outline of an island gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. It was an island with so many spikes that it didn't look like an island at all, but like a flower floating on the sea. This is the Boeing Islands. The warship stopped near the island. At the same time, the trainees resting in the cabin were also ordered to assemble on the deck immediately. Zifa was wearing a navy coat, still wearing a pair of sunglasses on his face, and spoke with a loud voice. The island in front of you is called the Boeing Islands, and this archipelago is home to a carnivorous plant whose scientific name is the Baron of the Stomach. The specific source cannot be ascertained. In short, there are many unknown dangers on the island. You need to rely on your own strength to survive on it. The test time is 10 days. As Zifa's words came out, Coles's mind moved because he had some impressions of the Boeing Islands. It seems to be an island that appeared in the original One Piece plot. Usopp was photographed flying to this island by Bartholomew Bear. Later, Usopp met Hercules on the island and was lucky enough to survive many dangers. Zifa looked around at everyone and said in a serious tone, "This survival test is life-threatening. I'll ask again now. Is there anyone who quit?" "No," came a unanimous reply. After half a year of elimination, the remaining 70 students present can already be regarded as the elite among the elite. As the final test approaches, naturally no one will choose to quit. Okay, the first batch of students will go to the island. Zifa began to give orders. The reason why they were divided into batches was because he didn't want this group of students to gather together. If these students gather together, then this survival test will have no effect at all. The first batch of 10 students passed the landing coast and quickly set foot on the Boeing Islands. Coles is among them. Afterwards, he and the other trainees acted separately, as this was a requirement of the test. During the first 7 days, the students cannot act together and can only survive alone on the island. After 7 days, the students can form their own teams. The Boeing Islands where Coles landed has dense forests and many creatures. At this moment, he was walking in a forest, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. There were not even any birds chirping, which seemed particularly strange. According to memory, there is a robber forest on the Boeing Islands, inhabited by terrifying man-eating plants. Isn't it right here? Coles closed his eyes, and the domineering power of seeing and hearing unfolded, detecting outwards along his body. The surrounding air. It seemed to slow down at this moment. The originally silent environment seemed to be still in Cole's mind. Under the induction of giant Winsbaki, he could feel the breath of the surrounding plants, he could feel the invisible dust, and he could feel a plant under the ground attacking him at a very fast speed. Puff! The ground cracked and clods of earth fell. A brown mushroom jumped out from it. Its body was more than 3 meters tall, and its cap was 1 meter long, like an open umbrella. But on top of the thick bacterium, there is a big mouth full of sharp teeth, which is full of difference. No doubt. This is a man-eating plant. The man-eating mushroom opened its sharp teeth and pounced on Coles, as if it wanted to bite off Coles' shoulder and make a delicious meal. Iron. Coles drank coldly. The blood flow in my left hand accelerated, and the muscles tightened. At this moment, his arm was like steel, and he punched backwards with anticipation. Pong. The fist hit the body of the man-eating mushroom, and the huge force caused its body to suddenly bend. The saliva flew from the mouth of the man-eating mushroom, and then flew out like a strip of leather, hitting a thick tree, and lost consciousness. This man-eating plant seems a little weak. Forget it. I won't summon its shadow. I want to see if there are any stronger man-eating plants. Coles retracted his arm. Move on. After walking a few dozen meters, a quietly standing sunflower suddenly revealed its ferocious teeth and bit into Coles. Langia. Coles raised his right leg, and his strong foot power directly sent out a powerful slash. Under the force of this semicircular slash, the piranha was directly broken into 2 pieces. This level of rupture. Even if the piranha has a strong life, it will die of sluggishness after struggling. Why do you still feel too weak? Although this kind of man-eating plant has good attack power, students in the elite training camp can easily deal with it as long as they know 1, 2, and 6 moves. But, except for the threat of man-eating plants, there are other threats in this bandit forest, such as the huge iron-horned rhinoceros that suddenly appeared in front of you. The huge iron-horned rhinoceros in front was 10 meters long, with ferocious eyes. Its forehooves were constantly kicking on the ground, and the flying soil made a rustling sound in the silent forest. Perhaps due to the special ecological environment, there are always some huge insects and creatures on the Boeing Islands. After accumulating strength, the iron-horned rhinoceros suddenly rushed towards Coles. However, the iron-horned rhino didn't see any fear in the humans in front of it. All it saw was a pair of cold blue eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. After the students from the elite training camp landed on the Boeing Islands, various sounds and movements were heard from time to time. Night falls. A bonfire was burning in the forest, with sparks flying and making a sizzling sound. Setting a fire on an unknown and dangerous island at night is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous move. Because the fire is extremely conspicuous in the dark night, it will attract all kinds of powerful creatures. But Coles didn't care about this. He was very confident in his own strength. After half a year training in the elite training camp, his strength has improved significantly and is far from what he was before. At this time, Coles was sitting on a wooden pile eating barbecue, and a huge 3-meter-long piece of meat was also roasting on the fire. Under the illumination of the flames of the fire, it can be seen that the darkness around Coles is actually full of shadows of various creatures. During these 6 months of proficiency, the number of summons for the Summon Shadow skill has reached 200, which is twice as many as before. Coles took advantage of this survival test to summon the shadow of the creature that had been solved on the Boeing Islands. Among them are 10 powerful man-eating plant shadows and more than 20 animal shadows. Lighting bonfires at night is also to attract some more powerful creatures, kill them, and then transform into new shadow soldiers. The identities of prey and hunters had quietly changed as early as Coles landed on the island. The bonfire here, for the creatures on the Boeing Islands, is a trap full of death crises. 92. Shadow Dominance. Boom. In the dark, an iron-shelled beetle that was 10 meters long was driven into the ground by a dark fist. Varric retracted his arm and slowly walked out of the bushes. He doesn't care about the dangers hidden in the dark night. This is the confidence brought to him by the ancient animal-type devil fruit. Over the past 6 months, Varric has been developing his black goat form. He was confident in himself, and even if he met Charlotte Coles, who was recognized as the #1 in strength, he would still be confident in defeating him. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the hideous scar on his face. Varric felt the faint pain that still existed on his face, and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart, clenching his fists tightly. Charlotte Coles. Damn it. He almost lost all face in that battle. If given the chance, he would definitely take revenge. Yesterday was an easy first day for the strong students. However, most of the students in the elite training camp still encountered many difficulties when facing the dangers of the Boeing Isles. The darkness gradually receded. Dawn begins to arrive. The bonfire in the forest had long been extinguished, and all that remained was black charcoal and gray ashes. Coles had already opened his eyes and was doing physical training by standing up on the ground. The bonfire last night attracted some powerful creatures, including man-eating plants and strange insects, but he easily eliminated them all. The number of shadow soldiers reached 150, and they were only 50 short of being fully summoned. Above the sea, the sun begins to rise. The sun shines on the sea and also on the Boeing Islands. However, this sunshine does not bring any life. The island that was originally motionless suddenly started to tremble at this moment. The students in the elite training camp were a little confused and didn't know what was going on, but Coles knew from his memory that the Baron of the Stomach was about to eat. The next moment the island trembled. The spike-like petals began to gather upwards. 20 degrees, 40 degrees, 60 degrees. After the parallel ground became unbalanced, people and objects on the Boeing Islands lost their place to stand. Under the influence of gravity, some obese animals, fruits, and people began to fall downwards. Then the bottom. It was a large, round mouth full of ferocious teeth. The mouth kept biting, and extending downward was a dark and terrifying place. No doubt, there is only one result of falling, and it will definitely be digested and absorbed by the Baron of the Stomach. Coles used the moon step, stepped into the air, and stood firmly on a large tree with deep roots, quietly watching the Baron of the Stomach eat. In addition to the spike area where Coles is located, other petal spikes also began to shrink. Various unbalanced objects began to fall into the ferocious mouth of the Stomach Baron. The students who accepted the survival test of the elite training camp quickly grabbed the items on the island to prevent themselves from falling after they reacted. However, there are also students who missed the opportunity and fell due to the influence of gravity. In front of Coles, there happened to be a student who made a mistake and fell helplessly. This student obviously did not learn the moon step. Otherwise, he could have used his strength to re-grasp the connected items on the island and survive this crisis. Looking at the falling student, Coles couldn't help but frown, stretched out his right hand, and used his ability on the falling student. Shadow Dominion. The next moment, the figure of the fallen student suddenly stopped in midair. The reason why it stopped was because of the black shadow power appearing on it. Shadow Dominance. This skill is a newly developed fruit ability of Coles, somewhat similar to object control. But the principle is to control based on the shadow existing on the opponent. Under Coles' control, the fallen student was rescued by him. Thank you so much. The man who was rescued was a student with low grades. After experiencing near-desperate danger, he was extremely grateful to Coles. Coles only responded lightly. In his eyes, he could also see some other students falling. Unfortunately, his shadow dominance is distant. He had no way to rescue those students who were beyond the distance. In this extremely dangerous situation, a fallen student burst out with his potential, temporarily learned the moon step, and narrowly escaped death. But this situation is extremely rare after all. Click, click, click. The big mouth of the Stomach Baron kept biting, making clear and loud sounds. There are 4 or 5 other students who were unable to fall. If there were no accidents, those students who fell would probably be buried in the ferocious mouth. A small stream of white smoke floated up. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. Tina is helpless. On a huge ancient tree, dozens of meters away from the mouth of the Stomach Baron, a sassy woman with long pink hair was standing. She wears a pair of light purple glasses, a rose-red suit, black gloves on her hands, and a Navy Justice coat draped behind her back. Colonel of the Navy Headquarters. Black Threshold Tina. Those with Threshold fruit abilities. Kyushin. Tina used her ability, and fence-like iron branches began to extend from her arms. accurately restraining the students who were about to be swallowed by the Baron of Stomach. Later, the black threshold was withdrawn. These students escaped death and were brought back safely. After half a year of elimination, the students in these elite training camps are all good, and the Navy will naturally not let them die casually in the test. Tina was one of the Marines responsible for the rescue. There were also naval instructors from other locations using their moon steps to rescue the fallen students. However, although they were rescued, there is no doubt that they have been eliminated. Where Coles was, the rescued students spoke with lingering fear. It's so dangerous. This island is actually a life and has the ability to eat. The creatures in the Grand Channel are really hard to understand. Biology, etc. An idea suddenly popped into Cole's mind. The Baron of the Stomach has vitality and can eat, so he should be considered a kind of living thing. If you summon the shadow of the Baron of the Stomach, he is equivalent to having an island of shadows. However, Coles quickly rejected the idea. This idea is theoretically feasible, but it is extremely difficult to actually implement it. If you want to summon the shadow of the Stomach Baron, you must first let it die. But it's not easy to destroy an island. You simply can't do that kind of terrifying combat power now. So this idea is undoubtedly not feasible now. Still down to earth. Let's go step by step. The Stomach Baron of the Boeing Islands finished eating, exhaled a big breath, and then the spike-like petals began to return to the sea. Pong. Huge waves were splashed. Peace returns to the Boeing Islands. Okay, let's continue with the survival assessment. Coles turned and left. The rescued student at the back originally wanted to follow Coles. After all, following the strongest student would basically not encounter any danger. But remembering that the survival test required him to move alone within 7 days, the student still did not follow and chose a different route to leave. Not much time. Coles left the bandit forest and came to a somewhat magical place. There are no man-eating plants in this place. Instead, there are all kinds of delicious food, and a sweet smell floats in the air. Ramen waterfall, cake tree, chocolate rock, ham fruit. Coles remembered that the food here was all edible, so he picked up a piece of steak and began to eat it with peace of mind. As the steak entered his belly, Coles found that the food here was more delicious than the food outside. It is also rich in energy and has a huge effect on growth and exercise. In the shadows of the forest, a dark figure suddenly rushed out, carrying a powerful attack in the blink of an eye. As the light emerged, it was discovered that this dark figure turned out to be a man wearing a unicorn decoration. This outfit immediately reminded Coles of the forest warrior from the Boeing Islands. Hercules. 93. Devil's Vine, please read. Boeing Islands Google search reading. Near Bandit Forest. That dark unicorn decoration. This is undoubtedly the Hercules who taught Usopp how to grow up in the plot. Call out. Coles used shave, and his figure disappeared on the spot, avoiding Hercules' attack. Hercules looked at Coles, who suddenly disappeared and was a little confused, but he still said, "Outsider, you have crossed the line. This is my territory. In the Boeing Islands, there are many man-eating plants and weird giant animals. If there was no one guarding this place, the rich-smelling food would have been eaten and occupied long ago." So Coles did not doubt what Hercules said. "I'm sorry, Forest Warrior. I didn't know this was your territory." Coles apologized. "Ah, you said I am a Forest Warrior?" Hearing this, Hercules couldn't believe it for a moment. Coles remembered that there seemed to be some strange things in the pirate world. For example, Chopper would be happy when he praised him, and Ice Bear would become depressed when he scolded him. Calling Hercules a warrior of the forest, he couldn't remember what it would be like, but it shouldn't do any harm. Hercules immediately felt a sense of confidence, and at the same time he began to move his arms and limbs, striking a pose that he thought was very handsome. "Yes, I am the brave forest warrior, Hercules. I will not pursue your intrusion into my territory." So easy to talk to. Coles recalled the somewhat distant memories. This Hercules seemed to be indeed a good old man. Otherwise, he would not have helped Usopp for no reason and taught Usopp to grow at the same time. That brave forest warrior, I would like to ask, apart from the island itself, where is the strongest plant on this island? Coles asked. Brave forest warrior. Hercules suddenly felt in a good mood, put his hands behind his back, and said proudly, "It seems that you also know that this island is alive. You said that apart from this island, the strongest plant is, well, then there's only the Devil's Vine in Bandit Forest." The Devil's Vine is an extremely terrifying man-eating plant. Not only can it emit a powerful, confusing smell to capture prey, but the vine itself is as powerful as me. Devil's Ivy? Thanks. Coles walked towards the bandit forest again. After practicing for half a year, he just used this devil vine to test his current strength. Hey, you don't want to challenge the devil's vine, do you? Hercules looked at the direction Coles was heading and guessed. Yes, that's very dangerous. It's okay. I just want to move around. Boeing Islands, bandit forest. There are a large number of trees here, and the dense leaves cover the sky, making it almost impossible to see the sun. Among the shrubs, some hidden man-eating plants lurk quietly among them. These man-eating plants basically wait and wait. As long as they encounter the smell of humans, they will suddenly attack and devour humans. At this moment, a young man with short black hair and a white shirt came over. A man-eating plant waited for Coles to walk past its location and immediately opened its mouth full of sharp teeth to eat the young man in one bite. However, before the man-eating plant could launch its attack, a 5-meter-high plant shadow appeared behind it. Click. The shadow soldier, Piranha, opened its huge mouth and swallowed the piranha in front of it. As the sharp teeth continued to chew, the vitality of the man-eating plant completely disappeared. This is not the first case. Coles was too lazy to take action himself. Whenever a man-eating plant tried to attack him, he would be killed by the shadow soldiers he released. Half an hour later, Coles finally arrived at the place where the Devil's Ivy was. This is a dark place. The dark environment makes people feel very strange, as if there is some devil hidden inside. And in the back, Heracles, who was dressed as a rhinoceros, also followed and shouted a reminder. You may not have heard my description clearly. That devil's vine is very powerful. It has hundreds of thick vine tentacles. Coles was a little helpless. Are you scared? Hercules stopped and put his hands and feet together in a fearless posture. I am the brave forest warrior Hercules. How can I be afraid of Devil's Vine? Coles ignored Hercules and stepped directly into the area where the Devil's Vine was. As soon as he entered this area, he unfolded his domineering power, and through induction, he could feel the confusing smell filling the air. Coles immediately held his breath. At the same time, Seas Hockey quickly detects the location of the main body of Devil Vine. After counting the breaths, Coles opened his eyes and found the main body of the Devil's Vine. 10 seconds to solve it. Coles had this goal in mind. One of the 6 naval postures, shaving. Call out. The figure disappears. Hercules, who followed behind, could only see the afterimage of Coles flashing in front of him. At the 4th second, Coles arrived at the place where the main body of Devil's Vine was. It can be found. This is an extremely dark place. The branches of the Devil's Vine in front are as thick as several people's arms, and the dark green vines branch out into hundreds of sections, extending towards all parts of the forest. After Coles arrived, the Devil's Vine seemed to have discovered the danger, and several dark green vines began to attack Coles. Puff, puff, puff. These rattans may seem soft, but they seem to possess a powerful force that directly pierces the hard ground. Coles avoided the attacks of these vines, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the Devil Vine. 6th second. Iron Fist. Punch out. The powerful force directly dented and bent the Devil's Vine in front of him. Perhaps because of the toughness of the Devil's Vine itself, this punch only destroyed half of its body, but did not completely break the vine. The Devil's Vine was so furious after receiving this heavy blow that nearly 100 vines were recalled and entangled like snakes, as if they were going to strangle Coles alive. Coles relied on his knowledge and paper drawings to easily avoid the attacks of these vines. 9 seconds. Lan Jiao. A blue slashing force was struck out, and then it struck the Devil Vine hard. 10 seconds. The vines that were originally dancing around like snakes became quiet at this moment, as if they had lost their power. A gap appeared in the main body of the Devil's Vine, which broke into 2 pieces and died completely. When Hercules arrived, what he saw was this horrifying scene. He couldn't believe it. The young man in front of him was able to deal with the Devil's Vine so easily. This is the strongest plant outside of the island. The battle started and ended in less than 10 seconds. Too strong. At this time, Coles stood in front of the dead Devil's Vine, feeling like he was being tortured. The reason why the Devil's Vine was eliminated in 10 seconds was not because the Devil's Vine in the Boeing Islands was too weak, but because his strength had improved dramatically. After all, he now possesses 6 physical skills that exceed the limits of the human body, as well as the domineering power of knowledge and color. If Coles had met Devil Vine before joining the elite training camp, even if Coles could win, he would have to fight for a long time. Stand up. Cole's summoning command was issued. The Devil's Vine was originally broken into two parts. A black shadow suddenly appeared on its tangled vine body. As it rose, it condensed into a huge dark vine. Heracles in the back was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Is this what Devil's Vine really looks like? Looking at the huge Devil's Vine in front of him, Coles was quite satisfied. Except for Lamlos in the East China Sea. Among the current Shadow Soldiers, Devil Vine is considered his strongest Shadow Soldier. Even Barbarossa cannot compare with it. This is mainly because Coles has been training for the past 6 months and has not encountered any enemies. Otherwise, with the upgrade, the strength of the Shadow Soldiers can be greatly improved. Coles took out his silver pocket watch and checked the time. It was almost time for the survival test to end. Okay, then I'll leave first. Retracting the shadow of Devil Vine, Coles turned and walked towards the edge of the island. Looking at Coles leaving, Hercules asked loudly, "New forest warrior, can you tell me your name?" In his opinion, the person who could defeat Devil Vine so easily should be a powerful forest warrior like him. After asking the question, Hercules saw the young man shrug his shoulders and leave his name at the same time. Charlotte Coles, 94, Nicole Robin. When the sunset falls, this survival test is completely over. Of the original 75 students, 21 were eliminated, leaving only 54 students. Next to the Boeing Islands, the 3 warships set sail and left, but they did not return directly to Marineford, but had to go to another place. A day later, the 3 warships arrived at the Kingdom of Viran in the Grand Line. This is one of the member states of the world government. This land is also called the White Country by outsiders. The reason for this is not because it snows here, but because it is a tobacco-growing country. In addition to growing tobacco, almost everyone in this country smokes. So there are a lot of white smoke floating in the sky above this country. The title of the White Country comes from this. Cigarettes are a very popular consumable. It is also very stimulating and can play a big role in restoring physical strength and refreshing. At the same time, in addition to being highly addictive, this thing also carries some substances that are harmful to the human body. It's just that this kind of harm doesn't affect people with strong physiques. Tobacco is divided into various categories, and cigars are the most expensive. Many senior officers of the Navy headquarters like this thing and smoke it almost every day. Representative officers include Admiral Zifa, Admiral Sikorsky, Vice Admiral Huashishin, etc. In addition to refreshing, smoking can also make them forget their irritability temporarily. The Navy often fights pirates at sea. After a life-and-death battle, there are always Navy officers who like to smoke a few cigarettes to suppress various emotions in their hearts. All these make the Navy headquarters' demand for tobacco very large, so the Navy headquarters often comes to the Kingdom of Viran to pick up goods. This time, Zifa led the students of the elite training camp to Boeing Islands to participate in the survival test, and he received this incidental task from the warring states. This is why 3 warships were dispatched this time. Because it takes time to load and unload goods, the students of the elite training camp were given a day off, and they can move freely temporarily. Gather and return to the warship tomorrow. Faced with this rare holiday, Coles would naturally not stay on the warship to practice. He followed the order of combining work and rest, and would not refuse to relax. He walked down the port, entered the city in front, and began to play on his own. Finally, Coles sat down on an empty seat placed on a street. He observed the city, and the pencil in his hand kept sketching on the drawing board. For his hobby of sketching, he basically only draws in his free time during holidays. On the paper, a strange but very vivid scene is described. An old man with a cane is walking on the street, and the old man is holding a dry tobacco in his mouth. The middle-aged woman selling fish in the store is slaughtering fish for customers, but she's also smoking at the corner of her mouth. Even some rebellious teenagers who are a little younger are smoking in the dark alleys. There is a light smoke in the air, and above the sky, there is a thick white fog. This is a country of smoke. Coles suddenly sighed in his heart. If Colonel Smoker came here, he might be able to blend in easily. He shrugged slightly. Coles put away the drawing board and prepared to leave this place, but his eyes suddenly fixed on the street in front. A woman in her 20s with beautiful long black hair appeared. She wore black sunglasses on her face. Although her eyes were not exposed, She still looked charming and beautiful with her fair face, straight nose, and warm red lips. She wore a black suit that was not tacky and a cowboy hat on her head, full of fashion sense, just like a traveler who came to travel. Breeze blew. While blowing the light white smoke, the woman's long black hair was also blown away. Cole suddenly felt a heartbeat. He also had expectations for love, and the mysterious lady in front of him immediately touched his heart. Should I try to get close to her? Coles thought about it and decided to forget it. After all, he could only stay here for one day, so it would be useless even if he knew her. The black-haired woman in the distance looked around and then left in search of her target. The other person's figure disappeared from Cole's sight, leaving only the glimpse just now. Suddenly, this glimpse overlapped with a certain pirate character in his memory. Cole's mind was aroused again. Could it be her? 1 minute later, Coles used his observation hockey to find the black-haired woman in sunglasses that he had seen on the street before. After seeing the other person enter a tavern, Coles followed in. Inside the tavern, there was a noisy sound. There were more smokers in this place, and white smoke spread above the tavern. The black-haired woman in sunglasses was very familiar with this kind of scene arrangement and sat directly in the seat in front of the counter and ordered a glass of good wine at the same time. In order not to appear deliberate, Coles sat down on a brown table and chair in the middle of the tavern. He ordered a bottle of cheap rum and started drinking, pretending to be an ordinary drinker. There were several ordinary dressed drinkers sitting at the table next to them. They were playing cards together, and there was some gambling money on the table. After the cards were opened, a sailor lost all his money and left cursing. With one person missing, the older bearded man asked Coles, "Hey, brother, are you interested in playing a few rounds?" At this man's call, some eyes were already looking at him. In order not to appear abrupt in the tavern, Coles took the rum and sat at the gambling table naturally. "How to play?" The oldest bearded man answered. "It's very simple, 5 cards, each comparing the size 1,000 Baileys per round." "Okay." Coles said no problem. At the seat in front of the tavern counter, the black-haired woman also took off the sunglasses on her face, revealing a pair of blue eyes like the deep sea. After her face was completely revealed, more eyes gathered on this beautiful woman. In this regard, the woman has become accustomed to it. While picking up the expensive drink she ordered, she asked the boss behind the counter, "Boss, I heard that the Kingdom of Iolon is a tobacco country, and the whole sky is covered with white FOG. People here like to smoke?" Faced with the beautiful woman's question, the tavern owner who was wiping the plate took off the dry tobacco in his mouth and answered without hesitation, "No, there are still many people here who don't smoke, because ordinary people are always weak and sick after smoking too much." The woman took a sip of the wine and turned to ask what she wanted to know. "Oh, but I also heard that there are many legends here. Just like some time ago someone said that a silver dragon appeared here. Is this true?" The tavern owner answered seriously. "Someone here did see the silver dragon before, but I don't know if it was an illusion. A group of bounty hunters came some time ago, but I still haven't heard any news of the silver dragon being captured." 10 minutes later, on the gambling table in the middle of the tavern, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Nothing else, just because the other 3 had already put down all their chips. The victory or failure depends on this move. Finally, Coles revealed his cards and won all the money with the same suit. The other 3 regretted it, but now they had lost all their money and had no choice but to leave. Coles drank the rum in his hand in one gulp, and there was no joy on his face. For him who had the observation hockey, winning the money of the 3 people was just a simple and unusual thing. At this time, the black-haired woman in front of the counter had also stood up and walked out of the tavern. Coles put away the money he won, left a portion of his own wine money, and quickly followed. With the observation hockey, he blocked the other party in advance in an empty street. Coles half leaned against the wall and kept throwing a coin he won in his hand. "If I guess correctly, you should be Sunday Nico Robin from Baroque Works. 95, looking for the silver dragon." Ding. The sound of the coin being thrown was particularly clear in the quiet alley. There are always some differences between the characters in memory and the real pirate world, just like Smoker, Tashigi, Garp, and others that Coles had seen before. After entering the elite training camp, Coles and other students had some understanding of the wanted pirate bounties in addition to training. Among them, Coles also saw Nico Robin's wanted poster with a bounty of 79 million Baileys, and the other party was only 8 years old at the time and was called the Devil's Son. Now it has been 18 years since the demise of O'Hara. It is naturally difficult to recognize Nico Robin based on the wanted poster photo when she was 8 years old. But Coles still has the impression of the plot in his previous life. With a combination of the two, he guessed the identity of the black-haired woman in sunglasses. "Are you the Navy?" Nico Robin, who was recognized, was surprised. But when she thought of the warships she saw at the port, she suddenly realized it. However, she was still a little confused. "I had just used my superb body skills to get rid of Coles, who was following me. Why did he suddenly appear in front of me?" In addition, the black-haired young man in front of me not only said her code name Sunday in Baroque Studio, but also her real name. How did the other party find out? Coles stood up and walked towards Nicole Robin. "It seems that we have guessed each other's identities correctly." Robin's face became tense, and she stretched out her white arms, ready to use the devil fruit moves to attack. Over the years, in order to avoid the pursuit of the Navy, she hid in the underground world, dodging everywhere, and finally joined Baroque Studio. "I thought it was already very secretive, but I didn't expect that I was still discovered. Is it going to start running again?" In a short thought, Robin saw Cole's figure suddenly disappear in front of her, and when he appeared again, he had appeared behind her. Coles had his back to Nicole Robin, and there was a distance of 10 centimeters between them. "Don't be nervous that I'm not here to arrest you. I just want to ask you why you are in this country when you should be in Alabasta." Although Coles didn't show any intention of taking action, Robin still didn't put down her hand gesture. This was her own vigilance. "You asked me why I was in this country. The answer is simple. I just came here to travel. I heard that a silver dragon appeared here recently, so I came to take a look." Robin gave her answer. Although she is the vice president and supreme commander of Baroque Works and has many things to deal with, she also has a vacation. Recently, she was reading a book about paleontology and heard that someone in the Kingdom of Iran saw a real silver dragon, so she took advantage of the vacation time to travel and explore it. Coles continued to toss the coin in his hand. He judged that the other party was not lying based on the information Robin had asked in the tavern before. "I know." After confirming that the other party was not carrying out any assassination mission, Coles turned and left. "Good luck." Ding. The coin was thrown into the air and finally fell into Robin's hand in an arc. Looking at Coles disappearing back, Robin was somewhat puzzled. Why didn't the other party arrest her after discovering her identity? She had met a Navy like this before. But compared with Akiji's coldness, the Navy in front of him was also a little cold, but he didn't have that uncomfortable threat. On the street, Coles found a restaurant at random and started to feast. For the Navy, Coles's position was very simple. He followed orders but took a wait-and-see attitude, had his own judgment on right and wrong. So he said he didn't see the arrest of Devil's Son Nico Robin. After dinner, Coles paid and left. He continued to walk around the city and finally sat in an empty pool, sketching a portrait of Nico Robin just now based on his memory. On the paper, it depicted the scene where Nico Robin appeared before, with all the details of her figure, clothes, and expression in place. When the last stroke was made, Coles was somewhat satisfied. After admiring himself for a moment, he put the drawing board and pencil into the shadow storage space he developed. After stretching his body slightly, Coles returned to the warship in the light of the setting sun. Night fell. The sky was dark. On the warship in the port, the tobacco cargo had basically been loaded. Just wait for departure tomorrow. Zifo was at the bow of the deck, smoking a cigar, thinking about the next training plan. In the night, the stars twinkled one after another. This scene was also reflected on the sea. Suddenly, a huge black cover swept across the sea and flew into the kingdom of Ern. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to find out what the black shadow was. But Zifa, as a former admiral of the Navy, relied on his powerful observation hockey to truly feel the huge black shadow flying in the sky. That was an extremely rare dragon, and it was a silver dragon that was severely injured and its vitality was about to die. Looking at the direction where the silver dragon landed, Zifa's empty thoughts suddenly became rich, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Interesting. The next day, the morning sun rose as usual. However, the 3 warships that stopped at the port of the Kingdom of Iran did not leave. This made the students of the elite training camp a little confused. I don't know why they suddenly didn't return to Marinfando. After breakfast, the 54 students were gathered together and waited quietly. A moment later, A tall figure with a burly figure and majestic momentum appeared in front of everyone. He wore sunglasses, had short purple hair, and had a huge mechanical arm. Teacher Zifa. The students raised their hands and saluted. After passing the survival test, they have gotten rid of their digital codes and can call Zifa teacher. Zifa smoked the latest cigar made by the Kingdom of Iran, and the navy coat behind him fluttered in the wind. The expression on his face was majestic without anger. I have a piece of news for you. The original plan to return to the military academy today has been temporarily canceled. You now have a new mission. The students looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what this new mission that suddenly appeared was. Zepha did not hesitate and said directly, "The latest mission is to find the body of a silver dragon in the Kingdom of Iron. The student who first finds and brings it back can get the title of chief student and will also have the qualification to practice armed color domineering." Silver dragon. Although the specific type of this dragon is unknown, just the word dragon on it can tell that it is a rare and powerful ancient creature. Even the man-eating plants in the Boeing Islands make them feel threatened. With their current strength, can they deal with that kind of dragon? Seeing that most of the students were hesitant, Zifu explained, "Don't worry. According to my feeling last night, the vitality of the silver dragon is already insufficient. IT is estimated that by the time you find it, it will be a dead thing." Hearing this, the worry on the students' faces disappeared instantly. After all, a mission without danger is the best mission. As for the armament hockey, these students have already understood IT is a hockey that can greatly improve their strength. Instantly, they are full of expectations for the mission of finding the body of the silver dragon. And Coles was a little surprised. He originally thought that the things he heard in the tavern yesterday were just rumors. Unexpectedly, there is actually a silver dragon here, and Teacher Zifa personally felt it yesterday. Not to mention the armament hockey, just the dying silver dragon alone made Coles feel a strong sense of expectation. If he can summon the shadow of a dragon, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. 96. Encounter with Nature. On the warship, Zifa quietly watched the students leave. Then, the instructors of the elite training camp also began to follow, and they will be responsible for ensuring the safety of these students. How to find the trace of the silver dragon in the Kingdom of Iran as quickly as possible. That is naturally relying on the power of the masses. Cole stood on the street, and his observation hockey unfolded. Under the power of listening, the conversations of the people around him poured into his mind. "The weather is good today. Boss, give me 2 pounds of apples. Last night I seemed to see a huge black shadow flying in the sky. Do you see it?" Coles quickly screened the entries and found information about the silver dragon. A moment later, Coles walked to the west. According to the information obtained, some people saw a huge black shadow flying in the sky last night, which should be the silver dragon. In addition to this information, he also learned what the silver dragon is. This is a kind of dragon with white scales all over its body and likes to live near silver mines. Hence the name. Silver dragons are also called mobile treasures because the place where silver dragons live is where there are rich silver mines. This characteristic makes the traces of silver dragons constantly sought after. Some greedy people directly set their sights on the silver dragons themselves, wanting to catch such a silver dragon to find silver mines for themselves. This also makes the whereabouts of the already rare silver dragons even rarer. Coles looked up at the sky. The entire city of the Kingdom of Iran was almost filled with white smoke, which might be the reason why the silver dragon came here. Along the way, Coles could see many green areas where tobacco was planted. This time in July is the most lush time for tobacco, and the tobacco leaves full of vitality cover the earth tightly. 2 hours later, Coles set his target on a mountain. In the city under the mountain, there are many large tobacco factories. A large amount of white steam came out of the chimney and entangled the mountain behind, making people wonder what exactly is on the mountain. Coles walked into the city and observed the surroundings with sharp eyes. He saw a large number of dried brown tobacco coming in and out of the factory. After these tobaccos are processed at various stages, they will become popular consumables on the market. He didn't pay attention to the tobacco-making process. Coles continued to use the observation color to explore the surrounding information related to the silver dragon. Not long after, he found a group of people with weapons and strong momentum. That's a bounty hunter. Generally speaking, bounty hunters hunt pirates at sea in exchange for Bailey, and these people entered the Kingdom of Iran, obviously for other purposes. Cole suddenly remembered the information he got in the tavern yesterday. Some time ago, because someone had seen the traces of the silver dragon in the country, it attracted a group of bounty hunters. Since these bounty hunters stayed here, they obviously found some information about the silver dragon, and it seems that he did not find the wrong place. Coles looked at the huge mountain behind the city and had a guess in his mind. In the dense forest, Coles was moving forward step by step. The hazy steam obscured the vision, making it difficult to see the hidden things around and only vaguely distinguish them based on the shape. It was no wonder that the bounty hunters could not find anything here quickly. However, the fact that the bounty hunters could not find anything did not mean that Coles had no way. Relying on the induction of the observation hockey, even in this mountain forest shrouded in white fog, Coles was still walking on flat ground. About an hour later, with the induction, Coles came to a valley on the top of the mountain, and here he also found the legendary silver dragon. Its body was 30 meters long, and its body was covered with silver-white scales, but there were many wounds and blood on it. The silver wings covered its body weakly, and the sharp dragon claws could not stand, causing the huge dragon head to lean against the ground. A pair of huge beast pupils were full of fatigue, and it was obviously dying, except for the longer wings. This silver dragon was very similar to the blue-eyed white dragon that Coles had seen in the game in his previous life. Coles could feel the powerful momentum of this silver dragon. Unfortunately, this silver dragon didn't know how long it had lived. The many attacks it had suffered had caused it to be seriously injured, and its life was about to disappear. Even if Coles approached, the silver dragon only half closed its eyelids and then slowly closed them without any other movements. Coles had no interest in attacking a dying creature. He sat on a boulder on the side, quietly waiting for the other party to complete its last journey. Time passed by minute by minute. 15 minutes later, Cole's brows suddenly frowned, and he turned his head to look at the entrance of the valley, because a group of bounty hunters also discovered this place. The silver dragon is actually here. After half a month, we finally found it. Boss Norco, we are going to return with a full load this time. In addition to the silver dragon, there is a cave in the back, which should be the location of the silver mine. This man is almost fully armed and has a mighty figure. Obviously, he is not an ordinary person. And those who can become bounty hunters in the Grand Line are naturally not weak. Although I am sorry to bother you, I discovered these first. Coles interrupted the cheers of the bounty hunters. At this time, the bounty hunters set their eyes on Coles. Navy, Norco said with some surprise. Coles was wearing a navy shirt and a blue scarf today, so it was normal for him to be recognized as a Navy. Norco has a black afro and is the boss of this group of bounty hunters. What a pity! He covered his face with his hand and sighed. Then his pockmarked face showed a ferocious look. What a pity! You are going to die here. After feeling the murderous intent emanating from Norco, Coles also slowly stood up. It seems that you are planning to rob? Norco admitted without any reservation. Of course, there is a silver mine here. As long as you die, all of these are mine. Okay, get rid of him. Norco didn't have the patience to say anything to Coles and ordered his companions around him. Other bounty hunters suddenly showed a grim smile on their faces and raised their guns. The next moment, the triggers of the guns aimed at Coles were pulled, and the sound of gunfire continued to ring in a mountain covered by white fog. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were fired one after another. With advanced prediction, Coles avoided these bullets like a ghost. In this case, I have no burden to kill you. Coles reached into the shadow space of the storage with his left hand and took out the red moon. The demon's sword was unsheathed, and the red and black color appeared. Silence slash fast. In an instant, Coles' figure disappeared on the spot and swept directly to the back of the group of bounty hunters. There was no blood on the demon's sword, but in the short moment just now, he had slashed hundreds of times. This is an advanced version of the silent slash, which is more powerful than before. Bang, bang, bang. The bounty hunters behind him had many knife wounds on their bodies, and they fell down one after another. Then, Coles' expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned sideways to avoid the flying knife that was originally about to pierce his back, but his action was still a step slower, and his shoulder was scratched, and blood seeped out of it. Why didn't he die? He just slashed Norco? Coles turned around in confusion, only to see Norco with a black afro still standing safely, without any injuries on his body. And Konorko was also a little confused. The flying knife he threw was actually avoided, and Coles was only slightly scratched. Come again. Coles hit with his mental power this time, holding the demon sword and slashing at Konorko. Swish. Swinging the sword at very fast speed. Konorko had no way to avoid it. The red blade easily cut through Konorko's body, and then the flesh. No, it's not flesh, it's mud. The blade slashed through Konorko's body, but it didn't cause any damage. Coles quickly retreated. A natural devil fruit user? Konorko's arm turned into a swamp, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Yes, I'm a natural devil fruit user. You can't kill me. Coles couldn't help but frown. The natural devil fruit is recognized as the strongest of the 3 devil fruits. The reason is that the natural devil fruit can make the body elemental, making physical attacks ineffective. It is almost impossible to defeat a natural devil fruit user without the armament hockey. This is really troublesome. 97. Battle against swamp fruit. Natural system. Swamp fruit. Coles had some impression of this natural devil fruit, which appeared in the original plot of One Piece. 2 years after the big event, Caribou, who possessed the ability of the swamp fruit, quickly became a supernova with a powerful ability of this natural system, and was offered a reward of 210 million berries. Without the check and balance of armament hockey, this swamp fruit is almost impossible to defeat. However, whether it is really invincible or not, you can only know it after fighting it. Storm kick. Coles kicked his right foot in the direction of Konorko through the air, and the strong foot force rolled up the vacuum, and a sword-like slashing force was kicked out. In just a blink of an eye, this slashing force fell on Konorko. Slurp. Konorko's tall body was evenly divided into 2 from the waist. However, this still had no effect. I've already said it. You can't kill me. At the wound where Konorko was split in half, the swamp surged, and his body reunited without any damage. Also, you killed so many of my men today. Although I don't care about their lives, you also need to be buried with them. Konorko stretched out his hands. His fingers made into guns and fired bullet-sized swamps at Coles. Swish, 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 swish. Coles could feel the power of these swamps, used shaving to disappear on the spot, and quickly avoided these swamp bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The swamp bullets fell on the hard rocks, making a collision sound, and the rocks were instantly hit with a row of holes of different sizes. This is a skill developed by Konorko. The swamps fired are not inferior to the destructive power of bullet. As long as they hit, they can injure the opponent. Coles relied on the speed of shaving. He avoided Konorko's attacks one after another. Coles would not passively wait to be beaten. His figure quickly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Konorko. He bent his right leg. The shadow power surged in his leg, and a shadow meteor kick was launched. Bang! The huge force kicked Konorko's head and directly blew it up. But under Konorko's natural ability, it only kicked up a pile of mud. Under the surging of the mud, Konorko's head returned to its original state. Mud crocodile. At the same time, Konorko's arm, which had already turned into a swamp, suddenly expanded and turned into an ugly swamp crocodile with wide teeth. Bang! The fierce impact hit Coles and directly knocked his body out. Although he was physically strong, he was still injured by the opponent's powerful blow, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Konorko was obviously not a fool. After discovering Coles's extremely fast speed, he was already prepared. With his attack, Coles was successfully injured. After Coles landed, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and his expression immediately became alert. In addition to Konorko's natural ability being difficult to deal with, it was also because of his own negligence. In the elite training camp, he almost always maintained the first strength and moved forward. Teacher Zifa always scolded those lagging students, which made Coles feel that he was good enough and he could easily beat other students in the same training. While improving his strength, Coles gradually forgot himself. But what was in front of him was no longer a training match, but a life-and-death battle. In this kind of battle, the enemy would also think and plan if he wanted to win. Even if he was careless for a moment, he might put himself in danger. Thank you for letting me regain my vigilance. Coles gradually calmed down and began to look for Konorko's weaknesses. Konorko was puzzled, not knowing what Coles meant. However, he was too lazy to care. The mud bullets continued to fire. Whoosh, whoosh. Coles was thinking quickly while dodging Kanorko's attack. Slashing was useless, and strong hitting was useless. It seemed that now he could only try to fight with the power of the shadow fruit. Stand up. After Cole's words fell, a large area of black shadows suddenly emerged in the valley filled with hazy white fog, and shadow soldiers walked out one after another. After seeing this scene beyond reality, Kanorko's pockmarked face showed surprise. You are also a devil fruit ability user. Attack. Coles didn't want to explain to Kanorko, and directly ordered the shadow soldiers to attack. Aaron, with a thorny nose, waved the shadow sawtooth to slash at Kanorko. Swish. Kanorko's figure was cut open. Barbarossa also relied on the second-level ability to come behind Kanorko and smashed his shoulder with a punch. However, these attacks were also ineffective in Kanorko's natural swamp. Kanorko's body recovered, and then his arms turned into a swamp blade curtain, easily killing Barbarossa. But when Kanorko saw the recondensed Barbarossa, the confident look on his face immediately disappeared. Are you also a natural system? The shadow soldier broke into a shadow, and then restored the shadow body again, which really gave people the illusion of a natural system. Coles didn't answer. Kanako turned to analysis. No, you are not a natural type. Otherwise, when I sneak attacked you before, you could have used naturalization to avoid it, right? Kaneko regained his confidence. It's not the natural system. You are destined to be unable to defeat me because the natural system is the strongest. Under Kanaker's attack, the shadow soldiers on the East China seaside were crushed one after another. However, Coles still has many shadow soldiers. In addition to the 86 shadow soldiers on the East China Sea, he also summoned powerful man-eating plants and giant animal shadows on the Boeing Islands a few days ago. A 10-meter-tall piranha with sharp teeth on its flowers bit off Kanako's head. Quack quack. Under Kanako's swamp fruit ability, what piranha can bite into is naturally a piece of slippery swamp mud. The mud kept falling down from the gaps between the sharp teeth. It's a bit disgusting. Damn it! Kaneko couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart, and just as he was about to smash the piranha, hundreds of dark vines whipped down from the sky, beating his recondensed body into a quagmire again. This is the strongest plant, Devil's Ivy, summoned by Coles on the Boeing Islands. In addition, there are other man-eating plants and giant animal shadows attacking together. Coles watched this scene quietly. If users with natural devil fruit abilities cannot transform infinitely, they will definitely be injured under so many attacks. Under the continuous attacks of the shadow soldiers, Kanako also knew that something was wrong. With so many enemies, he was almost in a situation of being beaten and suppressed. If this continued, once his physical strength was exhausted, he would definitely be doomed. Must counterattack. Pong. Kanako's body was crushed by the shadows of several huge animals and turned into a swamp. This time, Kanako did not recover. The swamp it transformed into quickly expanded, turning the surrounding ground directly into a swamp. The bodies of the shadow soldiers who originally launched the attack were sunk into the swamp, unable to break free under the strong suction of the swamp. Just the blink of an eye. The passage leading to the valley turned into a terrifying swamp area. Kanako's body showed his upper body in the swamp with a sneer on his face. How about it? Do you have any other methods? This is the powerful move Swamp Abyss, developed by Kanako. As long as you are swallowed by this swamp, you will not be able to escape. This powerful move allowed him to capture many pirates. Even powerful pirates with a bounty of over 100 million were unable to escape from the abyss of his swamp. Similarly, it was precisely because of this ability that Kanako dared to capture the Silver Dragon. Coles was silent. Although his shadow soldiers can continuously recover, in this controlled state, they are still alive and cannot be resurrected. It seems you have no other means. Then just sink into my quagmire. Konaker's arms turned into swamps and were released in the direction of Coles, intending to swallow Coles into the mire abyss and then kill him. Faced with this move from Kanako, there was no fear in Coles' eyes. He stretched out his right hand, rubbed his thumb and middle finger, and made a clear snap. Shadow Sealing Technique. 98. Shadow Seal. Shadow Sealing Technique. As Cole's voice fell Google search reading, a large black shadow immediately appeared in front of him, covering the swamp where Konaker transformed. Countless wisps of black shadow power appeared, enveloping the swamp. Next moment, these shadow powers contracted, eventually forming a half-meter-tall, airtight black ball. The black ball floats quietly in midair, like a huge black bubble. Kanako was sealed in it. The skill shadow sealing technique involves the power of space. It is a new ability that Coles developed by extending his imagination after experiencing the freezing of Aoki pheasant. It is mainly based on the power of shadow, forming a sealed special space so that people trapped in it are blocked and unable to escape. Without learning the hockey of armed color, Coles is indeed unable to attack the natural type Kanako. But Kanako's natural type also has shortcomings. That is, the swamp fruit does not have too strong attack power. As long as it is restrained by the seal, there is nothing to fear. The battle is over. Coles turned to look at the place shrouded in white mist not far away, and said, "How about that beautiful lady?" Under the domineering sense of seeing and hearing, he had naturally discovered Nicole Robin, who was following this group of bounty hunters. Robin was wearing a white vest today. She was sitting on a rock covered by white mist, holding her delicate chin with one hand, and chuckled. "Mr. Navy, the battle is exciting, because there is a white fog cover." Coles could only see a blurry, slender figure sitting there. Similarly, Nicole Robin could only see the vague figure of Coles. It's just that with the power of the flower fruit, she can make her eyes grow close to the battlefield and see everything that just happened. With this powerful detection ability, she collected a lot of intelligence and news. The news about the silver dragon this time allowed her to quickly target this group of bounty hunters. But I didn't expect that this time, in addition to discovering the rare silver dragon, I would also meet the young Navy man from yesterday. Coles asked, "The silver dragon is here. What do you think about it?" Robin shook his head and stood up. "I just want to take a look at this legendary silver dragon, and I have no interest in taking away its body or anything." The existence of the silver dragon was confirmed today, so there is no need to stay here. Let's see you next time. Looking at the graceful figure that was about to disappear in the white mist, Coles reminded him, "There are many elite Marines here now, as well as some powerful instructors. Be careful not to be discovered. I wish you good luck." After the graceful figure in front disappeared, a faint thank you also came. "Thanks." Coles shrugged noncommittally, withdrew his gaze, and continued to wait. After Nico Robin left, there was no one else in the valley where the silver dragon was except Coles. At this time, the vitality of the silver dragon was slowly disappearing, and it gradually fell into the abyss of death. 10 minutes later, the silver dragon died quietly. There is no life or breath left on its huge white body. Coles came to the front of the silver dragon's head and stood quietly. Looking from a distance, his height of 1.92 meters is not as high as the silver dragon's head. Compare the two. There is a huge sense of difference. "Stand up." Coles issued the summons command. A breeze came, blowing away the white mist in the air. In the valley, it was extremely quiet. Nothing changed at all. Really, Coles had expected this. A powerful ancient creature like the silver dragon, comparable to a high-level shadow soldier, requires a strong will to summon in order to be summoned. Coles observed the injuries on the huge body of the silver dragon. Among them, some were caused recently, some were stuttering, and some were abnormal for a long time and could not tell the time. He looked at the corpses of the bounty hunters next to him and thought and analyzed some of the information he knew. After a while, Coles resumed the summons. "You have always been hunted by others, chased and captured as a treasure by others, and even died from old injuries. Are you willing? If you are not willing to do so, then stand up." The strong summoning words were carried by the shadow power, and through some magical medium, stirred up the dead soul of the silver dragon. On top of its huge body, the power of shadow continues to surge, and a behemoth is rapidly forming. At first, there was a pair of huge dark black dragon claws, the color of which was as if made of steel, as if it could easily tear apart boulders. Then came a huge body covered with layers of dark scales, each of which was diamond-shaped and full of sharp energy. The two small dragon claws on the chest are equally sharp and are responsible for coordinating hunting and attack. The wings on the back are folded aside, and the thick joints represent its powerful flying power. The huge head is very domineering, and there is a large mouth full of sharp fangs, making it look even more powerful. At last, a pair of blue beast eyes appeared. This pair of blue eyes gave the shadow body power, which made it full of power. The giant dragon, transformed by the shadow, spread its wings, suddenly let out a dragon roar, and then lowered its head in front of Coles. This was to express its submission and loyalty, and at the same time asked Coles to give it a name. Coles spoke after thinking for a moment. After losing the body of the silver dragon, you really don't need this name anymore, so let's call you Shadow Dragon. The dragon roar sounded again. The shadow summoned from the silver dragon obviously recognized this new name. After completing the summoning and naming, Coles put a shadow dragon into the shadow world. Then his eyes could not help but fall on the huge corpse of the silver dragon. His right hand stretched out. The shadow power surged. Coles put the body of the silver dragon into the storage shadow space. After all, this was a task assigned by Teacher Zifa and could not be let go. Finally, it was the silver mine. Coles walked into the deep cave in front of him. The cave did not look gray because it was filled with silver metal. That was silver. Although the value of silver is not as good as gold, it is equally expensive in the market. Coles has many shadow soldiers, so he does not need to mine these silvers himself. He only needs to wait and store the excavated silver in the storage shadow space. Get to work. In a moment, many shadow soldiers were summoned and began to dig hard in the mine. On the other side, in other parts of the kingdom of Viran, the students of the elite training camp were looking for the silver dragon in their own directions. A secluded place in the mountains and forests. Vero, who was dark all over and had a hideous knife wound on his face, was looking for it here. For this silver dragon, he had the idea of competing with Coles in his heart. It's a pity. He did not have Coles's observation hockey, and the gap between him and the real goal was very far. After continuing to move forward, Varric suddenly discovered that there was a training base hidden in the forest ahead. As Varric sneaked into it, he found that there was a strong armed force here. At the same time, he also overheard the secrets here. This country has been in a mess for a long time. Tobacco is the root cause. Our people have become thin because of smoking, which has led to us always being slaughtered when facing other countries. This situation needs to be changed. Agree. How is the plan for 10 days? Almost, with the support of the Revolutionary Army, this time overthrowing the king's rule will definitely succeed. Hearing the conversation in the house, Varric was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Revolutionary Army would unite with the people here to start a riot. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help showing a smug smile on his fierce face. If he wiped out the base here, it would be a great achievement. At this time, Varric had forgotten the idea of competing with Coles for the first place. Bang! The wooden wall was broken. Varric walked in with a sneer. Who are you? This sudden movement surprised many people who were discussing in the wooden house. Varric showed a grim smile. Of course, I am a righteous navy. Bang! Compared with Varric, the combat power of the people present was obviously insufficient, and they were easily defeated. Varric's sturdy arms pinched the neck of a man wearing a gray hood and sneered, "You are the leader of the Revolutionary Army here, right?" The revolutionary who was pinched kept resisting with both hands, but under Varric's powerful strength, it was useless. Die! Varric's eyes showed a violent look, and his palms suddenly clenched hard, trying to strangle the revolutionary in front to death. Critical moment. A sharp long knife slashed from the side, forcing Varric to let go. Without restraints, the revolutionary in gray robes suddenly fell to the ground, coughing constantly and breathing violently. Varric frowned at the man who tried to stop him and asked in confusion, "Assistant Instructor Khan, what are you doing?" Khan looked helpless. As an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army lurking in the Navy headquarters, he couldn't just watch his fellow Revolutionary Army members being killed. Now, he was the only instructor here, and as long as Varric was killed, the Revolutionary Army's plan here could still be saved. Khan's expression turned cold, and the blade of the famous sword Ember pointed directly at Varric. Sorry. 99 Shadow Soldier levels. Clang, clang, clang. In the mine, the sound of metal collisions caused by excavation continued to echo. The efficiency of the Shadow Soldiers was very high. They finished excavating the small silver mine in less than half an hour. Coles put all the silver into the storage shadow space. Although he was not interested in money, he could not refuse such a free benefit. After confirming that the entire silver mine was emptied, Coles summoned the Shadow Dragon, and then stood on the back of the Shadow Dragon and issued an order. Go. The Shadow Dragon flapped its wings. The huge flying power was displayed, and Coles flew directly out of the mine, facing the wisps of strong wind, and soared into the sky. The city next to the mountain. The people only saw a black shadow passing by, but they didn't know what it was. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion. Is it the silver dragon that has been rumored recently? Impossible. It doesn't look like it at all. That's right, the black shadow that flew over was definitely black. Couldn't be a silver dragon. Soon after, rumors that a black dragon would bring disaster and destruction to the kingdom of Ern appeared. Of course, these are all later stories. In the sky, the smoke and clouds are entangled, and only a white color can be seen. Looking from above, white smoke is rising everywhere in the entire kingdom of Ern. This country is worthy of being called the White Country. Kors suddenly wanted to sketch a picture here, but thinking that it was not a holiday now, he temporarily gave up this idea. Shadow Dragon took Coles to fly from a high altitude. Here, there were clouds and white smoke blocking it, and no one would notice anything. A cool breeze rushed towards him, constantly blowing his black hair. Similarly, the collar of his shirt would rise from time to time. Coles was in a very good mood. He had dreamed of having a dragon as a mount in his previous life, and he didn't expect that it would finally come true today. So far, the shadow soldiers he had were already involved in the three directions of sea, land, and air, and the problem of transportation would no longer affect him. The world is so big, he can go anywhere. Facing the feeling of unimpeded traffic, Coles felt a sense of freedom. Shadow Dragon was extremely fast. It was like a black meteor, quickly taking Coles to the nearest coast. This coast was steep, rocky, and rarely visited. Coles fell from Shadow Dragon. In front, the blue waves were surging and constantly hitting the reefs. The waves were splashing. In the sky, a white seagull flew by, and a melodious cry came, extremely peaceful. The black shadow power in Coles's hands surged, and the black ball that sealed Konorko appeared. He moved this black ball to the sea. Then, the seal was lifted. The swamp incarnated by Konorko appeared. Konorko was extremely angry. He was trapped in the dark space before and could not resist at all. Now he must make the other party look bad. Damn it! Finally out. However, Konorko had just revealed half of his body, and because of gravity, he fell down powerlessly, and what was waiting for him below? It was the sea. The most feared thing for devil fruit users is the sea, because after eating devil fruits, they have become landlubbers and cannot swim. The body fell into the sea. The sea water poured into the body. Konorko felt his whole body gradually become weak. He was terrified, but there was no place to borrow strength around him, so he could only sink into the sea helplessly. The last thing Konorko saw was Cole's cold and calm eyes. Konorko was unconscious, and then he couldn't breathe at the bottom of the sea and gradually lost his life. Coles would naturally not have any goodwill towards this bounty hunter who wanted to kill him before and would not show mercy to let him go. A natural devil fruit user. Definitely very powerful. However, this cannot escape the curse of being hated by the sea. Of course, if it is some special fruit, it can still temporarily deal with the sea, such as Akiji's ice fruit, which can freeze the sea water. For example, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, who has the fish fruit mythical bee species, is Kaido. 10 minutes later, bounty hunter Konorko died in the sea near the kingdom of Ern. Cole summoned the fishermen along and asked them to go to the sea to bring up Konorko's dead body. Splash. The sound of entering the water sounded. Along relied on the water nature of the fishmen to quickly drill into the deep seabed. For the weakness of fear of seawater, the devil fruit ability user will only feel exhausted when he is immersed in a certain amount of seawater. For the ability evolved from the devil fruit, seawater is almost ineffective. Otherwise, Akiji's freezing ability cannot freeze the sea at all, and the ability attacks issued by other devil fruit ability users cannot threaten things on the seabed. Gurgle. A slight sound came from the seabed. Ern brought Konorko's dead body back to the shore. Coles issued a summoning command. Stand up. Shadows surged on Konorko's dead body, but when the shadows were halfway condensed, they quickly disappeared. The summoning failed. Like Barbarossa's time, was it because of the influence of the devil fruit ability, or was it the influence of high-level shadow soldiers? Kors thought for a moment. He summoned with a strong will. Bounty hunter Konorko, there is a pile of priceless treasures in front of you now. Don't you want to get them? Stand up. Under this strong will to summon, the shadows on Konorko's body surged rapidly. These shadow forces finally outlined a Konorko with an afro hairstyle. Treasure, where? Konorko asked after the shadow body was formed. Kors looked at him coldly. Konnorko was immediately shocked and knelt on one knee to ask for atonement. Sorry, King, I overstepped my bounds. Although he thought that Coles had won unfairly by killing him, he was now a shadow soldier under the other party and could no longer resist. Coles knew that the senior shadow soldiers had previous memories and independent consciousness after summoning Lonros. So Konnorko's voice did not surprise him. Coles said coldly, due to your transgression, your treasure is gone. In fact, Coles did not prepare any treasure. Thank you for your forgiveness, King. Konnorko's uneasy mood gradually calmed down. Fortunately, the king did not destroy him without a word. Otherwise, he would have to return to the darkness again after just dying once. Coles asked, do you still have the ability of the swamp fruit? Reporting to the king, yes. Konnorko's shadow body began to turn into a black swamp, which was a very strange scene. Coles had his own guesses about the fruit ability preserved by the shadow soldiers. After being eaten, the devil fruit ability will be developed through consciousness and body. Although the new devil fruit will reappear after the ability user dies, it cannot be denied that the dead devil fruit ability user once had this ability. Wherever you go, there must be traces. There must be some traces of devil fruit ability left on the dead ability user. Cole's ability to summon shadows is to copy all the abilities of dead creatures, so it will take away the remaining devil fruit power. If nothing unexpected happens, the liquor fruit and swamp fruit will still appear in this world. Of course, this is just Coles's guess, and whether it is true or not will have to wait for verification later. On the other side, Konnorko has buried his body, and Coles doesn't need to let other shadow soldiers deal with it. After taking Konnorko along back to the shadow world, Shadow Dragon began to fly out with Coles towards the port of the warship. While waiting, Coles also began to sort out and divide his current shadow soldiers. He temporarily divided the shadow soldiers into 7 levels so that he could understand them more clearly. From low to high, they are F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, and S level. F level shadow soldiers. The shadow soldiers summoned by ordinary pirates can fight against trained ordinary navy. Orange Cat is the weakest shadow soldier in the F class with a combat power close to 0. E-class shadow soldiers. Representatives, shadow fishmen. The natural strength of fishmen is 10 times stronger than that of humans, and they have strength that ordinary people cannot match with a bounty of less than 1 million Baileys. D-class shadow soldiers. Representatives, pirate shadows with bounties of over 1 million, but not more than 10 million Baileys, have strong combat power. C-class shadow soldiers. Representatives, Shadow Knight, along, Cielo, Barbarossa, etc. These shadow soldiers have their own strengths, and they can also make a name for themselves on the sea. The bounty for their strength is between 10 million and 50 million. B-class shadow soldiers. Representatives, Devil Levine. The strongest plant on the Boeing Islands, with a huge body and full toughness, can emit a confusing smell and has hundreds of vines to attack at the same time. A-level shadow soldiers. Representatives, Lonros, Konnorko, Shadow Dragon. Their bounty strength has basically exceeded 100 million. Depending on their strength, they can fight against the Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral of the Navy. This level starts with high-level shadow soldiers who have memories of their previous lives and have thinking consciousness. This level none. 100, Death of Eric. The port of the Kingdom of Violet. Boom. The huge silver dragon corpse was taken out of the storage space by Coles. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many people. There was an uproar from each of them. That's a dragon. A loading worker had a look of fear on his face. It's a silver dragon. I've seen it before, so let's just say there is one. The man who had vaguely seen the silver dragon exclaimed. It's unbelievable that dragons really exist. Some people who couldn't believe it even covered their cheeks in disbelief. Coles looked at the burly old man on the warship and said with a smile, Teacher Zifa, you have lived up to your expectations. I have found the silver dragon on the warship. Zifa wears sunglasses. The majestic body was blown by the sea breeze, and the navy coat behind him was constantly fluttering. There was a bright smile on his slightly older face. It was no surprise to him that Coles found the silver dragon first, because this task was completely assigned to Coles. Who would benefit most from the death of a powerful dragon? That is naturally Coles, who possesses the shadow fruit and can summon dead creatures to fight in the shadows. Among the students in the elite training camp, who has the best advantage to find the silver dragon first? Of course, it is Cole's, because Cole's has already mastered the domineering power of knowledge and color. So, from the beginning, this task was a task assigned by Zifa to improve Cole's strength. The purpose is to allow Coles to have some trump cards to protect himself, so that he will not die prematurely due to any danger. Otherwise, he could completely ignore the dying silver dragon and return to Malinfando with the students from the elite training camp. He just couldn't say this kind of thing directly, because it would be too deliberate. So he arranged the mission to find the silver dragon, allowing Coles to go while also allowing other students to move around. Okay, the mission has been completed by Coles. Go notify the instructors and ask them to bring the students back. With a slight smile on his lips, Zifa spoke to Tina behind him. Yes, teacher Zifa. Tina on the side responded. Then she turned to the liaison room and used the phone bug to communicate with the instructors who went together. In order to keep in touch at any time, the instructors in the elite training camp all carry telephone bugs. So just use the phone bug to contact the instructors who are responsible for following and protecting the students, and they can notify the students to return to the port. Brew brew. The phone calls sounded, and the instructors' phone calls were answered one after another. North of the kingdom of Violet, Chu Yuan, who was wearing a peach-colored dress and carrying the famous sword Jean Pilau, heard the phone ring on her body. Guion answered the phone, and Tina's voice came from the other side. The mission to find the silver dragon is over. Teacher Zifa asked the students to return. Learn. Guion put away the phone bug, used the moon step with his feet, and began to notify the students in the area below. Oh, I understand. Jiaji also hung up the phone, and he was sitting in the tavern drinking a small drink. The domineering aura of knowledge covered the town, allowing him to feel that the students were looking for traces of the silver dragon like headless flies. Jiaji stood up with a sigh, shook his head, and left the noisy tavern. When it appears again, Jiaji is already behind a student whose marksmanship is very low. You don't even have the power to see, hear, and see, so what are you looking for? By the time you find it, the flowers will have withered. The student was shocked, and then he breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that it was a bonus. I was shocked that IT turned out to be Instructor Jiaji. Aren't I just trying my luck? Maybe I found Silver Dragon by accident and became the chief student. Jiaji laughed and cursed. Stop daydreaming. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. The mission of finding the Silver Dragon is over. Hurry back to the warship. I have to return to Marineland Military Academy. Yes, come back now. The male student nodded outwardly, but in his heart he kept complaining. Aren't you daydreaming every day? The beautiful Lieutenant General Guion is so likely to agree to the confession of an old man like you. Lieutenant General Guion is the goddess of my dreams. Lieutenant General, just give up now. Assistant Coach Khan has a better chance than you. Of course, he only dared to say these words in his heart. Otherwise, if he said them out, he would definitely receive targeted training from the instructor. In this regard, many people have fallen into this trap before, and he will not be fooled. And at this time, Kingdom of Violet. Somewhere in a hidden valley, violent collision sounds continued to be heard. A thick black goat with sharp black horns on its head and steel-like wool was fighting Khan. The powerful black goat in front of me is naturally the animal form of Verika's animal type, the sheep fruit, ancient species, and black goat. The embers of the famous sword kept colliding with the black goat, and sparks shone out from time to time. Annihilation. Then it appeared again. After half a year of developing fruit abilities, Verika's strength has improved tremendously, far from the first time he collided with Coles. However, even though Verika's strength has improved a lot, it is still far behind Khan's swordsman-level strength. The situation at the scene was that Verika was suppressed by Khan, and his injuries became more and more serious. Brew. The voice of the phone bug rang on Khan's body. He couldn't help but frown. That was the phone bug for communication between instructors. When he contacted him at this time, he also made some guesses that IT should be that the mission to find the Silver Dragon was over. If so, time is running out. It must be resolved quickly. Khan's eyes narrowed. The power of his hands exploded, the sword energy condensed, and he suddenly rushed towards Verika. Jingzha Zhao. This strike was like thunder and lightning, hitting Verika diagonally with an irresistible force. Even though Verika's black goat form is stronger than steel, it is still unstoppable under the sword moves performed by Khan's swordmaster. There was a stab wound on Verika's chest, which was even more terrifying than the wound on his face, with blue flames burning on it. This fatal stab wound. Varric could no longer maintain the beast form of his devil fruit power. He returned to his human form and fell to the ground with his limbs on his back. Varric felt that the whole world was turned upside down, his head was dizzy, and his whole body lost strength. The sound in my ears seems far away and close. I could vaguely hear Khan answering the phone behind me. Someone was saying that the training was over, and the students were being notified to return. Behind him, Khan was talking to the revolutionary soldier, but he couldn't hear clearly. Only then did Varric suddenly realize that he understood everything. It turned out that Khan was an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, and no wonder he wanted to kill him suddenly. It's a pity that Varric couldn't spread the news this time, because he was about to die. The gradually disappearing consciousness, the body losing control, the severe pain in the chest. These are all telling him he is going to die soon. Varric raised his eyes and looked at the flickering sky, which seemed to be dark. The original white clouds also turned into black clouds, and a small cold raindrop fell on the top of his head, letting him perceive this information. It seems like it's going to rain. But what does this have to do with him? With his consciousness dimming, Varric could no longer see clearly. Before death, Varric recalled in his mind his unwillingness to admit defeat and his unwillingness to lose to Coles. But it was just a fleeting moment. What he was thinking more about was his own helpless life, looking back on his 42-year-old life as if in reverse. Reunited with his younger brother Virgo, entered the Navy G5 base and became a Navy, rising through the ranks. Before the reunion, he was just a gate guard of a country, worrying about possible pirate attacks every day. After the salary is paid, you still have to calculate the salary and take care of the troublesome new family relationship. What happened before? I remembered. He was abducted by human traffickers and sold as a stepson to a relatively wealthy family. The adoptive parents of that family had a hateful daughter, always looking down on him, always ostracizing him. When eating breakfast, he often deliberately soiled his sandwich, so his adoptive parents exchanged his share for their biological daughter. Sandwiches are the worst. It's so tiring to live like this that I don't know how I can live to be in my 40s. In the past, before the war happened, he seemed to have a harmonious family, with family members who loved him and an obedient younger brother. He remembered that he would buy his brother a hamburger that he liked to eat every day after school, even though the money had to be spent on the money he earned from helping others during the holidays. The life at that time really made him happy, and he really wanted to go back. I can't remember exactly what happened before. 101 block check. At the port. On the warship, the students of the elite training camp are returning to the assembly one after another. A quarter of an hour later, Zifa came out of the cabin, his expression as serious as before. Are you all here? A military academy instructor answered. Report to the chief instructor there should be 54 people, but there are actually 53 people. One person is missing. After a quick glance at the team, Zifa did not see the dark figure. Although the student Varric always likes to solve problems violently, it is undeniable that Varric is still a member of the elite training camp. Zifa walked in front of everyone and swung his mechanical arm, making a huge crisp sound. Has anyone seen Varric? Most of the students shook their heads. Report, no one has seen him. Tina said, Teacher Zifa, Vice Admiral Jiwen and Vice Admiral Kaji are searching the area where Varric disappeared, but there is still no news. Hearing this, Zifa frowned, and a hint of uneasiness rose in his heart. All instructors go find him together. As an ancient animal-type devil fruit user, Varric is one of the key personnel trained by the Navy, and Zifa cannot ignore him. Yes, the returning instructors responded in unison. In order to find the missing Varric, the Kingdom of Iran once again welcomed this group of instructors. In order to avoid the same accident, the trainees of the elite training camp just waited quietly for news with Zifa on the ship. Night fell. Coles meditated in the cabin and rested at 3 in the morning. When he woke up the next day, the instructors still didn't come back, and the trainees also felt something was wrong. Zeph also contacted the king of the Kingdom of Iran and broadcasted on the loudspeaker in the kingdom, asking Varric to return to the port quickly. However, even when the sun set, there was still no movement. Today, this is the third night the warship has spent here. The cold wind blows outside. In the cabin of the warship, the dim lights kept swaying, emitting the light of oil lamps. Zifa sat on the chair, his left elbow propped on the table, frowning and thinking. He couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Vero hasn't been found in this period of time, which means that Vero is not simply missing or disappeared, but may have been killed. Zifa couldn't help but slap the table with his left hand, releasing his anger, and then the anger on his face disappeared and turned into self-blame. This is his negligence. He shouldn't let other students participate in the task of finding the silver dragon. For the death of students, the elite training camp actually has a death standard. After all, there are many uncontrollable factors during training. It's just that Zifa had experienced the pain of losing all the students on the recruit ship before, which made him unable to face the death of students now. Although Zifa didn't like Vero, a student who liked to solve problems with violence, he still felt a little heartbroken after Vero might die. Because this is a student, he thought. When Coles woke up again, he keenly noticed that the atmosphere on the entire warship had changed. The fog on the sea had not yet dissipated. On the deck of the warship, the students were gathered together again. There was no other instructor around, only Zifa. Zifa's body was still as burly as ever, wearing sunglasses, making it difficult to see his expression. But Coles faintly discovered that Zifa's momentum seemed to have aged a little. Zifa's heavy voice made the students on the scene depressed. Now I tell you a very bad news. Your instructor still hasn't found Varric, so Varric may be dead. The students couldn't believe it. Varric, the strongest student except Coles, who possessed the ability of the ancient devil fruit, might have died. Coles was silent. Hearing that Varric might be dead, he was still a little touched. After all, it was because of the battle with Varric that his swordsmanship could successfully enter the realm of cutting iron. Later, during the physical training in the training camp, although Varric always competed with him, this also made him competitive and full of enthusiasm. He felt a little regretful about the sudden disappearance and death of such a powerful opponent. Zifa's voice came again, and this time it was heavier. Now I'll give you a task. Set up a blockade at the port and strictly examine all people coming and going. If you find anyone suspicious, report it immediately. Do you understand? The 53 trainees immediately raised their hands and saluted, with very standard postures. Understood. The king of the kingdom of Iran was also notified of the blockade and inspection. While expressing his deep apologies, the king also cooperated with the Navy to conduct strict port inspections. As one of the member states of the world government, the Kingdom of Iran did not join by relying on its strong national strength. It was only accepted because of its rich tobacco production. It can even be said that this country is a weak country. Their citizens are weak because of long-term smoking, and they can't compete with the power of other countries at all. The only resource they can show is tobacco. The current king also wanted to get rid of this embarrassing situation, and they used a lot of money to build up armed forces. However, due to the pressure from neighboring countries and the obstruction of various factors, it was always impossible to succeed. The reason why the Kingdom of Ireland still maintains a stable status quo is because it has joined the world government and has strong naval support. Now that one of the most elite trainees in the elite training camp of the Navy headquarters may be killed in the country, the king will naturally take action. So he agreed without hesitation to the naval blockade and review of the port. At the same time, the king also sent forces to search for possible murderers in the country. Suddenly, the entire kingdom of Ireland fell into a tense and dull atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps of a group of king's troops were heard, looking for suspicious people on the city streets. At this time, Nicole Robin was looking for the books she needed in a bookstore, and she keenly discovered that the outside world was unusual. After learning everything that happened outside through the fruit's ability, she couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking and analyzing quickly in her mind. The elite navy has mysteriously disappeared. Unexpectedly, such a special thing happened in the Kingdom of Ireland. It seems that we need to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise the situation here will become more and more severe. For a moment, she thought of the young Marine she met before, but since he could deal with powerful natural devil fruit users, he probably wasn't. Robin put his sunglasses back on. After buying a book from the bookstore, he turned and walked towards the port. However, the current port inspections are also strict, and there are also Navy inspections. IT is still somewhat difficult to pass safely. However, more than 10 years have passed, and the Navy should not be able to recognize her current appearance. Robin put the purple top hat on his head and followed the team with a relaxed expression. As a tobacco-rich kingdom of Ireland, the country's ports naturally have a large flow of people, and under strict scrutiny, they still appear to be a bit crowded. Coles was in charge of inspection here, and Sabaki conducted investigations from time to time. In addition to the inspection of people boarding the ship here, commercial ships and some transported goods are also being inspected to prevent anyone from getting into them and escaping. Although Verica's murderer may have left, the other person may still be in the country, which is actually an unconfirmed fact. Inspired by what he saw and heard, Coles also caught some criminals who had no money to cross the border, or were pickpockets and thieves. Of course, these are all minor episodes. When walking in front of a pair of teams boarding the ship, Coles suddenly felt something in his heart because he sensed a somewhat familiar woman. "You go over there to check, and let me come over here," Coles said to the student checking here. "Okay." Facing Coles, the strongest man in the elite training camp, the student did not refuse anything and turned to the transport ship on the other side to check. Coles took over the student's inspection position and spoke to these tourists. "Gentlemen and ladies, please line up in an orderly manner and take out your tickets for me to check." The tourists took out their tickets one after another and passed smoothly after being inspected by Coles. 3 minutes later, Coles was checking the ticket of a woman with dark hair and sunglasses wearing a purple vest and a top hat of the same color. After confirming it is correct, Coles returned the ticket to the other party. "No problem, miss. You can get on the boat." The woman in sunglasses nodded, turned around, and stepped onto the deck of the big ship smoothly. At this time, Coles picked up a coin on the ground and threw it to the beauty in sunglasses who had just boarded the ship. "Miss, your Bailey fell. Please pay more attention next time. I wish you good luck." Nicole Robin turned around and took the thrown pale golden coin in her white palm. She discovered that this 500 face value coin was exactly what she had returned to Coles in the valley before, and the other party had thrown the coin to her. This is the third time she has met each other, and the third time she has heard Cole's words of good luck. "Thanks." A smile appeared on Nicole Robin's lips unconsciously, and she suddenly became curious about this handsome young Marine. "Where is the other person from? What's the name again?" In order to avoid blocking others from getting on the boat, Nicole Robin started walking towards the front cabin. Coles had already turned around and continued to inspect the tourists behind him. After all guests have boarded, the cruise ship began to leave the port and headed towards nearby countries. The shadow of the ship gradually became farther and farther away and finally disappeared on the sea. 102 10 days holiday. Under Khan's treatment, the traces left by Varric had been eliminated, and the instructors of the elite training camp did not find anything. Google search reading. At the same time, the revolutionary army of the Kingdom of Iolon had already gone into hiding, and even the king's army searched carefully, but did not find anything. 5 days passed. The blockade of the port ended because the elite training camp could not stay here for too long. Verica's case was temporarily classified as missing, but other students knew that there was an 80% chance that Veric had died. In a dull atmosphere, the elite training camp left the Kingdom of Iolon and returned to the military academy in Marineford. This survival test selected 54 students, and 53 people were left except for Veric, who might be missing or dead. After returning to the military academy, these 53 people had a 10-day vacation. 10 days later, they will undergo the second training of the elite training camp. During this time, Coles was rarely relaxed. After completing the basic 2-hour training every day, he took out the drawing board and pencil and drew the things he encountered on this sea voyage based on his memory. Barren of the stomach. The Boeing Islands, which are like sunflowers, have a special ecological environment, and in the middle is a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Hercules. The dark rhinoceros beetle decoration, the specific face cannot be seen clearly, and the power is very strong. Being praised as a forest warrior will increase self-confidence. Valley Land, White Country. A country rich in tobacco. Most of the citizens are smoking, and wisps of smoke rise. Under the pencil outline, the smoke appears as black lines, controlling the bodies of these people. Silver Dragon. The dying white dragon, its body covered with scales. Its body bones are rich in amazing power, but because of the accumulated injuries in the body, it can only quietly wait for death. Nico Robin. The intellectual and beautiful queen, with long black hair, delicate face, and curvy figure, is mysterious and makes people yearn for her. This trip to the sea, in addition to becoming a real elite training camp student, also greatly improved Cole's strength. Among the shadow soldiers he now has, there are 3 of the highest level A-level shadow soldiers. Among them, Lonros is fixed at the designated summoning point in the EC Rogue Town, needless to say. Connorco. This shadow soldier, who still retains the ability of the swamp fruit, is almost unbeatable when encountering an enemy without domineering. Shadow Dragon, with its own powerful strength and immortal attribute of the Shadow Soldier, its combat power is comparable to that of a slightly weaker Navy Vice Admiral. Of course, there are many influences on the strength of the pirate world, and these are uncertain. Coles is only roughly measuring and comparing. With these shadow soldiers and his own comprehensive strength, he barely achieved the goal he set for himself and was able to protect himself in front of the slightly weaker Shichibukai. However, this was still not enough. In the first few days of the holiday, Coles was just sketching in the dormitory, and then he began to get familiar with the Marine headquarters in Marineford. In addition to the huge tower of the headquarters, there are still many buildings in the entire Marineford, including living areas, entertainment areas, training areas, etc. After Coles left the military academy, he wandered around the town of Marineford. The roads in the town are somewhat similar. Fortunately, he has the sense of observation hockey, otherwise it would take a long time to find a way back. On the streets of the town, there are all kinds of food and leisure facilities. On a row of stone chairs, Coles found a familiar figure reading a newspaper. After spending 1,000 Baileys to buy 2 coconut juices, Coles sat next to the man. "Major Khan, drink coconut milk." Khan said lightly, "Coles, no, I don't like coconut milk." Coles took back the other coconut milk. Drinking 2 coconut milks was not a problem for his increased appetite. Coles asked, "What is the headline of today's newspaper?" Khan handed the newspaper in his hand to Coles and said with a serious face, "It's the headline of the Pirates, the original pirate supernova Portgas D.Ace. After joining the Whitebeard Pirates, he quickly became the captain of the second team with his strong strength." Portgas D.Ace? Hearing this name, Coles's expression couldn't help but become solemn. After all, this is a key figure who will affect the pirate world, and he is the fuse of the big event of the war at the top. The Navy may have investigated Ace's background information now, but Ace now has the protection of Whitebeard, and the Navy can hardly take any good measures. He took the newspaper and saw a photo of Portgas D.Ace, who had black hair and freckles on his cheeks. He wore a brown cowboy hat and had a tattoo of the word SC on his left arm, with the S crossed out. He looked very energetic. Now, after joining the Whitebeard group, this Fire Fist Ace has been offered a bounty of 400 million berries. He is indeed the posthumous son of Pirate King Roger. Although the Navy was wary of Ace's birth status, it was more because Ace inherited Roger's fighting talent. Coles's expression became solemn. It is less than a year and a half before Luffy goes to sea, and those world influences that affect the whole body are gradually approaching. It is necessary to obtain enough strength to protect yourself and your family as soon as possible before the war on the top. Don't be too stressed. The Navy's top leaders will naturally deal with these situations. You just need to focus on improving your strength now. Seeing the urgency and worry on Cole's face, Khan patted Coles on the shoulder and comforted him. "I believe that after the end of this year's elite training camp, your strength will not be worse than Portgas D.Ace. "Yeah." Coles nodded. His shadow fruit has great potential. This time, after summoning 2 A-level shadow soldiers, Kanorko and Shadow Dragon, his current strength has been greatly improved. As long as he encounters a stronger biological corpse in the future, his strength will not be weaker than anyone else. Navy Headquarters. Tower Superstructure. Marshal's Semi-Office. On the white wall, there is a painting of justice reigning in the world. As the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku is now in a very irritable situation. He kept frowning, thinking about the best countermeasures and solutions to deal with the posthumous son of the Pirate King, Portgas D.Ace. However, Garp, who was eating senbei next to him and making a crackling sound, made it almost impossible for him to calm down. Sengoku slammed his hands on the table and shouted angrily at the elderly Vice Admiral sitting on the sofa. "Hey, Garp, can you give me an explanation? Why is your grandson Portgas D.Ace's biological father Roger?" Faced with Sengoku's roar, Garp temporarily stopped eating senbei. "Ah, you're talking about this. Oh, I remember. Ace is my adopted grandson. My biological grandson is called Luffy." Garp could only laugh at this question. After all, he couldn't say that he was just doing it because of Roger's last instructions. Heroes cherish each other and couldn't bear to see innocent children die, and so on. In this position in the Navy, there are some things he can do, but he can't say it directly. "I knew you wouldn't tell the truth. Now that things have come to this, I'm too lazy to pursue these." Jean-Gua was immediately furious, but he had no choice. His tall figure sat back in his chair and checked the latest document submitted. Your family is really troublesome. In addition to Port Gas D.Ace, there is also the matter of the Revolutionary Army's dragon. Now it has caused unrest in a country again. Garp did not express his opinion on the matter of his own son Monkey D.Dragon and continued to eat senbei in silence. The office was speechless for a while. On the last day of the second session of the elite training camp, a tall man arrived at the half-moon port of Marineford. He was not wearing a navy coat, but a plaid coat, sunglasses, lightning-shaped sideburns on both sides of his face, and a bamboo stick behind his back. He was the Vice Admiral of the Navy G5 branch. Virgo. 103, Virgo. The night was dark. Silence. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and there were only 3 hours before the sun rose. Military Academy. Dormitory building. The students of the elite training camp had all fallen asleep. They needed to be alert for the second training. Even Coles was asleep at this time. Outside the dormitory building. After confirming that there was no abnormality, the patrol navy temporarily left the dormitory building. After dozens of breaths, a black figure began to move. After skillfully avoiding the patrol navy at night, the figure quickly sneaked into Cole's room. In the darkness, Cole's blue eyes suddenly opened and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Although there was basically no danger in the Navy headquarters, Cole still arranged shadow soldiers to guard him while he was sleeping. So when the shadow broke in, he had already been notified by the shadow soldiers to wake up. The shadow did not answer, but just launched a fierce attack. Cole's expression could not help but change. Because with the induction of the observation hockey and the amplification in the shadow, he found that the person in front of him was not black at all, but was covered with armament hockey all over his body. Covering the whole body with armament hockey, this level is probably only achieved by the Navy at the level of Vice Admiral. Coles quickly turned his head to avoid the attack. The figure in the dark did not stop attacking. He took out the bamboo stick behind him with his right hand, covered it with purple-black armament hockey, and attacked Coles fiercely again. Bang! Coles was hit in the chest, and his body suddenly hit the wall behind him. A burst of intense feeling came. It made his spirit completely awake. The person in front of him wore sunglasses, covered his whole body with purple-black armament hockey, and used bamboo weapons, which was connected to a certain navy in his memory. Vice Admiral Virgo, what are you doing? Virgo, who was recognized, did not answer, rushed forward, and chopped Coles on the head with a bamboo stick. Coles' eyes condensed. Ding! A clear sound of unsheathing sounded, and the blade of the demon's sword blocked the bamboo stick covered with armed color. Coles was very confused. Why did Vice Admiral Virgo suddenly attack him in the middle of the night? Was it an assessment or something? Virgo was silent, and the fierce attack from the bamboo stick hit him again and again. In response, Coles resisted with the demon's sword, and his figure was repelled one after another. Although he had been trained in the elite training camp for half a year, his physical skills and swordsmanship had improved greatly, but that could not be compared with the Vice Admiral. Moreover, Virgo was not an ordinary Vice Admiral. He was also a student of Admiral Zifa, and his armed color domineering and observation color domineering were very good. The fact that he could serve as the Vice Admiral of the branch Navy against the New World has already explained everything. Under Virgo's attack, Coles retreated step by step and could only retreat. During the battle, he felt a huge pressure, which was completely different from the pressure brought by Vice Admiral Cake, because Cake controlled his strength when training him. And Virgo in front of him was completely full of strength. What is the other party doing? Coles is not sure what is going on now. It can only be suppressed by Virgo. The single dormitory is not big. So after retreating, Coles had to withdraw from the room. The two figures came directly to the square. The moonlight in the sky was shrouded, and only some starlight was sprinkled on the ground. Just now, Coles's observation hockey had already scouted the dormitory building. But he was surprised to find that the other elite trainees did not encounter anything. Is this not a test, but an assessment of him alone? Virgo made a powerful attack, and Coles was forced back more than 10 meters away. After stabilizing his body, Coles' eyes gradually became serious. Lieutenant General Virgo, since you don't say it, I will have to use my strength to fight with you. He now has 2 powerful A-level shadow soldiers, Kanorko and a shadow dragon. With mutual cooperation, although it is impossible to defeat Virgo, at least he will not be suppressed like he is now. Stand up. In the darkness, a large area of shadows appeared, and shadow soldiers were constantly emerging in these black shadows. How terrible! The 3-meter-tall Navy suddenly appeared behind Coles, and his light words made Cole's heart move. Bang! Before Coles could react, a light-speed kick had hit his head, and the powerful force directly made him fall into a coma. It was Borsalino, codenamed Yellow Monkey, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. This was the last thing Coles thought of before he fell into a coma. When the consciousness dissipated, the shadow soldiers around him also disappeared. The time when the consciousness fell into darkness may be long, but it may also be short. In a dim room, Coles lowered his head, his eyes closed, and his consciousness seemed to have recovered a little. When was the last time he completely lost consciousness? It seems to be the ghost ship. The severe pain in the head. The stimulation is being transmitted through the body, waking Coles from the coma. Stand up. But it seems that I can't feel the shadow soldiers, and the ability of the shadow fruit seems to be unusable. Coles found that the shadow power in his body could not be activated, and he was a little confused. He wanted to do something with his hands, but there was a cold sound from his wrists. Obviously, his hands were already bound by handcuffs. Are they sea stone handcuffs? With a clearer consciousness, Coles thought of this thing. Sea stone. As the name suggests, it has the same ability as the sea, which can be understood as solid sea, but the actual effect exceeds the sea. Sea stone is the real nemesis of all ability users, and IT can not only make the ability users powerless, but also temporarily turn the ability users into ordinary people. What is Virgo doing? A sudden attack and now putting sea stone handcuffs on him. Is it a test? Coles fell asleep again with a drowsy consciousness. When he woke up again, a tall man was sitting in the empty space in front of him. He had short hair, folded his arms, and wore a pair of sunglasses on his face and said nothing. Virgo, Lieutenant General, should you give me an explanation now? At this time, Cole's arms were tied to the cold iron chair, and there was blood on his head from being kicked by Kizaru. His condition was particularly miserable. Virgo approached and stared into Cole's eyes at close range. Charlotte Coles, did you kill Veroher? Coles asked in confusion. What do you mean? Virgo watched all the changes in Cole's expression and then stepped back. You should know that Veroher is my brother. I know, Coles replied. In fact, he was a little confused. In his impression of Virgo as an undercover sent by Don Quixote da Flamingo, seemed to have no relatives. But Coles did not get too entangled. Everyone in this world is real. They have their own tracks and stories, which cannot be fully summarized by 1 or 2 sentences of information. Virgo said, Then did you have a conflict with him before and severely injured him with a knife? Yes. Coles could not deny it. Then did he often compete with you in the training camp? Virgo continued. Yes. Coles nodded. Virgo grabbed Cole's collar and shouted suddenly, So you hate him very much. In the kingdom of Uren, you secretly killed him without the instructor noticing, right? Coles shook his head. No. At this time, the two of them looked at each other at close range, and neither of them had the intention of retreating. No, or dare not admit it, afraid of being found to have killed a naval colleague and being punished. Virgo suddenly loosened Cole's collar, and the strong inertia made Cole's head hit the iron chair behind him. No. Coles felt a pain behind his head, which made him more conscious. He found that something was wrong with this matter. Virgo may have a deep relationship with Vero. Because his brother Vero died, Virgo was extremely angry. But this was not enough for Virgo to directly attack Coles in the military academy of the Navy headquarters. Because this was not true. Virgo has been dormant in the Navy for more than 10 years to carry out Doflamingo's mission. He has always been a deep character, and it is impossible for him to be so impulsive and brainless. Moreover, the tall and thin Navy who attacked him in the end was definitely Admiral Kizaru. That catchphrase and that kind of powerful strength could not be anyone else. Under normal circumstances, Admiral Kizaru would not cooperate with Virgo to knock out this rising star of the Navy. So, is the Navy now identifying the murderer of Varric, or is it the special training of the elite training camp? 104. I am a Navy. Another interrogation room, Google search reading. Khan's hands were also handcuffed and restrained on the interrogation iron chair. The person sitting in front of him was not Virgo, but a tall and thin Navy man with curly black hair and wearing a yellow and white striped suit. Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru. Paulus Salino. He had a beard on his face, wore a pair of sunglasses, held Khan's file in his hand, and was speaking with a very funny mouth shape. Khan, 33 years old, captain of the Navy headquarters, was transferred to the military academy 6 months ago as an assistant swordsman in the elite training camp. Your file records that you have been in the Navy for 6 years. Yes, Khan responded. At the same time, he was also quickly analyzing the current situation. Has it been completely exposed, or is the Navy conducting screening? Screening for possible arrival. He had expected it. After all, the plan had now been launched. Porcelino continued to ask, "What was your upbringing experience before joining the Navy?" Khan replied calmly, "All this had been prepared before joining the Navy. I was born in Shiua village in the East China Sea. Later, I joined the sword dojo on the island to learn swordsmanship. After I learned swordsmanship, I joined the Navy." Oh. Porcelino suddenly realized, and then his upper and lower lips twisted out of place in sin confusion. It's so strange. After you were transferred to the Navy headquarters, it seems that the Revolutionary Army knew everything about our headquarters' actions. Khan controlled his facial muscles and expressed confusion. "General Porcelino, I don't know what you mean." Porcelino shrugged, then took out a newspaper and placed it in front of Khan. "Okay, then I'll just say today's newspaper headline is, 'The Kingdom of Ireland was overthrown by the Revolutionary Army, and your elite training camp has just returned from there, and you are in it, so what else am I talking about?'" Khan frowned and looked directly at Kazaru. "General Porcelino, do you suspect that I am an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army?" "Porcelino, aren't you?" Khan, "Of course not." Porcelino changed the position of crossing his legs. "Stop making excuses. Since we dare to arrest you, we have evidence." "I'm not." Khan quickly recalled his actions in his mind, and he felt that there should be no flaws. The room fell silent for a moment. The interrogation room where Coles is. Virgo stood up and turned his back to Coles. "It's not because I hate killing Varric in my heart. Let me guess, it should be because Varric accidentally overheard something and was silenced by you. You think so, right?" Coles raised his head, and there was only a white light bulb above him. The strong light made him squint slightly. "Lieutenant General Virgo, I have no idea what you mean." Virgo turned around suddenly, took out a newspaper in his hand, and said coldly, "Look at this newspaper." Through his sight, Coles discovered that the headline of the newspaper was, "The Kingdom of Walland was overthrown by the Revolutionary Army," and there was a photo attached to it. The original white smoke turned into black gunpowder smoke. Virgo shouted, "Not long ago, you just returned from the Kingdom of Ireland, and the Revolutionary Army broke out in turmoil. So you are an undercover agent inserted into the Navy by the Revolutionary Army, right?" Coles was speechless. "When such a coincidence happens, you think I am an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? My background is clean, isn't it?" Virgo's eyes turned cold. "It seems you don't admit it," Coles said without any sign of weakness. "This kind of thing doesn't exist at all." Virgo looked indifferent and ordered to the waiting Navy, "Use electrocution." Yes, the Navy man wearing a Navy hat came to the mechanism and pulled down the switch. Suddenly, a strong current began to flow along the iron chair and attack Cole's body. The volts of this electricity were extremely high. Even though Coles was very physically strong, he still felt the numbness and pain of the electric current. An hour later, the current gate is closed. Virgo asked, "Tell me now, are you an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army?" Coles, "I'm a Marine. Continue the electrocution for 3 hours." Virgo walked out of the interrogation room and ordered the Marine. "Yes." The Navy on duty responded. Khan's interrogation room. After receiving the news that Virgo came in to report, Porcelino turned to Khan, who was also being electrocuted, and asked, "What to do? Companions have been recruited. Do you still want to resist?" Khan raised his head slightly and asked slightly tiredly, "What do you mean?" Porcelino said calmly, "You should know very well what it means. Just admit it directly, and you won't have to suffer so much pain." Khan said firmly, "I think you are mistaken. I am not the so-called Revolutionary Army." The electrocution started again. Khan's swordsmanship is indeed very strong, but his physical skills are a bit weak. Therefore, the powerful electricity even made Khan's body tremble involuntarily, but he did not scream, nor did he beg for mercy. He just endured it quietly. 3 hours later, Virgo returned to Cole's interrogation room, and he asked the soldiers on duty to temporarily stop the electrocution. Cole's body was numb from the electric shock, and his hair was dry. If it weren't for his strong mental strength and physical skills, he would have fainted long ago. "Now I'll ask again, are you a revolutionary? Answer me, and you won't have to endure the electric shock again. Kor's face was already pale, and his eyes couldn't even open, but he continued to answer as before. I'm a Navy. Virgo turned around unmoved. Go on, I'll come back in 3 hours to ask. Kors felt that Virgo came many times, and each time he asked the same question, which made his answer hoarse and weak. He also fainted twice, but there was no doubt that he was awakened by the electric shock. Kors was not a revolutionary at all. He knew this very well in his heart, and he had never even come into contact with anyone related to the Revolutionary Army. So, this was just a test. I just didn't know when it would end. The electric shock was really painful. After being awakened by the electric shock again, Cole still saw the tall figure of Virgo in front of him. At this time, Virgo had a piece of green leaf on his cheek. Obviously, he had just eaten. Virgo asked, Now, I want to ask you if you are a Revolutionary Army. You just need to tell me whether Khan is an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, and you can leave here alive. Even if there is no solid evidence, just some speculations about the Revolutionary Army, it's fine. Is Khan an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? Coles lowered his head, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Before this, he had never thought about it because Major Khan had always given him the feeling of being kind and upright. But with Virgo's question, he couldn't help thinking in his heart. Is Major Khan a Revolutionary Army? According to the clues in his memory of the pirate world, Isshin Dojo seems to have a close connection with the Revolutionary Army. And Major Khan also came from Isshin Dojo. Major Khan is very strong, but he does not compete for fame and fortune. He is just a naval major in the East China Sea. Coles thought there was nothing wrong with this before. However, if Major Khan is a revolutionary, then it makes more sense for him to stay in the East China Sea and lurk. If Major Khan is a revolutionary, then after being promoted to Major of the headquarters, the risk of being exposed is greater, and this can also explain why the Major had distanced himself from him before. There is no doubt that Major Khan is helping him avoid the risk of being implicated. The turmoil of the Revolutionary Army broke out in the Kingdom of Iran, and Major Khan was also involved. There may be some connection between them. Although this is just Coles's guess, he knows that his guess is likely to be the truth. Virgo stood straight and tempted. How about it? Have you thought about it? This is the merit I strive for you. If you don't answer, you will have no chance. Coles was silent for a while. Revealing Major Khan's identity will undoubtedly exempt him from the current interrogation and even make his way in the Navy smooth from then on. But can Coles get over the condemnation in his heart and report Major Khan? This is undoubtedly impossible. When facing William, if Major Khan had not saved him, he would have died. On the ghost ship, if Major Khan had not blocked the fatal knife for him, he would have died as well. Now he was asked to personally save Major Khan, who had saved him twice and taught him swordsmanship, in exchange for his bright future. Sorry, he couldn't do it. Because he, Charlotte Coles, was not the kind of unkind and unjust person. He couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Coles' voice was weak, but he still repeated the sentence. I'm a Navy. Hearing this, Virgo frowned. He walked to Cole's side and asked the previous question loudly. What I asked you is Khan an undercover of the Revolutionary Army? Cole's mental state was very bad, and he answered as usual. I am a Navy. Sizzle. The lightning flashed, and the sound of electric shock rang out again in the interrogation room, and it lasted for a long time. 1:05. Interrogation ended. Time goes back to 3 days ago. Google search reading. Marshal's office. Bang. Sengoku's desk was slammed, and Zifa's angry voice spread. What a joke. Asking the trainees of the elite training camp to be interrogated collectively. What do you think they are? Pirates or undercovers? Warring States, wearing a seagull hat, said helplessly, Zeph, this is not something I can refuse. This is a firm order from above. The answer to who can mobilize and command the Navy Marshal in this world is already clear. World government. 5 elders. The pinnacle of power in the world government is held simultaneously by the highest 5 elders of the celestial dragons. All 5 are male elders, and their real names are unknown. The celestial dragons are world nobles living in the holy land of Marijoa in the Red Earth continent. They are descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. They enjoy all privileges. Once offended, the Admiral or CP0 of the Navy headquarters must use all their military strength to maintain it. The 5 elders are the highest leaders of the world government, with a higher status than the commander-in-chief of the world government's entire army, and the Navy is naturally under their jurisdiction. The action of the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the Kingdom of Valerian once again made the five elders feel threatened. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is known to the world as the world's most vicious criminal by the government. Why? That is naturally because the Revolutionary Army has the ability to overthrow the world government. The many pirates in the Great Pirate era may be troublesome, but the deeper threat is still these Revolutionary Army that pry open the bottom power. The Valerian incident was reported by the World News. The five elders finally felt a little tricky. The strength and team of the Revolutionary Army are growing, and they need to be contained. After the negotiation meeting, the latest way to deal with the Revolutionary Army was discussed. First, it is necessary to review the Navy internally. Any risky Navy below the rank of Vice Admiral must be strictly interrogated. Eliminate all lurking of the Revolutionary Army, and the first to bear the brunt of it. Naturally, they are the elite training camp students who just returned from the Kingdom of Iron. This group of elite Navy will undoubtedly become the backbone of the Navy after completing this year's training camp. It is precisely because of this that these people can only continue to be trained after strict interrogation. Facing the order issued by the five elders, not to mention that Zifa is now only a chief instructor of a military academy, even if he is still a former admiral, he cannot change it. Because the Navy is not Zifa's Navy alone, the Navy belongs to the world government. And the controller of the world government, the five elders, personally ordered, and the facts cannot be changed. The anger on Zifa's face gradually turned into helplessness. His burly figure seemed to be hunched again, and he sat back in his seat dejectedly. Zifa took off his sunglasses, stroked his forehead with his hand, and cursed. Don't they know that this kind of behavior will disappoint some Navy? Zhang Guo did not answer. Because he firmly believed in the government's order. He naturally knew that the interrogation might make some Marines feel disapproval of the Navy, but under the current situation, it is understandable to do so. The current Navy needs a strong new force, but if it is a new force suspected of being a member of the Revolutionary Army, then unfortunately, the Navy will not train it anyway. Among them, if Charlotte Coles has a problem, Zhang Guo will not hesitate. He will directly abandon and solve it. Even if Coles has the qualifications of an admiral in the future. In terms of the direction of the Revolutionary Army, the attitude of the world government and the Navy has always been firm. Zifa put on his sunglasses again, turned around and left, and asked a final question before leaving. Who is the interrogator in charge of this interrogation? Zhang Guo looked at the back of his old comrade in front of him, and he could feel the sadness in Zifa's heart. There are 3 chief interrogators in the interrogation, namely Borsellino, Doberman, and Virgo, and there is also a CP0 personnel directly under the Celestial Dragons for supervision. These 3 chief naval interrogators are all students taught by Zifa. 1 admiral and 2 vice admirals. Such an interrogation lineup shows how much the Navy attaches importance to this interrogation screening. I also want to apply for supervision. Okay. The 21 people who were eliminated from the elite training camp before also joined the interrogation process, so the total number of trainees under review was 74. Outside the interrogation room, Zifa's burly figure stood quietly. He rarely wore a navy coat and supervised the interrogation process with a serious look. If a student's life was in danger, he would go in to stop and rescue him as soon as possible. Apart from that, there was nothing he could do. Not far from Zifa, a mysterious man with strange clothes, a white robe, and a mask on his face also stood outside to supervise. He was a CP0 agent. CP0 is the world government's highest secret intelligence agency, and IT does not obey the world government, but is directly under the world nobles Celestial Dragons. In Khan's interrogation room, the original interrogator was replaced by Vice Admiral Doberman from Kizaru. This is a man with a mustache and many scars on his face. Has a curly beard and flowing brown hair that falls to his shoulders. He looks a bit ferocious at first glance. Doberman sat in the interrogation chair and looked directly into Khan's eyes. Tell me your true identity. Don't try to deceive me. My eyes can see through your heart. Khan, why do you think I have other identities besides the Navy? Doberman analyzed. People like you are so different. You disregard yourself and are willing to sacrifice for your subordinate Navy. This is so perfect. It's like you did it on purpose. Khan lowered his head and glanced at the injuries on his body. Except for the injuries he suffered from the enemy, most of them were blocked by his subordinates. The most obvious thing is the hideous knife wound left by the ghost ship. Khan slowly raised his head. A rare smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Lieutenant General Berman, you can see if the injuries I suffered for them are half false or even the slightest bit pretentious. Doberman narrowed his eyes and displayed his domineering power. He was gaining insight into the other party. Doberman firmly believes in absolute justice. For this reason, he could abandon injured soldiers and ignore the safety of his subordinate navy. Therefore, he did not believe that Khan would really do this. The IT would be normal if he hid his identity as a revolutionary army and entered the navy. Then, Doberman's face showed disbelief, because the injuries on Khan's body told him that they were all real. There is no illusion at all. Cole's inquiry room. The original interrogator has been changed from Virgo to Doberman, and then to Porcellino. What a terrible will. Admiral Kizaru, Porcellino speaks very slowly, always sounding self-deprecating. Cole slowly opened his eyes, and in his hazy sight was Kizaru's somewhat wretched face. He said nothing because he was in a bad state and could only maintain himself as much as possible. Kizaru stretched out his right index finger, and white light surged above it, gathering extremely strong energy. Cheryl Coles, I will give you one last chance to admit your true identity. Otherwise, my laser technique will pierce your heart. Coles raised his head with difficulty. He could feel the terrifying energy and lethality contained in Kizaru's charged laser light. This move can completely penetrate his heart. And once the heart is penetrated, he must die. But Coles just used his remaining strength and repeated his answer in a weak and firm voice. I'm a Marine. At this time, Zifa could no longer remain indifferent because he could feel the truth in Cole's words, and there was absolutely no falsehood in them. Click. The huge mechanical arm inlaid with seafloor stone pinched Kizaru's arm, directly disabling the laser beam of his shining fruit. That's enough. The interrogation is over. At the same time, Zifa's old and majestic voice also sounded in the interrogation room. Teacher Zifa. Among the many students he taught, Zifa and Porcellino were the most at odds. Therefore, Porcellino just said a simple greeting and then walked out of the interrogation room with his hands in his pockets and a brisk look on his face. 3 days are up. It's time to get off work. Kizaru walked comfortably past the CP0 agent without any intention of stopping. The CP0 agents did not stay where they were because the interrogation was over. Trial results. No one has a problem. In the interrogation room, Coles opened his eyes and saw the burly back of Teacher Zifa. It is finally over. I managed to hold on myself. As Coles sighed his heart, the sea-stone handcuffs on his hands were lifted. The shadow power in his body regained control, allowing him to summon shadow soldiers at any time. However, the accumulated fatigue rushed into his heart, causing his consciousness to fall into darkness again. Vaguely, Cole seemed to hear Teacher Zifa's reprimand. IT was not the kind of yelling during training, but a cry with concern. Medical team, come quickly for treatment. If he cannot return to normal within 5 days, you all should get out. 106. Navy Attitude. Naval Headquarters, Superstructure, Google Search Reading. The slogan, Absolute Justice, is printed on the side wall of a huge conference room. This is the program that the entire Navy has always implemented, and also belongs to the will of the world government. At this time, Marshal Sengoku, General Kizaru, Lieutenant General Doberman, Lieutenant General Virgo, and the mysterious agents sent by CP0 were all having a meeting here. So, no revolutionary army was found among the interrogators. Warring States asked, looking at the interrogation analysis reports of each student in his hand. Well, no. Doberman. Virgo nodded in agreement. Kizaru was holding a cup of tea and slowly tasting it. White-hot air floated out from the tea. It's so strange. It's not true. Could it be that you're too sensitive? The CP0 agent sitting alone on the other side was silent, and then made a hoarse voice. I don't think so. I don't think there is anything simple between that man named Khan and Charlotte Coles. They are still a little suspicious. Kizaru took another sip of tea, shook the teacup slightly, looked at the ripples on the tea, and asked aloud, what? Intuition. Agent CP0 replied. Hearing this fart-like answer, Doberman immediately became extremely disdainful, because he was never afraid of power or anything like that. Then what do you want? CP0 agent stated his request. Leave Khan and Charlotte Coles to us. As the top secret intelligence agency directly under the world government, CP0 is the upper echelon of CP1 to CP9. The agents among them are good at various aspects, and they are even more sensitive to undercover spies. As long as there is any problem discovered by CP0, they will use various methods to investigate and dig deep into what may be hidden. In the end, it was a great achievement to find out. If nothing can be found, it doesn't matter. CP0 doesn't care about the lives of so many people. Naturally, the high-level Navy officers present also knew how CP0 behaved. After Khan and Charlotte Coles are taken over, the end will definitely be very miserable. Kazura put down the teacup and stood up. Although his tall and thin figure did not look like much, it brought huge pressure to the CP0 agent. Are you kidding? What do you think this is, huh? The CP0 agent also woke up. This is the Navy headquarters. The people present were all high-ranking naval admirals. CP's absolute dominance worked well in other places, but it didn't work here. Doberman is even more straight-tempered. He felt a strong discomfort in his heart, not to mention that after Coles was confirmed to be innocent, his future achievements would be extremely high, and it would be impossible to hand him over. Just CP0's condescending attitude makes people feel uncomfortable for a while. Under the influence of both, Doberman stood up and retorted. I said, CP0, I think you have been around the Tianlong people for a long time, and your brain is flooded. We interrogated the Navy Admiral and 2 Vice Admirals and came to the conclusion that no one had a problem. Now you're going to kill someone based on your gut feeling. Are you slapping us in the face? Or do you think you don't agree with the Navy's methods and need to come here to give some advice? This whole meal was full of accusations and scoldings. This CP0 agent was somewhat unable to refute. However, he was still unwilling to give up because he felt that there must be some secret between Khan and Charlotte Coles. Marshal of the Warring States period, this means CP0, you decide. Warring States sat on a chair in the conference room, held his forehead with one hand, and then yelled. Roll. Porcelino, Doberman, and Virgo did not move and continued to sit where they were. So this roll is asking who to leave. It goes without saying. This CP0 agent immediately felt a sense of humiliation. As an organization directly affiliated with the Tianlong people, apart from the Tianlong people, they have unparalleled authority and have never been treated like this. But he also knew that this was the Navy headquarters, and it was the Marshal of the Navy headquarters who asked him to leave, and the other party was fully qualified to expel him. He didn't say anything harsh and left the huge naval conference room without saying a word. At the same time, he also knew that it was impossible for Khan and Charlotte Coles to come over. This gesture of the Navy, this is insisting on protecting these 2 people. In the conference room, Marshal of the Warring States period, are you going too far? After all, they represent the will of the 5 old stars to a certain extent. Kazara sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and continued to drink hot tea. Warring States said sternly, CP0 is always just CP0, not wuloxing. I will report the results of the matter. If there is no problem, there is no problem. The Navy carries out the orders of wuloxing. This is your job. Warring States agreed, and he also asked the senior Navy to start interrogation work and cooperate with the situation. But a mere CP0 member wants to teach him how to do things based on his intuition. There is only one word role in the Warring States period. In addition to these factors, there are also people from the Navy headquarters who are trying to protect Khan and Coles, and he cannot ignore them. Coles's defender was Zifa. Khan has many defenders, including 2 alternate generals, Guanyuan and Jiaji, as well as some fellow instructors from the elite training camp. And at this time, Khan and Coles were still in a coma, and they didn't know they had survived a huge danger. 3 days later, Military Academy, Infirmary, Coles woke up from his coma. The physical injuries caused by the electric shock also recovered quickly under his strong physique. Coles stretched out his right hand. The black shadow power surged, and he controlled it easily. This finally made him feel a little safe. During this interrogation, Coles also personally experienced the sea stone handcuffs. How to describe the feeling of powerlessness and temporary loss of control of ability? It can only be said that it is worthy of being sea stone. It is indeed the natural enemy of the devil fruit ability. Coles looked around and found that this place was the Military Academy Infirmary. Under the investigation of the observation hockey, he also found that there were many students unconscious on the white beds in the infirmary. Obviously, the previous interrogation was not aimed at him alone. Among them, Major Khan was also lying on a bed. There was no one around to monitor him. It seemed that he had passed the interrogation test, and no problems were found. As for Major Khan's possible identity as an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, Coles could only guess it because of the plot in his mind. The Navy did not have this profit, so it was naturally difficult to guess and confirm. Retract the observation hockey. Coles looked at the white ceiling above, and this scene made him feel familiar. The last time was in the infirmary of the naval base in Rogue Town. Because of the ghost ship incident, he and Major Khan were both seriously injured. This time, he did not expect to enter the infirmary together again because of the screening interrogation. After confirming that it was safe and there was nothing to worry about, Coles half sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to review the previous battle. Start at 4 in the morning. This means that Virgo has received the disappearance of the Navy and knows his basic sleeping time. People are almost unguarded when they are asleep, so Virgo should have planned to knock him out easily at the beginning and take him to the interrogation room for interrogation. However, Virgo obviously did not expect that his shadow soldiers could still be alert and remind, causing Coles to wake up first. The subsequent fight was inevitable. Although Coles had observation hockey, Virgo's observation hockey was stronger, plus Virgo's armament hockey covered his whole body. He was easily suppressed. It was obviously not enough to fight against the Vice Admiral of the Navy with only the current physical skills and swordsmanship. At that time, the moon in the sky was covered by black clouds, and the amplification effect of the demon sword could not be exerted. The only way Coles could come up with was to summon shadow soldiers. But he didn't expect that the Admiral Kizaru would appear behind him as soon as the summoning command was issued, and kicked him out with a light speed kick. Coles still felt a little faint now, that in addition to the factor of Kizaru's light speed kick, there was also confusion caused by the continuous electric shock. If it were a sea beast, it would have been electrocuted. Coles completely relied on his physical physique that has surpassed Superman to withstand the attack. Then again, the strength of Admiral Borsellino is really unfathomable. Although Coles did not react at the time, Kizaru knocked him out with just one light speed kick, which still shows how terrifying his strength is. No wonder he was able to step on a cannonball and appear in the Sabaody archipelago after Luffy beat up the celestial dragons. He was so scary, and he kicked a supernova. If the shadow soldiers are not counted, Cole's current strength is indeed only at the level of an ordinary supernova. It is obviously impossible to withstand Kizaru's kick without fainting. The strength of the Admiral is completely overwhelming for those below the Admiral. There may be many boundaries between them, but Coles does not know it now. Coles was not discouraged by Kizaru's light speed kick. After all, you can see that Luffy, the king of the five emperors, was knocked unconscious by Kaido's Thunderbagua, and was later imprisoned in a quarry to quit his king addiction. With his current strength, it would be strange if he could resist the attack of Admiral Kizaru. Where is the Sabaody archipelago? The reason why the 11 supernovas were able to escape with injuries was entirely because Kizaru was letting them go, but I don't know what Kizaru's purpose is. 107, Chief Student. Malinvando. Crescent-shaped port. Virgo took one last look at the headquarters tower behind him, and then boarded the ship. The naval adjutant asked, "Vice Admiral Virgo, shall we return to the G5 branch base?" Virgo didn't answer. The death of his brother Varric has made him more silent recently, and he chooses to remain silent about some things. The adjutant obviously knew this and didn't ask any more questions. He let the soldiers start setting sail and return to the New World. Inside the cabin, Virgo began to look for flaws in Coles based on previous interrogations. Cole's expression didn't look like he was faking it, but it didn't rule out that he was pretending. According to Virgo's knowledge, Brother Varric is a man with strong self-esteem, and he will definitely not be reconciled after being defeated by Coles in public. In the elite training camp, Varric often clashed with Coles, which is a side confirmation. Among the students, his brother Varric only had conflicts with Coles, and only Coles had the strength to kill Varric, so Virgo's first suspect was Coles. But now there is no evidence to prove that Coles is the murderer. But he won't give up. One day, he will find evidence, and when the time comes, he will never let go of the murderer of his family. 2 days later, at the military academy training ground, 74 students stood neatly and orderly. 21 people who were previously eliminated were also reclassified into the elite training camp. This may be the Navy's compensation for these interrogated students, Or it may be that the current Navy really needs to cultivate a group of new forces who are innocent and have no problems. No matter what, the number of people returned to 74, and there was only one less Varric than when they went to the Boeing Islands for assessment. So far, the Navy has not had any definite news about Varric, and the conclusion it has released is that Navy Lieutenant Colonel Varric died at the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Letting Virgo participate in the interrogation may also be the reason why he cannot give an explanation to the other party. During the interrogation, Virgo's mood did not fluctuate much, but Coles could feel the other party's anger. Because of Virgo's words and actions during the interrogation, there was a hint of personal hatred towards him. To this, Coles can understand a little, but this does not prevent him from putting Virgo on the death list. Everyone has emotions. Virgo can pin Varric as the #1 murderer because of his death, and he can also hold a grudge against Virgo for what he did. This time, because of Varric's incident, there was a vague conflict between him and Virgo that one of them must die. He's going to report the identity of the undercover pirate now, perhaps as a way of revenge. However, Coles would not do that. He's the only one who knows the plot in his mind. Even if he reports it, how can he prove that he is convinced that Virgo is an undercover pirate? Besides, since Doflamingo has arranged for Virgo to enter the Navy, there will be no loopholes left, and there is a high probability that Virgo will come out without incident, even if there is a small chance of being discovered. With the influence of Doflamingo Shichibukai and his identity as a celestial dragon, the Navy is considering that Virgo may just be eliminated as a vice admiral, and there will be no crisis. At that time, if Virgo does anything to his family, how will he prevent it? Or maybe Virgo is exposed and dead, and since Doflamingo values his family's emotions, what if he wants to seek revenge from him? He has the Navy to rely on, but what if Doflamingo turns against his family? Coles is not alone. He knows that every step he takes may affect many things, so he must consider the multiple influences. The best way for the time being is not to break up immediately and pretend that nothing has been discovered. At least, Virgo didn't dare to act blatantly for Doflamingo's plan. Then wait for now. Sometimes, indifference does not mean not resisting, but waiting for a fatal blow. No conspiracy can defeat the situation with absolute strength, that as long as there is strong strength, then solving Virgo is not a problem. And his current strength is still a bit lacking. There is still a long way to go. But the wait won't be long. Coles clenched his fists. The shadow power gathered in the hand, which was dark and full of cold aura. His current strength is not afraid of the rear admiral, and with his growth rate, the vice admiral will not be too far away. When the time comes, Coles will personally end Virgo's life. Li Chang's high. 74 students were waiting. The temperature was very hot, making everyone sweat profusely, but for the students who could endure even the harsh interrogation, this was nothing to endure. In the heat wave, Zifa, who was burly and with his bare upper body and chest, came in front of everyone. Zifa glanced at the students in front of him and said, "I know that you have been tortured by the interrogation in the past few days. Many of you must have doubts and discomfort, so you can speak out now." Among the 74 students, a student with a fierce personality immediately stood up and spoke slightly angrily. "Chief Instructor, I would like to ask, we are all students in the elite training camp. Why are we being interrogated like this?" 108. Armed Color Domineering. Armament Hockey Google Search Reading. This is one of the 3 types of hockey, which can greatly improve a person's defense and attack power. In addition, armament hockey can also touch the entity of the nature system fruit ability user, which can be said to be a necessary skill for the strong. If Coles had learned armament hockey before, he would not have to use the sealing technique so troublesome to deal with a nature system Connorco. Now, I'm finally going to learn armament hockey. However, sparring with teacher Zifa. Cole's mind can't help but condense. As a former admiral, Zifa's strength is unquestionable. Although one arm was broken, after replacing it with a mechanical arm with sea stone, the combat power was only reduced a little, and in some aspects, it was more restrained against the ability user. His current strength is still far from that of teacher Zifa. However, there are not many opportunities to spar with admiral-level strongmen. "Teacher Zifa, I'm ready." Coles adjusted his mind and quickly took the best fighting posture. "Then come on." Zifa lit a cigar for himself. The students watching the battle around immediately stared at them. They were all looking forward to it, wondering how the upcoming master-disciple competition would go. "Stand up." Coles chose to summon the shadow soldiers directly. When facing Virgo before, he had just issued a summon, and before he could do anything, he was kicked unconscious by Kizaru. Taking this opportunity today, we can just see how powerful the 2A level shadow soldiers are. A huge shadow appeared. The students looked up at the sky and saw a black dragon with a body of dozens of meters long and a strong body suddenly appeared above. This dark dragon, with a pair of huge black dragon wings, was floating in the sky. Zifa looked up and asked, "Is this the silver dragon shadow you summoned?" Coles replied, "It's now called Shadow Dragon." At the same time, the shadow dragon in the sky also jumped down suddenly, and the huge shadow body of dozens of meters also rushed towards Zifa at a high speed. Everyone could only see a residual image. Then there was a crash and explosion like a cannonball. Boom. The ground of the training ground was crushed layer by layer, breaking apart like a spider web. This powerful force set off a wave of air, which made the students watching the game move back a little to avoid being affected. And in the center of the broken ground, Zifa was blocking the powerful impact of Shadow Dragon from top to bottom with his huge mechanical right arm inlaid with sea stone. A wisp of white smoke rose. That was the cigar that Zifa was smoking. Really good power, Zifa exclaimed, then grabbed the black dragon claw of Shadow Dragon with his left hand, and the powerful force burst out along the muscles of his arm, directly smashing Shadow Dragon to the ground with his backhand. Boom. The ground collapsed again. This time the power was even stronger. The gravel flew, and the gray smoke rose. Flipping a giant dragon several tens of meters long with one hand, this violent and simple act shocked the students watching the battle. Is this the power of Teacher Zifa? Coles knew very well that Teacher Zifa had obviously held back. Otherwise, with the power of the general, the range of the destruction would not be so small. In the smoke and dust, Zifa rushed out quickly. He had already seen the immortality of Coles's shadow soldiers in the archives, so he did not choose to destroy the Shadow Dragon, but directly locked the target on Coles himself. Zifa's speed was very fast. He arrived in the blink of an eye. In front of Coles, a shadow soldier with an afro hairstyle was already there. Swamp Abyss. Konorko immediately used his strongest move to stop Zifa. His black shadow body became wet and expanded rapidly like a swamp. If it was someone without armed color domineering, he would definitely stop and control it with this move. But how could Zifa not know armament hockey? Known as Black Arm Zifa, he became famous for his powerful armament hockey. An inexplicable force surged on Zifa's left arm, and the air around him seemed to sway. And on Zifa's thick left arm, the mysterious black power condensed and shrank. In just 1 second, it was like a layer of extremely fitting black armor was covered. Bang! Konorko's swampy body was blown up and turned into a shadow and disappeared. Your shadow fruit ability is really good, but don't rely on it too much. Otherwise, you will reveal too many flaws. Like this, Zifa's figure rushed in front of Coles, and his huge mechanical right arm blasted out. Coles had no time to dodge. Because Zifa rushed out of the smoke and smashed Konorko with a punch of armament hockey, the speed used was extremely short. He could only resist it on the spot. Iron block. Bang. In a dull sound, Cole's figure retreated more than 10 meters away, and his chest was hit and hurt. Cough, cough. You really can't trust iron. Coles cleared his throat twice, and then quickly adjusted his current state. Zifa did not launch an attack immediately, but took the cigar out of his mouth and exhaled a thick white smoke. Do you know how to have armed color domineering? I don't know. Coles shook his head. Zifa smoked a cigar and explained to Coles and the students around him. In addition to the strong body and physique required of the user of armament hockey, you also need to have an indestructible belief. Indestructible belief? The students around were a little confused, wondering what the final belief was. Zifa's burly figure rushed towards Coles again, launching an attack while explaining. Indestructible belief is will. When you have these three, you will be able to discover the power of armament hockey. Facing Zifa's attack this time, Coles did not retreat. He directly used physical skills to cooperate with the power of the shadow fruit to meet the attack. After all, it was a sparring and demonstration of armament hockey, so he naturally needed to cooperate. Bang, bang, bang. Zifa's physical skills were naturally far superior to Coles, but in order to demonstrate armament hockey, he suppressed his strength and fought back and forth with Coles. Shadow Meteor Kick. The black shadow power on Cole's feet surged, and his right foot hooked up and kicked out fiercely. Facing this kick, Zifa did not dodge or evade. An invisible force surged on his mechanical right arm, forming an invisible, transparent armor. Bang! Cole's kick did not cause any damage. This is the entanglement of armament hockey. Wrapping the gas-like armament hockey outside the body can improve one's own defense and attack power. Similarly, he can also wrap around weapons and flying objects for a certain period of time. Zifa demonstrated to the students in the battle, and at the same time popularized the ability of armament hockey. Aren't we the Navy? Zifa looked at the student who asked the question. He felt helpless, but in order to maintain the image of the Navy, he could only explain forcefully. Of course you are the Navy. As for why you are subject to harsh interrogation, because you are not ordinary Navy. You are the elite. What is an elite? That is a powerful warrior who can lead the rest of the Navy in combat and still persist in fighting in difficult circumstances. If you can't even stick to your strongest beliefs during interrogation, then are you worthy of being an elite in the Navy? There was silence. Then the fierce student who had just spoken out stood up from the team. If this is how you can become a Navy elite, then I will quit this training camp, Zifa said in a rich voice. Okay, take him away. Under everyone's gaze, an instructor standing with his hands behind his back walked out and led the student out of the training ground. Zifa looked at everyone with an expressionless face. Now, are there any people who are quitting? Me. And me. 3 more students spoke out one after another. They could not recognize the previous interrogation process and chose to leave. However, among the 74 students present, only these 4 left. The other students stood firmly in place. Not all of them agreed with the harsh interrogation. Just because of various factors, I want to stay in the elite training camp. Coles had no complaints about the interrogation test. After all, the elite training camp had always acted out of common sense, so he was mentally prepared. It was just the incident that later implicated the Kingdom of Vialand, plus the connection with Major Khan. Only then did Coles realize that this was not just a simple interrogation test, but more like a real identification of undercover Revolutionary Army agents. Fortunately, he didn't say anything, and Major Khan was safe for the time being. How about the Revolutionary Army? Coles didn't make any comments. Because he has not thoroughly understood the Revolutionary Army and makes a self-righteous evaluation without seeing the whole picture, it is undoubtedly misguided. Coles only knew that Major Khan was his hero, and he would never reveal his speculation that the Major might be an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. This is one of his bottom lines. On the training ground, Zifa looked at the 70 students who were left behind, with a happy smile on his face. I'm very happy that you can stay here. Congratulations on truly becoming elite training camp students. 70 students stood upright, waiting for the training that might come next. Zifa continued. I said before when I released the mission in the Kingdom of Vialand, whoever finds the Silver Dragon first will be the chief student of this class. Charlotte Coles. Coles immediately took a step forward. Arrive. Zifa looked at Coles, who was in high spirits, and announced loudly. From today on, you will be the top student of this elite training camp. Yes. Coles responded loudly. Zifa then looked at the other students. Do you have any objections? If you are dissatisfied, you can challenge Coles. The winner will be the chief student. No. A unanimous reply came from the students. Coles has always been recognized as the strongest student in this elite training camp. He is proficient in the 6th form of the Navy in just 1 month, and his swordsmanship and physical skills are even more superb. They all knew that it was impossible to win any challenge, so they all recognized Coles as the chief student. Good. Seeing that no one objected, Zifa nodded with satisfaction, then moved his mechanical right arm slightly and spoke to Coles. Chief student, prepare to compete with me. The first lesson today is to teach everyone what armed color hockey is. 109, Naval Faction. The following time is a variety of training. Coles began to explore the armament hockey, and after mastering this new power, he then used and exercised it skillfully. The sun rises, and the moon sets. The sun on the sea has risen countless times, and the moon in the night has set countless times. It was not yet dawn. Coles led the students behind him to run in the military school playground in an orderly manner. The night gradually receded, and the light also illuminated this area, showing the training status of these students. At the edge of the training ground, 2-meter-high boulders were thrown down from above by the instructor. Bang, bang, bang. Cole's fist, covered with armament hockey, blasted these stones one after another. The broken stones flew and cracked. The broken stones fell to the ground, forming a pile of broken stones of different sizes. Not far away, some students were exercising their physical fitness with equipment, but more of them were learning from each other to improve their combat experience. This is the daily life of the elite training camp, and every student is working hard to improve. Among them, Cole's is the most dazzling, but other students are also working hard. Their growth rate is not as obvious as Cole's, but they are also constantly improving with accumulation. When they walk out of this elite training camp, they can all be called elites. Military Academy, Chief Instructor's Office. Zifa's not-so-old figure is standing quietly by the window. He looks at the students who are training and growing below, and a smile unconsciously appears on his face. Really good. This last class is really good. If you take off Zifa's sunglasses at this time, you will be surprised to find that there are still some dried tears in the corners of his eyes. Yesterday, I dreamed of that scene again. That stormy scene, that horrible scene, that helpless scene. He just held the wound of his severed right arm, hunched his strong waist, and knelt on the deck of the new ship and cried. For the strongest admiral of the Navy, the injury of a broken arm is nothing, and it is even more impossible to cry. The reason why he cried bitterly was because of his inner self-blame, because of his sadness, because of his guilt for not being able to protect the dead students. That was his deepest regret and self-blame, in addition to the death of his beloved family. Whenever he recalled it in his dreams at night, he would cry and suffer from insomnia, so he put on sunglasses to hide his haggardness. The torment and pain in his heart, these are not necessary to show to outsiders. The light of dawn tore through the clouds, shone in from the haze, and also fell into the office. The sun was rising. At this time, it was time for him to guide these students to grow. Zifa turned around. His eyes fell on the calendar hanging next to him, looking at the number that was approaching the end, and then strode out. The white navy coat hanging on a hanger had not been draped over his shoulders for a long time. The navy coat is a symbol of justice and the honor of senior officers, but exactly when did Zifa stop wearing the navy coat as often as before? I can't remember clearly. It seems to be after the death of my family 28 years ago, or it seems to be after I lost my beloved student 5 years ago. Or maybe it's because I supervised the interrogation of the cadets a few months ago. But none of this matters. He only knows that he has to teach this last batch of elite training camp students well. This time, no regrets. Zifa's big hands pushed open the door of the office and walked out majestically. The morning training is over, and then it's breakfast time. The atmosphere is a bit urgent now, because in half a month, this elite training camp will end. Coles walked into the cafeteria in silence. The spacious cafeteria was brightly lit, and a strong meaty aroma floated in the air. Today we have a very special delicacy. Navy curry. This is a food that most of the Navy likes, and its rich taste is very good with rice. Coles sat at the dining table and began to eat the Navy curry rice in the Military Academy cafeteria. The chefs in the Military Academy cafeteria are naturally good at cooking. This curry rice has a mellow taste and is full of meaty aroma, but it can be said to be a rare delicacy. However, Cole still prefers the Navy curry made by Chef Yafu of the Rogue Town base. Perhaps he has become accustomed to eating it in Rogue Town in the past year. After breakfast, the students rarely gathered in the training ground for training. They all went to a classroom in the Military Academy teaching building. As students who are about to graduate from the elite training camp, their abilities have improved a lot. Next is the time to be entrusted with important tasks and show their value. Of course, the Navy is not a mandatory dispatch. They will also respect the wishes of these students and assign them positions. Now it is time for these students to fill in where they want to go next. Tio put it simply in Cole's words in his previous life, that is, fill in the volunteer. The first thing you need to choose is the Navy faction, or choose a position and team in the Navy. Now the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters each have different factions. Akainu Sakaski is a radical hawk, Akiji Kazan can be regarded as a peaceful dove, and Kazura Borsalino represents the ambiguous neutral faction. Coles looked at the form in his hand and fell into silence. Which one is the most suitable for him? The radical who chooses Akainu will inevitably encounter a lot of battles in the future, and can meet many dead pirates. His shadow soldiers can expand rapidly. However, Coles is not an extremist. In some aspects, he has a fierce conflict with Akainu's ideas. Just say that when he met Nico Robin in the Kingdom of Ialand, Coles expressed some kindness instead of directly arresting her. This shows the difference between Coles and Akainu. First, rule out Akainu's faction. Akiji's dovish attitude is more suitable for him in some aspect. He obeys the orders of the world government but has his own standards of judgment. Kazan believes that justice will have different opinions among people from different positions and will change according to their positions. Therefore, he will not question other people's justice, but when others want to hinder his own justice, he will never let the other person go. Cole's philosophy is very similar to that of Akiji, and this faction suits him very well. However, neutrals can also consider choosing ambiguous justice and becoming a fisherman like Kizaru, maintaining their responsibilities while slowly increasing their power. Choose a neutral faction. Regardless of the subsequent work or anything else, it can almost be said to be very easy. After careful consideration, Cole's first choice was Akiji's faction, and his second choice was Kizaru's faction. As for the position he wants to hold, Coles wants to return to Road Town to serve as an officer because he can take care of the safety of his family. It's just that as the strongest trainee in the elite training camp and a dazzling new star of the Navy has spent a lot of effort to train him. Naturally, it is impossible for him to return to the East China Sea and develop peacefully. Not to mention the rapid development of the power of the four emperors in the New World, the naval power is difficult to develop and is very lacking in strength. Just on the Grand Channel alone, pirate troubles are one after another, and a strong navy is needed to garrison it. Coles can only fill in his wishes on both sides of the Great Channel and the New World. Coles examined his own strength and finally wrote down that he wanted to serve as a garrison on the first half of the Grand Waterway. The New World is still too dangerous for him now. If he encounters the strongest creature on land, sea, and air falling from the sky, he had to finish playing immediately. Temporarily developing in the first half of the Great Channel is undoubtedly the safest way to grow now. Ring, ring, ring. The military school bell rang. Students in the elite training camp also began to submit their choices. After these 70 choices were collected, they were quickly sent to the high-level meeting room of the Navy and then selected by the senior generals. The Navy will consider the wishes of these elite navies, but the decision will still be made by the naval generals of the three major factions as to who will manage these elite navies and where they will be sent. 110. Graduation and Assignments. Navy Headquarters, Google Search Reading. In a conference room with simple decoration and partitions, there is a rectangular conference table. Some senior naval officers are sitting at the seats of the conference table. The lowest rank among them is Major General, and the highest rank is naturally Marshal Sengoku. General Sakaski is not in the conference room because he is in the New World to eliminate pirates, so there are only two generals on the scene. Akiji, Kuzan, Kizaru, Borsellino. Of course, there are also radical generals belonging to Akainu here. Vice Admiral Doberman is a radical Hawk Navy. The information of the 70 students was passed around by these naval generals. Sometimes someone would give the students in their hands to others, and sometimes there would be fierce verbal disputes. After about an hour of selection, the 70 students had basically been selected by the naval generals of various factions. At this time, there was only one student's file left on the brown conference table. This file was naturally Coles's. As the most dazzling new star in the Navy recently, the management of Charlotte Coles immediately attracted the attention of all the generals present. The two seats below Sengoku were Admiral Akiji and Admiral Kizaru. Akiji folded his hands across his chest and closed his eyes to rest. The expression on his face seemed that he was not too enthusiastic about recruiting future admirals. And Borsellino next to him. He was trimming his fingernails with a nail clipper and seemed to have no interest in Coles, the new star of the Navy. This was a bit strange. Sengoku put down the willingness form filled out by Coles and asked aloud, "Kazan, what do you think of Coles?" Kazan opened his eyes. "Marshal, you were talking about that young handsome guy. I saw him in the elite training camp last time. He is very good." Sengoku turned to Kizaru next to him. "Borsellino, Coles also has a tendency to join your army. What do you think?" Borsellino continued to trim his nails while responding to the question of Marshal Sengoku. "Charlotte Coles, his growth rate is amazing. He is a veritable monster. But there are a lot of troubles. I still like to be quiet. Let Kazan take care of him." The meaning of this statement is very clear, obviously giving Coles to Kuzan. Zhanghua understood and then announced, "Since there is no dispute, then Charlotte Coles will be under Kazan's command, and Kuzan will be his direct superior." Kazan had no objection to this. After all, a naval star with the appearance of a general is still very worthy of leadership. Time passed one after another, and the time to graduate from the elite training camp was shortened. 10 days, 9 days, 8 days, 7 days. Finally, the time came to the night before graduation. In the dormitory building, the tense atmosphere of the past has now become extremely relaxed. Because the students don't need to train tomorrow, they can just wait for graduation. In the dormitory, Coles rarely practiced. He was sorting out his improvement this year. The most obvious improvement in strength is the cultivation of the hockey of observation and hockey of armament. Only by mastering these two hockey can one truly enter the threshold of a strong man. Then, it is the improvement of physical skills. Under high-intensity training, not to mention the 6 styles of the Navy, he has improved his physical fitness by an unknown amount. The number of shadow soldiers summoned by shadows can now reach 300. In addition, he has also developed many new moves in the ability of the shadow fruit. Shadow domination, force control and domination by relying on the shadows on creatures or things. Shadow sealing technique, relying on the power of shadows, construct a powerful sealing barrier to lock the enemy in it and cut off contact with the outside world. Shadow interchange can be performed on your own shadow soldiers to exchange positions. The distance that can be exchanged now is within 100 meters. Shadow Sun: this attack move, Coles is still unsure of its power, but it should be the strongest ability attack at this stage. Under the guidance and training of Instructor Guion and Major Khan, the swordsmanship realm has officially entered the sword master level and can launch sword energy attacks. Compared with when he first arrived at the headquarters, Coles' strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. As for whether he can now have the power to protect himself in front of the 7 warlords, he is not sure, and he will know only after the real fight. A night passed quietly. Graduation time finally arrived. Coles woke up early and began to pack his things, because he had to leave this place after the end of today. Looking at everything in the house, he had a faint reluctance, but this mood was fleeting. After all, he had already prepared to leave the elite training camp. After breakfast, the students began to go to the square of the military academy and sat on the seats below as at the opening. There was no carefully planned graduation ceremony, nor any tearful speeches. On this last day, Zifa's burly figure walked up to the stage and said only one sentence. "You are graduated." These 5 words contain a lot of meanings, including the hard training for nearly a year, the instructor's tireless teaching, and the reluctance to leave. "Goodbye, Teacher Zifa." "Teacher Zifa, goodbye." Coles stood up solemnly and saluted, as did the surrounding students. When the elite training camp opened, they had already heard Zifa say that this would be the last class taught by Zifa. This elite training camp is over, and in addition to the graduation of the students, is also the time when Teacher Zifa has almost left the military academy and resigned from his position as chief instructor. Zifa was wearing a navy coat, with a happy smile on his old face. He believes in his heart that this class of cadets will become the pride of the Navy. After Zifa left, the instructor in charge began to distribute notices to students about their graduation and employment. As the names were read out one by one, the students left the square one by one. In the end, the instructor no longer had the appointment notice in his hand, but Coles was still alone on the field. "Cheryl Coles, regarding your next appointment, General Akiji asked you to go to his office to find him in person." "Okay." Coles stood up, already knowing in his heart that since he was looking for Ching Pheasant, he must have joined Kazan's faction. This was not unexpected. Things in the dormitory have been sorted out long ago, not to mention that he also has the shadow space he developed, so he can leave easily. Coles, wearing a navy coat and a demon sword hanging on his waist, walked out of the military academy in high spirits. Then he strode towards the huge tower with the 2 characters Navy printed on it. Along the way, people come and go. This shows how busy the headquarters is now. After reaching the superstructure through the tower's elevator stairs, Coles officially entered the high-level view of the Navy headquarters. After asking a soldier on duty and learning where General Ching Pheasant's office was, Coles walked straight in that direction. A few minutes later, Coles came to the door of Aoki's office, reached out and knocked on a door. "General Kuzan, I'm Charlotte Coles, who came to report today." However, the office was silent, and no response came out. "How is this going?" Coles was a little confused. He couldn't help knocking on the door of the office again. "General Kuzan, I am Charlotte Coles." Still no answer from the office. "What's going on?" You can clearly sense General Ching Pheasant's aura inside. Coles suddenly thought of Kuzan's habit of sleeping anytime and anywhere. He shouldn't have fallen asleep, right? The domineering investigation came out. Then Cole's face was speechless for a while, and General Kuzan really fell asleep. Go to bed during working hours when facing your immediate superiors. The subordinate's choice is to wait for the leader to wake up naturally without disturbing the leader, or to wake up the leader directly. Cole's choice was naturally to wake up the leader directly. He pushed open the sliding door of the office and could see Kazan sleeping on the chair at his desk with a green sleeping mask on his face. Coles raised his hands in salute and said loudly, "Report to Admiral Kuzan. Navy Headquarters Major Charlotte Coles is here to report." The loud sound woke Kazan from his sleep. Kazan reached out and moved the green sleeping mask covering his eyes to his forehead and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I fell asleep all of a sudden." Coles put down his saluting hand and asked, "General Kuzan, you don't know what I should do next?" Kazan scratched his afro and said in a daze, "Allah, I seem to have forgotten." Coles. Kazan searched for something on the table, then took out a wanted poster for a pirate and said, "Well, you go and capture this pirate first." Coles stepped forward to take the reward order. The photo on the reward order shows a middle-aged man with a ferocious face. His most distinctive feature is the row of sharp teeth in his mouth. There are also the words life or death and the pirate's name and bounty below. Crazy Fong Remus. The bounty is 200 million Baileys. 111 Black Flame City. Navy Headquarters Port. Google search reading. Coles boarded a small patrol ship. After a while, the sails were hoisted and the patrol ship set sail to leave Marineford. Destination, Black Flame City. In the first half of the Grand Line, near the Devil's Triangle, there is a city with a great reputation and a great reputation. Of course, its reputation is not spread because of any good reputation, but because of the countless crimes in the city. Black Flame City. It appeared about a dozen years ago, when the Great Pirate Era just began. This city specializes in taking in those pirates who burn, kill, plunder, and do all kinds of evil. It can be said that this is a city of sin. Why do these wanted criminals and pirates continue to stay in this city? Nothing else, just because they can be safe here without worrying about the risk of being caught. At first, the Navy didn't pay attention to this. After all, they all focused their strike force on the pirates chasing one piece. When they turned around and found out the evil power accumulated in this city was already very strong, making it difficult for the Navy to start. In Black Flame City, no matter what kind of heinous criminals or pirates, as long as they pay the entry fee, they can enter the city and temporarily guarantee their lives. The power of Black Flame City will protect those who have paid money. If anyone wants to kill this person, he must pay 10 times the entry fee of this person. Otherwise, he will not be able to leave Black Flame City at all. Therefore, the more criminals cherish their lives, the more they will take out their money to pay the entrance fee when entering the city to protect their lives. The reason why Black Flame City can maintain such order and management is only because of one person, that is the Lord of Black Flame City, the Queen of Black Flame. Based on the information obtained from Admiral Akiji, Coles knew that the Queen of Black Flame was unusual and related to the Rocks Pirates. 40 years ago, long before the Roger Pirates became famous, the Rocks Pirates had already dominated the pirate world and were the true uncrowned king of this sea area. Later, in the Battle of God Valley, Roger Pirates teamed up with Garp to defeat Captain Rocks. Rock's life and death were unknown, and the Rocks Pirates disbanded. The current 4 emperors who dominate the New World, Edward Newgate, Kaido, and Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin, were all members of the Rocks Pirates. And this Black Flame Queen is said to be a baby girl picked up by Rocks. There is a vague father-daughter relationship between her and Rocks. In addition to being closely related to the 3 Sea Emperors and suspected to be the successor of the Rocks Pirates, the Black Flame Queen also has a close connection with the Dark World. Under the influence of various factors, the Navy dare not easily attack the Black Flame City. If it is said that the 7 warlords of the sea are the arrangement of the Navy to balance the 4 emperors of the New World, then the Black Flame City can be said to be a confrontation between the 4 emperors and the Navy to a certain extent. This caused the Navy to be very afraid. I don't know if the attack on the Black Flame City will cause a huge battle between the Navy and the 4 emperors. Pirate, Crazy Fong Remus. One of this year's pirate supernovas. Recently, because of the attack on the rear admiral stationed in the Sabaody archipelago, the bounty has been increased to 200 million. Remus also knew that he would be hunted by the Navy next, so he did not choose to go to the New World, but went to Black Flame City. In the first half of the Grand Line, Black Flame City was like a behemoth, and even the Navy headquarters had to be wary of it. So Admiral Kuzan gave this task to Coles. As long as Coles can capture Remus, Kuzan will report his merits to him. Let him be promoted to Rear Admiral. This prospect is indeed very good, but dealing with Remus's affairs is a bit troublesome. Coles was on the deck of the patrol ship, feeling the sea breeze while looking at the sea chart in his hand and thinking. After so many years of power development, Black Flame City has all kinds of vicious criminals and pirates, and its power may be no less than that of a Four Emperors group. Do you want to follow the other party's rules? But according to the news, Remus paid a 100 million berry entrance fee when he entered the city. Tio kill him and leave safely. At least 1 billion berries are needed. Such a large amount of money. The Navy will naturally not reimburse it. After all, Remus only offered a reward of 200 million berries. And some powerful bounty hunters will not be fooled into killing people. This matter can be said to be very difficult to handle. The small silver mine that Coles dug in Viran before is worth 1 billion berries. Although he is not very interested in money, he will never do such a thing as spending 1 billion berries to kill a pirate with a reward of 200 million. We have to think of a way. On the turbulent sea, the patrol ship continued to move forward. During this period, Coles switched to an ordinary ship and finally arrived at the island where the Black Flame City was located in the evening of the 4th day after leaving the Navy headquarters. After all, this is the Black Flame City where sins gather. If the patrol ship of the Navy stops here, it will be burned or sunk into the sea in a short time. After getting off the boat, Coles saw a huge black city, which was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and stood like a giant beast. There were many heavy cannons at the entrance of the tower of this city, and the defense force was very tight, just like a steel fortress. In this situation, it was easy to defend but difficult to attack. If the Navy wants to conquer this place, it will undoubtedly cost a huge price. What's more, there are all kinds of powerful criminals and pirates inside the Black Flame City, and their power is very terrible. On the sea in the distance, the sunset has already fallen. For ordinary people, a day's life is coming to an end, but for Black Flame City, everything has just begun. The wall of Black Flame City is more than 50 meters high, all made of the hardest granite. Although it is not as large as the Navy headquarters, it is still a magnificent city. The guards patrolling and standing guard in the city are all in full armor, holding weapons, and their murderous aura can show their toughness. At this time, because a cool breeze blew, the guards at the gate of the city became more sober. So they saw a person who was out of tune with this place. His facial features are handsome, his eyebrows are sharp, his eyes are heroic, and his blue eyes are as deep as the sea and filled with a cold sense of danger. But what really attracts attention is the handsome young man's dress. White shirt, black trousers, a long sword with a white scabbard hanging around his waist, and a white navy coat on his shoulders. On the fluttering coat are the 2 big words, justice. The young naval officer came to a city that accommodates all kinds of evil criminals and pirates, which naturally attracted many people's attention. The captain of the guard at the door put his arm on the weapon at his waist and asked coldly, "Hey, young Navy, do you know where this place is?" "Of course." "Do you know the rules here?" "Yes." "Then pay the entrance fee first." The captain of the guard didn't care who the young Navy came to kill. The other party just had to pay enough money at that time. If not, then don't think about leaving. The handsome young man threw a golden coin to the other party and then strode in. The captain of the guard took the coin with a face value of 500, and his face was a little stunned. This Navy only paid 500 Baileys for the entrance fee? You know, although Black Flame City has order, it is essentially a chaotic place, full of criminals and pirates. This Navy only paid 500 berries to enter the city, which means that others only need to pay 5,000 berries to kill him. And 5,000 berries is just a few days of food money or the price of a good shirt. It can be said that everyone in the city can afford it. This is not the jurisdiction of the Navy. This is a safe haven for criminals. Here, the lives of the Navy are not guaranteed at all. How dare the other party? "What's your name?" At this time, the captain of the guard remembered to ask. The young Navy, who had already entered Black Flame City, gave a sharp answer under the gaze of many eyes in the dark. "Cole. 112, meet Nicole Robin again." Black Flame City Google search reading. Immediately after Cole's, a mysterious man shrouded in black robes also came to the city gate. The guard captain looked at the person and asked, "What's his name?" "Kanako." What identity? Bounty hunter. After recording the information, the guard captain asked, "How much is the entry fee?" Kanako, whose whole body was covered in black robes, threw a pale golden coin and strode into the Black Flame City. The guard captain looked at another 500 face value coin in his hand and was puzzled. Why do we always meet such strange people today? As soon as Coles entered the city, he had already launched an investigation after seeing Seihaki. He was aware of the eyes watching him secretly, just as he was aware of the image phone bugs scanning the streets. Obviously, if you take action in the city, you will be discovered by the monitoring guards. In a city full of criminals, when a Navy man wearing a coat of justice comes in, he will naturally be noticed by many eyes. Some pirates who hated the Navy couldn't help but gather together and talk among themselves. Interesting, the Navy dares to come here? Listening to what the guard said just now, it seems that this guy only paid 500 belly as entry fee.to kill him. You only need to pay 5,000 belly. Dio, you want to try to kill him? This guy's momentum alone is very strong, and his combat power is unknown. Let's let others test the water first. After many conversations, a ferocious man with several scars on his face, led by 4 men, slowly approached Coles. However, before these 5 people could do anything, Kanako, wearing a black robe, had already stopped in front of them. Kanako directly mentioned the scarred man who led him and asked in a cold voice, "Tell me, where is Crazy Fong Remus?" Crazy Fong Remus. Hearing this name, the scar-faced man was somewhat impressed and replied, "He is in the upper city. There are also divisions within Black Flame City. The lower city area is basically the area where ordinary criminals and pirates operate, while the upper city is where powerful criminals live." Kanako's hand turned into shadow sludge, directly swallowing the 5 people in front of him. And this time, in the sky, a black shadow also fell suddenly. What is strange is that its body shape is similar to a human, but its hands are a pair of black wings. The Birdman guard of Black Flame City said coldly, "Please pay 10 times their entry fee." Kanako released the 5 people who had just been swallowed into the swamp and were unconscious. "I don't seem to be killing people in the city, right?" The bird guard looked at the 5 unconscious people on the ground and could not refute for a moment. Kanako, as Shadow Swamp, swallowed these 5 people again. "You only stipulated that you were not allowed to attack in the city, so I knocked them out and finally took them out of the city. You can't control this, right?" The Blackwing Birdman guard took a deep look at Kanako, then turned and flew away. "Yes, but I still remind you that if your actions make the queen unhappy, your end will be miserable." Kanako ignored these and continued to move forward according to the king's instructions. Coles, who was not far away, also confirmed his guess at this time. As long as he didn't kill anyone in Black Flame City, he wouldn't have to pay 10 times the fee. When the time comes, he only needs to control Crazy Fong Remus, take him out of Black Flame City, and kill him. This way, the task becomes easy. The only thing that needs to be controlled is propriety. After all, this is the place where the Black Flame Queen belongs. The rules are set by the other party. The Black Flame Queen can change the rules here at any time or take action against him. As the successor of the Rock's pirates, there is no doubt about the strength of the Black Flame Queen, which is obviously not what Coles can handle now. As a city that has been developed for more than 10 years, Black Flame City has various facilities in the city, such as restaurants, pubs, casinos, swimming pools, etc. Coles originally wanted to go directly to the upper city, but when he passed a tavern, he sensed a familiar person, causing him to change his route. Pushing open the door of the tavern, you can see a beautiful black-haired woman sitting in front of the bar. She wore a short-sleeved black vest on her upper body. Because the zipper was not fully closed, her white collarbones were exposed. Her chest was unusually tall and plump, with a deep ravine squeezed out of it. The lower body is a pair of blue shorts, the plump buttocks are tightly wrapped, and then a pair of white long legs are exposed. However, with such a charming beauty, no one dared to approach her. She was just like a rose with thorns sitting there, which was intimidating. Coles sat next to the woman and spoke to the owner at the counter of the tavern. "A bottle of rum." The drinkers sitting elsewhere could not help but wait to see a good show. However, what happened next did not happen as they expected. The young Navy did not suffer any disaster, and instead had a harmonious conversation with the woman. Coles asked, "Aren't you supposed to be in Alabasta during this time?" Compared with when they first met, Nico Robin's dress is obviously more sexy now, perhaps because she is getting closer to Black Flame City. Nicole Robin shook the lemonade drink on the bar and said with a slight twitch of red lips, "I have been ordered to come and participate in this auction." Coles was a little surprised. Zero's order. This is quite interesting. In Baroque works, the only person who can give orders to Nico Robin, the vice president, is Crocodile, the president of Baroque works, and one of the current 7 warlords of the sea. Nico Robin leaned on the bar with one hand, with a little surprise on her face. Mr. Navy, aren't you here for this? Coles picked up the rum, took a sip, and was also a little confused. What auction? Nico Robin showed a strange smile. Of course, it's the auction of devil fruits, but it seems that you don't know yet. I'm suddenly curious about your real purpose of coming here. Coles said lightly, I just came here to catch an ordinary pirate. Really? Nico Robin took a sip of lemonade, and then she put the coin of 500 Baileys on the table. By the way, I don't know your name yet. You should not mind telling me your name. Coles took the coin, flicked his finger, and the light golden coin was thrown away, making a clear, dingling sound. My name is Charlotte Coles. In the following conversation, Coles also knew that the auction would start in a few hours. Because of the appearance of the devil fruit this time, Black Flame City attracted many visitors. Although devil fruits are not common on the Grand Line, they still appear from time to time. Its lowest price is 100 million Baileys, and the valuation rises according to the specific ability. I didn't expect that the auction in Black Flame City would be willing to auction the devil fruit. After learning the news, Coles was not in a hurry to take action against Remus. He just took this opportunity to go to the auction to see it. Robin stood up, put on a black cowboy hat next to him, and asked Coles at the same time. It's almost time. Do you want to go to the auction together? Okay. Coles responded. Perhaps because of the real person, Coles felt that Nicole Robin had a special charm that made him unconsciously approach. In addition, perhaps there was also the influence of his own hormone secretion. Nicole Robin seemed to be familiar with Black Flame City, and soon she brought Coles to the auction house in the upper city of Black Flame City. Coles was a little surprised. Have you been here before? Nicole Robin nodded. When I was chased by your navy before, I escaped here and lived a peaceful life for a while. Coles did not ask any more questions. After all, he was also a navy, and it was obviously not appropriate to ask further on this issue. Nicole Robin didn't know why she said this to Coles. During the time they met, she felt that Coles was a person who looked a little cold on the outside, but was very gentle in his heart. Her childhood can be said to be very unfortunate. There was no family love, no friends to care about, and only scolding and beatings from her aunt. Her only friend was books. She finally saw her mother, but it was the last time after the demise of Oahaha. She became the only survivor. However, she was offered a high reward by the Navy at the age of 8, and in order to survive, she lived a life of fleeing everywhere and was betrayed many times by others during the process. Perhaps because she had been treated coldly in her childhood, she became closer to Coles after encountering a rare warm treatment. However, Nicole Robin still had a sense of vigilance towards Coles. This was her habit, and it was also the reason why she was able to avoid life-threatening situations many times. 113. Double Gemstone. The auction house in Black Flame City is a cylindrical building with a diameter of hundreds of meters and a height of more than 30 meters. The decoration style is the same as the entire Black Flame City, dark and solid. Google search reading. After entering the gate and passing through a series of corridors, Nicole Robin and Coles finally arrived at the inner center of the auction house. As the vice president of Baroque Works, Nicole Robin naturally has an exclusive auction seat, which is different from the long row of seats on the bottom floor, but high platform seat built separately. At the invitation of Nicole Robin, Coles sat down here. Coles sat on the soft sofa, crossed his hands, and looked at the scene of the auction table below, with some expectations in his heart. Auction. This is his first time to participate. I don't know what will be auctioned later. If there is something that interests him here, he can also try to participate in the auction. Around the semicircular auction table, there are circles of seats arranged in a radial ring, and sitting on them are sinners with strong momentum. Not long after, a man in a black tuxedo and a monocle on his face stepped onto the auction table. The lights in the sky of the auction hall immediately gathered on the auctioneer, creating a sense of mystery for him. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Black Flame City's monthly auction. Today's auction is different from the previous ones, because this time there is a rare devil fruit that everyone is looking forward to. Are you ready to start? The auctioneer spoke excitedly, and after arousing everyone's emotions, he came to the table next to him where the auction items were placed and lifted the red cloth. On the auction table, a dark red potion appeared. The auctioneer held a loudspeaker and said, The first item is the transformation potion from Germa 66. After injecting this potion, a person's weak body can instantly have a physique comparable to that of a Superman. Of course, the success rate is only 70%, but this is still extremely rare. The minimum price for this item is 5 million Baileys, and the bidding will start now. The Kingdom of Germa is unique in the world, and it has no fixed name for a country on the sea. Almost all the citizens of Germa are men, and they are also soldiers. They form the Army Germa 66 that terrifies the world, the pinnacle of the country, and the army is the Vinsmoke family. This country is basically full of cyborgs and death warriors. Its current ruler, Vinsmoke Judge, was once a colleague of Vegapunk. The transformation potion of Germa 66 is something that some people are very eager for. Coles thought quickly. He remembered that there was a record in the information of Black Flame City that the Dark World was also connected with Black Flame City. Now that the other party can take out the transformation potion of Germa 66, it seems that the two sides have indeed had contact. Nicole Robin on the side also fell into thought, and obviously knew something about Germa. As the auction began, the auction price of this transformation potion of Germa 66 continued to rise. 7 million Baileys, 8 million Baileys, 10 million. Finally, this Germa 66 transformation potion was bought by a man who hid his body for 15 million Baileys. After that, several more auction items were brought up, including a good knife, a sophisticated pistol, and some strange items. Most people didn't care about this. They were all waiting for the devil fruit and didn't care much about these. 2 items covered with red cloth were placed on the auction table. The auctioneer slightly adjusted his monocle and then lifted the red cloth again. The second to last item is auctioned. Rare double gems, deep blue sea, and eternal forest. Coors looked over and saw 2 gems with the same shape and craftsmanship but different colors on the auction table. The 2 gems are oval in shape, one is as deep as the sea, and the other is as green as the forest. The purity of the gems is very high. Add to that the inlaying craftsmanship, and you can tell that this is definitely not an ordinary gem. The deep blue sea and the eternal forest. Nicole Robin looked a little surprised. You know, Coles. Nicole Robin nodded slightly and explained, I saw it in a book before. This pair of gems was made by a top craftsman. IT is very valuable and is known as a dazzling gem. Now decades have passed, and I didn't expect that these 2 gems would fall into the hands of Black Flame City. However, Nicole Robin was a little confused. Although this pair of gems is precious, it should not be very attractive to the people present. Why did the auction house take it out? Core's eyes kept looking at the dazzling pair of gems on the auction table below. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take a picture of it. After this mission, he can almost take a vacation to return to the East China Sea, and his sister's 14th birthday is not far away. It just so happens that he has not prepared any birthday gifts. The Eternal Forest seems to be very good and can be given as a gift to his sister. You are interested? Nicole Robin asked when she saw that Coles was interested. Coors nodded. And on the auction table below, after the auctioneer introduced the pair of gems, he began to announce, Okay, the rare pair of gems in the world, the auction starts at a low price of 100 million Baileys, and each bid must not be less than 10 million Baileys. Start now. Just after the host's voice fell, a man dressed like an aristocrat immediately shouted the price at the auction table. 100 million Baileys. Not far away, there was also a man in a tall hat who shouted the same price. 110 million Baileys. 120 million Baileys. 130 million Baileys. Coles was a little surprised. He thought that this was a group of criminals who loved chaos, but he didn't expect that someone would be interested in and bid for this pair of gems. In a short moment, the price of this pair of gems was about to break through the high price of 200 million Baileys. Coles did not wait and see, and also joined the auction of this pair of gems. 300 million. The field fell into silence for a while. 300 million Baileys is a high price. You should know that the most precious wood, the treasure tree, Adam, is only worth 200 million Baileys in the black market. Although the double gems are rare, their value is basically between 100 million and 200 million Baileys, and the price of 300 million Baileys is far more than that. However, Coles doesn't care about these, that he just needs to bid for this pair of gems. The 2 people who were bidding below were stunned. They were just trying to stir up the atmosphere for the final auction of devil fruits, but they didn't expect that someone would really buy this pair of gems. After the 2 exchanged glances, they didn't bid again. The pair of gems was finally bought by Coles at a price of 300 million Baileys. The auctioneer asked the staff to send the double gems down, and then held the loudspeaker and gave people a strong sense of expectation in an exaggerated tone. What an unexpected price! The second-to-last double gems, Deep Blue Sea and Eternal Forest, were sold at a high price of 300 million Baileys. Then how much can our last Double Devil fruit be sold for? Double Devil fruit. Hearing the words of the auctioneer, the people who came to participate in the auction were shocked and talked about it. Double Devil fruits. Is this true? It's hard to imagine that there are actually two devil fruits being auctioned this time. Black Flame City is really generous. Nicole Robbins' expression changed slightly, and she whispered, "Two devil fruits. It seems that the money she brought is not enough." Coles drank the coconut juice given by the auction house next to him, and was also a little surprised. Black Flame City actually took out two devil fruits for auction? On the auction table, two exquisite jade hand boxes were lifted by the staff, and then in the eyes of everyone's expectation, the auctioneer opened the jade hand boxes. Click. A banana appeared in everyone's sight, but the color of the banana was red, and there were strange patterns unique to devil fruits on it. Immediately afterwards, the second jade hand box was also opened, revealing an oval cantaloupe, which was purple and had strange curved patterns on it. It was indeed a devil fruit, and there were two of them. Most people in the auction house were excited, with longing in their eyes. If this was not the Black Flame Queen's Black Flame City, they might just grab it by their own means. The auctioneer looked at everyone and shouted enthusiastically, "Okay, everyone, I won't say much about the effect of the devil fruit. As long as you eat it, the eater can gain the power of the devil." This time, because the two devil fruits are auctioned together, the starting price is 200 million Baileys, and each bid will not be less than 10 million Baileys. Start now.